Chapter 401. Is this their goal? This method is very cruel. And Xiao Yuan is one of them. How can the emperor not hate Mingyi? Thinking of Abu's age and the young Gu King in his body, Yin Yan's face became ugly. How long will Ning Yuan wait? How long can he wait? If she can think of it, the emperor can naturally think of it. So he wants her to be mentally prepared. After all, when Xiao Yuan can't hold on any longer, he will catch Abu without hesitation. Yin Yan suddenly thought of what he said when he first met Abu. He said that the golden dragon cannot be taken out of his body by force. If he disagrees, the golden dragon will be useless. She didn't believe it before, thinking that he said that to save his life. Think about it again. The heavenly palace didn't go around the world to catch him. So it can be inferred that this statement is valid. Otherwise, wouldn't the life and death of this Gu King be in the hands of the heavenly palace? Then do they need to cultivate so many zeros? And then wait for the jackpot like buying a lottery ticket? Yin Yan felt that the heavenly palace did not fail to find Abu at the beginning, but deliberately let him go. Or in other words, killing all the people of the Ta tribe except him was to ensure that the next Gu King would parasitize among the people they prepared. Suddenly, she thought of a possible, still a rather absurd idea. Father, would the heavenly palace have guessed that we were going to deal with the famous family? Why did Jia say that? The emperor didn't understand what she said suddenly. Yin Yan explained. Xiao Guzi had known about Abu's existence for a long time, and also knew that he had the Gu King in his body. At the beginning, he knocked Abu unconscious in the name of curing Ning Yuan's illness, and wanted to take the Gu King in his body. Later, I arrived in time and stopped Xiao Guzi. At first, I didn't think Xiao Guzi would be from the heavenly palace, so I didn't think much about it. Now think about it. Since the host's consent is required to take the Gu King, what is the meaning of Xiao Guzi's action? Unless, the emperor's eyes lit up, and he continued. Unless Abu agreed? He wanted to save Xiao Yuan, but was used by Xiao Guzi? Yin Yan nodded. Yes, Abu should have agreed. But Xiao Guzi may have said something to Abu. So Abu didn't tell us the truth. Just thought that Xiao Guzi and Uncle Song made the decision without authorization. Now think about it. Xiao Guzi is hiding his identity. Well, then, what does it have to do with the famous family? Father, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. My previous words are to explain that Xiao Guzi, or the heavenly palace behind him, wants the Gu King, but can't take it out by force. The method of curing Xiao Yuan can only be used once. After it doesn't work, Xiao Guzi tricks Abu into letting the Gu King in his body sleep and prolong its growth period. I didn't think much about this at first, until you told me today about the relationship between the Gu King and the seeds, and I suddenly understood what Xiao Guzi did. Oh, tell me quickly. Why? The emperor's curiosity was completely aroused, and he also wanted to know what Xiao Guzi was going to do. Yin Yan did not answer directly, but asked a question. Father, let's talk about the plague some time ago. It was actually Gu worms. Do you think their purpose is really to destroy the Great Zhou? Isn't it the declaration of war by the heavenly palace against the Great Zhou? I thought so before, but combined with the previous things, I have a bold guess. Speaking of this, Yin Yan paused, and his eyes became deep. I suspect that they wanted Abu to solve the plague at first, but they didn't expect me to break it so easily. Putting the Gu King to sleep before should also be a means to weaken his ability. The emperor guessed. You mean, they want Abu to willingly take out the Gu King to save people? Yin Yan shook her head. Not to take it out, but to consume the vitality of the Gu King. As soon as these words came out, the emperor instantly understood what the heavenly palace was going to do. Then he was angry. For a Gu King, they actually killed so many people? It's really hateful. Are so many people not as important as a Gu King? They are not human beings, but demons. This is why Yin Yan thinks this idea is a bit absurd. But her intuition tells her that this is the truth. Father, looking at the angry man, Yin Yan was a little worried. The emperor took a deep breath and slowly suppressed his anger. Don't worry, Jia. I won't be impulsive. But sooner or later, I will settle all these accounts with the heavenly palace. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were like knives, with a strong murderous aura. In addition to Mingyi, this was the second person he hated so much that he wanted to cut her into pieces. He continued the previous topic. Based on this speculation, do you think that dealing with the Ming family is a conspiracy of the heavenly palace in order to consume the energy of the Gu King? Yin Yan was not very sure. even if it is not a conspiracy of the Heavenly Palace. At least they are happy to see it happen. To control all beasts, it must be very difficult to rely on the Goo King, who is still in his infancy. Unless I give Abu a lot of energy fruits to accelerate the growth of the Goo King. In this way, wouldn't the Goo King's lifetime be compressed? The Heavenly Palace is definitely willing to see this result. Once, there will be a second and a third time. Once their plan succeeds, things that require the Goo King will continue to happen until the Goo King dies. So, we have to think of another way and never let their conspiracy succeed. Father is right. I will go back and discuss it with Abu. If it doesn't work, I will go to Yin State and kill the beasts of Ming family directly. No. The Emperor shook his head and disagreed. You are very capable. But 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. I can't let you get into trouble. Even if you can beat them, who can guarantee that they won't command another batch of beasts? What should I do then? If she is not allowed to kill them? She doesn't have the ability of the Goo King. She has no choice. The Emperor is also worried. Either go to war or ignore it. But who can guarantee that Ming family will not stab them in the back after they declare war on Tian Palace? Even if there is no clear evidence to prove that Tian Palace is behind Ming family. He has completely lost trust in Ming family. Yin Yin felt that. To put it bluntly, they still did not have high-end combat power. If there were 2 more people, they could ignore Dian's army and destroy the Ming family. Why would they have to think so much? Ning Yuan's superpowers were restored. But she didn't dare to let him use them now. For fear of stimulating that seed. She felt that she needed to train several martial arts masters with superpowers. Like Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong. Even if they had superpowers, they couldn't fight. Thinking of this, Yin Yin looked behind the pillar. Father, do you have a few masters as powerful as him? The Emperor glanced behind the pillar and said, Tian Yu? There are no masters who are stronger than him. And there are 5 who are worse than him. Did Jiahe think of anything? Father, I want to train 2 masters who are similar to me. The Emperor immediately understood what she meant. Do you want to destroy the Ming family directly? Yin Yin nodded slightly. Yes, if there are more people. We don't have to be so restrained. Chapter 402 The famous family is really awesome. The Emperor was naturally happy. Okay. Are 2 people enough? How about giving all 5 to you? Father, don't worry. I have conditions. Don't worry. They will be your subordinates in the future. The Emperor guessed what she was worried about. When we deal with the Heavenly Palace later, just lend them to me. If the other party can destroy a palace by himself like Jiahe, then it will be more certain to deal with the Heavenly Palace. Besides, giving to Jiahe is not giving to Xiao Yuan. He doesn't feel sorry for giving, and even hopes to give more people. No problem. But whether it can succeed or how long it will take to succeed, I can't guarantee it. It's okay. Just do it as you see fit. Don't feel burdened. If not, I will discuss it with Yin State. In fact, the trouble is more troublesome for the famous family of Yin State. I heard that the little prince of Yin State was also born to a famous family girl. Speaking of which, the old emperor of Yin State is over 60 and will soon be buried. But the prince is only 12 years old. When it comes to Yin State, the emperor can't help gossiping. Yin State sent 2 princes to Tianyin, and each of them died before the age of 20. Until now, no one is willing to let their children be the prince. Finally, Prince Su came forward and sent the children of the girls of Ming family to Tianyin, and one became the prince. Halfway through, the emperor found the problem. Are Prince Su and Ming family in the same group? It is very likely. Father, are the princes of the other 2 countries related to Ming family? Yin Yin suddenly thought of a question. The emperor recalled the information about the crown princes of the other 2 countries, and his face became ugly. Although they are not born to a famous family, their maternal grandparents all have famous family members. Yin Yin couldn't help but sigh. Oh my god. Are they going to wipe out the 4 countries? I believe them when they said they were going to destroy the whole world. Of course, she also thought of a possibility. That is, all this has nothing to do with Tianyin. It is the ambition of the famous family themselves. But this idea was immediately rejected by her. This big pot can only be carried by Tianyin. In this case, will you give back the membership card promised to the young prince of Yin? Yin Yin asked. In order to appease the other party, the emperor has promised to give the other party a membership card. The emperor didn't think it was a big deal. Give it. And add a condition by the way. If you open a supermarket in Dian, The position of the intern employee will be reserved for the young Prince of Yen. That's right. Even if we can't turn him into our own people, we can't do anything bad to us. She changed the rules of the supermarket, and all supermarket employees could not be hostile or harmful to her. Except for her. Any order issued by anyone to employ Ning Yuan must be approved by her before it will take effect. This sentence was designed specifically for the Heavenly Palace. She didn't know what order the Heavenly Palace would give Xiao Yuan, and it wasn't necessarily aimed at her. So there was such a domineering rule. She didn't tell anyone about this rule. Not even the Emperor. For fear that others would think too much and cause panic. If Ning Yuan's body recovered, she would quietly delete this rule. Moreover, the rules for supermarket employees already have mutual help, unity and friendship. There will be no conflicts or hostility between them or towards her as a boss. This kind of clause, in the real world, is just a sentence and can't play a supervisory role at all. But it's different in the supermarket. The rules have a mandatory effect. Just like if someone has a conflict in the supermarket, they will be teleported out immediately. The two talked for a while, and the Emperor looked at the clock beside him. It's almost time. Follow me to Jingyi Palace. Since knowing that there is such a good timer as a clock, and the price is not expensive, it has instantly become a major selling point of the supermarket. And almost every family has a clock. Okay, father. She came here mainly to issue membership cards. In Jingyi Palace, 20 people have been waiting for a long time. Each of them introduced themselves. Among them, the 10 major families each recommended one person. But the people of the famous families were replaced. The remaining 11 people are all people from the court. They will be distributed all over the world to form a network, connecting the entire Great Zhou and echoing each other. This kind of membership card can still be traded after 10 days. 10,000 taels will upgrade to intermediate membership, and 50,000 taels will upgrade to senior membership. After senior membership, transactions can be made every 3 days, regardless of whether the supermarket is upgraded or not. The rules about membership cards have not changed. However, if more and more supermarkets can be materialized, then membership cards will not be of much use. It is still very useful now, and it can be used as a reserve employee. After finishing her work, Yin Yin prepared to go back to the Song family. She had to quickly tell her 2 uncles and Ning Yuan about the Ming family. As soon as she came out, she ran into the eldest uncle of the Song family. It turned out that Ning Ji went to the Song family and stayed there. He came to the Emperor to inquire about the situation, and whether it was really as Ning Ji said. The Emperor didn't say much, but just nodded in agreement. Lord Song didn't expect that they had always misunderstood Ning Ji. It can also be said that Ning Ji deliberately let others misunderstand him in order to protect Ning Yuan. Yin Yin also told the eldest uncle of the Song family about the speculation about the relationship between the Ming family and the Tiantian, asking them to be careful and not to alert the snake. Even though Lord Song was calm, he was shocked to hear the news. No wonder Mingyi was so vicious and arrogant. She had the support of the Heavenly Palace behind her. Lord Song's idea coincided with theirs. Next, the monarch and his ministers discussed how to deal with the Ming family. Yin Yin did not participate, and then prepared to leave the palace with 4 people. On the way, they met the envoys of the 3 kingdoms, who were visiting the glass greenhouse in the imperial garden. There are also cement roads, which are much better than brick roads. Glass windows are not only warm, but also bright. If they are dirty, they can be wiped and used again, without the need to replace them frequently like the previous screen windows. The temperature in the capital in March is still a little low, but it is very warm in the greenhouse. Sitting down to drink a cup of tea, eat fruit, and enjoy the flowers is a different kind of charm. No matter whether this negotiation can be successful, this glass and cement must be introduced into the country. The 3rd prince of Qin sighed. This is what I think. The greenhouse can also be used as a vegetable growing room, which is much easier and more convenient than growing vegetables in the room. This is Prince He of Qi. Speaking of this, several people looked at Prince Su on the side, a little envious. I heard that the Emperor of Great Zhou has agreed to give Master Ling a membership card. Does that mean that he can buy glass, cement, vegetables, and fruits? Prince Su had a cold face. He was not surprised that they knew the news. As for the matter of the youngest son, although the Emperor of Great Zhou had issued a gag order, those who knew would still know, including the envoys of the 2 countries in front of him. What is there to envy? This kind of compensation. I would rather not have it. Come on. You were just talking. After seeing the things in the supermarket, do you dare to say you don't want it? Speaking of the supermarket next to the Imperial Study, everyone's eyes were shining, expressing two words. Want. Chapter 403 Encountering the Envoys of the Three Kingdoms. The only woman spoke softly. I heard that in the palace of the great Zhou dynasty, the imperial concubine is the most favored, and the second prince is not married. The uncle can use the supermarket as a condition. If that doesn't work, 2 membership cards will also be fine. The speaker is Princess Yu of Qi. Since it is used for marriage, it is natural to maximize the benefits. My niece is still thoughtful. Don't worry. The uncle will definitely find a good family for you. The envoys of the 2 countries of Yin and Qin curled their lips. In the first peace talk, Qi actually brought a princess to the marriage. It was really shameless. It's not their fault. They didn't give much information about the supermarket. In addition, discussing the relationship with the Heavenly Palace, this topic sounded both sensitive and dangerous. Can it be said that there are 2 sides? Who would think of bringing a princess to the marriage? But if you say that the most bitter is Qin, although the matter of the little prince of Yin is not glorious, at least he has a membership card. Qi state has a princess for marriage, and giving a membership card as a betrothal gift is not too much. Only their Qin state has nothing. So why do they need a membership card? The third prince of Qin state felt aggrieved. The officials around him rolled their eyes and whispered in their master's ear. The third prince's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, the marriage does not necessarily require the princess to marry over. He can marry one back. But he will have to let his wife at home give up her position. When they had these thoughts, the peace talks were half successful before they even started. This is also the reason why Tianqin has been dragging on without formal talks. And there is no restriction on letting them wander around the palace at will. Just waiting for them to discover the magic of the supermarket. The more they look at it, the more they want it. And naturally they will think about how to get along well with Zhou. At this time, Yin Yin and her people happened to pass by the flower room. The people inside saw her at a glance. The eyes of the third prince of Qin state lit up and asked, "Is that Princess Jiahe, who has been in the limelight recently?" Yes. It is said that she is the agent of the supermarket fairy. Whether it is the supermarket or the membership card, she is the one who made it. It's amazing. Then isn't it different if we cooperate with her? Prince He of Qi said. As soon as this was said, several people nodded at the same time and had the idea of making friends. Princess Yu was exquisite and stood up when the emperor's uncle was talking, bowed slightly to several people, and then left the flower room gracefully and said hello to the people passing by outside. Prince Su sighed, with regret in his words. Prince He, your country's Princess Yu is indeed a wonderful person. If the peace talks are successful, it's fine. If not, wouldn't it be a pity for her to marry into the great Zhou? Prince He of Qi smiled and shook his head. It was Yu's own idea to come to the marriage. My royal brother has doted on her since she was a child. Basically, whatever she said is what it is. So, it's not a pity. It's the girl's own choice. As the emperor's uncle, I just choose to support her. Besides, I believe that with this girl's intelligence, she can live well no matter where she is. That's right. Look, let someone come in. Everyone looked at the door, and the 2 walked in together. Jiahe greets all the envoys. Yin Yan didn't know them, so she used envoys instead. Everyone stood up. Some bowed, and some nodded. It depends on the rank. Those who are princes like her would nod. Those who are 1 rank lower than prince would bow slightly. And those without titles would bow with their hands clasped. Yin Yan looked at everyone. Except for Princess Yu. There was no one too young. It seemed that the young prince of Yin state was not here. Princess Jiahe, I heard that you designed this glass greenhouse? The third prince of Qin state spoke first. Yin Yin smiled and replied, I just drew a rough draft, and the Ministry of Industry will improve it later. That's because Princess Jiahe has a novel idea to make such a beautiful greenhouse. I wonder if this glass can be traded. The other party praised her, and went straight to the point. Business came. And Yin Yin smiled more gently. Of course it can be traded, but it can only be traded through members at present. You should have heard about the information of members, so I won't repeat it. Cement can also be traded. It is not only cheap, but also very practical. The road will not be muddy on rainy days, and it can be used for a long time and is very convenient to maintain. My father is planning to change all the streets in the capital into cement roads. She also promoted cement, which has a larger market space than glass. After hearing the other party's introduction, several people were moved. Princess, you spoke at the right time. To be honest with Princess Jia, she is very interested in both glass and cement roads. But the two countries are far away, so it is unrealistic to buy in large quantities. She shook her head with regret. The other people cooperated with regretful expressions. The third prince of Qin continued. Princess, you said exactly what we want to say. Qin also wants to buy in large quantities. If we can solve the problem of large-scale transportation, we don't mind an extra 10% cost. The implication is that as long as Qin has a membership card, he doesn't mind spending money to buy it. Prince Su also echoed. Although Yin State has already confirmed that there is a membership card, who would complain about too much good things? Could Yin not see what they meant? However, this is exactly what she wants, as she is planning to open up foreign markets. Princess Yu, and other envoys, I have understood the situation you are worried about. Regarding the membership card, I will take out 3 extra cards. I just hope that no matter whether the peace talks can go smoothly, it will not affect the relationship and friendship between the 4 countries. The word extra made several people happy. Does it mean that as long as the peace talks are successful, each country can get 2 membership cards? For the membership card, this peace talks must be successful even if they are not successful. As for the success, that is a matter for the future. Let's get the membership card first. Breaking the contract? At the beginning, it won't be that bad. They will wait and see. If the 2 sides are evenly matched, they don't mind spending money and effort to completely destroy the Heavenly Palace. No one likes to have an emperor above their heads. If the Great Zhou was defeated and had no power to fight back, they would turn to the Heavenly Palace, and they would just provide people and money. From the other party's words, they also got a message that this Princess Jia really had great authority as rumored. For such an important matter, she didn't even need the consent of the Emperor of the Great Zhou to make the decision. Does this also mean that as long as they make friends with this Princess Jia, they will have more membership cards? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Then several people stood up and thanked Yin one after another, hoping that the cooperative relationship would always exist well. Then they praised her and Ning Yuan, and said that they would go to ask for a glass of wedding wine when the 2 got married. Anyway, good words don't cost money, so just say it. Even though Prince Su had an ice-cold face and didn't like to talk, he would agree from time to time, with Princess Yu livening up the atmosphere. The atmosphere in the flower room seemed lively and familiar. It didn't seem that they had just met each other today. Who is not a smart person? Plus deliberately making friends. The scene naturally couldn't cool down. Chapter 404. He is afraid. Yin was also happy, and took out a few watermelons to share with everyone. Seeing her method of taking things out of thin air, several people were amazed and became more persistent in the membership card. Later, when they saw the strength of the Great Zhou army and Yin Yan's ability, they would understand that if they did not catch up, some gaps would become larger and larger, and joining forces with the Great Zhou to fight against the Heavenly Palace would become possible from being out of reach. They even felt that Yin Yan's appearance seemed to be specifically used to fight against the Heavenly Palace. Is this because God finally couldn't stand it anymore and was going to take action? By then, their doubts about the immortals also turned into beliefs. I'm getting off topic. Yin did not return to the princess's mansion, but went to the Song family. When she came back, it was almost noon. Lord Song had returned a long time ago, and Ning Yuan was sitting on the rooftop basking in the sun boredly. Suddenly he stood up. His figure moved, and disappeared on the rooftop. As soon as Yin arrived in the backyard, Ning Yuan appeared in front of her. Why are you here? Ning Yuan was pleasantly surprised. I originally wanted to go to the princess's mansion to find you, but my uncle wouldn't let me, and he said I couldn't go out these 2 days. Ning Yuan, I have something important to tell you. Seeing her serious expression, and thinking about his uncle's seriousness, Ning Yuan's heart immediately lifted. Will there be any problems with the wedding? How about we get married tomorrow? Not necessarily on that day. He became more and more anxious as he spoke, and pulled her out. No. Let's go find the 2 uncles now, and move up the wedding. He would never allow any problems with the wedding. He wanted to marry her. Yin hurriedly held him. Don't worry. It's not a problem with the wedding. Ning Yuan paused and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there is no problem with the wedding. Then why are you and your uncle so serious? I was shocked. Yin Yin rolled her eyes helplessly. Could it be that only our wedding is important to you? Of course. Ning Yuan looked as if it was a matter of course. This is the most important event in my life. And I must not make any mistakes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. If anyone dared to destroy it, don't blame him for it. Although he has never killed anyone, it doesn't mean he won't. At this time, Ning Yuan was still in a semi-amnesia state and didn't remember what happened before the time travel. Isn't it the most important thing for you? He asked back. It's not the wedding that's important. It's you. So my expression is serious. Okay. Tell me what happened that made you so nervous and uneasy. Yin Yen asked the 4 people who followed him to wait outside the courtyard, and then went back to the room with him to set up the barrier. She told the story between Princess Anha and the Emperor, Ningji, and Mingyi in detail. The reason why she said it in such detail was that she hoped Ning Yuan would not hate Ningji anymore. And at the same time, he should be wary of Mingyi and the people in the palace. She also told him her guess that Mingyi and her child approached him for the purpose of using family affection to bind him, so that he would be willing to be a minister and not compete with the prince for that position. After listening to her story, Ning Yuan remained silent and looked very hurt. He probably didn't expect that his aunt, whom he had always regarded as a relative, would harm his mother and him. He also treated his cousin sincerely, thinking that he could study hard and become an official in the court in the future to assist his cousin, the prince. His experiences from childhood to adulthood made him long for family affection and care. He thought he had more relatives. But in the end, everything was a conspiracy. The contrast was too great, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Yin Yin stepped forward and hugged him gently. Ning Yuan leaned on her shoulder and rubbed it slowly. I never thought that my father would be. Even if it was, I wouldn't want that position. Why are they so defensive against me? His words were full of loss and sadness. Yin Yin touched his face distressfully and comforted him softly. Everyone cares about different things. In their eyes, maybe the supreme position is more important than family affection. Stay away from the famous family in the future. They may be from the heavenly palace. Yeah. Ning Yuan hummed in a sullen voice. And his mood was still not very good. Yin Yin felt that she had to increase the stakes. Otherwise, what if this guy was soft-hearted? By the way, I almost didn't see you today. What's wrong? When it came to Yin Yin, Ning Yuan's expression immediately became serious, and there was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Today I met the prince outside the imperial study. He transferred the hatred of Mingyi being disliked by the emperor to me. Not only did he want to arrest me, but he also wanted to slap me in the face with a stick. If the emperor hadn't arrived in time, I might have been beaten to death by him to vent his hatred. The more he listened to her, the colder Ning Yuan's face became, with waves of chills. At the end, he was full of murderous intent. At this time, he didn't think at all. Yin Yin was very skilled, and her personality would never let him suffer. All he could think of was that someone wanted to touch his Yin Yin and was looking for death. The prince was already on his blacklist. Yin Yin felt that the effect was quite good this time. However, in order to prevent him from being soft-hearted, she didn't mind going to the crown prince or the second prince from time to time. It would be better to come back with some injuries, and the effect would probably be better. Ning Yuan hugged her, still in shock. Yin Yin, why don't we leave the capital? In his opinion, no matter how powerful a person is, he can't shake a court. Instead of doing this, it's better to stay away. Yin Yin looked at him in surprise. Your father doesn't want him anymore? She knew that he actually longed for family affection. Ning Yuan shook his head without hesitation. He can't even protect us. So what's the point of recognizing him? And it's just a waste of time. It's better to pretend that you know nothing. Let's go to Yushi. I heard that the scenery there is beautiful, and the climate is pleasant. Yin Yin also wanted to agree. But the supermarket was in the palace, and he couldn't leave. If she deliberately failed to be promoted and recalled the supermarket, she was worried that the Tiantian would take the opportunity to find loopholes. She didn't allow Ning Yuan to be controlled again. Thinking of this, she deliberately frowned and found an excuse. I don't want to leave. They heard you. I don't want to let them get away with it. Even if you don't want that position, you can't let someone from the Ming family sit on it. This is not only for the two of us, but also for the Song family. Otherwise, when the other party becomes the emperor, the first to suffer will definitely be the two uncles. In fact, whether they leave or not, the prince will never be able to ascend to that position again. Hearing her say this, Ning Yuan also felt that it made sense and really couldn't just leave. Then you must tell me when you go to the palace in the future. Understand? She smiled and pinched his cheek. Protect me with you? He nodded seriously. Protecting his wife is what he should do. He didn't understand why. He had fallen in love with her for a short time. But he loved her deeply. So deeply that he could do without anything. But not without her. He couldn't tell why this feeling occupied his mind so unreasonably. Yen, don't leave me. I'm afraid. He hugged her tightly. I was afraid that I would go crazy. That I would fall into darkness and become an enemy of everyone. Chapter 405 Ningji. This scheming boy. I don't know since when. There is always a feeling of gain and loss in my heart. Fearing that she will suddenly disappear. And it is because of this that he has no choice but to get married. Even if there is no memory of the past. The feeling of almost losing makes the soul tremble when thinking about it. And subconsciously, does not want to experience it again. Yin gently patted his back and comforted him. Don't be afraid. I am here. I will clear all obstacles for you. Okay. Let's fight the bad guys together. Ning Yuan did not correct her thoughts. Just let her think so. The two hugged for a long time. And Ning Yuan embarrassedly let her go. I'll go to the princess's mansion these 2 days. I'll be next door to you. He emphasized that she should not think too much. Yin thought. Even if I think too much, I guess you will not agree. Ning Yuan now has ancient thinking. He believes that such an important and sacred moment must be held on the day of marriage. Thinking of the bridal chamber, Yin had to think of another thing. That is, it has been almost a year since she came here, but the relatives still haven't come. She checked her body and was completely healthy, without any problems. But she just didn't come. She even secretly went to see a doctor outside. And the doctor also said that she was healthy and had no problems. Suddenly, she felt a little guilty. What's wrong? Ning Yuan noticed that her face was not right and asked. Yin hesitated and chose to be frank with him. After a brief explanation, Ning Yuan didn't care. As long as your body is fine. What does it matter whether you have your period or not? Maybe I can't get pregnant? It doesn't matter. Besides, don't we have Xiaodan and Xiaoong? Don't you mind not having your own bloodline? Whether in ancient times or modern times. Humans always care about inheritance. However, Ning Yuan shook his head. I really don't care. Whether it's the Ning family or the Tian family. There are so many people. We can't die. After saying that, he was a little worried and told her. Don't have the silly idea of my mother. Do you hear me? I really don't care about the child. Yin was sure from his expression and words that he really didn't care. So there was nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I'm not that great. It's impossible for me to let you go. Even if I die, I will take you with me. That's good. Ning Yuan liked her domineering very much. He held her face and pecked her lips gently. Let's make a promise to live and die together. Okay? Okay. Yin nodded vigorously. And her almond eyes were filled with a brilliant and charming smile. Next, Yin talked about Xia Jinger. She didn't mention it to the emperor. The Ning family was released. So she must be fine. Ning Yuan had a faint expression and only said that what happened to the other party in the future had nothing to do with him. Yin was very satisfied with his attitude and talked about her future plans. One of which was to train her own people. She planned to train the 4 dragon guards outside into supernatural masters. Specifically to deal with the Ming family and the Tiantian. As long as 2 activities were held, it would be no problem for the energy tree to grow 10 more energy crystals. Ning Yuan meant that she should discuss it with Abu. It's not that he is mean. But the Mingyi incident made him dare not trust others casually. Why not control it if he can? Anyway, Yin is their master. Yin was unwilling at first. Ning Yuan reminded her. You have to do special things. The means by which the Heavenly Palace controls people are not subject to the will of the other party. They have your ability. If they rebel one day, it will be a disaster. Yin felt that what he said was reasonable. The situation was special. Just like she used rules to restrict Ning Yuan. She had no choice. Okay. I'll listen to you. Ning Yuan thought about it. But still felt unsafe. Training is fine. But he must be weaker than you. It's best that 4 people can't beat you together. This is also a precaution. Finally, it's about Ning Yuan's recognition of his father. One father has already lived in the Song family. Should he resolve the grievances with the other party? One is his biological father. He has been kept in the dark for more than 20 years. He has hated him for half his life. And ended up hating the wrong person. It's still quite sad to say. Both of them love him deeply. Thinking of Ningji. Ning Yuan's expression was indifferent. My previous memories were sporadic. And I only saw him a few times a year. To be honest, I didn't have much emotion towards him. But now I know that he actually loves me. And he even turned himself into a medicine man to save me. To be honest, I am very moved. Then let's have dinner together tonight, she suggested. Yes. Ning Yuan nodded and had no objection. He couldn't act out the fatherly love and filial piety. But he didn't hate him either. He just treated him as a familiar stranger. As for the emperor, Ning Yuan actually minded a little. I don't want to recognize him. Anyway, he doesn't lack sons. Ningji at least kept his chastity for his mother, and didn't even have a child. But the emperor had a lot of women and children. Even if he was kept in the dark, Ning Yuan felt that he was not worthy of his mother. In his opinion, love is the only and sacred thing. And his father's behavior is betrayal. Either you don't love, or you are loyal. Saying I love you so much while sleeping with other women and having children. It's disgusting. The more he thought about it, the uglier his face looked. I don't recognize him. His words were stiff and full of resentment. Yin Yin hurried to comfort him. Okay. We don't recognize him. I'll still be his adopted daughter. And you can be his son-in-law. Ning Yuan snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even want to call him father now. Both of them actually understood that from the emperor's perspective. He did nothing wrong. His lover betrayed him. So couldn't he marry and have children? It doesn't make sense. But from Ning Yuan's perspective, he certainly hoped that his father would only have one woman. His mother. And only him as a child. In the evening, Ning Yuan came to the place where he was eating a little uncomfortably. Although he said he would treat them as strangers, he still didn't know how to face them if they really met. The main reason was that he had not had a good relationship with him over the years. And suddenly he became a particularly good father. And he was not used to it. Who knew that Ningji did not come until the food was served? Song Yin still disliked this cheap brother-in-law and grumbled with dissatisfaction. This guy. Doesn't he know that Xiao Yuan is coming to eat? What's the point of joking? Lord Song glanced at his brother, asked him to say less, and then sent someone to invite him. After a while, the servant came back to report that Ningji was injured and didn't want Ning Yuan to see this. So he didn't come to eat. When his injury healed, everyone would eat together. Hearing that Ningji would not come, Ning Yuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard that he was injured, his heart couldn't help but lift up again. Is father seriously injured? Not seriously. But he was beaten twice by the emperor. Is it that serious? Song Yin curled his lips, thinking that Ningji was intentional. He knew that Xi Yuan had a bad relationship with him. So he played hard to get and increased the distance between father and son. He also took advantage of his injury to make Xi Yuan worry about him. What a scheming man. Chapter 406 Untitled. Uncle, didn't you ask a doctor to take a look? Ning Yuan's mentality was indeed as Song Yin thought. Because the other party pulled away. And he began to worry after the discomfort disappeared. Song Yin secretly criticized Ningji in his heart. But he still had to comfort his nephew on the surface. Don't worry, Xi Yuan. He has seen a doctor and applied medicine. It's mainly because of the wound on his face. He, as a father, feels embarrassed to let the younger generation see it. You didn't see how arrogant this guy was this morning. Ahem. Second brother. You should say less. Song Hai coughed lightly, interrupting his brother's complaints, thinking that he is Xi Yuan's father after all. You should give him some face. Song Yin snorted reluctantly twice. Ning Yuan and Yin Yin covered their mouths and laughed. Song Yin glared at them. Shut up. And eat. Because it was a dinner specially prepared for Ningji and his son. No one else was there except them. Lord Song again told the two not to deal with the Ming family in the future, fearing that they would be deceived at a young age. The two nodded quickly, indicating that they knew and would definitely stay away from the Ming family. Lord Song nodded with satisfaction at their obedience. By the way, before you get married, don't go to class. Your uncle will tell the emperor. Ning Yuan didn't ask why, and replied okay. Song Yin glanced at his elder brother, touched his chin, and thought, this is going to cause trouble. I wonder if the two will fight when they meet. For some reason, he suddenly didn't want Ningji, his cheap brother-in-law, to be beaten. He thought for a while, and looked at his elder brother. Although there is a custom that you can't meet 1 month before getting married, Xiao Yuan is a special case. Brother, should we make special arrangements? Lord Song glanced at his brother, and he didn't know what he meant. He was just looking for fun. But he agreed. Okay. But Xia Yuan, you have to respect your wife. Understand? He almost said it. Nephew, you must control yourself. Don't worry. Uncle, I won't. Ning Yuan promised with a slightly red face, and then secretly glanced at the person next to him, just in time to meet her teasing smile. Boom! Ning Yuan's face was cooked directly. After dinner, Yin Yen asked the two uncles for a favor. I plan to hold an event in the supermarket in the next 2 days. I hope uncles can help find a few to support it. Among them, if the consumption exceeds 500,000, a purchasing card will be given for free. And if the consumption exceeds 1 million, a membership card will be given for free. Hearing about giving away membership cards, Lord Song's expression became serious. What's wrong? Is there another task for the supermarket? He had told Yin Yen before that membership cards should be given out as little as possible in the future. And even if they are to be given, they should be given to good people. Yin Yen nodded. There is indeed a task, which requires a turnover of 10 million. Ordinary people can only spend a few dozen taels. So I can only count on the aristocratic families. She didn't say why so much money was needed. Nor did she talk about training people with special abilities. Lord Song stroked his beard and thought for a while. 1 million per family is not a problem. If the peace talks between the 3 countries are successful, food and grass will be a huge consumption. The 3 years of drought have left the court with little money. At that time, every family will have to contribute money and food. However, there is no need to give this membership card. Just give a purchasing card. For both emotional and rational reasons. Lord Song doesn't want other families to have membership cards. This thing doesn't seem to be a big deal. But in fact, it is very important. There is another point he didn't mention. The membership cards Yin Yen distributed were either controlled by the court or incorporated by the aristocratic families. At the beginning, Lu Yu and young Master He were from the court. Zhao Fian had already joined the Song family. Patriarch Min was from the Yin family. And the 26 cards she had distributed before. 1 from each of the 10 major families. And the rest were controlled by the court. This is because Li Chan died. If he hadn't died, he would have been lured over by the aristocratic families. Of course, not counting the court. The Song family is the family with the most membership cards. Song Qing and Song Bai, twins, among whom Ning Yuan and the eldest princess are interns in the supermarket. Other families are envious. And Lord Song doesn't want to give them this opportunity. Especially if both the purchasing card and the membership card are in hand. It will be difficult for this family to be destroyed. This is also the reason why he disagrees. Yin Yen didn't think so much at the beginning. She just wanted to increase the intensity of the activities, so that those big families would bleed. Lord Song also understands her approach. For the promotional discount, you can get a purchasing card for purchases over 1 million. And leave the rest to your uncle. He has taken on the task of 10 million. With the guarantee and help of her uncle, Yin Yen naturally doesn't have to worry. And she is happy and at ease. The two returned to the princess's mansion very late. And the children were all asleep. Yin Yen planned to wait until the supermarket event was over in 2 days. And then discuss the matter of Mingjia Beast control with Abu. In the next 2 days, she took the children to the supermarket in the palace. Since there was an event, the supermarket in the palace could not be left behind. Queen Nandong Fenger took the lead and went shopping. She had a very smooth time during this period. Mingyi, that woman, disappeared, and her children were registered under her name. Although she knew that the 4 people would not be truly filial to her, she was naturally happy to be able to discuss Mingyi. Then, since Mingyi left the palace, the emperor came to talk to her every now and then, to have a meal, etc. Although he didn't stay overnight, she was already very satisfied. Then, 2 days ago, the Ning family was pardoned, and the prince was confined for offending Jia. She vaguely felt that things were going to change, even if her hunger couldn't sit in that position, as long as it wasn't the child of Mingyi. That woman, she was willing to support it. The queen was thinking about how to repay Jia, and this opportunity came. The supermarket in the materialization was a cashier ticket, so she didn't have to sell the items in the warehouse anymore. She directly bought 500,000 taels of grain and decided to give alms in the city on the day of Yin Yan's wedding to gather blessings and send happiness to the newlyweds. She didn't say it, but asked the people of the Nangong family to do it on that day. This move successfully won the favor of the emperor, the Song family, and Yin Yan. On the first day of the event, the supermarket in the palace also welcomed envoys from the three kingdoms. They heard that there was a purchasing card for spending over 1 million, and they immediately borrowed money from the emperor of the Great Zhou. Although the functions of the purchasing card are not clear, it is definitely not bad. Unfortunately, they did not bring much money with them, so they had to borrow from the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Tianqin would not borrow for nothing, and directly signed an agreement to deepen cooperation. In this way, even if the peace talks failed, the three kingdoms would not immediately turn against each other. The three kingdoms did not suffer from disasters, and they had a good harvest every year and no shortage of food. So the things they bought were cement, glass, tarpaulin, and dozens of tricycles on the second floor. Originally, it was thought that someone would be sent to transport the goods, but the emperor directly sent 3 members to deliver the goods to the three kingdoms, which was not only convenient, but also saved a lot of transportation costs. Of course, they were called members, but actually said purchasers. The purchasing card has a temporary storage function. After paying a certain deposit, the goods to be sold can be temporarily stored in the warehouse. The area is nearly 1,000 square meters, which is very large. You only need to pay a little extra management fee every day. It is equivalent to the storage function. But Yin Yan did not open it to purchasers. It will not be open in the future. Chapter 407, I don't want to let him go. Now the transportation of the things purchased by the three countries is a problem. So she temporarily opened the permissions of 3 of the purchasers. She will not release this temporary storage function unless the supermarket is upgraded and the functions and rules of the warehouse are more perfect. For example, half of the batch of goods temporarily stored by the purchaser must be sold to the supermarket. If they are not sold, the deposit must be deducted. Only when such mandatory rules appear will she consider releasing it. Now there are no such rules, and the other party can use it as a storage space, which is not okay. Yin Yan has thought that the supermarket's approach should be to encourage purchasers to sell more supermarket goods. And storage is a benefit. Come to think of it, the goods in the supermarket have always been in and out. So many goods cannot appear out of thin air, even if they are not in this time and space. They are taken from other time and space. No wonder. The supermarket only accepted cash before. Silver bills are useful here, but they are just waste paper in other places. It was not until the emergence of the material supermarket that paper money was collected, which was just right to pay the purchasers, with in and out, forming a simple cycle. Yin Yan is 80% sure that the supermarket can communicate with other time and space. The warehouse has collected so many things, and the supermarket has not seen any new ones. 80% of them are sold at high prices to other time and space. So can we look forward to it? When the supermarket reaches the highest level, we can trade across time and space? Will we be able to return to their world? Of course. She is just thinking about it. In 2 days, 5 supermarkets held activities at the same time, and a total of more than 40 million were obtained, which can be watered 200 times. If it is not limited to a maximum of 100 waterings per month, she can get 20 energy crystals at once. The promotion condition of the supermarket is that there are no less than 100 energy crystals. Isn't it completed in one go? By the way, there is also the number of members. There are 40,000 to 50,000 members who joined in the past 2 days alone, which has long exceeded the quota. In the evening, Yin Yan complained while watering the energy tree. Why can't it be watered 100 times at once? She clicked. The kettle watered once, and then she had to wait for 5 seconds before watering the second time. Ning Yuan accompanied her on the side, because Yin Yan turned on the sharing function, and she could see the energy tree. An apple tree that looked very much like the one in the comics appeared in front of her. He didn't remember the comics, but he felt that the energy tree in front of him was different from the trees planted in reality. And it was very strange. There were red apples on it, and the apples were perfect like fakes, and occasionally dotted with a colorful crystal, which was very beautiful. How about I try? Seeing her frowning while watering, he wanted to help her. Yin Yan stopped and motioned him to water. Ning Yuan clicked the kettle, but the kettle didn't respond. He spread his hands with regret. It seems that you still have to work hard. Okay, Yin Yan said to him while resignedly lighting the kettle. Can you see if you can pick the apples? The energy tree was not high, And he could touch the apples with his hands. But he could touch them, but could not pick them. It still doesn't work. It seems that only you can do it. Okay. Yin Yin looked at him with regret. Perhaps he could restore his identity as a warehouse manager. But she did not return the position to him, fearing that it would override the rules she set. Ning Yuan did not care, but instead told her, "This is the best. These originally belonged to you. And, except me, don't let anyone else see the energy tree." Yin Yin gave him a look that said, "Am I an idiot?" It was because that person was him. Yin Yin was watering boring. Curious gossip. "By the way, what did the Emperor say to you today? I saw that he was in a bad mood when he left." Speaking of the Emperor, Ning Yuan's smile froze. "He said that after solving the Tianjin issue, he would let me return to my ancestral home." "Oh, did you agree?" He shook his head slightly. "No, he doesn't lack sons. But I am your only child, and I don't want to change my name." Ning Ji and his son got along well these 2 days. They were more like friends than father and son. Ning Ji respected his opinions, and would not use his father's identity to ask him to do anything. He felt pretty good, and his previous discomfort was completely overthinking. Ning Yuan's answer made Yin Yin understand that he had not forgiven the Emperor. That was the grudge of the previous generation. And it was your mother's own choice. You don't have to impose it on yourself. No. I am the continuation of my mother's life. If I don't feel sorry for her, who else can? Ning Yuan's expression became serious, and he looked at the distance with a sharp gaze. Neither I nor my mother has the right to interfere with what he does. After all, it was my mother who let go first. Similarly, he has no right to interfere with what I want to do. At the end, his tone became cold and hard. An outsider can see what his mother did. And as her most beloved person, he not only cannot understand her, but also does not trust her. To be honest, he is disappointed with this biological father. He even thinks that the Emperor is not worthy of his mother. Apart from an identity, what can he compare with Ningji? No wonder. In just 1 year, his mother was worried that her heart would waver, and then hurriedly left the world. A person who loves you wholeheartedly is very easy to fall for. Yin Yin is not the person involved after all, so it is not convenient for her to interfere too much in such matters. You make the decision. I support you. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. I will still hold this father's thigh. But I won't listen to him in everything. Otherwise, let me coax him. Don't wrong yourself. No, don't coax him in the future. I just want him to feel guilty. Feel sorry for my mother, and sorry for me. At this point, he paused. His eyes slightly dodged. Do you think I'm a bit mean? I actually want to punish him, so that he can never forget my mother for the rest of his life. He said that what the other party did had nothing to do with him. But in fact, he didn't want to let this father go. Why did his mother leave so miserably and sadly, while he hugged her left and right? Yin Yin understood his approach, and even interpreted another meaning. This is the father-son relationship. Why didn't he treat Ningji like this? She stopped watering, raised her hand, and touched his cheek, giving him an encouraging look. Of course I support you. Or I can help you think of how to deal with him. Forget it. It's not easy for him. Ning Yuan thought of the ways she had tortured him, and shook his head immediately. After all, he is his father, and he can't be messed up. Okay. Yin Yin felt a little regretful, threw him an apple, and continued watering. The two of them leaned against each other, and there was a big tree full of apples in front of them. The picture was even beautiful. Of course, ignore the sound of the two people chewing apples. There were more and more colorful crystals on the tree, and Yin Yin looked at the fruits with a sense of accomplishment. At the beginning, Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong each had an energy crystal to awaken their superpowers. These 15 should allow them to upgrade to level 2, and strive to reach level 3 next month. Why don't you upgrade yourself? Ning Yuan asked her, puzzled. Chapter 408, Scared to Death. My wife almost died. Because my superpower core has mutated. The energy has expanded nearly 10 times. If I want to upgrade, I need too many crystals. It would be best if I have a crystal source. Is it the one you gave me last time? He remembered that Yin Yin gave him something on the wedding day. And then he had powerful energy in his body, which she called superpowers. The two of them tied at that time, and he felt incredible. Yin Yin nodded slightly. It's that thing. I think I will be rewarded after I complete the promotion task of the supermarket. So I'm not in a hurry. I will train a few helpers first. Yen Yen. Actually I can too. Ning Yuan offered to help again. But she interrupted him before he finished speaking. No. Unless you are in danger of your life. You can't use superpowers on a large scale. Do you hear me? Oh. He lowered his head and responded, feeling useless and a burden. Yin Yin was not satisfied with his answer. So she held his face and asked him to look at her. Ning Yuan. This is a very serious matter. Looking at the sharp eyes in her eyes, Ning Yuan immediately cheered up and promised. You have told me several times. I remember it. Forget it. It's a burden. As long as she is happy. Ning Yuan looked at it, and nothing was more important than her. So he would do whatever she said. Yin Yin had carefully checked his body for the past 2 days. And there was no seed in his body. And that thing could not disappear out of thin air. So she thought of the extra red energy ball in his sea of consciousness. Although there was energy inside. No life. But she had a feeling that what she was looking for was inside. After having this idea, Yin Yin did not dare to give him the crystal. Compared with restoring memory and upgrading superpowers, unknown dangers are the most terrifying. Let's stay like this for now. It seems that except for scolding Tiantian and Ningyi, she has no other way. She dares not make any move. Pinching Ning Yuan's cheek, Yin Yin sighed in her heart. Why is it so bumpy? There are still 2 days before the wedding. These 2 days, the Song family, the princess's mansion, and even the emperor are very busy. The emperor is busy talking with the envoy, because Jia promised to give an extra membership card. He took the opportunity to add a condition, which is that if Dezhou fails, the 3 countries must ensure that the people of Dezhou will not be implicated. At the same time, there is a secret clause that the royal family of the 3 countries will give Yin Yin a county lord title and give her a small piece of fiefdom. The premise for this additional condition to be established is that the royal family of Dezhou changes people, or Dezhou no longer exists. The 3 families agreed to this condition very readily, and even proposed that even if Dezhou was fine, they would be willing to give her a princess title. The emperor refused and asked for a county lord title and a fiefdom as big as a county town. The envoys of the 3 countries did not understand why he did this. Even if he was a guarantor, shouldn't he protect his child? Why is it an adopted daughter? Could it be that he would let Princess Jia take his child to seek refuge abroad? Think about it. It is really possible. Why not a better title? Maybe he didn't want to attract other people's attention. As for restoring the country, that's not worth thinking about. They are not philanthropists. Unless they control the other party as a puppet. Let him marry and have children in the local area, and then support the other party's child to take back the throne. This kind of thing can be considered. The premise is that Princess Jia will not object. They have also inquired a lot about the other party's reputation in the past few days. He is not an easy person to deal with. Besides, Yen Yen, who stayed in the princess's mansion, was not idle. She went to discuss with Abu. First of all, is there any way to deal with the beasts of the Ming family? Abu proposed 2 methods. The first one is the same as what they thought before. To accelerate the growth of the golden dragon. Once it reaches maturity, it is not a problem to control all beasts. This method was temporarily rejected by Yin Yin. Unless necessary. She did not want to hurt Abu. The second method is to cultivate a king of beasts. Although it cannot control all beasts like the golden dragon, it is still no problem to suppress it. So, the 2 thought of Xiaohu at the same time. Auntie, there is an energy in Xiaohu's body that is being gestated. Once the energy is formed, plus some golden dragon blood, it can become the king of beasts in a short time. The energy that Abu mentioned reminded Yin Yin of the demon pill. Her eyes lit up and she asked, Abu, as long as the energy in the tiger's body is strong enough, can we scare those beasts even without the blood of the golden dragon? Abu felt a little warm in his heart. He knew that his aunt was worried about him. Aunt, we still need some golden dragon blood, which is the blood suppression from the royal family. But it won't take much. And it won't affect me and the golden dragon. In fact, we both have excess energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't eat a fruit every 2 days. During this period, he ate a lot of energy fruits. Whether it was the golden dragon or him, their bodies reached saturation. If the golden dragon hadn't considered that he was still too young and suppressed its own energy, it would have entered the mature stage now. Really? Yin Yin looked into his eyes and gently touched his head. Abu nodded vigorously. It's true. I won't lie to you. Auntie. Yin Yin smiled kindly and said softly, Remember what you said? Don't lie to you. Auntie. If I know that you lied to me, even if it was a well-intentioned lie, I will cancel your marriage with Xiao Dan. Abu's expression was stunned. His body was tense. And he looked at her nervously. Auntie. I promise not to lie in the future. Please don't cancel my marriage with Xiao Dan. At the end, he almost cried. Yin Yan's words scared him. And when he thought of Xiao Dan leaving him, Abu felt bad. Yin Yan knocked on his little head. If you want to marry Xiao Dan in the future, then grow up obediently. If you don't cherish your body and life, how can I entrust Xiao Dan to you? Instead of this, it's better to cancel the marriage as soon as possible, and I will find a good man for Xiao Dan. Abu was so scared that he quickly hugged her arms, blinking his big watery eyes, begging, Auntie, don't find someone else. I will definitely grow up obediently in the future. I swear. Yin Yan patted his little head with satisfaction, thinking, little guy, I can't cure you. She was afraid that this little guy would be deceived again. Abu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. And his wife was almost gone. Abu, do you have something that can prevent people from rebelling? No. Abu immediately shook his head seriously. And at the end, he had to add, I don't have such a thing. If he didn't add the last sentence, Yin Yan would believe it. Don't think too much. Annie wants to train for superpowers. But she's afraid they'll betray me after they learn. This, Abu still didn't say there was a way. Yin Yang could understand his hesitation. So she slapped him on the back of his head. What are you thinking about? Do you not believe in yourself? Or do you not believe in Auntie? Abu touched the back of his head in pain, and pursed his lips a little aggrieved. Auntie. Yin Yang deliberately glared at him with a stern face. What do you mean? Tell me the method quickly. Don't waste Auntie's time. Chapter 409. You are awesome. Abu no longer hesitated and took out a thumb-sized glass bottle. This little bug is called Zhongxing. It is very small, usually parasitic in the human brain, and will be loyal to the person who feeds them Zhongxing for life. There are 5 pink, sesame-like bugs in the glass bottle. I have cultivated 7 in total, one of which I put on Xia Jinger without your consent. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. If he hadn't handed over Zhongxing today, he wouldn't have said it. Xia Jinger? Yin Yan was a little surprised. So, Xia Jinger will be loyal to me for life? Abu nodded. Yes. I think this woman is too dangerous. But Auntie didn't take her seriously. So I acted on my own. Auntie, I didn't hide it on purpose. But I was afraid that you would be soft-hearted and couldn't do it. Xiao Yong once said that there are some things we need to do for you. Yin Yan rolled her eyes speechlessly. Is she a naive person in the eyes of the children? And let these little guys worry about it. And Xiao Yong actually taught Abu bad things without telling her. He deserves to be punished. Xiao Yong, Mom, are you sure it was me who taught my son bad things? But is Xia Jinger loyal to her? It seems that she didn't feel it. She planned to marry Ning Yuan, used the bell to control Ning Yuan, and later came to Ning Yuan when she was away. These things don't look like loyalty to her. Either this bug doesn't work, or Xia Jinger does something different from what she thinks. That's enough. Auntie doesn't blame you. What about the other one? I put the other one on Kiguzi with Xiaodan's hand. Abu's voice became much weaker. He lowered his head, and looked like he had done something wrong. After all, when he did it, Kiguzi was not a bad guy, but Xiaodan's teacher. If his behavior is discovered, it will make Xiao Dan unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a traitor to his teacher and ancestors. You are awesome. Yin Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy quietly calculated even Guzi. Wait, if that's the case, then what about the time when Guzi kidnapped Xiao Dan? So, is this bug ineffective? It was backfired. Abu said it very simply, but Yin Yan thought a lot. No wonder Guzi talked to her so much that night and didn't fight. It turned out that he was injured. Once he started fighting, she would find that he would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. Sure enough, he was cunning and said so much to attract her attention. What did she ask tonight, and what did he answer? I thought he was not that bad. But it turned out that he was just trying to save his life. Abu, is there still this bug in Kiguzi's brain now? Yes. Unless the person dies, Zhongxing will not die. Can it be taken out? Yes. Open the head, and cut off the place where Zhongxing is attached. But he didn't think that a person's head could be opened and still alive. Yin Yin was relieved after hearing this, and then put the bottle away. Abu, Auntie doesn't object to you cultivating bugs. But before using them on others, you must let Auntie know. I know. Auntie. Abu nodded quickly, and a smile appeared on poor Bala's little face. He didn't expect that Auntie was not only not angry, but also didn't doubt him or reject him. No matter who it was. Knowing the existence of Zhengxing, it would be impossible to be so calm. But the trust in Auntie's eyes did not waver at all. He could even see satisfaction in her eyes. Such an aunt. Such a family. He would risk his life to protect them, and would not allow anyone to destroy them. Yin Yin patted his little head. Although he was not big, he had a lot of ideas and was quite smart. She thought it was a good idea to entrust her daughter to him. Xiaodan looked smart, but she was actually simple-minded. Brother Abu. Brother Abu. Just as he was thinking about this little girl, her cheerful shout came from outside the yard. Then, Xiaohu carried Xiaodan into the yard. Seeing Xiaodan, Abu's eyes immediately had stars, and he became different from before. Brother Abu. Catch me. Xiaodan shouted, then opened his arms and jumped off the tiger. Abu rushed over in one step, and then held a person steadily in his arms. Didn't I tell you not to jump like this? He complained, but held a handkerchief in his hand, carefully wiping the sweat on her nose. I'm not afraid. Brother Abu will definitely catch me. Xiao Dan smiled and hugged him like an octopus, rubbing against him. Her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, and her smile was like a blooming flower. Beautiful and charming. So beautiful that he was intoxicated. Seeing Abu like a pervert, Yin Yan's mouth twitched. How could a 6-year-old girl, who was so crazy about people, intoxicate him? She couldn't understand it. Were children in ancient times so precocious? But isn't 9 years old too early? Do you know what a wife is? Brother Abu. Brother Xian gave me a tabby cat. It's small and very cute. Let's go and see it. The brother Xian that Xiao Dan mentioned is Song Bai's second son, 1 year older than Xiao Dan. Did the second young master give you a kitten? Abu still had a doting smile on his face, but his words were full of distance. Xiaodan couldn't hear the voiceover, and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Brother Abu said that he had something good to share with you. So I came to Brother Abu as soon as I got it. She raised her little chin and thought, look at me being good. The smile in Abu's eyes was more doting, because he was holding her with both hands and couldn't bear to let go. So he had to touch her little head affectionately with his head. Xiaodan is the best. Let's go. Let's go see the little tabby cat. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Isn't it just a cat? As long as it's an animal, there is nothing he can't handle. Okay. Okay. Xiaodan giggled, blinking her big eyes, full of Abu's shadow, which made him very satisfied. However, Yin Yin was not satisfied and was jealous. My dear girl, didn't you see your dear mother? She is a living person. How can she have such a sense of existence? Ah, mother? Why are you here? Xiao Dan saw her mother and struggled to get down from Abu's arms. Abu reluctantly put her down, and the little girl ran over and hugged her arms to act coquettishly. I was still wondering who this fairy-like person was, but I didn't expect it was my mother. Mother, you have become more beautiful after not seeing you for a day, and I almost didn't recognize you. Oh, she learned to blame others. What's the matter? Is it my fault to be beautiful? Well, she is willing to bear this sin. Yin Yin pinched her little face. You have learned a lot. Not only have you learned to use honorifics, but you have also improved your ability to flatter. Xiao Dan hummed in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by flattering? I am just telling the truth. Can't I say that my mother is beautiful? You are such a girl. Yin Yin pulled her 2 pigtails. With such a sweet mouth, it is no wonder that Abu is so devoted to her. Okay. Go play with your brother Abu. Okay. Mother. Xiao Dan took Abu and skipped away. Chapter 410, Show Shameless Spirit. Xiaohu didn't move, staring at her with big eyes like copper bells, and growled softly. The meaning was very clear. Give it food. I really owe you. Yin Yin complained. But 2 apples appeared in her hand, and she threw them to it. Xiaohu ate one by one, shook his tail, and then walked away contentedly with elegant steps. Yin Yin couldn't help complaining in her heart, feeling that Xiaohu was becoming more and more humane. At this time, Dania came over. Miss Madame Ding asked you to go over. There are some changes in the process tomorrow. Song Daniel is much stronger than before, wearing good clothes, and he looks energetic, mature and steady, without the shadow of a farmer. Madame Ding said that the Emperor, Empress, and the eldest princess will come in person, and you and the prince consort don't have to go to the palace. The normal process is that the princess and the prince consort go to the palace early in the morning to pay farewell to the emperor and the queen, and then parade and worship in the hall. The emperor was afraid that the child would be tired and didn't want to make too much trouble, so he came directly to the princess's mansion with the queen. It seemed to simplify the process, but it was actually a favor. You know, when the eldest princess got married, there was no such step. Yin Yin didn't expect the emperor to come directly. He probably wanted to please his son. Let's go and take a look. By the way, if they come directly, the reception work needs to be arranged more. Miss, don't worry. The two marquee ladies and Aunt Ding are discussing it. The two marquee ladies are Ning Yuan's two aunts. After all, there is no elder to take care of the princess's mansion, even if there are officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Rights to arrange it. The Song family is afraid of mistakes, so the two marquee ladies are responsible for the reception of the princess's mansion in the past 2 days. The princess's mansion is very large, but there are not many servants. On the day of the wedding, they will definitely be too busy and may neglect the guests. You know, receiving guests is the most tedious and important part. Who can't sit with whom? Who is close to whom? Who is distant? Who is in the same circle? Who is in another circle? Who can't meet? And who can liven up the atmosphere? Male and female guests must be separated, and it will definitely not work if there are fewer servants and maids. But after a purge, the servants of the Song family have been reduced by nearly half, and the Song family also needs to receive guests, so they really can't get anyone out for a while. So, of the 500 guards in the princess's mansion, 300 are responsible for the safety of the mansion, and 200 are temporarily serving as servants to receive guests. The eldest princess also sent 200 guards to help. This allowed all the work to proceed in an orderly manner. When Yin Yin came over, she found that the second and third cousins were also there. Seeing her coming, everyone saluted and greeted her. No matter what generation she was, her status was there. She represented the emperor, and the etiquette could not be abandoned. 2 aunts, 2 cousins, we don't need to be polite to each other. She went over to help the 2 elders up, and she still had to say polite words. After a few small talk, Madame Ding started to talk about business. First of all, the royal family's dowry was being sent in one after another. Needless to say, the emperor gave a lot, and the queen also sent a lot of things over, including clothes, things to use, and things to wear. As for the imperial concubine, she didn't come back, but the female officials in the palace sent 5 boxes of items according to the regulations. They were not outstanding, nor were they flawless, and they were not attentive at all. Madame Ding recorded the things sent by each family in a separate book for the princess to review. This will be the princess's treasury from now on. Yin Yin just glanced at it briefly and handed it to Song Daniel, asking his parents to take care of it. Then the second thing. The emperor and the empress are coming over, and the 2 of them will sit in the main seat for the originally planned ceremony of paying respects to their parents. Yin Yin thought, the emperor wouldn't come just for this ceremony. Right? For her, it doesn't matter who she pays respects to. But someone will probably be unhappy. The unhappy person is Ning Ji. He is sharing his experience of getting married with his son. There is no way. His son is too nervous. It's not even tomorrow yet. But he is so nervous that he can't eat. He is wandering around the yard, muttering about what to do tomorrow. Ning Ji couldn't help scolding him. You are useless. It's just a marriage. Why are you so nervous? Ning Yuan immediately made a bitter face. I don't want to, but I am nervous. I am also worried that there will be an accident tomorrow, which will affect my marriage to Yin Yin. Ningji patted his shoulder and comforted him. What are you worried about? When your father and I married your mother, apart from the late emperor, there were few people who agreed and blessed her, but I still married her. Don't worry. There are so many people watching, and the emperor is protecting us, so nothing will happen. I know. Father, can we skip the parade? Can't we just get married in the hall? Ning Yuan couldn't tell why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, as if something was going to happen tomorrow. So he was nervous. How can we skip it? The parade is to receive everyone's blessings. It is an indispensable process. Not to mention that Jiahe is a royal princess. Don't worry. The wedding will definitely go smoothly. Ningji persuaded him. And in a trance, he seemed to see himself getting married. And he was more nervous than Xiao Yuan. He also wanted to save all these tedious steps. Just marry the girl and quickly complete the wedding ceremony. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed. And the child has grown up. And he also wants to marry and have children like him. He didn't even dare to think about this before. Very good. He also has the face to go to sea, and then he taught the child some knowledge that all men should know. Only when the couple is in harmony can their lives become more and more comfortable. He didn't feel happy for long. But he learned that the emperor, that bastard, would replace him in the wedding ceremony tomorrow. Ningji was so angry that he wanted to go to the palace to argue with him on the spot. He was too much. He was the nominal father of the child. Why couldn't the child worship him when he got married? Ning Yuan hurriedly stopped him and persuaded him. Ningji scolded the emperor for a long time, and only stopped after the child promised to worship him as his father. How could the emperor not know that Ningji would scold him? Of course he knew. But it didn't matter. He didn't take it to heart at all. As long as he could accept his son and daughter-in-law's kneeling, it was fine. The emperor had also thought about it. When the children came back 3 days later and worshipped the ancestral temple, he would officially write Xiao Yuan into the royal jade butterfly and write it in as his son. And Jiahe would also change from an adopted daughter to a daughter-in-law. Even if it couldn't be made public, the ancestors had to know that Xiao Yuan was his son. As for the fact that his son hadn't recognized him yet, was there a conflict? Thinking of Ningji, who had shamelessly moved into the Song family, the emperor decided to be shameless. Otherwise his son would be gone. At night, the Song family was brightly lit. Tomorrow was the day Ning Yuan was getting married. As Xiao Yuan's mother's family, many people would stay up all night tonight. Song Xian sighed. Because his cousin Ning Yuan was getting married, he rushed back as fast as he could after finishing his errands, and finally arrived home this evening. After meeting his father, he returned to the courtyard exhausted. Chapter 411 Deal. Kill Princess Jiahe. The third lady was helping him wash and brush her teeth while she was talking softly. She was just chatting about family matters, talking about what happened at home recently, and caring about her husband's hard work outside, and whether he would go on a long trip next month. Song Xian looked at his wife with a gentle gaze, raised his hand, and tucked her hair behind her ears. The third lady's face flushed. Her eyes flickered, and she was too shy to look at him. Song Xian couldn't help but chuckle. She was still so shy even though she had been married for many years. Just like when she first got married. She hadn't changed over the years. She was still her. And that was what he wanted. You've worked hard during this period. The third lady shook her head slightly. In her opinion, it was her duty to run the family for her husband so that he could work for the emperor with peace of mind. Compared to being in the Lan family, she was not too happy. This is the life I want. Her voice was soft and gentle, and it was very comfortable for Song Xian to hear. He reached out and gently hugged her in his arms, and spoke softly. My job requires me to travel a lot, so it's not suitable for me to take you and the children out to live. Can you give me some more time? She looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling with stars, and she was a little stuttering because of excitement. You mean? Yes. Before she finished, Song Xian smiled and tapped her nose lightly. Are you overjoyed? I'm not. In fact, it's good now. Really. The third wife thought of the impact of the separation of the mansion on her husband, and immediately suppressed her excitement, and then began to object. My husband? You don't know. This time when I was taking care of the princess's marriage, my mother-in-law took me with me, and I learned a lot. And my second sister-in-law's attitude towards me has also changed, and the children often play together. At this point, she looked up at her husband's handsome face and begged, Husband, can you reconcile with my second brother? Song Xian was slightly startled, then shook his head. It's not time yet. We must separate the family first. The third wife did not persuade him again. She knew her husband. Once he made up his mind, he would stick to it. Okay. By the way, my mother wrote to me. Song Xian's heart moved, and he asked calmly, What's the matter? Mother? My mother wants to come back to attend the princess wedding and see the children by the way. She said she missed the children. Oh. Song Xian gently stroked her soft hair, paused for a moment, and asked casually, "What did you reply?" The third wife gently grasped his hand, looking at him with a little nervousness. This made Song Xian's heart sink slightly. After so long, is it still not possible? Husband, I rejected my mother. Will you be angry with me? However, the next sentence made Song Xian's heart return to normal. He curled his lips slightly and nodded with satisfaction. You handled it very well. Mother's status is not suitable for attending the princess wedding. Hearing her husband's affirmation, the third wife's nervousness was only half gone. She slowly breathed a sigh of relief and began to chatter. You don't know. I have been uneasy these days. Afraid that you will be unhappy after you know. I know you are the most filial to your mother. But if your mother really wants to attend the wedding, forget it. I am afraid that the Lan family will come to her again. If something happens in the princess's mansion, your mother will definitely be punished. How can I explain to you then? After thinking it over, I could only make the decision on my own and refuse my mother. I thought that I would take the two children to see her in 2 days, and then let her beat and scold me, which is better than causing any trouble in the princess's mansion. My husband? You don't know that they came to my house again. They felt embarrassed because the Lan family was not included in the wedding invitations, so they wanted me to get a copy of the invitations. I remembered your words, and was enthusiastic and polite. I didn't know anything about them, so I sent them away. I guess they must have instigated my mother, so she wrote to me to attend the wedding. Humph. They are so bad. She kept on talking. Song Xian looked at her tenderly. His cousin finally grew up and matured, and could stand on her own. This way he could go out to do his work without any worries. And he could take her and the children to live separately in half a year at most. The family was good, but there were too many rules and regulations, and the life of a big family was not suitable for her. He wanted to give her a home where she could be herself, free, and do whatever she wanted. Just like now, she could put down all the burdens, defenses, pressures, and be herself. He was willing to give up some for her. Midnight. A remote courtyard of the Song family. Behind the rockery. I warn you. If you dare to ruin Xiao Yuan's marriage, I will make you live a life worse than death. The man's cold warning was accompanied by an undisguised threat. Then came a woman's pleasant voice. Don't worry, Lord Ning. What good will it do me to ruin his marriage? Then why did you secretly lead me here? To make a deal with the Lord. I don't have any deal to make with you. Since the Emperor has let you go, you should cherish your life. Some people are not to be messed with. Don't let me know what you did to Xiao Yuan again. Otherwise, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Haha. Yes. Just like the Xiao family. Didn't Lord Ning wipe out the entire Xiao family casually? What? You want revenge? Ningji's eyes turned gloomy, and he grabbed the other person's neck. The woman was Xia Jinger. Even though she was being pinched by the neck, she remained calm and even smiled. Ningji's eyebrows became cold, and he exerted force on his hands. Xia Jinger's breathing became difficult. She opened her mouth slightly and said a few words. Ningji's face suddenly changed. The hand that was pinching her neck changed to grabbing her collar. He pressed forward and stared at her. What did you just say? Xia Jinger smiled slightly and pointed at her collar. Ningji's eyes kept changing. And finally, he let her go despite his urgency. You'd better not lie to me. Otherwise I'll dig up the Xia family's grave. To deal with Xia Jinger, he naturally knew where to start. Sure enough, as soon as the words came out, the smile on Xia Jinger's face disappeared, and she stared at him coldly. Ningji sneered and looked at her fearlessly. After a moment, Xia Jinger smiled. The tense atmosphere eased a lot instantly. Don't worry, Lord Ning. Since I said it, it is true. If you want to know the specific information, let's make a deal. What deal? Ningji did not refuse this time. Xia Jinger brewed her emotions for a while, smiled sweetly, and said softly, Kill Princess Jia. This deal surprised Ningji. As far as I know, there is not much hatred between you. She even helped you. Why kill her? Because she controlled me with a poisonous insect. For example, now, I said I wanted to kill her, but my emotions and thoughts were the opposite. I can't even have any bad thoughts about her. Otherwise, I will have a splitting headache at the least, and I will vomit blood and die at the worst. Xia Jinger's tone was much happier, And the smile on her face even looked like she was talking about something happy. Ning, she thought. No wonder her expression and tone became weird when she talked about Jiahe. And this woman is not simple. She actually found a loophole. Chapter 412, The Troublemaker. How can you be sure that she is controlling you? What if she is not? Ningji tempted her to see if the so-called control was real. Whether it is or not, I will get rid of the control naturally when the person dies. So whether it is or not, Yin Yin must die. Xia Jinger's face suddenly turned ugly. She hugged her head tightly, and her facial features were distorted in pain. She kept saying that Yin Yin was her master and the person she respected the most. She would be loyal to her in this life, and would never have a rebellious heart again. Ningji watched quietly from the side. At this time, Xia Jinger seemed to be possessed by a demon. She hypnotized her brain in this way, so that the pain would be relieved. Fortunately, it worked. After less than a cup of tea, Xia Jinger breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the rockery and panting lightly. Her clothes were soaked with sweat. She suddenly laughed. Didn't you want to see it? So what if I show it to you? Her smile was a little weird and creepy. Ningji watched coldly, with a playful smile on his lips. Xia Jinger looked up and could see the other person's expression in the dim light. Does Lord Ning think I deserve it? She asked softly. Indeed. Ningji nodded directly. When you controlled Xia Yuan, did you ever think that you would be controlled too? Ha-ha. His ha-ha was cold and ruthless enough. He originally wanted to spare her life, but she was courting death. From the moment she controlled Xia Yuan, he wanted to kill her. But later, Xia Yuan's memory had problems, and he didn't dare to do it. But he couldn't let her succeed, so he married her to Ning Yi. Later, the woman used some means to attract the emperor's attention. He wanted to use her to deal with some people, so he couldn't kill her. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Even if he died, he didn't have to worry about this woman causing trouble. Once a person has a weakness, it is very easy to control. He is no exception. For example, now, Xia Jinger has successfully controlled him and forced him to cooperate with her. Let's talk about the deal. I am the dividing line on the day of marriage. The wedding custom of Dezhou is to greet in the morning and walk in the evening. In the morning, the man goes to the woman's house to marry the bride, and the wedding ceremony is held at dusk. After receiving the bride in the morning, the sedan chair is carried and the gongs and drums are played in the streets. At around noon, it arrives at the groom's house, and then it is placed in the courtyard to rest. At dusk, the bride is taken out, firecrackers are set off, and heaven and earth are worshipped. Then, the bride is sent to the new room, and the groom goes to toast. This is the custom of women marrying men. However, Yin Yin and Ning Yuan's weddings were different. She was a princess. Ning Yuan was a consort, and the two would live in the princess's mansion in the future. In the morning, Ning Yuan would come to the princess's mansion and take Yin Yin to the Song family to kowtow to the elders of the Song family. And then the wedding procession would begin. The guards of the Ministry of Internal Affairs carried the sedan chair. The ceremonial guard led the way. The ladies who sent the bride rode in the sedan chair, and the royal guards escorted the procession. There were many common people on both sides. Other families scattered copper coins during the parade, while those with a superior status scattered silver leaves. But this princess's wedding parade scattered gold leaves. The parade, which was originally scheduled for 1 hour, took almost 2 hours to return to the princess's mansion. It was already past noon at this time. Ning Yuan had a simple meal and went out to greet the guests. At around 3 p.m., guests started arriving one after another. Those who could come were of high status and needed to be entertained by the host family. As the bride, Yin Yin could not come out before the wedding ceremony, so the Song family and Ning Yuan were responsible for the reception. Ning Yuan's previous nervousness had long disappeared, and he was busy as a heel. During this period, he had to take time to visit the bride, accompany her to eat something, and talk to relieve her boredom. Until 5 o'clock, the heavyweight emperor and queen arrived, which meant that the wedding ceremony should be held. Welcome all distinguished guests to attend the wedding of Princess Jiahe and young Master Ning. Fate is determined by heaven, and love is born from the heart. Please invite our bride and groom to enter. The master of ceremonies from the Ministry of Rites shouted loudly, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers. The newlyweds came to the front yard surrounded by people. Ning Yuan began to get nervous again. He took a step and looked at the people around him, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Finally, He was going to marry her. Suddenly, he felt like he had been waiting for a long time. As long as a century. He didn't understand why he had such emotions. So he attributed it to his desire to marry her. Although they had not been in love for a long time. They had already recognized each other. Although they were separated by a red veil. Yin could still feel his burning gaze, which made her feel sweet. Finally, she was going to marry him. She had waited for this moment for a long time. And it also fulfilled her dream in the previous life. Suddenly, she felt that her life was very complete. Which made her feel unreal. Dad and Mom in heaven. Did you see it? I'm getting married. Or marrying the person I love the most. I will definitely be happy. And live well with your happiness. Although her parents could not see the scene, she believed that they would be very happy to bless her. In the center of the auditorium, the emperor, the queen, the eldest princess, and Ningji, 4 elders, sat down. This was the first one. Seeing the newlyweds slowly walk in, the emperor smiled from ear to ear. The queen actually did not quite understand. Not to mention that Jiahe was just an adopted daughter. Even if it was his own daughter getting married, the emperor did not seem to be so happy and caring. Let alone running to the wedding scene to be an elder. Although she could not understand, she was still very happy that the emperor brought her along. Then came the eldest princess, the oldest royal elder at present. And finally Ning Yi. In the eyes of everyone, Ning Yuan's biological father, who was the one who should sit in this position the most, but ended up sitting at the edge. After the newlyweds took their places, the servants put the cushions on the ground. The master of ceremonies shouted, "Bow to heaven and earth. Kneel. Bow to thank heaven for the match made in heaven. The full moon and the flowers. Bow to thank the beauty of the earth. The dragon and the phoenix. Bow to wish you a long and lasting marriage." The 2 newlyweds count out firmly. And their marriage and commitment would be heard by heaven and recognized by heaven and earth. Bow to parents. Kneel. Bow to thank parents for raising us. Bow to wish father a long life. Bow to wish mother a long life. The emperor smiled from ear to ear. And Ning's eyes cried with excitement. He finally saw Xie Yuan get married. Husband and wife bow to each other. Wait a minute. Before the master of ceremonies shouted the word kneel, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud voice. Then, a group of people landed on the gate tower from the sky. The guests looked up at the visitors. There were 7 people standing on the gate tower. One with a dark green cloth covering his eyes. One with white hair and a youthful face. And one with a white light radiating from his body, with a pair of white wings behind him that looked holy and bright. Next came 2 men in white, each with a person covered tightly with a cloak and hood. Xiaoguzi. Looking at the people who came to make trouble, Ning Yuan was so angry that his teeth itched. Chapter 413, The Wedding is Cancelled. Among the 7 people, he only knew Xiaoguzi. The other party was from the Heavenly Palace. And he came at this critical moment. If he said he was not here to cause trouble, no one would believe him. He could not be here to send blessings. Xiao Dan, who was standing aside, stared at the person on the gate tower. Her little face was full of sadness and sorrow. She really regarded this master as a relative. Abu looked at Xiao Dan nervously. His mission was to protect her. Xiao Yong frowned. Although his sister said that there would be no big problems today, he was still worried. Xiaoguzi glanced at his apprentice and turned his eyes away. Ning Yuan, you can't get married. You two can't be together. He persuaded with a tone of "I'm doing this for your own good." And his hand hidden under his sleeve shook gently. Ning Yuan laughed out of anger. Fuck you. He cursed angrily and waved his hand violently. Crack. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Xiaoguzi dodged quickly, and the lightning struck the gate tower, splitting it in half. Except for the one with wings flying in the air. The other 6 fell into the yard. The guards immediately surrounded the 6 people. Ning Yuan was about to take action, but Yin grabbed his arm and comforted him softly. First, worship in the hall, and leave the rest to me. Yes, Ning Yuan just remembered that worship in the hall was the most important thing. And he immediately winked at the master of ceremonies, asking him to continue. The master of ceremonies glanced at the emperor, then shouted loudly, "Husband and wife worship each other. Kneel." The man in the sky slowly fell, and Xiaoguzi sighed. It seems that not only is he out of control, he even heard me. Then try another way. Ningji. Tianqin. Look at who this person is. Xiaoguzi shouted loudly, and the man in white took off the hood of the person next to him. How is it possible? Princess and he? And he? The guests present were shocked by the appearance of this person. It turned out to be Princess and he who had been dead for more than 20 years? It was incredible. The Song family, Tianqin, and Ningji rushed out. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the woman in front of them. She was as young and beautiful as she left 26 years ago. But her eyes were dull. Not to mention that she could recognize them. Damn it. You didn't protect Annie's body? Tianqin's first thought was that the other party was playing with the dead. He thought of the hairy man in the Song family, which made him furious, and punched Ningji in the face. Ningji didn't care about the pain and the blood at the corner of his mouth at all, just staring at the person in front of him. And he, is it really you? In the auditorium, Yin Yin really wanted to lift the veil. This group of people was really bullying. This time, Ning Yuan grabbed her hand and comforted her. Don't worry. Let's get married first. Then he signaled the Master of Ceremonies to continue. The Master of Ceremonies didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the eldest princess was still sitting steadily in the high position. So he continued. The Master of Ceremonies cleared his throat and shouted. First bow. We met, fell in love, and got married. Ning Yuan. Don't you even care about your mother? Second bow. Husband and wife worked together to build a home. In response to Chiyoguzi, the two newlyweds bowed to each other, completely unaffected by the outside world. Chiyoguzi smiled coldly. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger appeared in his hand and pressed against Annie's neck. Wait. Don't hurt Annie. I will agree to any conditions you have. See Yuan. Stop immediately. Tianqin hurried to stop them. And Ningji ran over to stop the two from continuing the ceremony. You can get married at any time. Why rush at this moment? Your mother's safety is more important. Ning Yuan looked at him and asked calmly. Dad? Are you sure that's my mother? A person who has been dead for more than 20 years suddenly came back to life. And even her appearance has not changed. Do you think it's possible? Don't deceive yourself. No. That's your mother. Look at me. My appearance has not changed much after so many years. They have the ability to do it. As for your mother's coffin, I saw it yesterday. And the body is indeed gone. He didn't know how Tiandian did it. But that was on her. He was sure. Okay. Even if the body is my mother, the person is not. Her eyes are dull and obviously controlled by someone. Besides, the other party wanted to kill her. So why did they save her in the first place? Their purpose was just to threaten me not to marry Yin Yin through her. Such an obvious conspiracy. No one needs to say it. Everyone can see it. But even if they saw it, they couldn't help but care. See Yuan. Dad begs you. I can't lose your mother again. Ningji knelt down, crying. Dad, get up quickly. Ning Yuan was startled and hurried to help him. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Dad, aren't you making things difficult for me? Forget it. Let's cancel the wedding. Yin Yin pulled off the veil. Her sword eyebrows were raised, and her eyes flashed with cold light. Yin Yin. Ning Yuan looked at her anxiously, fearing that she would not marry him. The wedding will be made up later. Now let's deal with this group of people. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved and appeared in the yard. Ningji frowned slightly, and the dagger hidden in his sleeve was quietly put back by him. In the yard, Yin Yin set her eyes on the man in white light and asked coldly, Are you the master of the heavenly palace? You don't need to know my identity. His words were emphasized, giving people a sense of mystery. Heh. Playing tricks. Yin Yin waved her hands, and two sharp energy blades rushed straight to the opponent's face. The man put his hands behind his back and did not dodge. Bang. The energy blade collided with the opponent's energy shield, making a harsh sound, and even sparks flew. Yin Yin looked solemn, and had determined that he was a high-level light-type psychic, and he was not weaker than herself. As expected of the master of the heavenly palace, he was indeed not simple. For now, she could only tie with him at most, which was still underestimating the opponent. Even she was not his opponent, and it was impossible to defeat the opponent. Let's put it this way. If he wants to kill people, no one can stop him. What kind of existence is a high-level psychic? It's no problem to fight against 10,000 people alone. Since you are so powerful, why do you still need to cultivate medicine people? She didn't understand. So she asked, You also know that they can't increase your energy at all. The hall master looked indifferent and didn't even look at her. Yin Yin was slightly annoyed by the other party's disregard. But she also understood that the other party had the capital to ignore the world. The difference between light psychics and other psychics is that other psychics need to absorb a special gas into their bodies to replenish energy, while light psychics can replenish energy by basking in the sun. Therefore, even if this world does not have special gases that can be absorbed by psychics, it will not affect light psychics. Yin Yin did not give up and asked another question. Are you from another world? This question successfully attracted the attention of the palace master, and the noble head finally turned to her, looking at her with golden eyes. I see. He said this without any context. Tianqin did not know what they were talking about. He only cared about Anhe at this time. Palace master, what conditions do you want to release Anhe? Xiao Guzi answered for him. There are 3 conditions in total. First, hand Xiao Yuan over to us. Second, you abdicate to the crown prince Tian Su. Third, kill Yin Yin. Chapter 414. Of these 3 conditions, only the second one can be met by him. The other 2 are simply impossible. You are making things difficult for me. Emperor of the Great Zhou. Do you think it is easy to bring back a dying person? We have paid so much. We must collect the interest. Right? Besides, it is fair to exchange one life for another. The one life he mentioned refers to Yin Yan's life. Tianqin just hesitated for a moment. I can give the throne to the prince. But the other 2 conditions are not possible. No. Before the people in the heavenly palace spoke, the majestic voice of opposition from the Grand Princess came from behind. Everyone made way, and the Nani helped the Grand Princess to the courtyard. Your Majesty, don't forget your identity. The Grand Princess' eyes were full of dissatisfaction and rebuke. How can the king of a country be threatened by thieves? But that is Anhe. It is precisely because it is Anhe that the emperor cannot compromise. The Grand Princess interrupted Tianqin's words and stared at the people in the heavenly palace with a sharp look. My Song family is full of loyal and brave people. How can we do such a thing that harms the country and the people? If the emperor gives up the throne because of Anhe, please sentence me to death first. As she said this, the eldest princess lifted her robe and was about to kneel down. Tianqin was frightened and hurriedly stopped her. And how can your nephew face the ancestors of the Tian family like this? If you lose the country because of a woman, then I will not have the face to see the ancestors. Lord Song also stood up. Your Majesty, what the eldest princess said is very true. If you give up the throne because of Anhe, please sentence the Song family to death first. The Song family would rather die than be a traitor. After speaking, Lord Song took the lead and knelt down. All the members of the Song family knelt down in unison. They would rather die than let the Song family bear a stigma. As for what happens after their death, it has nothing to do with them. At least they can go to see their ancestors with dignity and proudly say that they are descendants of the Song family. Tianqin looked at the Song family members who were ready to die, and then looked at his lover who was finally resurrected. He was in a dilemma for a while. Ningji didn't care so much. Grand Princess. The prince is honest and virtuous, and has been trained as the crown prince. How can it be a mistake for the country if the emperor abdicates to the prince? The Grand Princess glanced at him with a cold tone. Ningji. No matter what. And he is still a member of the Song family. You have no right to speak here. Ningji was not willing to be outdone. And he is also my wife. From the beginning to the end, you didn't care about her at all. You ignored how much she had done for the Song family and her efforts. You are not worthy of being her family. From now on, she is just my Ningji's wife. Nothing more. Heh. The eldest princess sneered, with a teasing look in her eyes. In that case, then everyone, make conditions for Ningji and ask him to meet your 3 conditions. Song Hali spoke at the right time. Ningji, didn't you say that you love Xiao Yuan very much? Ningji turned his head to look at Ning Yuan. His expression and eyes were more resolute than ever before. Without Anhe, Xiao Yuan wouldn't exist. For his mother, it's okay for him to make some sacrifices. Besides, the heavenly palace wants living people, not dead people. You, Ningji, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Song Yin was so angry at his twisted logic. I had changed my mind about you, but I didn't expect you to be still you. Really vicious and cruel. Not a human being. Ningji didn't care at all when he heard Song Yin scolding him and faced the hateful eyes of the Song family. If this is the only way to protect the people I want to protect, then I don't mind being ruthless. He only hated that he woke up too late. Otherwise and he would not have died. Why not let me save he? Isn't it just 3 conditions? As he said that, he turned to look at Ning Yuan and said to him directly, Xiao Yuan, no matter what, if there is no mother, there will be no you. Now is the time for you to repay your debt. Are you willing to leave with the people of Tiantian? How should Ning Yuan answer this? He has no impression of his mother at all. And he has never experienced family affection with his father since he was a child. It is a lie to say how much he loves them. But there is one thing that his father said is right. If there is no mother, there will be no him. Thinking of this, he looked at Yan Yan, hoping that she would agree. This is the influence of the rules. But the influence is subtle, reflecting that Ning Yuan wants her to agree with his choice. Yan Yan sent him a message, asking him to agree first and save the people first. At that time, whether to leave or not is up to them. Right? It may sound unkind, but the spirit of the contract is not for people who threaten others' families, let alone breaking the contract. She would not let go even if she could be killed. After her explanation, Ning Yuan's heart immediately became clear. Yes. What if he agreed? She didn't say he couldn't regret it. I do, he answered loudly. Song Howie and the others were about to object, until they saw Xu Yuan winking at them. They reacted. Ningji settled the first condition and looked at Tianqin. Your Majesty, if you still have a little guilt towards he, then make up for it now. In fact, Tianqin had agreed to the second condition. It was his aunt who stood up and made him unable to agree. Now his aunt was still standing in the way. He couldn't watch the old man get into trouble because of this matter. Then, he would not only feel sorry for Anha. Ningji saw his embarrassment and shrugged. Okay. I didn't expect you to do anything for Anha. You couldn't back then. And it's even more impossible now. I didn't. And I couldn't do it. If I were alone like you, I could be just as free and easy. But I'm not. I understand. I understand. Don't tell me all your big truths. If I were you, I would rather be a tyrant. Ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha. With a strong sense of sarcasm and contempt. Tianqin was so angry that he stared straight at him. How could he be a tyrant? And, did he really think that the emperor could do whatever he wanted? Ningji ignored him, turned around, and looked outside the courtyard. Your Highness, you can show up now. As soon as the words fell, there was a clattering sound of neat footsteps, accompanied by the sound of armor colliding, and pairs of soldiers holding swords rushed in, surrounding the courtyard in 3 layers inside and outside. At the same time, a row of archers appeared on the wall. The sharp arrows with a cold glow made everyone shudder. What's going on? Why did the army break in? The guests were panicked. Even more panicked than when the people from the Heavenly Palace appeared. Although the Heavenly Palace was powerful, they came for a few people, so they could watch the excitement with peace of mind. But the appearance of the army and the crossbowmen on the wall made them panic, combined with Ningji's words about Your Highness. Smart people knew what was going on. Force the palace? Damn. They were just attending a wedding. How come they were forced to abdicate with a risk factor comparable to a magnitude 1 earthquake? Should they persuade the emperor to give up the throne? Or persuade the emperor to give up the throne? Tianqin looked at the army that broke in, and was stunned at first, and then furious. Ningji, how dare you join forces with the prince to do such a treasonous thing? Chapter 415 Achieve the conditions one by one. Facing the emperor's anger, Ningji had already broken the jar and thrown it away. Your Majesty, it's not too late to abdicate now. Give each other a way out, so as to avoid being rough and hurting our reputation later. Okay. You are very good. I will not give up this throne no matter what. If you want to take it, you must die. Father, are you so dissatisfied with your son? The disappointed voice of the prince came from outside the crowd. Then the crowd automatically made way for the Prince Tianqiu and the imperial concubine Mingyi to come forward together. Seeing Mingyi, Tianqin's hatred instantly surged in his heart. Yet he still felt a little guilty about the prince before. Then after seeing Mingyi, there was only hatred left. She is the culprit of everything. Mingyi was dressed as a chivalrous woman, followed by a big tiger. Looking at the hatred in her husband's eyes, she could not hide her grief and sadness on her face, but still forced a smile. Your Majesty, we are not young anymore. Why don't you give the heavy responsibility to Sewer? I will accompany you to travel around, see the beautiful scenery, eat delicious food, and appreciate the beautiful mountains and rivers of Dezhou. Tianqin was disgusted by her appearance. Mingyi, I am stupid. I have been with a vicious woman like you for more than 20 years. But I am not stupid. Do you think I will spare your life after you have done so many things to let Anha down? Tianqin, are you really so ruthless? Mingyi looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe that he wanted to kill her after more than 20 years of companionship. So many years of love. I gave birth to children for you. And I paid so much for your throne. Isn't it better than the one wrong thing I did back then? Enough. Tianqin interrupted her mercilessly. Don't you know how I married you? If you hadn't been using Anhe's name, how could I marry you? Not only you, but also the queen. When I took concubines, I also said, don't count on my feelings. Nandong Fenger, who was standing aside, felt a little sour. The emperor did say that, but she didn't take it to heart. Or rather, they didn't take it to heart. Everyone wanted to replace Anhe and become the white moonlight in the emperor's heart. Of course, that white moonlight was definitely not Mingyi. She was indeed jealous of Mingyi at the beginning. But she understood after her mother's guidance that although the emperor smiled and spoke gently to Mingyi, the coldness in his eyes never disappeared. So, from beginning to end, Mingyi was just deceiving herself. If Mingyi hadn't done anything to let Anhe down, Tianqin wouldn't mind giving her family affection. But now, he just wanted to kill this woman. The murderous intent in his eyes increased instead of decreasing. Mingyi covered her face and cried. This was not what she wanted. She thought that after so many years, Anha would become a thing of the past. She did not expect that the emperor's heart was still so cold and hard. The prince felt sorry for his mother, and could not bear it any longer. Mother, stop trying to persuade me. Since my father is unwilling to abdicate, don't blame me for being disobedient. Come on. Please use the seal. Yes. At the command, a team of soldiers came forward with the prepared imperial edict and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, please use the seal. Tianqin kicked them away angrily. Assholes. If the prince rebels, do you want to rebel too? The dragon guard stood beside the emperor. Like killing gods. As long as the emperor gave an order, they would start a massacre. The soldier immediately knelt down, raised the imperial edict in his hand above his head, and shouted again. Your Majesty, please use the seal. Tianqin sneered. What if I don't agree? Tiansu, are you going to kill my father and the emperor? The prince smiled slightly. Father, you are joking. How can a son do such a treasonous thing? However, father is old and mentally ill, and can no longer manage the government. Then it should be okay for a son to supervise the country. The implication is that if he disagrees, he will be placed under house arrest, and he will still control the government. Ningyi on the side spoke impatiently. Your Majesty, why are you still hesitating? It will be dark if you delay any longer. Aren't you unable to give up the throne because you can't give everyone an explanation? Now your son is forcing you to abdicate. It's not that you are sorry for your ancestors, nor for Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. All the steps have been found. Why don't you step down? Tianqin was so angry at his words that he wanted to beat him up. Is there such a way to give steps? It's better for him to volunteer. Ningyi couldn't help but urge him. Hurry up. As long as you complete the third condition, you can save Anhe. Tianqin also understood that he was reminding himself that it was important to save Anhe first. Besides, the throne could not be given up just by saying so. Forget it. I will fulfill your wish, you rebellious son. He asked Tianyu to take out the jade seal, and then stamped it on the imperial edict. Tiansu looked at the imperial edict with a seal, and his eyes flashed with light. Finally, the throne was his. He would let those people know what would happen if they offended him. Your Highness, we have obtained the imperial edict. Is it time to withdraw the troops? Marquis Song reminded. The prince waved his hand, and the archers on the wall withdrew, while the soldiers in the courtyard just put away their weapons and retreated, but did not leave. There is still a third condition left. Killing Yin Yin. Right? Ningyi asked Chioguzi. The other party nodded. Yes. As long as you kill her, Princess Anha will be returned to you. Okay. Ningyi responded loudly, still full of confidence at this time. But as soon as he said okay, the twins, Abu, Xiuhu, and Dania's family immediately stood in front of the young lady. Ning Yuan took a step forward and stopped her from doing it. This time it was his turn, and his eyes were already brewing murderous intent. Dare to touch Yin Yin. Even his father can't do it. Then, it was the guards of the princess's mansion. The three brothers Song Qing, Song Xian, and Song Bai who stood in front of them. If the three brothers of the Song family moved, then their guards could not move, and stood in front of their master. Song Xiangso ran to Yan Yan with her skirt lifted, regardless of her husband's obstruction. And the meaning was very obvious. Song Zhener glanced at her great-grandmother, then at her former lifesaver, whispered an apology, and then resolutely stood by Yan Yan. As soon as she came over, Yin would naturally choose to follow her, and the Yin family's guards would naturally not let their master fall into danger. Ningji had only walked over for such a long time, and Yan Yan had blocked a large group of people in front of her. That was not the end. The second young master of the Nangong family also stood over, on the grounds that Princess Jia had cured the queen's stubborn illness, and was the benefactor of the Nangong family. There was no reason to stand idly by when seeing the benefactor in danger. Then came Ning Yuan's classmates. The Nangong family, the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Qiao family, all stood up. When their friends were in danger, how could they, as partners, sit idly by? This was against the way of a gentleman. Good guy. Half of the top 10 families stood up. How could they kill them? Yin Yan looked at the backs of so many people, and never thought that one day so many people would stand up for her. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. Ningji looked at Qiao Guzi helplessly. It's not that I don't want to fulfill the third condition, but I can't do it. I can't kill all these people. Right? I really can't do that. Chapter 416, I can't do it when it's my turn. Ningji meant that it's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Do you want to change someone? Qiao Guzi smiled indifferently. What if you kill them all? I'll lend you 2 helpers. The implication is that it's impossible to change the conditions, but I can help you kill all these people. Ningji's face was slightly stiff, and he waved his hand quickly. Don't. I still want to live a good life with an he in the future. If we offend these families, where will we have a place to stay? Qiao Guzi nodded in agreement. You're right. He winked at his men, and there was another person covered tightly beside him. After receiving Qiao Guzi's order, the other party stretched out his hand. The hood slowly fell, and a delicate and slightly immature face was revealed to the public. Seeing such a beautiful boy, many people didn't know who he was. Only a few old princes of the royal family and the eldest princess recognized him. Prince Jing? Brother Jing? Brother Jing? The eldest princess looked at the man in front of her excitedly. Her eyes locked on him tightly, fearing that it was her own fantasy, compared to an he, who had no spirit at all. Tianjing's eyes were lively. He looked at the people present with some curiosity. When he saw an old lady looking at him with tears in her eyes, he smiled at her friendly. The eldest princess could no longer hold back, and tears flowed down her face. After thinking about it for so many years, waiting for so many years, whether her brother was still alive had become her obsession. Just when she thought she was going to leave with regret, she finally saw her brother. Her brother was still alive. Still alive. Even the majestic eldest princess could not remain indifferent. Master, the old lady is crying. Tianjing looked 15 or 16 years old, but he spoke with a childish voice. When the eldest princess heard her brother calling her grandma, her body trembled slightly. No matter how well she took care of herself, she was already wrinkled and gray-haired at the age of 80, while her brother was still the same as when they last met. Since then, the heavenly palace never allowed her to see Tianjing again. If the great Zhou had not sent a new prince, she would not have believed that her brother was still alive. Qiao Guzi raised his hand and touched Tianjing's head, then looked at the eldest princess and smiled without saying a word. He said nothing, but he said everything. Only when you feel the pain can you understand how difficult it is to make a choice. This is what the eldest princess is like at this moment. Ningji had a teasing smile in his eyes, wanting to see if the eldest princess could still be righteous and kill her relatives for the sake of justice. Although Tianjin did not have the mentality of watching a joke, he also wanted to know what his aunt would choose. You have to know that the aunt's obsession with this brother is no less than his obsession with an he. If she really lost and got him back, how could she give up easily? The eldest princess understood that she should stand on the side of justice and save Yan Yan, and not let down so many people who stood in front of Jia He. But she couldn't do it. If she could, she wanted to take everything for her brother, and she was willing to die for Jia He. The eldest princess' silence made everyone present unable to say anything, and no matter what they said now, It would be wrong. The yard suddenly became quiet. Yin Yin was already satisfied. And she said to the children around her, Abu, Xiaolong, you two take good care of Xiao Dan and your aunt. Mother. Aunt. Sister Yin. They looked at her anxiously, with worry in their frowning brows. Don't worry. Don't you still believe in Mother's ability? Nothing will happen. She comforted them. And suddenly her hand was tightly grasped by a big hand. Yin Yin raised her eyes and met Ning Yuan's eyes, which were determined to follow her to death. The two smiled at each other. The next second, they flew into the air at the same time. Seeing that the people who should stand up finally stood up, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Even the eldest princess couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She just felt guilty for the children. Tianqin also breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Ningji and found that he didn't look surprised, thinking that he and the prince had colluded in advance to force the emperor to abdicate. Can we think that he cooperated with the heavenly palace? If it is for peace and peace, then it is really possible. If that is the case, then if Jiahe and Xiaoyuan stood up, it was expected by the heavenly palace, which means that they are not afraid of the two people joining forces. Either the opponent is stronger than them, or they have a trump card. After this matter is over, I must find Ningji to ask clearly. Besides, Yin Yin looked at Qiu Guzi and the palace master of the heavenly palace. If you want to kill me, then come by yourself. It is your ability to kill me. Otherwise, get out of here. Don't use such a despicable means to threaten others. The palace master still ignored everyone, and his golden eyes looked indifferently into the distance, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. However, a golden energy shield appeared around him in an instant, isolating him from the outside world. Qiu Guzi saw this and nodded with a smile. As you wish. After the words fell, Qiu Guzi, Rui, and the two angels moved separately. They instantly appeared around the two. Qiu Guzi and Rui stood directly in the air, and a pair of wings appeared behind the two angels. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Having seen the fight between Jiahe and Ningyuan, Lord Song quickly evacuated the people in the yard to avoid being affected. So Anha and Prince Jing were left alone in the yard, and no one dared to step forward. Ningji and Tianqin stood up at the same time, both wanting to bring Anha back to their side. But now is not the time for a stalemate, and the fight could break out at any time. So each of them took a hand and helped the unconscious person slowly away from the war zone. Behind the three people, a pair of eyes full of hatred stared at Anha, wishing to destroy her completely. The eldest princess waved to Tianjing, who looked around and then pointed at his nose. Meaning to call me? After getting a definite answer from the other party, Tianjing happily came to the eldest princess. Boom! A thunder and lightning exploded, and everyone felt a thick lightning streak in front of them. At this time, a fight had already started in the air. Damn! Struck by lightning. Is this still a fight between people? Is Princess Jiahe an ordinary person? But why can Master Ning summon lightning? You said that the princess is not a human. So isn't it normal for the prince consort to have immortal arts? I didn't say that the princess is not a human. I said, crack. Another loud thunder. In the air, Qiu Guzi and an angel dealt with Ning Yuan. Rui and another angel dealt with Yin Yin. Ning Yuan resisted 2 consecutive thunders. Qiu Guzi's Taoist robe was a little charred, and the angel's wing turned pitch black. But soon a golden light covered the wings, and then it recovered as before, and the opponent's fatigue disappeared. This situation was something Yin Yin had never encountered before. If the few people she killed before also had the means to recover instantly, she would not have killed them so easily. It can be seen that the people they brought were definitely not simple. Yin Yin kept fighting with Rui, trying to test his strength. When he could stand in the air, it showed that he was very strong. But Rui kept defending and didn't attack. Chapter 417. Prepare to run. The angel next to him wanted to intervene, but he never had the chance. Thinking about Zero's ability, he chose to watch from the side. Fight back. After the other party dodged the energy blade again, Yin Yin suddenly spoke sternly. Rui was slightly startled and stood still. Then don't blame me. For someone who wants to kill her, she can't show mercy. As long as the mysterious Hall Master doesn't do it, she will kill as many people as they come today. Thinking of this, she took out an energy crystal and put it directly into her mouth. And then the energy around her surged. The energy formed tens of thousands of sharp blades, densely packed, not only looking terrifying, but also directly threatening people with death. The angel next to him was frightened and immediately flapped his wings to get away. I just told him that if he didn't run, he would only wait for death. Even if he had the ability to recover quickly, it would be in vain. Ning Yuan was keeping Qiu Guzi in check while keeping an eye on Yin Yin. Seeing that she was about to use her ultimate move, he immediately summoned lightning to strike Qiu Guzi so that he would not have time to escape. And then he fled decisively the second before the energy blade exploded. This was what the two had agreed on in the group discussion. 10,000 swords at once. Yin Yin came up with a temporary name for the move. And she shouted. Tens of thousands of energy blades flew out from her as the starting point. Of course, they would not fly downwards, but from her as the point. They would explode in all directions above. And you could imagine them as half-open fireworks. The energy blades, or energy storms, instantly devoured everything around them. Although Yin Yin avoided the bottom, the movement above was so loud that the entire space was stirred. So how could there be no involvement below? It was like a strong wind. Tiles of many houses in the princess's mansion fell down one after another, and trees and vegetation were blown all over the place. Tables, chairs, and food on them were scattered all over the floor. Many guests hugged each other to avoid being blown away. Good upbringing and the rules from the big family made them not shout even in such a mess. The eldest princess didn't pay attention at first and almost fell down. Tianjing reached out and grabbed her arm. And then he stood quietly. The strong wind did not affect him. The eldest princess stared at her brother blankly. She didn't expect him to be so powerful. As for Xiao Dan and the others, they were protected by Ning Yuan. Yin Yan's attention was always on it. And she also paid special attention to the master of the heavenly palace. She found that the energy blade directly skipped the opponent's energy shield and did not cause any damage to the opponent. 10,000 grazing horses ran through her mind. So awesome? No wonder he dared to say that he was a messenger from heaven. He was indeed qualified. She was even glad that the other party didn't take action because of his status. Otherwise, it would be all over. She was also curious. If the other party was so powerful, why would he use hostages to negotiate conditions? Moreover, when a person is so powerful that he is invincible, he will have no desires or demands. Then why did he establish the heavenly palace? Why did he use medicine people to train so many messengers? Is it really just to control the world? For some reason, she suddenly felt that the other party would not have the idea of greed for power and control the world. She felt that the mystery in her mind was getting bigger and bigger, and she couldn't solve it. Soon the energy storm disappeared. Yin Yin looked at the four people hiding behind the golden energy shield, and her mouth twitched with anger. Too cunning, consuming 2/3 of her energy, but not killing anyone. Just injured? I'm so angry. How can we fight this? Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. While saying this, she has actually opened the supermarket and is ready to use the summoning function at any time. It is the function of summoning interns to the headquarters for a meeting. Employees can only be teleported from the supermarket, while she can be from anywhere. The safest place now is the supermarket. The injury cannot be recovered quickly. Mine too. At this time, the conversation between the two angels came. They were seriously injured, and the wings behind them had been destroyed when they first protected themselves. The clothes on their bodies were tattered and stained with blood. As for the wounds, they can no longer count how many there are. Originally, they could be healed with a holy light, but now it only reduces bleeding. Qiu Guzi's originally snow-white hair was scorched black. There were not many other injuries on his body, and they recovered quickly. In order to prevent him from escaping, Ning Yuan dragged him until the last moment. He originally wanted to avoid the lightning and then resist the energy blades, but he saw that the idiot Rui didn't resist. He had no choice but to be struck by lightning and save Rui under tens of thousands of sharp blades, and also save his two subordinates. If it were him, he would not hide behind the energy shield. But the problem was that he was not alone. As a result, he was said to be unable to play, which was embarrassing. He glared at Rui fiercely. It's okay if you don't contribute, but you are also a drag. Rui turned his head to his side and reminded him lightly. I only agree to fight. Meaning, fight me. As for how to fight, I have the final say. Rui had many wounds on his body because he did not resist at the beginning, and they were slowly healing. The gap between the two angels and him was revealed instantly. Although Qiu Guzi was angry, he could do nothing but let him go. However, he also realized that it was impossible to kill Yin Yin with Rui around. This plan failed. It seems that we can only take a long-term view. Go and bring in he and Tianjing back. As soon as he let go, the two seriously injured angels fell directly from midair. Yes. The two ignored their injuries and used Qigong to avoid falling to the ground. Looking at the two people covered in blood, the guests retreated in fear. Ningji and Tianjin even protected and he behind them. The guards drew their swords and pointed them at the two. Although the two angels were seriously injured, they were not something these people could deal with. They ignored the guards. One looked at Anhe, the other looked at Tianjing, and ordered at the same time. Come here. Are you going back? Good. Tianjing shouted happily and ran over. The eldest princess grabbed his arm and was reluctant to let go. Tianjing turned around and smiled sweetly. Grandma, I'm going home. Goodbye. As he said that, he waved to her. The eldest princess suppressed her sadness, waved to him with a forced smile, and then watched him jump away. Maybe, if he doesn't remember the past, he won't remember the pain. So it's good to be happy like this. As long as you know he is alive. What difference does it make where he is? And he received the order and wanted to leave, but was stopped. One of the angels had a gloomy face and warned them impatiently. Don't try to provoke the majesty of the heavenly palace. Otherwise, die. Do you really think everyone is yin yin? Even the emperor is like an ant in their eyes. And they can kill him if they want. In midair, Xiaoguzi stared at Yin Yin and warned her. You'd better not do it. Although it can't kill you, it doesn't mean that the palace master can't. Once you take the person away, we will leave. The person still in the hood is the biggest unknown. Chapter 418 Difference. Yin Yin did not move. She was indeed afraid of this hall master. Below, the two held Anhe and refused to let go. You are not trustworthy. You said that I would hand Anhe to me if I agreed to your 3 conditions. Why did you go back on your word? Ningji asked angrily. The conditions have not been met. I don't care. If you can't kill Yin Yin, that's your problem. Anyway, Anhe can't be handed over to you. Ningji was playing tricks and refused to let go. The angel had lost his patience. Then die. He rushed over. Halfway through the run, the man suddenly stopped. He wanted to look back stiffly to see who attacked him. And there were very few people who knew his weakness. Unfortunately, the last wish was destined to fail. With a thump, the man fell to the ground and died. 0. What are you doing? The other person saw the person who attacked and was shocked. But before he finished speaking, he followed the previous person. 2 angels were killed by 1 blow. The people present were stunned. Was this an internal conflict? Also, was he really blind? How could he be so accurate? Kiguzi was also stunned. He had only been looking at Yin Yin and had forgotten about him. Rui, you'd better give me an explanation, he asked coldly, really angry. No, Rui replied coldly. Oh, so angry. Kiguzi really wanted to hit him. Forget it. Take an Tianjing with you. Let's go. It has nothing to do with me. Don't try to order him. Kiguzi was so angry that he almost fell off. Why does it have nothing to do with you? If you didn't kill people, would I need to order you? This time, Rui simply didn't say anything and remained silent. Kiguzi could only stare blankly, and finally had no choice but to do it himself. He landed on the ground, and Yin Yin flew down with him. Master. Tianjing walked over obediently. Good boy. Kiguzi smiled and touched his head. When he looked at Ningji, the smile on his face disappeared, and he spoke in a deep voice. Let go of Anhe. Don't let me say it a second time. Ningji felt the threat of death, but still held her arm tightly. This time he couldn't let go again, unless he died. Thinking of this, he knelt down with a plop and begged, Old Chio, I am willing to go back to the heavenly palace with Anhe. You can treat me as a servant or a medicine man. I am willing. Just don't let Anhe leave me. Please. Everyone stared at Ningji blankly, not expecting him to do this for a living dead. Tianjin was even more shocked. To be fair, he couldn't do this, and his pride didn't allow him to do such a thing. Doesn't he love Anhe? Yes, but he won't lose his dignity and identity. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between him and Ningji. No wonder Xiaoguzi only looked at Ningji. When he was clearly blocking Anhe, Tianjin felt a bit uncomfortable, and slowly let go of Anhe's hand. Xiaoguzi sneered. Want to be a servant in the heavenly palace? You are not qualified yet. Get out of here. He waved his hand. Ningxi flew backwards towards Yin Yin. "Mom, get out of the way," Xiao Dan suddenly shouted. Yin Yin thought to herself, "Girl, isn't it too unkind for you to get out of the way at this time? He is your father's adoptive father after all, right?" So she stretched out her hand to catch him. "Mom, be careful," Xiao Dan shouted at the top of her lungs. There were so many guards in front of her that she couldn't run over at all. She could only remind her mother. Although she had calculated that there was no danger today, Xiao Dan still couldn't stay calm when she saw the scene passing by. At the same time, Rui also moved and flew towards Yin Yin. Yin Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. Was this the reason why Xiao Dan asked her to be careful? She thought Rui had given up killing her. But it seemed that she was overthinking, because she had to catch Ningxi, who was flying backwards. Yin Yin couldn't dodge. The time was too short, and the energy was too late to attack. So Yin Yin took out a short sword from the package. She said so much, but it was actually just a blink of an eye. Ningxi was knocked away. Xiao Dan told her to be careful. Yin Yin went to pick up people, and Rui suddenly attacked her. Everything happened almost at the same time. Yin Yin stared at Rui coldly. She saw him getting closer and closer to her. And then, puff. The other party didn't dodge or evade, but actually hit her short sword directly. Yin Yin? Suddenly, a sword flashed before her eyes. Ningxi had a short sword in his hand and stabbed it fiercely at her heart. The cruelty and ruthlessness in his eyes made her stunned. Did she have a deep hatred with him? The two were almost touching. She supported Ningxi with one hand and stabbed Rui's chest with a short sword in the other hand. She couldn't dodge, so she took it. Fortunately, she was used to protecting her heart, so she only suffered some skin injuries at most. But she didn't expect that Ningxi actually wanted to kill her, not just talk. Puff. The sound of the short sword piercing into the flesh. Yin Yin opened her eyes wide and looked at the person standing in front of her. Didn't he come here to kill her? Why did he block the sword for her? At this time, Ning Yuan arrived and slapped Ningxi. Ningxi took several steps back and then staggered to the ground. Seeing Yin Yin intact, he roared at Rui unwillingly. Why? You are obviously from the Heavenly Palace. Why did you block the sword for her? Why? He almost killed Yin Yin. And then he would never leave again. Why didn't God have mercy on him once? Why? Ning Yuan looked at the somewhat crazy man, and his heart was cold at this time. You want to kill my wife for her? Is she the only one in your heart? Others can be abandoned or even killed by you. If the previous few days of getting along made him look forward to fatherly love, then now the relationship between the two has reached a freezing point. Ningxi, from now on, you and I are no longer father and son. If you dare to hurt Yin Yin again, don't blame me for being ruthless. He directly broke off the relationship between the two, and then turned around resolutely, not wanting to see this person again. Yin Yin was healing Rui. Ningxi's sword cut his heart directly, and he was seriously injured. Seeing Ning Yuan coming over, she quickly signaled him to help hold the person, and then freed one hand to take out apple juice. Because she needed too many apples every day, she squeezed them into juice. But she didn't expect that this would come in handy. After feeding half a cup of apple juice, which was equivalent to 3 apples, Rui's vital energy circulation returned to normal. Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief and began to treat another sword wound on his body. Ning Yuan saw her expression, and the doubts in his heart expanded. And he couldn't help asking, why did he save you? Didn't he want to kill you? Yin Yin didn't know what to say for a moment. Should she say it all? Or only half? What are you hesitating about? Or are you hiding something from me? Ning Yuan's tone was slightly sour, and he stared at her with resentment. His reaction made Yin Yin's heart jump, and she quickly said, I saved him last time in Tianshu Palace, so he saved me this time. It should be to repay the favor. Ning Yuan didn't believe this. Then why did you save him? Didn't you go to kill people from Tian Palace? I didn't know he was from Tian Palace at that time. And Yin Yin was interrupted by Ningxi's sad cry before she finished speaking. Chapter 419, Keep Someone. Xiao Guzi took he and Tian Jing to the air. Ningxi watched his beloved leave again. His emotions fluctuated violently, and suddenly he vomited blood and then fainted. Everyone looked at each other, and no one stepped forward. Even the Ning family members did not dare to do so. It was not because Ningxi wanted to kill Yin Yin, but because he forced the emperor to abdicate, which was a crime of treason. Even if Ningxi was for The Song family did not send anyone. For he had to hand over Xiao Yuan, and even kill Yin Yin himself. Such a son-in-law they did not recognize. In the end, the emperor sent someone to carry him down. The person in the air did not leave. Yin Yin thought that the other party might be discussing whether to take Rui away. In the past, she would not care. But now she could not watch Rui being taken away. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to wait until he recovered and said thank you. Xiaodan and Xiaoyong ran over and surrounded her. Xiaodan hugged her mother with a look of fear on her face. But fortunately, she was safe. Don't worry. Mom is fine. Yin Yin comforted the children. Mom, this person can't be let go. Xiaodan lay on her mother's shoulder and whispered. Yin Yin's heart moved. And she asked softly, What's wrong? What did you see? I calculated before. Dad's disease needs a person without eyes. She secretly calculated for her father, but didn't tell her mother. Yin Yin thought to herself. No eyes? Isn't this Rui? Thinking about his specialness. Maybe he can really solve the problem of seeds. Thinking of this, she decided to keep Rui, and then whispered a few words in her daughter's ear. Xiao Dan nodded, then looked up at the person in the air. He shouted, Master. Looking at his last disciple, Xiao Guzi showed a loving and warm smile on his face. Before he could speak, Xiao Dan shouted again. Master, this is the last time I call you that. You took me as a hostage before. Although I was sad, I never thought of breaking off relations with you. But today you brought people to kill my mother. And our relationship as master and disciple has ended. Xiao Dan's words made Xiao Guzi's disciple stuck. And his expression was lonely and sad. Master understands. When he proposed the condition of killing Yin Yin, the breakdown of their master-disciple relationship was irreversible. Although the master approached you for a purpose, the master's affection for you is real and not fake. Master, you once said that you would satisfy whatever I asked of you. I wonder if this sentence still counts. As soon as Xiao Dan said this, Xiao Guzi guessed what she was going to do. He hesitated, nodded. It's a deal. The disciple finally made a request. And it was the last request for the master-disciple relationship to continue. He didn't want to refuse. Xiaodan smiled sweetly and pointed at the man half lying on the ground. I want him to stay. As expected, Xiao Guzi was not surprised by his disciple's request. Okay, I won't take Rui away. But as a master, I remind you for the last time that he is a dangerous person. Remember not to believe what he says. After saying that, he left with his people and the hall master who had always been in the background. At this point, the thread brought by the heavenly hall came to an end. Everyone was truly relieved. And their hearts that had been hanging were also put down. After today's battle, they knew how powerful Princess Jia was. No wonder the emperor doted on her so much. Gave her the treatment of the eldest princess. Let her set up her own army. And gave her the position of the commander-in-chief of the capital camp. They had doubts before. But now it seems that except for the mysterious palace master, no one in the entire Tian palace is her opponent. Even if she is made the general of the world's army, it is more than enough. The most important thing is that she is not only powerful herself, but also can cultivate people who are as powerful as her. Which is awesome. No one present dared to despise her anymore. When the strength is unattainable, and so high that people can only look up to it, comparison has no meaning. The wedding scene was in a mess, and many guests suffered some minor injuries. The eldest princess was immersed in the mixed joy and sorrow of her brother being alive, and her brother leaving. The emperor was not in good condition either. And then he was still alive. This fact required him to slow down. Lord Song had to come forward. Xie Yuan, Jiahe, do you think we should rehold the wedding? Ning Yuan wanted to rehold it, but he was afraid that the heavenly palace would come out to make trouble again. Yin Yin shook her head and refused. No need. Uncle, let's continue the wedding. But the wedding banquet has been ruined. Yin Yin thought that the banquet was not important. If she held it again, even if she served the fine wine, more than half of the people present would not show up. It doesn't matter. Everyone can't eat anyway. Let's finish the ceremony quickly, and let them go back. That's fine. Song Hai agreed. He was also worried that something might happen. So he just left it at that. Yin Yin asked Dania to send Rui to the backyard and sent guards to guard him. Then she and Ning Yuan continued the unfinished wedding ceremony. Everyone thought, this is your territory. We listen to you. and then forced a smile to watch the newlyweds continue to worship. Finally, the ceremony was over, and the newlyweds were sent to the bridal chamber. Everyone rushed out. The princess's mansion was too dangerous. They wanted to go home. It was nothing. They would never come to the princess's mansion in the future. For them, Princess Jiahe was as dangerous as the heavenly palace. The new house. It was already dark at this time, and the lights in the new house were bright and bustling. Dania's wife was taking people to clean up the new house and repair the doors and windows in the princess's mansion. Except for the remote courtyard. Other places were damaged to varying degrees. And the courtyard where the two lived was naturally no exception. Others got married, lifted the veil, drank the wedding wine, and then said sweet words. And Yin Yin and Ning Yuan. They were reinstalling the glass with a clang. The house of the princess's mansion is not a simple courtyard, but is designed as a palace. The main hall where she lives has more than a dozen rooms in total. This does not include the two side halls next to it. If they rely on the servants to work, they probably won't be able to sleep tonight. So she and Ning Yuan have to help repair the doors and windows. At least fix the doors and windows of the main hall first. And the rest will be dealt with tomorrow. After working for almost an hour, it was finally done. Yin Yin asked the servants to leave. There were only two of them in the huge palace. Ning Yuan picked her up and went straight to the bedroom. Don't worry. Take a bath and change clothes first, Yin Yin reminded him hurriedly. After a fight in the afternoon and busy working at night, it's time to take a bath. Ning Yuan turned around. The bathroom was also in the hall, but it was far away from the bedroom. In the hot spring, there was mist, and many rose petals were floating on the water, exuding a faint floral fragrance. Yin Yin wanted to get down, but Ning Yuan didn't let go. Put me down now. No. Then how do we wash? Together. He said it with a clear conscience. And it would be better if we ignored his red ears. Ah? Yin Yin was stunned, and her pretty face was flushed. Chapter 420. A jealous little person. Danyo's wife waited outside the door. She didn't raise her hand until the noise inside died down. Then she knocked on the door. After a while, Yin Yan's slightly panting voice came from inside. What's wrong? I'm sorry to bother you, Mississippi. The guest woke up and insisted on leaving. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have bothered the young lady and the son-in-law at this time. I'll go over right away. You must ask Danyo to keep the person. Okay, Mississippi. Danya's wife left. Inside, Yin Yin was getting dressed. Ning Yuan, who was only wearing shorts, had a dark face and was obviously very unhappy. Yin Yin came over, held his cheek, kissed the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Go back to the room and wait for me. I'll be back later." Ning Yuan hugged her waist and didn't let go. Tell me clearly first. Who is this Rui? How did you two know each other? I'll come back and explain to you. Okay. I'll go and keep him first. No. Ning Yuan put his head on her neck and rubbed her delicate skin with his teeth. Yin Yin trembled slightly. This annoying goblin. Stop it. Rui is the key to curing you. And he is very powerful. If he really leaves, I don't know where to find him. Ning Yuan was unmoved, holding her and rocking her gently. I don't need him. Let him go. No. It's not easy to get a clue to your problem. Yin Yin ignored his coquetry. She could listen to him for other things, but not for this matter. I know what you are worried about, but it's all for nothing. I will only be yours in this life. You said it. That's what he wanted. I said, not only this life, but also the last life is yours. I want this life and the next life. Okay. Whatever you say. Yin Yin smoothed his hair like coaxing a child before leaving. When she arrived, the two sides were in a stalemate. Miss, you are finally here. Dania breathed a sigh of relief. This person was too stubborn. No matter what he said, he insisted on leaving. He was almost forced, although he knew that he and these guards would be useless. Yin Yin waved her hand and asked Daniel and the guards to leave. There were only the two of them in the huge yard. Rui was wearing a dark blue robe, which made him look slender and more scholarly. Yin Yin walked over and asked with concern, "Are your injuries healed? I can't die anyway." Rui's answer was cold and distant. Yin Yin was puzzled. Why did you save me? If it was because of the incident at Tianshu Hall, it was totally unnecessary. You know, I was just repaying a favor. Rui was silent for a moment, and the words he spoke became even more blunt. I want to die. Yin Yin clearly felt that he was angry. And if he continued to say angry words, she held back her smile and took out a knife and handed it to him. Then do you want to continue? I won't save you this time. Rui remained silent, standing still quietly, with a gloomy atmosphere all over his body. Yin Yin pursed her lips and smiled softly. For the first time, she found that he was also so cute and stubborn. She put away the knife, then came to his side, took his hand, and walked directly to the room. Rui did not struggle, and followed him back to the room obediently. Yin Yin took the opportunity to check his body. She found that Rui's body was the same as that of an ordinary person, without a superpower core and strong internal strength. The only difference was the heart. Just like the hairy man she had examined, his heart seemed to have its own consciousness and refused her inspection. Yin Yin was basically certain that Rui's specialness was in his heart. Recalling the scene she saw in the blood pool of Tianshu Hall, she had already made a rough guess. Helping him sit down, Yin Yin withdrew her hand and sat next to him. Rui pursed his lips slightly and clenched his fingers gently together. Live in the princess's mansion in the future, Yin Yin spoke softly. Rui shook his head slowly. They will come. He didn't want to cause trouble for her. Yin Yin's eyes moved slightly, and she didn't expect it to be this reason. Then where are you going? Back to the place where I started. They didn't find it there. She wanted to figure out one thing. Then why did you come out? Rui didn't answer, and his hand on the table moved slightly. Because he couldn't see his eyes. Many emotions would be concealed, and some small movements of his body could reflect his emotions. Even if he didn't answer, Yin Yin already knew the answer. She gently held his hand, sincerely trying to keep him. Rui, what if I want you to stay? Rui's body trembled slightly, and he slowly turned his head to look at Yin Yin. Do you want it? Yin Yin knew that he couldn't see it, but she still looked at him seriously and nodded very sincerely. Yes, I hope so. Rui pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and said okay softly. Yin Yin smiled. Just treat this place as your home. Yeah, he simply responded. I know you don't like people around you, so I only sent a servant to serve you. You can tell him anything you want. Yeah. Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring some food over. He shook his head and gently pulled his hand back. Go back. He's waiting for you outside. Yin Yan's eyes moved slightly. She didn't expect that he could actually find Ning Yuan from such a distance. Okay. You go to bed early. I'll come to see you tomorrow. She gave a few more instructions and left. Outside, Ning Yuan stood in the yard in a bright red dress, looking at the door, until the familiar figure came into view. The coldness around him dissipated, and his gloomy face quickly turned from cloudy to sunny, revealing a smile. Looking at his flattering expression, Yin Yin couldn't find fault, so she could only let him hold her hand and walk back. It was already midnight, and there was no one on the road except the patrolling guards. The two held hands and walked slowly. Yin Yin told him in detail how she met Rui, without hiding anything. Ning Yuan felt sour. He said that Rui had a problem, and it turned out to be true. It would be a lie to say that he didn't mind. He wanted to chop off the other's claws, but he could only bear it after all because the other saved Yin Yin. However, he still had to remind her that Rui is plotting against you. Don't give him a chance. Don't worry. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of men. One is my man Ning Yuan, and the other is other men. The implication is that other men's names are redundant to her. Hee. Ning Yuan hummed with his chin slightly raised, and his eyebrows were raised, revealing a happy mood. He went out of the valley to find you, and was caught by the heavenly palace. It's actually quite pitiful, don't you think? Then he tried to test her. In fact, he wanted to hear her say nice things to make himself happy. Yin Yin couldn't see through his little thoughts. She nodded. It's really pitiful. You actually pity him? Ning Yuan instantly exploded, staring at her with a pair of big eyes full of resentment. Yin Yin couldn't help but laugh, and raised her hand to pinch his puffy cheek. I only pity my husband Ning Yuan. I only feel sorry for you. I only care about you. Okay. Okay? Jealous little guy. Chapter 421 Don't Let Go. Ning Yuan raised his eyebrows, and thought that this was more like it. No man could enter her heart. No way. Why is she still so cute? Yin Yin couldn't help but kiss his lips. Ning Yuan's eyes deepened, and he picked her up horizontally. Yin Yin threw him a wink. Whoosh. The two of them were no longer there, in the new house. The red quilt was rolling. And the mandarin ducks were embracing each other. How could it be? This body even gave birth to a child. Isn't it a biological child? It shouldn't be. The original owner's memory was that she had a real relationship with Song Erzwing. And she also had the memory of giving birth. Yin Yan's cry of pain disappeared in his kiss. A sleepless night. In the morning, the sun didn't come out, and it was drizzling outside. In the room, the two of them snuggled up and looked at the drizzle outside the window. And the years were quiet. Under the quilt, a pair of big hands lingered on her smooth skin. Unable to let go, Yin Yang glared at him coquettishly. Ning Yuan was not embarrassed at all and continued to enjoy his own benefits. It's time to get up. It's past 9 o'clock. No hurry. No need to serve tea. He has no parents, so he doesn't need his new wife to serve tea. As for the Song family, it's not qualified for the princess to serve tea. As for the emperor and empress, they will return home in 3 days. Even if you don't serve tea. Aren't you hungry? Hungry. Then get up. Ah. What are you doing? Suddenly Ning Yuan lifted the quilt to cover the two of them, and like a hungry wolf, began to enjoy his food. Even if Yin Yan was in good health, she fell asleep tired and didn't wake up until after 4 in the afternoon. The rain outside had stopped, and Ning Yuan was no longer in the room. She stretched her body, and the symptoms of physical discomfort were gone. She stretched out her arm and looked at it. There was not even a mark. Nothing was left, and her body recovered very quickly. This is good. She wanted to find an excuse to say that she was tired. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Ning Yuan came in with food. Wake up. Just in time for lunch. What time is it for lunch? Yin Yan rolled her eyes in annoyance, and then got up and dressed. Don't move. Ning Yuan hurriedly stopped her, put down the food and walked over. Just when Yin Yan thought he was going to help her dress, Ning Yuan directly packed her up with a quilt and picked her up. Then he came to the small table next to him and sat down, letting her sit on his lap. Yin Yan blinked in confusion. Why don't you let me put on my clothes? Ning Yuan replied seriously. I'll have to take them off later. It's troublesome. Oh my god. Yin Yan wanted to bite him. Is this man shameless? Ning Yuan. It's almost evening. The implication is that 1 night plus 1 day is enough. He nodded. I know. That's why I said it's troublesome. Yin Yan. No. I don't mind the trouble at all. I haven't gone out for a day. I'm going to see the children. She had to do something. Otherwise, she really couldn't get out of bed. Ning Yuan gave her an expression that he had guessed long ago. I've seen the 3 children. Xiaodan said she wanted a little brother or sister. So we have to hurry up. Yin Yan. I've also seen Rui, and asked Dania to take good care of him. So you can rest assured. Yin Yan. As for the materials needed to repair the princess's mansion, I have also bought them. Uncle Song and the others will take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. Yin Yan. Okay. Let's eat. Ning Yuan filled a small bowl of soup and then raised the spoon to feed her mouth. Try this pigeon soup. The kitchen has been stewing it for more than an hour. Yin Yan glanced at him and faced his expectant eyes, so she had to open her mouth slightly. Ning Yuan showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then fed her 2 more sips, until Yin Yan shook her head and said she didn't want to drink it. He put down the spoon and drank the remaining half bowl. Then he fed her the vegetables. Whatever Yin Yan shook her head and didn't want to eat, he put it in his mouth. What she liked to eat, he picked up more times. It took half an hour to finish a meal. Ning Yuan carried her back to the bed and put one hand in. Don't. Before she finished speaking, the hand just gently rubbed her belly. She squinted her eyes and leaned against him lightly, like a lazy cat. Yin Yan gradually fell asleep, and suddenly she felt heavy. She opened her eyes suddenly and met his deep, dark eyes. She thought to herself, I can't escape. She woke up again in the bathtub. There were still fresh rose petals in the pool. There were probably not many roses left in her flower room. The room was brightly lit, and Ning Yuan was massaging her waist to relieve her muscle soreness. Seeing her wake up, he gave her a big smile. Yin Yan glared at him fiercely and kicked him. Ning Yuan dodged to the side and grabbed her smooth calf. Yen, do you want me to massage your legs? He pretended to be confused and began to massage her calf with his slender fingers. The fingertips gently touched the skin, which made Yin Yan's heart tremble slightly. After a day and a night, she was no longer the girl who had never experienced anything. She couldn't help thinking about it. She lowered her eyes slightly to hide her guilty conscience and other thoughts. And she must not let him see it. Fortunately, Ning Yuan concentrated on massaging her, and did not notice her abnormality. Next, Ning Yuan really massaged her seriously to eliminate her body fatigue. There were no extra movements throughout the whole process. And his eyes were not looking away. Yin Yin was suspicious. Is this still the person who pestered her for a day and a night? Changed. Who cares? It's good to have someone to serve. Yin Yin took out 2 glasses of juice and handed him one. Drinking juice while enjoying the service of a beauty. It's beautiful. She leaned against the jade. Her black hair spread out. Most of the beautiful scenery was above the water. Ning Yuan's Adam's apple moved up and down. And his movements became more and more gentle. Soon Yin Yin finished the juice. And the desire in Ning Yuan's eyes had already been deep and bottomless. Turn around and I'll give you a back massage. His magnetic voice was a little hoarse. Okay. Yin Yin didn't think much about it. Turned around. And lay her upper body on the jade. The green jade made her skin look even whiter and more lustrous. As if it was shining. Ning Yuan's mouth curled slightly. Decided to continue what was not done yesterday. The petals on the bath were floating. And from time to time, petals hit the jade with the waves. In the room, various sounds were heard. If you listen carefully, you can still hear Yin Yan's angry and cursing voice. For 3 consecutive days, Yin Yan didn't leave the palace. And she saved clothes. She beat him and scolded him. But Ning Yuan was born in the year of the dog. And his face was not ordinary. He let him beat and scold. But he just didn't listen. And still did his own way. Practicing what he said before. Making her unable to get out of bed for 3 days. These words were the cruel words he said when she flirted with him and made him angry. Finally, on the 4th day, when they were about to enter the palace, Yin Yin was rescued. Chapter 422. The messenger changed the conditions. Facing the children's puzzled and curious eyes, Yin Yin blushed and pinched Ning Yuan again. Along the way, everyone looked at them strangely. Yin Yin couldn't stand it. She didn't even sit in the sedan chair and flew directly to the palace. She couldn't stand the teasing eyes of why she didn't go out for 3 days. It was embarrassing. It was all Ning Yuan's fault. She decided not to let him go to bed tonight. A big thing happened in these 3 days. The prince was deposed and was originally under house arrest. As a result, he disappeared the next day. Mingyi, who was demoted to a commoner, also disappeared. The prince forced the emperor to abdicate. And Mingyi colluded with the heavenly palace. These were all serious crimes. The Ming family naturally could not escape the responsibility, and was punished. The Ming marquis was stripped of his title and dismissed from office. And the others were demoted by 2 levels. As for the Ning family, because Ning Ji had left the family before, they escaped. Another small incident happened. Xia Jinger was executed. The second master of the Zhao family adopted a daughter, and betrothed her to the eldest son of the Han family as his successor. The wedding will be held at the beginning of next month. That is, at the beginning of May. In the palace, the emperor and the queen drank the tea offered by the 2 newlyweds, and then presented the greeting gifts. The emperor had a smile on his face, but the fatigue in his eyes was very obvious. Everyone knew why. The queen was in a very good mood. And everyone knew why. Even if she guessed Ning Yuan's life experience, she didn't care. As long as it wasn't the child of Mingyi who became the prince. The next step was to worship the ancestral temple. The emperor directly wrote Ning Yuan's name into the royal jade butterfly, becoming a descendant of the Tian family. And Yin Yin was his daughter-in-law. If Ning Yuan wanted to compete for this position in the future, it would be justified. After lunch, the emperor talked about the peace talks between the 4 countries. Originally, the negotiations were almost complete. But because of what happened at the wedding banquet, they wanted to change the content of the negotiations. Although the envoys of the 3 countries were not present at the time, it did not prevent them from knowing what happened. Yin Yin single-handedly fought against the heavenly palace, not only severely injuring 4 people, but even herself was not injured at all. The most important point is that they attributed Ning Yuan's strength to Yin Yan's credit. It's nothing to be strong yourself, but to cultivate someone as strong as her. That's really strong. Yin Yin was not surprised by the reaction of the 3 countries. Father, what conditions did they put forward? They want you to cultivate a person who knows fairy arts for them. And they will persuade their respective monarchs to fight against the heavenly palace with all their strength. After so many discussions before, no one accurately stated this condition, because no one was sure. After all, the strength of the heavenly palace was known to everyone. It's certainly possible to overthrow it. But who dares to do it without full confidence? The drought in the third week of the Great Zhou dynasty is the best example. However, everything that happened on Yan Yan's wedding day gave them hope. The emperor continued. Actually, when Xiao Yuan took action that day, I was worried that they would make this request. He didn't say why he was worried, but Yan Yan and Ning Yuan understood. Father, I was negligent. If I don't agree, will the previous conditions be invalidated? The emperor nodded helplessly. Although they didn't say it clearly, they did mean it. No one wants to overthrow a Tianyan and have another person who is above the court. Jiahe's ability has exceeded the scope of human beings. No wonder they made such a request. Now it is difficult to back down. If Yan Yan disagrees, the peace talks will fail immediately, let alone asking them to help. It is good enough that they are not on the opposite side. Yan Yan thought about it, and it is not impossible. But the initiative should still be in her own hands. Father, I remember telling you before that this kind of energy is not unlimited, and it needs to be replenished after use. As soon as she opened her mouth, the emperor understood the meaning. I remember that you need to use fairy fruit to replenish your energy. Right? Yes. So even if I train a person who knows fairy arts for them, without fairy fruits to replenish their energy, the other party will be no better than an ordinary martial arts master. The emperor smiled slightly and asked, What do you think? Jiahe? First, a country can only train one person with fairy arts, and the training fee for each person is 10 million taels of silver. Second, one fairy fruit is 100,000 taels, and a maximum of one is provided per month. Third, an alliance treaty must be signed with the Zhou, and the Zhou is the dominant position. Fourth, people with fairy arts are not allowed to kill the Zhou people at will. Fifth, I am only responsible for letting them have fairy arts. As for what kind of energy they finally have, it all depends on luck. I am not responsible. Sixth, these three people must worship me as their teacher and become members of the supermarket. Yan Yan put forward 6 conditions in one breath. That's all I can think of for now. I'll add more later. Father, if they agree, I'll train them a person with immortal skills. I'll convey your conditions, and if nothing goes wrong, they'll agree. The emperor didn't think the conditions were harsh. On the contrary, he thought they were simple. He was worried about another thing now. Jiahe, tell me the truth. If you face the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, are you sure? If it were before, Yan Yan thought that even if she couldn't beat him, a draw would at least be fine. But she didn't think so now. She hesitated for a moment, and her expression became solemn. Father, I don't want to lie to you. I'm not sure, and even a draw is difficult. The emperor's face also became solemn. What if you and Xiao Yuan join forces? Ning Yuan shook his head. I'm not as good as Yener. The emperor was silent. If the master of the heavenly palace couldn't be killed, what's the point of overthrowing the heavenly palace? But he couldn't compromise. Jiahe, do you think we can negotiate with the heavenly palace? Yan Yan thought for a while and shook her head. Father, I really can't think of what such a powerful person would need. The world is easy for him. What can we give? And he has his own power, and he can take whatever he needs. For example, the children plundered every year. The heavenly palace can do whatever it wants, without considering whether the court agrees or not. The other party is so powerful and superior to the court. So why bother to negotiate with the court? Well, the emperor also felt that what he said just now was a bit naive. Ning Yuan reminded him. Father, didn't they ask for my and Yenner's lives before? The implication is that if the other party asks again, will you give it or not? Emperor, I didn't think it through. There is no possibility of peace with the heavenly palace. Let's go to war. Ning Yuan felt that his father was still good. If he changed to that person, he would directly hand him and Yan Yan over. Father, although we can't beat that palace master, it should be no problem to hold him back. But the others will depend on you. It's okay if you can hold him back. When the time comes, we will destroy the heavenly palace. Can't we kill one person with the combined strength of the 4 countries? No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight against 1,000,000 troops. If it doesn't work, use the human wave tactic. I don't believe that he can't be killed. This is also a helpless way. Chapter 423. 1 month later. Yan Yan thought that it was not impossible. Without light at night, the energy in the opponent's body would always be exhausted. But there was no gas to replenish energy here. When it comes to action, it would be better to pick a cloudy or rainy day. Next, Yin Yin talked about spring planting. After more than 3 years of drought, the people had no seeds at all. It was time to sow after the spring rain. The seeds must be paid by the court. And Yin Yin planned to pay the most. It's not that she is so great, but she needs to turn the money into money for the supermarket, so that there will be watering times. She even planned to sponsor the court to build roads. And the money was the 30 million taels of silver that the 3 kingdoms would give. The emperor disagreed. And it was not easy for her to make some money. The court is in trouble now. But as long as it can get through it, it will be fine. A lot of taxes can be collected every year. Father, how about I join the group? Yin Yin mainly wanted to find a big spender and give the money to the supermarket. The emperor asked, how do I join the partnership? The money for buying seeds is considered as a loan from me to the court. I don't want it back. Just give me 10% of the imperial grain after the harvest. How about that? Okay. 10% is not much. Do you want to convert it into cash? No. I will set up granaries in various places and give benefits to the people during festivals. The emperor naturally had no objection. Reputation is still very important. When the time comes, I will build momentum for her. If Jiahe's reputation is good, Xi Yuan will also benefit. Yin Yin continued. Then, there is the road partnership. I will provide half of the cement for paving the road. After the road is repaired, a toll station will be set up in each city point. I will get 20% of the fees collected. Toll booth? The emperor had never thought of this. But it was not impossible. If you go over 5 kilometers, you will be charged 1 cent for walking and 5 cents for riding a carriage. After 10 kilometers, you will be charged 1 cent for every 5 kilometers. And so on. By the way, there is no charge for walking back and forth within a county. Yin Yin proposed some conditions. As for the specifics, the rules will be gradually improved after the department is established. The emperor thought about it for a moment and felt that it could be considered. After all, the money of the court is not blown by the wind. And road maintenance and repair also require money. About the toll booth, you will talk to Lord Song in detail later. Lord Song is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. And the emperor directly pushed it to the Song family. Yin Yin plans to use the money from the toll booth to support the army. The money will not be much in the early stage. But as the roads are improved, she plans to launch bicycles. And the flow between cities will gradually increase. And then the money will be more. When Yin Yin and others returned to the princess's mansion, the sun was about to set. The following days entered a peaceful period. Ning Yuan continued to go to class and practice martial arts during the day, and spent time with his wife at night. The children continued to go to school. Still in the Song family's clan school, Yin Yin had the most tasks. First, she had to train Xiaohu and accelerate his evolution. And then she had to train her own people. The 4 dragon guards were very powerful. Each of them had an energy crystal, and 5 apples awakened their abilities. 2 were strength, 1 was speed, and 1 was sound attack. The awakened abilities were related to the martial arts they had practiced before. 2 of them practiced heavy punches. 1 was very good at light skills. And the one who attacked with sound was because his weapon was a flute. None of them had attribute abilities. And Yin Yin also found that it was difficult to awaken attribute abilities here. Half a month later, the 3 countries sent people over. Yin Yin received 3 million gold. And in addition, each country gave an extra 1 million taels of silver as a gift for apprenticeship. The people selected by each country were all royal children in their early 20s. Under the witness of the emperor of the Great Zhou, the 3 people performed the apprenticeship ceremony to Yin Yin and offered tea. The whole process was serious, without a trace of perfunctory. Yin Yin gave each of them a membership card, and then took them back to the princess's mansion. She first used apples to regulate their bodies, and then gave them the secret book, so that they could learn to operate the energy in their bodies. After the state reached the best, they were given energy crystals. 2 of them formed superpower cores not long after digesting the crystals. 1 with perception superpowers, and the other with speed superpowers. 1 person failed, and Yin Yin gave him a few apples and an energy crystal. And he awakened superpowers. And it was attribute superpowers. Water superpowers. Yin Yin didn't expect that attribute superpowers would actually appear. Perhaps it was because of the attribute ability that the first awakening was not successful, and it absorbed 1 more energy crystal than other abilities. The other two were quite envious, but they also knew that it was up to them to awaken what kind of magic, and the master could not influence it. Yin Yin got along well with them, and the three of them were also very humble and respectful to Yin Yin. A month passed in a flash. It was already late May, and summer was coming. During this period, everything was very peaceful. The supermarket held an event every 2 weeks, and people were already accustomed to the existence of the supermarket. In addition, after the drought, people no longer stored food. At the same time, people also discovered the benefits of supermarket membership. With a membership card, they will get guidance when they enter the supermarket, which area the things they want to buy are in, and the introduction of each product in the supermarket. They no longer have to worry about not understanding the products. The items that women need every month are loved by every woman. This is the second most popular product after food. The income of the supermarket is basically fixed, and the monthly turnover of the 5 supermarkets is not less than 3 million, not counting the transactions of membership cards. There is another thing. The Han family married a wife, and the person they married was Xia Jinger. This is the news that Song Qing got when he went to the wedding banquet. The former wife of the prince of the Ning family turned into the second wife of the eldest young master of the Han family. Even if she changed her name, everyone knew who she was. Yin Yin didn't expect that Xia Jinger not only didn't die, but also could marry again, which is also amazing. However, she seems to have become Han Ju's sister-in-law. As for the court, the armies of the 4 countries began to gather at the border and conduct joint exercises in pairs. There has been no movement from the Tiandian. There is no plague, no suppression of the 4 countries, and even the children are not accepted. It seems that they have suddenly disappeared. Let's talk about Xiu. After eating countless apples and 3 energy crystals, it finally became a demon beast. This guy actually made a pair of wings for himself. He wanted to be a flying tiger. No one else can do that. As for the ability, Sonic Attack, Yin Yin felt that Xiu was not doing his job properly. With so much energy, what ability could he not awaken? He had to make a pair of wings, and his flying speed was even slower than running on the ground, and it wasted energy. What's the point? However, Xiu was very satisfied. He had long envied Yan Yan for being able to fly, and finally he could fly into the sky. During this period, Rui had been cooperating with her examination. Yin Yin combined the situation of Abu and the hairy man and initially understood the secret of his heart. First of all, his heart is self-aware and contains powerful energy. His abilities all come from the heart. Secondly, once the heart senses danger, it will burst out multiple times of energy to protect itself. The powerful self-healing ability comes from this. Chapter 424 Daily Life. Rui has eaten a lot of apples recently, and most of the energy of the apples is absorbed by the heart, and only a small part is absorbed by other parts of the body. During this period of time, the heart in his body is not so defensive against her, but it still does not allow her energy to enter. Yin Yin also took some of his blood for experiments and found that Rui is immune to all poisons, and it is also a tonic for ordinary animals. It is more valuable than the blood in Ning Yuan's body, so it is no wonder that he is valued by the heavenly palace. The Gu King in Abu's body also parasitizes in his heart, so she speculated that the thing in Rui's heart is the seed of the Gu King. Ning Yuan has the seed of the Gu King in his body, but his heart is normal, and the abnormality is the energy in his mind. Yin Yin felt that if she hadn't accidentally made him take the energy source, Ning Yuan's heart might have become like Rui. Then there was the hairy man. She had guessed his identity, but the eldest princess asked to keep it secret, so she pretended not to know. She just went to the dungeon every once in a while to check on the other person's situation to prevent him from going berserk and hurting people. Later, after discovering their common points, she took a little blood from each of them and compared them. She found that Abu's blood was the highest level, followed by Rui, and then Maoran. As for Ning Yuan, he was more like a normal person, and his blood no longer had any special effects. Yin Yin also gave Abu and Rui's blood to Maoran, who was particularly excited. Even with just a drop of Abu's blood, Maoran did not get sick for more than half a month. She felt that if she continued to use it on the other party, it would bring back the other party's reason and consciousness. Even so, she didn't dare to use it on Maoran again, and didn't even tell the eldest princess, fearing that Abu would be in danger. Ningji's crazy behavior that time sounded a wake-up call for her, even though they usually have a good relationship. Once it involves the other party's reverse scale, she will be the one abandoned. She was not very sad, but kept her feelings. Except for Ning Yuan. She really didn't dare to trust anyone else. If it was a different world, everyone was in danger and trust was lacking. She would be more vigilant. After traveling to ancient times, there was no threat from alien species. And with the existence of supermarkets, she had powerful abilities, which made her a little floating. During this period, Yin Yin focused half of her energy on training new people and half on Rui's body. After all, it was the key to solving Ning Yuan's problem. However, after more than a month of research, she still had no clue and didn't know where to start. That day, she took 3 apprentices to the palace, and people from the 3 kingdoms came to test the results. All 3 of them were first-level psychics, and could only use energy simply. Fortunately, their abilities were all auxiliary bonuses, and the effect was very obvious. For example, if someone is already strong, with the superpower, his strength will increase 3 or 4 times, and he can break stones with 1 punch. If someone is good at light work, with the superpower bonus, he can dodge instantly. With the perception superpower, he can sense danger in advance, and even if he is blindfolded or plugged, he cannot be hurt. With the water superpower, at the low level, it should be the most useless except for releasing some water. However, the envoys of the 3 kingdoms valued it the most. In people's eyes, being able to produce water out of thin air is a miracle. As for wanting to fly, they also know that it is difficult and impossible to achieve it overnight. So they are very satisfied with it now. The envoys of the 3 kingdoms wanted Yin Yin to help train another person, and they were willing to pay. Yin Yin did not agree, because she needed the energy crystals herself, and it was impossible to waste them. Next, they discussed the issue of sending troops, and planned to launch the attack in half a month to avoid more trouble. Yin Hua proposed that the vanguard of the Great Zhou should be the Xia family. The emperor agreed without hesitation to the proposal of the other party due to personal grudges. It can be predicted that if half of the Xia family members are not killed or injured, the position of the vanguard will not be easily replaced. This is the end of offending a country. Yin Yin did not participate in the discussion and left the palace. Back to the princess's mansion, Dania sent an invitation. The invitation was sent by the Han family. 3 days later, the old lady of the Han family was celebrating her 70th birthday, and wanted to invite Princess Jia and the prince consort to attend the birthday banquet. Yin Yin didn't want to go at first, but when she thought of Xia Jinger, she suddenly wanted to go and see. She asked Dania to prepare the gifts, and 3 days later, she and Ning Yuan came to the Han family. The Han family was very lively, and the host welcomed the guests at the door. Those who were invited were not much lower in status than the Han family, and even the queen sent someone to deliver birthday gifts. Yin Yin's arrival was warmly received by the Han family. The marquis of the Han family came out to greet her in person. Yin Yin saw Xia Jinger following behind the marquis. She looked well behaved, smiled shyly, and looked around with curiosity. She also found that Xia Jinger's appearance had changed a lot. She had a little baby fat on her face. Her eyes were more lively, and her whole person was lively, without the previous stability and dignity. If she was not very familiar with Xia Jinger, it would be easy to mistake her for someone at first glance. She gave full marks to this acting. Your Highness, this is my eldest daughter-in-law Zhao Jing. Madame Han saw Yin Yin was always looking at the people around her, so she introduced them. Well, not bad. Yin Yin nodded slightly, but did not expose her. It was her ability to get to this point. Zhao Jinger bowed shyly, and her little face turned slightly red because of the praise. Yin Yin took a look and then retracted her gaze. Many female guests have come to the side, sitting together in groups of 3 or 5, some drinking tea and chatting, and some admiring flowers. Seeing Princess Jia coming, everyone stood up to greet her. It was impossible that the other party was a prince, higher than everyone present. Another point is that they all know that this person is not only high-ranking, but also has real ability. Yin Yin exchanged a few words with him, and asked everyone to disperse and not to surround her. This kind of gathering is also a disguised blind date. If there are unmarried girls in the family who are about the same age, they will be brought to the banquet, taking the opportunity to let the ladies of similar families see each other. Therefore, there are many young and beautiful girls on the female guest side. The wife of Marquis Song did not come, but the wife of the prince and the second wife came. The 2 cousins sat next to Yin Yin and whispered to her. If she was interested in a lady, they would introduce her to her. Yin Yin was interested in Xia Jinger and wanted to know why the Zhao family accepted her as their adopted daughter. However, this was not the place to talk, so she could only put aside her doubts. Suddenly, there was a noise from the corridor not far away. With Yan Yan's hearing, she knew what happened. Seeing one of the girls yelling for her to judge, she curled her lips. Soon several girls came closer. A woman in pink knelt in front of Yan Yan and cried, "Princess, please make the decision for me." Seeing the kneeling people, many ladies showed expressions of watching a show. The eldest cousin's wife looked at the other party with scrutiny and found something wrong. Yan Yan leaned against the back of the chair, adjusted her sitting posture, raised her chin slightly, and asked, "Whose family are you from?" "Your Highness, I am Xie Qingqing, the eldest granddaughter of the Xie family's eldest branch." Chapter 425 Want to Use. At this time, many people have gathered around. When she announced her family name, many people's eyes changed. With contempt and disdain, facing the disdainful eyes of the crowd, Xie Qingqing was very angry. She bit her lips tightly and looked at the person in front of her with a firm look. Yan Yan had guessed the other party's mind, but unfortunately, she made a wrong calculation. "Xie Qingqing, you said that you would let this princess make the decision for you. I wonder what happened." "To reply to your highness, in the corridor before, we were discussing the lotus in the lake. I said that the lotus is out of the mud but not stained, and its character is noble. Who knew that Zhao Shuang'er suddenly ridiculed me and the Xie family, saying that the Xie family is the mud in the lake, dirty and rotten, and that the Xie family is not even a fertilizer for the lotus, but will only taint the lotus." Zhao Shuang'er's words were too much. After all, the Xie family is also a noble family. No matter how unbearable it is not something that a little lady can comment on. It's no wonder that Xie Qingqing was so angry that she even dragged the other party to Princess Jiahe for justice. The eldest cousin touched Yan Yan's hand lightly and winked at her, telling her not to care. The Xie family has not had an easy time in the past 2 months. Both men and women have been affected, and situations like today happen from time to time. It is obvious that Xie Qingqing is going to use Yan Yan. Yan Yan signaled the eldest cousin not to worry, and then looked at the person kneeling on the ground. "Xie Qingqing, Zhao Shuang'er is right. I wonder what you want this princess to do for you." "What?" Xie Qingqing raised her head suddenly and looked at Princess Jiahe in surprise. She didn't expect her to say that. "Your Highness, my eldest brother has gone astray, but he has been punished and paid the price of his life for it. Shouldn't this matter come to an end? A piece of farmland can produce good and bad crops. How can we deny the whole crop because of a bad rice seed? Don't you think so?" This analogy is good. It is easy to be led by the other party's thinking. But who is Yan Yan? It is impossible. You are right. A piece of crop can be good or bad. We can't deny the good because of the bad. But Xie Qingqing, have you ever thought that if it weren't for the rich conditions of this farmland, how could the crops in the field grow well? Your starting point from the moment you were born is the end point that others can't reach after several lifetimes of hard work. Everything you have is also given to you by the family. So when the family is criticized, you should accept it calmly." Her words made many people look at her with new eyes. The two cousins also breathed a sigh of relief, and they didn't have to worry about Yan Yan being used. Xie Qingqing raised her little face and refused to accept it. "But your highness, because of this incident, many women in the Xie family were divorced and sent home. The children of the Xie family can't even raise their heads outside. They clearly know that the other members of the Xie family are innocent." "Innocent? Uh-huh." Yan Yan chuckled. Tianyazu was just passing by, but was framed by Xie Ping and exiled. His wife and children were displaced. "Miss Xie, do you think they are all innocent? Those teenagers who were imprisoned and beaten to death by Xie Ping ended up with their families destroyed just because they were beautiful. Are they all innocent?" Xie Qingqing's face turned pale, and she had nothing to say. She knew that her plan had failed. She originally wanted to use the identity of Princess Jiahe to let her speak for the Xie family, but she forgot that Tian Yaozu was her brother-in-law. Regarding the Tian family, it was the Xie family that did something wrong. As for those teenagers who were beaten to death, how could ordinary people compare with the Xie family? This is the sense of superiority of a big family. Looking at the Xie family who did not repent at all, Yan Yan felt sick from the bottom of her heart. Hateful. The Xie family is really a noble family. Ordinary people are not qualified to make you admit your mistakes. Right? Uh-huh. Zhao Shuang'er said that you are the silt in the lake, which is flattering you. I think you are just maggots in the mud. Princess Jia. You. Xie Qingqing was so angry that her face turned blue. The princess spoke so vulgarly and unpleasantly. Besides, the Xie family is a noble family after all. And it is not something that a little princess like her can insult at will, no matter how powerful she is as a princess. She has no family to support her. Does she really think she is great? Her idea is actually the idea of most noble families. They don't take a princess seriously at all. And she is not a real royal relative. Starting from a supermarket, even if the supermarket is very unique, isn't it still a businessman in their eyes? Only a small number of people, after seeing her methods, put away their contempt. Of course, this does not include Xie Qingqing, who is not qualified to see the style of Princess Jia. So, when she saw the other party coming to the backyard, she suddenly wanted to use the other party. Xie Qingqing, pay attention to your attitude. The wife of the Song family's son reminded her coldly that she actually called the princess's name directly, which was a crime of disrespect. Xie Qingqing realized that she had just said the wrong thing and hurriedly admitted her mistake. Just now when I mentioned the Xie family, I was emotional for a while. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The implication is, if you didn't say bad things about the Xie family, would I be disrespectful to you? Yin thought. As expected, the children of a big family are not simple. If she cares about it, it means she has no tolerance. After all, the other party is a girl. If she doesn't care about it, she can't swallow this breath. Thinking of this, she waved her hand. Forget it. This princess doesn't want to care about people who are not even as good as mud, which simply lowers this princess's pattern. Xie Qingqing's face was very ugly. This was scolded again. And even the whole family was involved. It was really irritating. Yin then said to the people around her, Sister Xiuqin, in the future, any banquets that the Xie family will attend will be directly rejected. This princess doesn't want to pollute her eyes and ears. Yes, Mississippi, Dania's wife responded, and glanced at Xie Qingqing coldly. Xie Qingqing's face turned pale instantly. Princess Jia's last sentence was too heavy, which was a double whammy for the Xie family. This is a forcible separation of the Xie family from other families. If she said she would not attend the banquet with the Xie family, who would invite the Xie family to the banquet in the future? If they were invited, it would mean that they were of low class. What the big families care about most is face and reputation. She could already foresee that if her grandfather and father knew about this, they would be furious. And as the culprit, she would definitely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, she couldn't help trembling all over, her face full of despair. Your Highness, you can't do this to the Xie family. Why? You want to teach me how to do things? Ha! The Xie family has such a big face. Yin didn't mind throwing salt on it. No. Noisy. Yin frowned impatiently. The two guards behind her immediately stepped forward to block Xie Qingqing's mouth and asked her to leave. Everyone looked at each other. I didn't expect this one to be so tough and different from other princesses. They all restrained their thoughts, dared not to make small moves, and stopped the idea of testing. The episode passed quickly. Yin sat for a while and felt bored, so she stood up and walked around. The two wives of the Song family followed her. Chapter 426, Looking for Trouble. The Han mansion is very large, and the overall architectural style is based on the Jiang'an area. Each courtyard is basically a small garden, with flowers, birds, insects, fish, pavilions, small bridges, flowing water, long corridors and rockery. Yin felt that although the Han mansion was not as grand as her princess mansion, the scenery was good, and it was very comfortable to look at. Sister Xiuqin, when you go back, let Daniel modify the princess mansion according to the courtyard here. Okay, Mississippi, Dania's wife responded. Although she thought the princess mansion was better than the Han mansion, the wife of the prince thought for a while and reminded tactfully, Jia, it's not good to have too many lakes in this yard. If you like this kind of scenery, you can decorate the manor in the suburbs. Okay. Yin forgot about this aspect. Indeed, there is no place to live with so much water. Even if she doesn't understand feng shui, she knows it's not suitable. In the suburbs, she has several manors, all given by the emperor. One of them is dedicated to boating. The lake occupies 2/3 of the area of the manor, which is a good place to escape the heat in summer. Since her own mansion cannot be changed, she should appreciate others more. On the way, The second cousin's wife whispered about the Han family. For example, the Han family is more yin than yang. And even if the men are raised, they are not in good health. Each branch of the Han family has only one child. And the fathers of the other party have passed away early, leaving behind orphans and widows. Han Ju's family is even more dead. Except for him. All died. The Han family thought that he was unlucky for their relatives, so they separated him from the mansion early. It was also because Han Ju worked hard and was valued by the emperor that their family was supported. It's not that no one has mentioned that the feng shui of the Han family is not good, but the old lady Han is determined not to change it, and others can't persuade the old lady. So it just ended like this. The second wife still felt that the lack of offspring in the Han family was related to the feng shui of the mansion. Yin Yin didn't understand this either, so she just listened to it as gossip. As she walked, she heard laughter coming from next door. The laughter was unbridled and full of sarcasm. I didn't expect that my sister-in-law had such a good story. Brother Han. Why do I feel that you have a green head? Ha. Maybe you made a mistake. Brother Chi. Please be careful. Someone spoke for the other party. Whether you made a mistake or not, only the parties involved know. I didn't expect that a little brother I casually accepted actually had a relationship with Miss Xiao. This world is big, but it's also small. Ha. Many people laughed loudly, without any concealment. Yin Yin probably guessed something, looked at the big tree next to her, flew up directly, and used branches to cover herself. On the other side of the wall, a group of men were chatting in the pavilion. Yin Yin found an acquaintance, Liang Fei from Liangqiu. Not only did he come to the capital, but he was also accepted as a younger brother by the young master of the Qi family. She also found Ning Yuan and Ning Yi in the pavilion. Ning Yuan seemed to feel something, and suddenly looked up at a big tree outside the wall in the distance. Then his mouth curled slightly and smiled. Ning Yi glanced at his eldest brother, and looked suspiciously at the distance. But there was nothing, so he didn't know what he was laughing at. The person everyone was talking about was his former wife, and the woman who almost married his eldest brother. At this time, how could his eldest brother still laugh? He wanted to leave immediately, but if he left directly, he would seem guilty. In any case, Xia Jinger had died of illness. If he got angry, it would easily arouse others' suspicion. Young Master Han was furious, and a blush appeared on his sick face. After all, Xiao Jinger was his newly married wife. How could he not be angry when she was insulted like this? Brother Qi, if my wife has nothing to do with this person, you must be responsible for your words. Mr. Qi shook his fan and said with a smile, Brother Han, don't worry. If this little brother of mine tells a lie, I will break all 3 of his legs and give Brother Han an explanation. How about that? Liang Fei's body froze, and he felt cold all over. But he also understood that he had no way out. Fortunately, what he said was true. Soon, Xiao Jinger was invited over. Although the other party's appearance had changed greatly, he could still see the shadow of the past. Liang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not recognize the wrong person. Otherwise today would not end. Xiao Jinger greeted everyone, and then stood obediently beside young Master Han. My husband? What did you call me for? She asked, her hands moving non-stop. First she wiped the sweat off his forehead with a handkerchief, then fed him a few sips of tea, and finally wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. The whole action was natural and coherent, and the anger in young Master Han's heart subsided a lot. He liked this new wife, whether it was her appearance or her character, so he didn't mind even if she was of a lower status. Jinger, do you know this person? He pointed to the person next to him. When Xiao Jinger saw Liang Fei, her expression didn't change, as if she saw a stranger. My husband? This person is the son of the lord of Liangqiu City, named Liang Fei. Seeing that she didn't deny knowing him, Liang Fei was happy and said quickly, Jinger, I haven't seen you for many days. Are you okay? After these words came out, young Master Han's face darkened slightly. He acted so ambiguous in front of him. Did he think he was dead? Xiao Jinger looked at Liang Fei in confusion, with a puzzled expression and a hint of alienation. What do you mean? Mr. Liang? We have only met a few times. How can you call me by my maiden name? Besides, I am married. Please call me Mrs. Han. Her words made everyone's expression brighten, thinking that there was something interesting to watch. Liang Fei was a little anxious, and took 2 steps forward. What do you mean by a few times? Have you forgotten that we are in love and promised to be together for life? I promised to marry you. Zhao Jinger covered her mouth and laughed softly, as if she heard a joke. Mr. Liang, please stop joking. I have said less than 5 sentences to you before. How can we be together forever? Besides, I already have an engagement in Liangqiu. So how can I be engaged to you again? Oh, Mrs. Han has an engagement in Liangqiu? Someone asked curiously, looking at Mr. Han from time to time. Zhao Jinger was very frank. Yes. When I first arrived in Liangqiu, Sister Zhao Fian recognized me as a sister. Not only did she take care of me, but she also arranged a marriage for me. It was Shui Qiao from the Shui family. I told the Han family about this before I married into the Han family. Mr. Han nodded. I do know about this. And I don't care. Since Zhao Jinger was going to marry into the Han family, how could she leave such a big handle? I broke off my engagement with Master Shui after I met Lord Song, and have been with Lord Song and Princess Jia ever since. Even if I move into the city lord's mansion, I live with the princess. There is no such thing as a one-on-one meeting, let alone a promise to each other. Involving the Song family and Princess Jia is like finding a protective umbrella for herself. Who would have the urge to confirm the truth of her words to the Song family and Princess Jia? Chapter 427. It's better to divorce her. Liang Fei felt that Master Qi looked at him unkindly, and hurriedly said, No. We knew each other before, and had feelings for each other. Zhao Jinger sneered. I have met you no more than 5 times. And Sister Fian was present every time we met. Except for saying hello. I have never talked to you alone. I don't know how I can have feelings for you. These are all true and can withstand investigation. Except for Xiao Chui. No one else knew about the private meeting between the two, let alone promise to be together for life. Zhao Jinger asked coldly. Mr. Liang, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to destroy my innocence? I don't. Liang Fei realized that every time they met, few people knew about it, and no one else knew about their affairs except the people who served them. The reason Zhao Jinger gave, at the beginning, was that she had an engagement with the Shui family. If her affair with her was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. He also didn't want to offend the Shui family because of a woman. So every time they met, he deliberately sent people away. No one would believe these words unless there was evidence. Evidence? Liang Fei suddenly thought of the sachet she gave him. Fortunately, he was wearing it with him. Thinking of this, he took off the sachet. Jinger, do you recognize this sachet? You sewed it for me by yourself. When the sachet appeared, many people's eyes changed, and they thought, let's see how she can quibble. Young Master Qi smiled slightly, looking at the teasing eyes of young Master Han, thinking, you have to admit this green hat. Young Master Han's face turned a lot paler, looking at Zhao Jinger's complicated eyes. If she really had something with Liang Fei, then don't blame him for giving up on her. Even if he likes her, he can't have a wife who has an affair with someone else. And the Han family can't afford to lose face. Zhao Jinger looked at the sachet without saying a word. And anyone with a discerning eye could see her nervousness. They were full of jokes, waiting to see the show. Enough? What are you doing to a weak woman? Ning Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, and said dissatisfiedly, Zhao Jinger has been with us since she was in Pancheng. During this period, I have never seen Mr. Liang and Zhao Jinger alone, or even have any ambiguous words or actions. Liang Fei, I don't know what you mean by targeting Zhao Jinger. But you have to know that even if her marriage with the Han family is annulled, she is still the daughter of the Zhao family. And you can't bully her as a small son of the city lord. Ningyi looked at his eldest brother in surprise. He didn't expect him to speak for Zhao Jing. Others didn't expect that the person who stood up would be the son-in-law Ning Yuan. However, thinking that Ning Yuan almost took her as a concubine, there must be affection between them. It is understandable that he can't stand it now, and stands up for her. I just don't know what Princess Jiahe will think when she knows it. Oh! It's so lively. A teasing voice came from the crowd. And then Han Ju, dressed in white, walked over. He glanced at Liang Fei with a smile. And then his eyes fell on Zhao Jinger. Sister-in-law, you are really lucky. Not only did someone come all the way to the capital to fight for your life, but also the dignified prince consort came to your rescue. My eldest brother also looked reluctant. Tut-tut. Han Ju's words were provocative. After these words, the faces of several people were not good. Zhao Jinger didn't expect him to come. She pursed her lips slightly, and her face became even colder. Master Hanju, I don't know what you are talking about. Now someone wants to destroy the reputation of the Han family. As a member of the Han family, shouldn't you protect the honor of the family? Haha. What? Sister-in-law, are you going to order me around? Hanju's eyes were full of teasing, and there was undisguised contempt and disdain. So how is sister-in-law going to thank me? Have a heart-to-heart talk with me under the moon? Or have a tryst in the bamboo forest? Or give me a sachet made by hand? Huh? While speaking, he raised his hand and gently touched her smooth chin. Zhao Jing immediately turned her head away and rebuked him coldly. Hanju, please respect yourself. Master Han also felt that his brother's actions were frivolous, and reminded him, second brother, Jinger is your sister-in-law now. Hanju regretfully withdrew his hand, then smiled at his eldest brother and suggested, brother, it's better not to have such a fickle woman. She has brought disgrace to the Han family. It's better to divorce her or demote her to a concubine. I will introduce you to a better one. Young Master Han frowned and scolded him. Nonsense. Jinger is my wife, who was married to me in a formal ceremony. How can you divorce her just like that? Besides, who knows if this Liang Fei was sent by someone else to slander Jinger? Zhao Jinger was deeply moved by his words. Husband, I didn't expect you to be so good to me. I won't let you down. You said it so nicely. Hanju clapped his hands and applauded her. Shui Qiao of the Shui family. Liang Fei of Liangqiu. Then the eldest and second young masters of the Ning family. And finally my eldest brother. TSK. As expected. They do better than they say. I admire you. Zhao Jinger stared at him intently. And Hanju smiled, not caring about the hatred in her eyes at all. In fact, the more she hated, the happier he was. Young Master Han looked at the two of them and suddenly said, second brother, you don't like Jinger, do you? Heh. Hanju sneered. How can such a charming man, a fickle woman who falls in love with every woman he sees, deserve the love of me? Hanju, looking at his expression and the disdain in his eyes, it didn't seem fake. So young Master Han didn't think about it anymore. Zhao Jinger's hands hidden in her sleeves clenched into fists tightly, trying her best to stabilize her emotions. She smiled charmingly at Hanju. Hearing what Mr. Han said about me, I thought he had charmed you too? But fortunately, I didn't. A man like you, I can't even look down on him if I'm blind. Unless I die. You? Hanju suddenly glared at her with a sinister look. Zhao Jinger glared back, not to be outdone, and she didn't dare to face her in front of so many people. Yan, who was far away, watched the interaction between the two, and her intuition told her that there was definitely something wrong between the two. Hanju could tell at a glance that he had turned from love to hate. And even, up to now, he still loved Xia Jinger. For example, he showed up to rescue Xia Jinger and suggested that his elder brother divorce his wife. Is he sure he wasn't jealous? As for the matter between the two, she had learned from Uncle Song before that the two families had a grudge, and it was impossible for them to be together. When the Xia family was exterminated, the executioner was Hanju's father, although the order was issued by the late emperor. The Han family, as the executioner, could not resolve the grudge with the Xia family. So everyone can understand that the two of them don't get along with each other. And of course, no one thinks about it in another way. Speaking of Zhao Jing, she retracted her gaze and looked at Liang Fei. Mr. Liang, you said the sachet is mine, right? Liang Fei affirmed. Yes, you sewed it yourself. Okay. Trouble Master Qi. Please help turn the sachet over. She was determined. The master of the Qi family took the sachet with doubt, and then turned the inner layer to the outside. The words Xiao Chui were embroidered inside. Chapter 428. Something happened to Abu. See, this sachet is embroidered with Xiao Chui's name, who was once my personal maid. If I sewed this sachet, why did I embroider Xiao Chui's name instead of Liang Fei? This is... Everyone came forward to check, and it was indeed the two words Xiao Chui. Zhao Jinger continued. This sachet was clearly embroidered by Xiao Chui and given to Liang Fei. No. Xiao Chui clearly said that you sewed it yourself. Liang Fei did not admit it. If he admitted it, everything he had done before would be in vain. Zhao Jinger glanced at him lightly and asked, Mr. Liang, I heard that my maid Xiao Chui became your concubine. Is it true? Liang Fei's face turned pale. He didn't expect that she knew all about this matter. Seeing that he did not refute, Everyone instantly understood that the sachet seemed to be given by the little maid in the name of her lady. In other words, Zhao Jing'er was innocent. Liang Fei, do you have any other evidence? Han Ju kindly reminded him. You can't slander the Han family at will. Liang Fei had nothing to say. The matter between the two of them was very secretive. Even if they passed on messages, they were all verbal, and there was no written information left. Before coming, he thought it would be easy to prove his relationship with Zhao Jing'er, but he didn't expect that he miscalculated. Young Master Han's face darkened, and he looked at young Master Qi with displeasure, asking him to give an explanation to his wife and the Han family. Young Master Qi clasped his fists apologetically. I was also deceived by the villain. Brother Han, please forgive me. I will give you and the Han family an explanation now. As he waved his hand, a servant immediately stepped forward and controlled Liang Fei. Liang Fei's face changed drastically with fear, and he begged for mercy. Master Qi, you can't cross the river and burn the bridge. It's obviously you. Woo woo. Before he finished speaking, his mouth was blocked by someone. And then someone came with a wooden stick as thick as a fist. Ah! There were screams in the corridor. Many people watched coldly. Their expressions did not change, or they did not care about the life and death of a servant at all. Zhao Jing'er leaned on her husband's arms in fear. Master Han comforted his wife distressfully. Han Ju stared at the two of them closely, and hatred flashed in his eyes. A farce ended just like that. Ning Yuan looked into the distance, where there was no trace of the beauty. He suddenly felt a little guilty, afraid that Yin'er would be unhappy. Thinking of this, he stood up. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and left without caring what others thought. Ningyi looked at his elder brother, and then at the loving couple of the Han family. He scratched his head and got up to leave. Since he knew some great secrets, Ning Yi's attitude towards Ning Yuan has changed 180 degrees. He understood that if he wanted the Ning family to last for a long time, he had to hold Ning Yuan's thigh. This was the last sentence his father left him. Ning Yi originally hated his father, but after knowing that he was not his biological child, he felt a little sympathetic to him. Most of his life has passed. His wife is gone. His children are gone. And now he is alone. And he is also deserted by his friends and relatives. Now he doesn't know whether he will live or die. Ningyi sighed, collected his thoughts, and hurried to chase his elder brother. On the way back from the Han family, Ning Yuan kept looking at the people around him carefully, fearing that she would be angry. Yin Yin smiled and glared at him. Am I such a stingy person? Ning Yuan hurriedly shook his head. No. My Yin'er is the most reasonable. Forget it this time. Next time you defend other women like this, I will defend other men. Ning Yuan immediately became anxious when he heard it, and quickly promised. No. I definitely won't do it again. When he thought of Yin'er defending other men, he was depressed and wanted to kill people. Absolutely not. Zhao Jing'er was also forgotten by him. Afterwards, Yin Yin asked Uncle Song to check that Liang Fei was brought to the capital by Ning Ji, and the Qi family was the bridge. However, Liang Fei was really not good, and was abolished in one round. As for why Ning Ji wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Jing'er, she didn't know. Since the wedding day, she has never seen Ning Ji again, and she doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. That day, Yin Yin was in the palace, discussing with the emperor about sending troops to Yin State. The emperor meant that the other side of the heavenly palace let the famous family take the lead. If the famous families of the two countries disagree, there will be an excuse to deal with them. The beasts of the famous family are a problem. Fortunately, Xiaohu was promoted to the Beast King, and with Abu, they can split the troops into two groups. Yin Yin took Xiaohu to Yin State. As for the famous families of their own country, Abu and Xiaoyuan were in charge. While the few people were discussing countermeasures, Yin Yin received the news from Xiaodin. It turned out that the hairy people suddenly ran away and injured many guards. Brother Abu was sent by the eldest princess to invite him away. Xiaodin was worried, so she asked her mother to go back quickly. Yin Yin told the emperor that she wanted to rush to the Song family. Lord Song, who was discussing with them, couldn't sit still when he heard it and wanted to go back with Yin Yin. When the two came back, the eldest princess's mansion was under martial law. Before they approached the side yard, they smelled a strong smell of blood. Lord Song's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace, worried that something had happened to his father. Roar! Suddenly, Xiaohu roared in the side yard. Yan Yan's face changed. Something must have happened. Otherwise Xiaohu would not be so angry. Uncle, I'll go over and take a look first. Before she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. Lord Song also guessed that something had happened, and hurried to the side yard. As for Yan Yan, when she arrived at the side yard, she just saw Abu being bitten by the hairy man's neck. Xiaohu wanted to rush over, but was stopped by the guards. There was a lot of blood on its yellow fur. Looking at the eldest princess, and so many guards on the side, and then looking at Abu, who was enduring the pain and not struggling, Yan Yan was furious. She slapped him. The hairy man stepped back several steps, then spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Fengger. The eldest princess shouted in pain and hurried over. Yan Yan held Abu in one hand and put the other hand on the wound on his neck to heal him. Auntie. Abu stared at the person in front of him in a daze, his eyes slightly red. Yan Yan frowned. Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled together, and she exuded a cold breath. Roar. Without the guard stopping him, the tiger flew over and rubbed Abu's body with his big head anxiously. Abu gently touched the tiger's big head to comfort it. Don't worry. I'm fine. Thank you for protecting me. Roar. The tiger responded, and then stared at the person not far away with his big eyes like copper bells, and his sharp teeth shone coldly. Yan Yan let Abu lean on the tiger, and then put her hand on its big head. After a quick check, the tiger was not injured. The blood on its body should be from the guards. In order to reward it for protecting Abu, Yan Yan took out 2 apples and threw them to it. Then she gave Abu another one to replenish his lost energy. The tiger rubbed her hand with its big head. It knew that as long as she was there, Abu would be safe. The eldest princess looked at the injured Fengger with anger and dissatisfaction on her face. Chapter 429. Repaying a favor? Jiahe. Come and check on Fengger's injury. The Grand Princess gave a serious order. Yan Yan ignored him and continued to treat Abu's wound. Jiahe. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that she was indifferent, the Grand Princess rebuked her coldly. The cane in her hand hit the ground heavily. Yan Yan turned to look at the Grand Princess, curled her lips slightly, and said with a smile, Are you talking to me, Grand Princess? Sorry. My child was injured, and I was so anxious that I didn't hear anyone talking to me. Please forgive me. Her tone was polite, but her words were sarcastic. Could the Grand Princess not hear it? But she also knew that she was wrong in this matter. So she suppressed her anger and said, I understand your worry. I won't blame you. Come and check Fengger's injury. He's vomiting blood. Abu's wound hasn't healed yet. Don't worry. As for this hairy man, he won't die. What do you mean he won't die? The eldest princess couldn't hold back her anger. He was just bitten and sucked some blood. He can make up for it by eating an apple. Why make a fuss? Yan Yan looked at such a strange person. She didn't expect the eldest princess to say such a thing. Your Highness, in your eyes, Abu just lost some blood. But in my eyes, I feel bad for him even if he has a skin broken. Also, why did you ask Abu to come here? Didn't I say that if the hairy man has an attack, come to me directly? Speaking of this, the eldest princess frowned and questioned her dissatisfiedly. Jiahe, did you really treat Fengger? Obviously. Abu's blood can suppress Fengji's irritability and even make him conscious. Why did you hide it from me? In her opinion, Fengger could be cured. But Yan Yan concealed it for selfish reasons, which was her fault. Grandma, who told you that Abu's blood is useful? Marquis Song rushed over and happened to hear the conversation between the two. He immediately understood what happened. It was Grandma who did something wrong. So it was no wonder that Jiahe was angry, seeing that it was her grandson who came. The eldest princess looked uncomfortable for a moment. Don't worry about how I know. Now that your father has the possibility of recovery. I just asked, do you want to treat him or not? Marquis Song came to the eldest princess with some helplessness. Grandmother, what you said is not right. If the premise of curing my father is to hurt others, and they are family members, how can we cure him? The eldest princess asked back. Since he is a family member, what's wrong with donating a little blood? Besides, it's not his life. Grandmother, what you said is right. But you must at least get the consent of Jiahe and Abu. How can you forcibly take blood in this way? Do you think it's possible to agree? Jiahe obviously knew this method a long time ago, but he has never mentioned it for so long. In her eyes, Abu is a relative. And you are nothing. Otherwise, why would she not mention it? The eldest princess' words were full of sarcasm and even sadness. As if Yin Yin had done something wrong to her. Lord Song was speechless for a while. The eldest princess sneered. You treat her as a relative. But does she treat you as a relative? When she was nothing and had nothing. How much support and protection did the Song family give her? At the beginning, when Ning Yuan wanted to marry someone else, I personally stepped forward to stop him. Did she remember all this? Now that she is valued by the emperor and has become a princess, she no longer takes the Song family seriously. If she had any heart, she would not sit idly by and watch Feng Ge's illness. Such a selfish person. Why can't she also be selfish? Yin Yin was silent. From the perspective of the Grand Princess, she didn't think she was wrong. In fact, when she decided to move Abu, she was ready to turn against him. But from Yin Yan's point of view, the Grand Princess's behavior made her unacceptable. The other party cares about her own children. So doesn't she care about Abu the same? She admitted that she was selfish. She didn't want Abu to get into trouble. She didn't even give Ning Yuan the blood he needed. Not to mention Ning Yuan's grandfather. What? You have nothing to say. Right? Seeing her silence, the Grand Princess sneered. Jiahe, tell me in your conscience, how does the Song family treat you? Yin Yin looked over. Is this a threat to repay the favor? The Song family treats me very well. The Grand Princess wants me to repay the favor. And I will. But it has nothing to do with Abu. I won't talk to you about anything else. What the Song family needs now is Abu's blood. Will you give it to me? The eldest princess asked directly. Yin Yin hugged Abu and looked at the person in front of her sharply. She didn't answer, which also showed her attitude. Abu tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Auntie, it's just some blood. I can do it. No. Yin Yin objected immediately. I said, even if it's repaying a favor. It's my business. She would not let Abu repay a favor for her. Abu held her sleeve tightly. His eyes became moist. He was very happy that his aunt cared about him so much. Lord Song on the side couldn't stand it anymore and spoke for Yin Yin. Grandmother, Jiahe doesn't owe the Song family anything. She is He Yuan's wife. So she is a member of the Song family. Isn't it right for us to be nice to her? Also, she gave the Song family many membership cards and purchasing cards, which can't be bought with money. Song Qin and Song Bai are therefore valued by His Majesty. There is also the supermarket. If you become an employee of the supermarket, you will receive fairy fruits every month, which will prolong your life and give the Song family an unbeatable trump card. All these together are enough to offset the Song family's protection of Jiahe. And even more than enough. Isn't it? Grand Duke. The master didn't think so. These are just icing on the cake. It won't hurt the Song family if they don't have them. Grandmother, that's not what I meant. Do you know what conditions the other 3 countries agreed to for a membership card? Do you know what price other families are willing to pay to get a membership card? You can't ignore it just because it's easy for our family to get it. Besides, their family also has a supermarket. A supermarket with absolute defense. To put it bluntly, even if the Great Zhou is gone one day, the Song family will be gone with the supermarket. If you really count it, Jiahe has brought much more to the Song family than they have given. There is another point he didn't say. Because of Jiahe, Xia Yuan's health has also recovered a lot. You know, before meeting Jiahe, Xia Yuan almost died several times. Not to mention getting married and living a normal life. The eldest princess glared at her grandson, thinking, who am I going to save? Don't you know? Are you Feng Ge's child? Why do you always talk to outsiders? Lord Song touched his nose. His palms and backs were made of flesh. He couldn't be partial. Besides, he felt that what his grandmother did was not well thought out. Yin Yin was a little surprised that her uncle could speak in her favor. She felt warm in her heart. At this time, someone came from outside. Chapter 430. Don't mind a falling out. Mom. Brother Abu. Xiao Dan ran into the yard and threw herself into Abu's arms when she saw him. Brother Abu. Luckily you're okay. Woo woo. I was scared. Xiao Dan was crying and was really scared. Don't worry. Xiao Dan. I'm fine. Abu patted her shoulder gently. His eyes were so gentle that they seemed to drip water. Xiao Yong came over. He looked Abu up and down. Looked at the blood on his neck. His eyes sank slightly. And a dangerous light flashed. followed by Ning Yuan and Song Yin. It was the first time Ning Yuan saw Mao Ren. He didn't know his identity, and he was naturally concerned about Abu first. Seeing that he was fine, he was relieved. Abu, are you okay? Abu shook his little head, looking at his uncle with moist eyes, full of dependence. Yuan's heart moved, touched his little head, and then looked at the eldest princess with sharp eyes. He would protect Abu, and no one could hurt him. And Song Yin was dumbfounded when he saw Mao Ren. He had always thought that Mao Ren had been dealt with by his eldest brother, but he didn't expect that the other party was still in the Song family, and even his grandmother knew about his existence. So, has the eldest brother been lying to him? Song Yin glanced at his brother in confusion, and the meaning was very clear. Why did you hide it from me? Song Hao gave his younger brother an apologetic look, and then shook his head slightly at him. Now is not the time to say these things, and he will give him an explanation later. Song Yin also knew that his father's identity was sensitive, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that more and more people were coming, the eldest princess didn't want to cause trouble. In addition to the attitudes of Ning Yuan and Yin Yin, the eldest and second sons did not occupy her side, and she also understood that the plan could not continue. So she planned to give in. Jiahe healed his wound, and today's matter will be over. Yin Yin knew that she had only said half of her words. Today's matter was over, but it didn't mean that Abu's blood would not be taken in the future. Grand Princess, I can let it go today, but there won't be a next time. Otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. If the person is gone, then the problem will no longer exist. Threat? Naked threat. The Grand Princess's face was ashen with anger. He dared to threaten her. He was really brave. Lord Song didn't expect Jiahe to say such words. Is he going to draw a line with the Song family? He looked at the two people who didn't give in and sighed. Grandmother. Jiahe. Are we a family? What can't be discussed? Why make it so awkward? Do I want to make it awkward? Listen to what she said? The Grand Princess was furious. No one dared to disobey her like this for a long time. In her opinion, a life is not as good as some blood. This kind of family is not worth having. I also cannot afford a family like you who plots against the younger generation behind the scenes. Yin Yin was not willing to be outdone. If she didn't protect her child, who would she protect? And Abu was special. If this loophole was open today, would Abu still be able to live a stable life in the future? So, this loophole must not be opened. Okay. The eldest princess pointed at her, her fingers trembling with anger. Princess Jiahe is really powerful. We, the Song family, can't afford a family like you. Come on. Send the guests away. She didn't mind a falling out. If she really did, she wouldn't have to worry so much next time she did it. Song Hao held his forehead. Why did he get angrier the more he talked? Song Yin was also dumbfounded and hurried to persuade them to stop fighting. Si Yuan, persuade Jiahe. Grandmother, why are you still arguing with the younger generation? Ning Yuan did not speak, but stood beside his wife and showed his attitude with his actions. Even if the eldest princess wanted to take a step back, she could not suppress her anger when she saw the attitude of the couple. Don't persuade anyone. The Song family can either have her or me. She knocked the floor heavily with her cane, then asked the guards to lift her up and leave. Well, where am I? Mao Ren suddenly spoke, looking around with confused eyes, not understanding where he was. Fengge? Seeing the child suddenly wake up, the eldest princess was very excited and hurried forward. Fengge, do you still remember your mother? Mother? Mao Ren looked at the old woman in confusion. Although she was very old, he could still see the shadow of his mother. Are you really my mother? He asked uncertainly. Brother Feng, I am really your mother. Decades have passed and I am old. The eldest princess cried with joy. The child finally woke up. Thank God. Big brother. Second brother. Come to see your father. The two brothers of Song Hao knelt in front of their father and called him father. Mao Ren looked at the children, who had grown up, and was full of emotion. You are so big now? He raised his hand to touch the children, and suddenly saw the hair on his hands. He was stunned. My hand? My face? What's going on? And didn't I die at the beginning? He touched the hair on his body and fell into doubt. Dad? It's a long story. You were rescued, but you lost your mind because of it. We didn't find you until a few months ago. Lord Song did not mention the assassination of His Majesty, but simply explained it. Is that so? What about your mother? Speaking of his mother, Lord Song shook his head with a lonely look. Mother was not saved. Before opening the coffin, he hoped that his mother's coffin was also empty. But his hope was dashed. And the only person who was saved was his father. No! Malring could not hide his disappointment in his words. But he also understood that it was not so easy to come back to life. Dad, how have you been through these years? Do you remember? Song Yin asked curiously. Malrin shook his head. My memory stays at the moment when your mother and I died. As for how he was saved and how he became like this, he had no impression at all. Ahem. Malring couldn't help coughing twice, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The eldest princess hurriedly asked someone to invite the imperial physician, and then asked someone to carry Fenggur away. Lord Song wanted to stay and persuade Jiahe, but was called away by the eldest princess. Only Yin Yin and her family were left in the desolate yard. Auntie. Abu looked at her anxiously, feeling uneasy. Yin Yin pinched his little face and smiled at him. Don't think too much. Auntie is here, and no one will touch you. Remember, you are our child. Just like Xiaodan and Xiaong. Don't think of sacrificing yourself. Understand? Abu held back his tears and nodded vigorously. Xiaoyong said with a stern face. Mom, we won't go to the Song Family Academy anymore. Also, someone needs to be arranged around Abu. Now that the relationship has been torn apart, the other party will definitely act more unscrupulously, and we have to guard against it. Well, I think so too. Although Uncle Song and the others will not have such an idea. The Grand Princess has to guard against it. It would be fine if Malrang could stay awake and not have an attack. But I'm afraid that he would lose his mind again after a while. And the Grand Princess would definitely not be able to accept it. Chapter 431. I want to remember your appearance. However, let Abu and Xiaoyong follow me in the future. Ning Yuan suggested that he had to go to class anyway, and his progress was not much faster than Xiaoyong's. Yin Yin was still worried. What if the eldest princess persuaded the emperor? But we can't keep the children in the princess's mansion and not let them go out. Ning Yuan knew what she was worried about, and then said, in this way, I will be responsible for picking up and dropping off the children in the future. If I am not with them, Abu will not be allowed to leave the supermarket. That's fine. Yin Yin agreed. The children were still young, and it was impossible for them not to go to school. This matter soon reached the ears of the emperor. He could understand his aunt's approach, but he did not agree. He knew Jiahe's temperament. If he really wanted her to give in, the best way was to persuade her with emotion. Even if Abu's blood was precious, it was not impossible to ask for some. However, his aunt secretly planned to get Abu's blood. After being discovered, she not only did not apologize, but also had a tough attitude. With Jiahe's temper and his attitude of valuing his family, it was impossible not to quarrel. In the end, the quarrel was out of control, and the two families almost broke up. The emperor sighed. His aunt had been tough all her life. How could she bow to a younger generation? So the ending was foreseeable. He didn't intend to care. And he couldn't care. On one side was his aunt, and on the other was his own son. Who should he help and who not? So, he simply ignored both. Later, the eldest princess asked for an interview, but he found excuses to refuse. After being refused twice, the eldest princess understood that the emperor was determined not to care, so she didn't count on this nephew. The next day, Song Qing and his wife came to the princess's mansion as lobbyists to ease the relationship between the two families. Yin Yin was walking with Rui in the mansion. She was going to Yin State in a few days, and she wanted to ask Rui what his plan was, whether to fight against the Heavenly Palace together or stay in the princess's mansion. What do you want me to do? Rui did not answer directly, but asked her back. Yin Yin naturally hoped that he could lend a hand. With his help, it would be more certain to deal with the palace master. But she did not want to force him. I hope you follow your heart and choose. No matter what it is. I respect your choice. Is that so? Rui stopped, and his hairband fluttered gently as he turned his head. Yin Yin. Yeah. If I am gone, will you still remember me? Why do you ask that? Yin Yin did not understand. Rui lowered his head slightly and whispered. Nothing. I just want to know. Yin Yin looked at him for a while, and then replied solemnly. I won't remember you, because I will fall before you do. Even if I do, you should remember me. What she said was true. If Rui was in danger because of her fight against the Heavenly Palace, she would not leave him alone. She would die first. Rui looked up at her suddenly, and his emotions seemed a little excited. He raised his hand to touch her, but stopped when his fingers were close to her cheek. I want to remember you. He couldn't see her face, so he could only touch her. But when his hand got close, he didn't dare to touch her. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, there was a touch of softness on the back of his hand, and then his fingers touched her smooth skin. Rui's fingertips trembled slightly, and he traced her eyebrows, nose, mouth, and cheeks bit by bit. Soon a beautiful face took shape in his mind. He suddenly smiled, very happily. His smile infected the people around him. And Yin Yin also smiled. Rui, I think we will be best friends. Friends? Very good. He put his hand down reluctantly. When will we leave? Yin Yin knew his choice. 5 days later. Rui was silent for a moment, and said, I want to learn painting. Okay. I'll ask the painter to teach you. Yeah. Rui responded softly, and seemed in a good mood. At this time, the servant came to report that Song Qing and his wife wanted to see him. Rui said, You go and do your work. I'll sit for a while. Okay. Yin Yin patted his shoulder and left. Rui turned his head and looked in the direction she left, and didn't look back for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Song Qing and his wife came here mainly to apologize. The eldest princess did something unkind. No wonder Yin Yin was angry. At the same time, I hope that Yin Yin will not be alienated from the Song family because of this. In this matter, everyone stood on Yin Yin's side, but the eldest princess was so old that no one could make sense. Later, they would send someone to watch the eldest princess and not let her touch Abu again. Cousin, I want to know, how did the eldest princess know that Abu's blood was useful for the Mao people? Who said that? When she was doing the experiment, no one was present, so there was no secret leaked. Song Qing looked a little embarrassed. If my great-grandmother doesn't say it, my father and others can't do anything. Well, Yin Yin didn't pursue it. The generation was there, and no one could do anything to the eldest princess. Song Qing continued. The people from the Song family have been ruled out, and the princess's mansion has also been checked, but nothing was found. My father said it might be the news from outside. The implication is that it might be someone from the Heavenly Palace. Yin Yin understood what he meant. Maoren was originally the work of the Heavenly Palace. If they said that Abu's blood was useful, then it was normal for the Grand Princess to believe their words. The three talked for a while, and Yin Yin repeatedly stated that she would not really break off relations with the Song family. And then Song Qing and his wife went back. Throughout the whole process, Song Qing did not mention the situation of Maoren, nor did he test whether Yin Yin would take out Abu's blood. They also brought some gifts and supplements for Abu. Before Lin left, Yin Yin reminded Song Qing, Cousin, I know that the Grand Princess can receive fairy fruit every month, but Mao Ren's physical condition is still unknown, so I don't recommend giving him fairy fruit. The extra heart in his body is always a hidden danger. Song Qing nodded, indicating that he knew. 5 days later, Yin Yin and the others set off. Abu and Ning Yuan are going to go south, and the famous families of Dazhou must be dealt with. Either they will attack the Heavenly Palace and both sides will suffer, or they will be disarmed by the Emperor and become a toothless tiger, at the mercy of others. Yin Yin, Xiaohu and Rui went west together. They were responsible for the famous families of Yin State, and the envoys of Yin State were also accompanying them. The famous families are behind the Heavenly Palace, so dealing with the famous families is a fuse, and the first wave of temptation. I believe that the war will start soon, or it will be a war of the four countries. There is a Yanbugua mountain range between Yin State and Dazhou. This is a natural barrier, and it is difficult for the two countries to fight. If you take a detour, you need to walk half a month more. If you don't take a detour, no one can pass the Yanbugua mountain range, not to mention the army that is accompanying you. Therefore, it is necessary to bypass the mountain range, which also means that time is more urgent. The general of the Western Expedition Army is the second master of the Wang family, who is also a victorious general on the battlefield. Inu accompanied him as a deputy general. The emperor has promised that as long as Inu returns safely, he will grant him and Song Jinner a marriage. Yin Yin received the title of an escort officer, responsible for escorting grain and grass. Chapter 432 Abnormal. The army was always on the road, and Yen Yen would send a message to Ning Yuan in her free time. They agreed to meet in Chi State, and the two would be separated for about 2 months. And she was still reluctant to leave. Everything went smoothly along the way. Soon they arrived at the Yanbugua Mountains, and Yen Yen took Xiao Hu, Rui, and several guards, and separated from the large army and entered the forest. Yen Yen planned to find some helpers in case she couldn't control the beasts of the famous family. After entering the mountains, Xiao Hu roared, and the animals within a radius of 10 miles fled in all directions. Before it was promoted to a demon beast, Xiao Hu was the tyrant here. No animals dared to run wild within 100 miles of where it was, which was why as soon as it left, those large beasts came to fight for territory. Uncle Song and the others happened to catch up and almost couldn't get out. Along the way, they didn't encounter any animals, so they walked with confidence, and there were no insects. This won't work. She came in to find helpers. Xiaohu, put away your coercion. Roar. Xiaohu shook his head. Even if he put it away, no animal dared to enter his territory. This is the law of the animal world. But you scared them all away. How can you find help? She rubbed his big head hard and threw the question to him. Roar. Roar. Xiaohu bared his teeth and dug the ground with his claws. You are so majestic. Yen Yen patted his big head and let him go. Go. Wait for your good news. Xiaohu roared. Then a pair of wings grew on his back, flew into the sky, and soon disappeared. Next, Yen Yen and the others continued on their journey. When it was getting dark, they found a cave and made a fire to cook. Because of Rui, there is fish at almost every meal. Since entering the forest, Yen Yen found that Rui's mood has become very good, and the whole person has become much more lively. Life in the forest is more suitable for him. After dinner, Yen Yen came out of the cave, looked up at the man in the tree, flew down to his side, and handed him an apple. Dessert after dinner? Rui said thank you, then took it and ate it in small bites. Yen Yen touched his heart with her fingertips, and energy slowly entered. Whenever Rui ate apples, the heart in his body would become much gentler. With her continuous testing and feeding of apples, the heart finally let her energy enter. Yen Yen closed her eyes and focused her attention. Rui pursed his lips slightly, tensed his body, and a golden light shone from the position of his eyes under the hairband. But it soon disappeared. As for Yen Yen, her consciousness slowly entered the heart with the energy, and she saw a red energy ball. The red energy ball is very similar to the energy ball ending UNC of consciousness, and there are fluctuations of life in it. It seems that this is the seed of the Gu King, Yen Yen thought. The red ball emits countless red threads, connecting to the inner wall of the heart, absorbing energy from it. Yen Yen also found that as the fruit energy enters, the color of the red ball becomes lighter. Is it going to break the shell? Yen Yen is not sure, but she knows that breaking the shell means danger. It seems that the supply of fruit should be reduced. She controlled her white energy to touch the red ball gently, and it was quickly absorbed by the other party. The red thread swayed gently, and Yen Yen seemed to read the joyful emotion from it. Yen Yen thought for a moment and continued to output white energy. A large number of silk threads stretched out and absorbed the energy. White energy is a healing power. So can light power be absorbed? Thinking of this, the energy she output turned into gold. Puff. Rui suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, because Yen Yen was very close. A few drops of blood splashed on her face. Yen Yen was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly reached out to hug the person who was about to fall. I'm sorry. She apologized guiltily. She didn't expect that Rui was seriously injured by just a little light energy. She hurried to treat him, but Rui's injuries did not get relieved. His face was pale. His whole body was twitching slightly, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was dripping. And it didn't stop. Yen Yen was very annoyed, and didn't care to think about anything else. She took off an energy crystal and put it directly into his mouth. Not long after the energy crystal entered his mouth, Rui's body stopped twitching, and the blood at the corner of his mouth stopped flowing. Yen Yen breathed a sigh of relief, and the energy in her hand was output for free. But this time his heart was tightly closed, not letting her energy in at all. Well, all the previous efforts were wasted. Yen Yen blamed herself for being naughty. Why did she try the light energy? Now, she was back to the time before liberation. Rui, are you feeling better? She wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief and asked with concern. Rui pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled at her. It's okay. I'm sorry. Yin Yin apologized. Rui was about to say something. But suddenly, he looked up and looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Yin Yin asked in confusion. She felt a little itchy on her face, and wiped it with her hand. But there was nothing. I'll take you down. Have a good rest. Rui didn't answer, still looking at her. Yin Yin felt a little uncomfortable, knowing that he couldn't see, but being looked at by him like this made her ears slightly red. Seeing a few drops of blood on his neck, she gently wiped it off with her thumb. The tip of her finger gently stroked his fair skin, looking at his slender neck. The words beautiful to eat appeared in Yin Yan's mind. For some reason, she thought it was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to take her hand away. The thumb slowly moved down along the Adam's apple, tracing his delicate collarbone, and she couldn't take her eyes away. I didn't notice it before, but today I found that his skin was so good. Yin Yan's heart was a little hot, and she didn't even realize that her eyes were a little blurred. The red lips kissed the delicate collarbone uncontrollably. Rui's body trembled slightly, and the whole person was stunned, until the skin felt the pain of the teeth biting lightly. Rui reacted and hurriedly pushed her away. Yin Yan's feet were empty, and she fell directly from the tree. The tree grew on the cliff, and there was a cliff below. Rui hurriedly jumped down, grabbed her arm, and held the person, who was still conscious, in his arms. He touched the protruding rocks on the cliff with his toes and flew up with the person. Suddenly, a pair of arms climbed up his neck, and his screams disappeared in his mouth. When Yin Yin woke up, she lay on the stone bed in the cave. The fire in the cave was jumping. 2 guards were on guard, and it was pitch black outside the cave. Yin Yin sat up and knocked her head. She didn't know how she got back to the cave. She remembered that she seemed to have hurt Rui, then healed him, and then she didn't remember. By the way, where is Rui? She looked around the cave and didn't see Rui. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? A guard came over and asked softly. Yin Yin shook her head. How did I get back? The guard replied. Master Rui carried you back, Your Highness. He said you fell asleep due to excessive energy use. I checked and found that Your Highness is fine. Chapter 433. Remember, don't get emotional. Did you use too much energy? Yin Yin felt her body and found that her energy was indeed reduced by 1/3. But she didn't feel sleepy even when she used up 2/3 of her energy before. Where is Rui? Mr. Rui is on the tree outside the cave. He said he wanted to be alone. Yin Yin originally wanted to check on his injuries, but the guard's last words stopped her. You go out and look after him. I accidentally hurt him before. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 of them left the cave. 2 other guards were resting, and Xiao, who hadn't come back yet. Yin Yin took out a pillow and a cushion from her bag, and then lay down again. Outside the cave, on the treetop, Rui sat quietly on it. Father, why have I never seen my mother? Rui, our Rosier family is a family of God's messengers, carrying the mission given to us by God. The birth of a family of God's messengers is different from that of ordinary creatures. Because of their strength, the mother cannot survive at the moment of birth. Remember, our mission does not allow us to have emotions. Once we are moved, we must kill the other party immediately. Do you understand? Rui, your father knows that you can't bear it, but this is your responsibility as a member of the Rosier family. If you are really tired, then pass on the mission. Our blood has the power of God. Only women who can contain the power of God can give birth to new life. Although we have the power of God, it is not easy to find a suitable woman. Your father met your mother after 12,000 years. If you can meet her, don't miss it easily. Rui, remember, don't be emotional. He recalled what his father had said. He didn't expect that this person would appear, and he met him only after more than 1,000 years. He was confused when he thought of her absorbing the blood on her face. The mountain wind was blowing at night, but Rui felt irritable and didn't know what to do. He just sat there quietly until the sun rose and the sky was bright. Footsteps were heard below. Rui took a deep breath and temporarily sealed the messy thoughts in his mind. A gust of wind passed, and the branches around him swayed gently. Someone appeared beside him and grabbed his wrist without saying anything. Rui quietly let her check her body. Yin Yin tried it, and her heart had closed to prevent her energy from entering. Fortunately, his injuries had recovered. I'm sorry. She apologized again. Rui shook his head slightly. Don't blame you. And I'm fine now. Let me tell you about your physical condition. I have a rough guess. Yin Yin sat down next to him and told him what she saw yesterday. I think the red energy ball in your heart is growing. To prevent it from breaking out of its shell, I will not give you any more energy fruit. I hope you don't think too much about it. Yeah. I understand. Rui paused and turned to look at her. Have you ever thought that maybe it can cure his illness? Yin Yin naturally knew who he was referring to. She shook her head slightly. I never thought about it at all. If I really used this method, Abu would have been gone long ago. One life or another. And this person was Abu or Rui. She couldn't do it. Rui was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, Yin Yin, do you like children? Yes. Why do you ask suddenly? Nothing. I just think you will be a good mother. Rui stood up and stopped the topic. Let's go. It's time to hurry, he said, and jumped down. Yin Yin scratched his head and suppressed the strange thoughts. They continued to hurry, crossing the Yanbu Mountains. With the supermarket, they had no worries about food and drink along the way. On the 4th day of entering the mountains, Xiaohu finally came back, and brought many younger brothers with him. Tigers, wild bears, wild wolves, pythons, wild boars, and wild cattle, dozens of each species, followed Xiaohu in a mighty manner. The guards immediately drew their swords, protected their masters behind them, and looked at the hundreds of beasts nervously. Looking at so many beasts, even Yin Yin was calm and frightened. Roar! Xiaohu landed beside her, folded his wings, and rubbed her hand with his big head. Yin Yin quickly took out a few apples. Xiaohu ate the apples one by one and quickly finished them, roaring twice. Xiaohu is awesome. Yin Yin praised him generously. Do all these beasts listen to your command? Facing doubts, Xiaohu turned to look at his younger brothers and roared. All the beasts sat down, as obedient as elementary school students. Roar! Xiaohu roared again, and they all lay on the ground without any extra movements. Xiaohu shook his big head proudly, thinking, how about it? They are obedient. Yin Yin gave him a thumbs up. Great! You will be the big brother in the future. The effect was better than she thought. The tiger jumped twice with joy, looking up with his big head, not to mention how proud he was. Roar! Roar! It told her a new discovery. Yin Yin's eyes lit up. Really? That can save a lot of time. Roar! The tiger nodded, and then pointed at one of the pythons with his paw. It turned out that the tiger found a shortcut that could pass through the Yanbu mountain range without climbing the mountain, and that the path was found by the pythons. Then let's go and have a look. She asked the tiger to lead the way. If they could really cross the mountain range through the cave, it would be great. The cave was a little far away, and they walked for another day before they found the place. During this period, Yin Yin diluted the apple juice into water and let the beasts drink it, which was a benefit for them. After drinking the water, the beasts understood why the boss had to listen to a human. Since then, in addition to the tiger, they also obeyed Yin Yin's orders. The cave was wider than she expected. It was called a cave, but it was actually an underground river. The python opened up the underground river and expanded the passage a lot. Not to mention one person. Even if Xiaohu walked in, it would not be crowded. The river water was flowing, and the road under his feet was washed smooth by the water. The pythons led the way in front, and Yin Yin supported Rui because she was worried that he would fall because the road was slippery. After walking for most of the day, Yin Yin sat down to rest. The torch illuminated the cave. Yin Yin sat on a stone and looked at the cave. Because of the year-round water flow, the cave was dark and damp, and a lot of moss grew on the walls. You can also see fish and shrimps swimming in the river. Yin Yin looked around, and suddenly a white light flashed in front of her eyes. She stood up and walked towards the light source. Your Highness, be careful. The guards hurried forward. Go and see why it's glowing over there. Yes, Your Highness. Two of them held torches and went forward to check. After going around the stone block in front that was about the height of a person, the guards saw two skeletons with a sword stuck in them. It was this sword that was reflecting the light. The two of them checked and came back to report. Your Highness, there are two skeletons. One of them has several broken ribs, and the other has a sword stuck in the chest. The preliminary judgment is that the two were killed in revenge. Chapter 434 Qilin Pearl. A man handed over a jade pendant. According to records, this jade pendant was worn by the head of a famous family, and the skeleton man is likely a member of the famous family. Yin Yin looked at the jade pendant, which was engraved with a jade Qilin and a name on the top. The guard continued. We found a cloak next to the corpse. After judging, it is very similar to the cloak worn by the messenger of the heavenly palace. According to the degree of decay of the bones, it is speculated that he died more than 100 years ago. I have read the information of various families. One of the heads of the famous family is indeed missing, more than 150 years ago. So I infer that the two skeletons, one is the head of the famous family, and the other is the messenger of the heavenly palace. The two had a conflict for some unknown reason, and finally both were destroyed. Wait, can human bones be preserved for so long when exposed to the air? She thought it would decay in a few decades at most. Your Highness, the bodies of the heavenly palace envoys are different. Their bones are difficult to decay. The subordinates deduced the time based on the characteristics of the heavenly palace envoys' bones and the degree of decay. This is no longer a secret for the specially trained royal guards like them. This information must be remembered. Is there such a saying? Yin Yin heard it for the first time. It seems that they have changed not only flesh and blood, but also bones. Then, why didn't the other body, the bones of the suspected famous family patriarch, also look like the heavenly palace envoys? She thought of the answer halfway through her question. The guard nodded, confirming her guess. Yin Yin was silent for a moment. They had been guessing that the two had cooperated before, but now they could confirm it. As for why the two killed each other, it was unknown. Let's go! There were two skeletons on the side, and she didn't want to stay. Roar! Xiaohu growled and pointed at a stone as tall as a person with his claws. Yin Yin asked, You said there was something underneath? Xiaohu nodded his big head and dug the ground with his claws, showing that he wanted it. Yin Yin stopped asking. She clenched her fist to accumulate strength, and then punched the stone. Boom! The stone instantly broke into pieces. Xiaohu hurried forward to dig the ground, and a red, this size bead appeared. What is this? Yin Yin picked up the bead and felt a huge energy inside, which was not weaker than her own. Roar! Xiaohu nudged her with his big head, eagerly showing that he wanted it. Are you okay after eating it? Yin Yin was a little worried. If the bead in her hand was a demon pill, it would be like the difference between an adult and a child compared to the demon pill in Xiaohu's body. It would definitely not cause indigestion. Can you show it to me? Rui, who had been silent, spoke up. Yin Yin handed him the red bead. Rui took it, touched it, and squeezed it, and a golden energy secretly shot into it. None of Yin Yin and Xiaohu noticed his movements. This is the Qilin Pearl, Rui said as he returned the bead to her. Qilin Pearl? The guard shouted in surprise, showing that he knew about this thing. Yin Yin asked curiously, What is the Qilin Pearl? Is it the demon pill in the Qilin's body? Are there really Qilins in this world? She asked several questions in a row. Your Highness, according to records, the Ming family accidentally got a red bead, relied on the bead to master the beast taming skills, and then became the overlord of one side. It is said that the head of the Ming family saw the Qilin in the bead, so he named the bead the Qilin bead and used the Qilin as the totem of the family. Can you see the Qilin and master the beast taming skills? Yin Yin carefully observed the bead, but saw nothing except a bright red. She tried to input energy, but there was no response. Roar! Xiaohu roared at her, wanting. Yin Yin couldn't see anything, so she gave it the bead. Before she said anything, Xiaohu swallowed the bead in one gulp. Yin Yin, you just eat it like this. Will you get a stomachache? Roar! Before she finished speaking, Xiaohu screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Then powerful energy burst out from it, and the energy wrapped it, forming a red energy ball. Yin Yin wanted to help it, but she couldn't break the energy ball. Why do you talk so fast? She stamped her feet anxiously, trying to input energy, but it bounced back. If something happens to you, how can I explain to Abu and Xiaodan when I go back? Yin Yin could only stare and complain, and she couldn't do anything. Rui comforted her. Don't worry. Xiaohu should be evolving. Evolving? Could it really be a demon pill? Maybe. Anyway, I can't help. Everything depends on it. That was all she could do. Yin Yin could only cheer it up, hoping it could make it through. The beasts outside all lay on the ground, not daring to move. The tiger in the energy ball rolled in pain. Its fur slowly turned red, and two large lumps appeared on its head. A strange thought came to Yin Yan's mind. Could it really be a Qilin? And the tiger was going to become a Qilin? perhaps to verify her idea. The large lumps on the tiger's head quickly grew 2 horns. Its body began to lengthen, and its tail, claws, and head slowly changed. Judging from the trend, it should be transformed according to the Qilin. The big wings behind the tiger stretched out, larger than before, and its fur had turned fiery red. Are there really Qilin in this world? She felt it was fantasy. Maybe, Rui said faintly. The tiger in the energy ball stopped rolling, and it was about to turn from a tiger into a Qilin. Suddenly, a golden light flashed between its eyebrows. And then the golden light became stronger, and soon filled the energy ball. Woo woo. The beast whimpered. Yin Yin looked back and saw the beast's heads pressed against the ground, trembling all over. She could feel the fear emanating from their hearts. She thought to herself, is the golden light more powerful than the red light? Before, the beasts just surrendered. But now they are afraid. Roar. In the energy ball, the tiger roared. The golden light dissipated. Looking at the tiger, Yin Yin couldn't help but open her eyes wide. It turned back. Under the blessing of the golden light, the tiger only grew 2 small horns on its head, and a strand of hair between its eyebrows turned red. The rest did not change, and it still looked like a tiger. Sure enough, the last golden light was even more powerful. Was it the tiger's original power? The tiger must not be an ordinary tiger. Maybe there is some blood relationship that can suppress the Qilin pearl. The energy ball disappeared, and the tiger stretched, emitting powerful energy all over. Yin Yin hurried to help it check its body. She found that the demon pill in the tiger's body had become several times larger and turned red. The aura was very similar to the previous Qilin pearl. Is this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 435 Greed. Yin Yin gently pinched its little horn, which was soft and not hard. Roar. The tiger shook his head, not wanting anyone to touch his horn. Yin Yin touched the tuft of red hair between its eyebrows again, which was actually warm, and she could faintly feel the powerful energy. Huh? The eyes turned golden. She realized that the tiger's originally amber eyes had turned golden. Roar. Looks good. Handsome and cute. Roar. The tiger wagged its tail and rubbed its big head against her hand. Don't eat anything randomly next time. Understand? Roar. That won't work either. It's too dangerous. At least you have to absorb it a little bit at a time, so it won't be so painful. Right? Roar. Good boy. A conversation between a man and a tiger. After the episode, they continued on their way. Yin Yin found that the beasts were more honest, and they had an instinctive fear of the tiger. After walking for a day, they found a spacious place to rest and continued on the next day. They did not encounter any special situations along the way. After walking for almost 4 days, they finally reached the other side of the cave. Xiaohu ran out to continue looking for his younger brothers. This time, the speed was much faster than before. It took only 2 days to collect hundreds of younger brothers. Together with the previous younger brothers, there were almost 500. It sounds like a small number, but this is already twice the number of beasts controlled by the famous family. Not to mention dealing with the famous family, it can also deal with the Tianyan. It's just that Yin Yin has a supermarket. Otherwise she can't afford to raise so many wild beasts. There is a stronghold of the famous family in the Yanwu mountain range. They have registered the large wild beasts in the mountains and forests. And they are also the partners they prepared for the tribe. Hundreds of large wild animals suddenly gathered, and they soon discovered something unusual. They reported it to the family, and sent people into the forest to investigate. So the 2 groups met. Who are you? Why do you want to capture wild animals in the Yanbukwo mountain range? Looking at the hundreds of wild animals behind Yin Yin and the others, the people of the Ming family asked arrogant questions as soon as they met. Yin Yin smiled and asked back. Who are you? What does it have to do with you if we capture wild animals in the forest? The man was so angry at her words that he laughed and raised his chin proudly. You actually asked what it has to do with us? It's really funny. Everyone knows that the Yanbukwo mountain range in Yin State is the fiefdom of the Ming family. Yin Yin blinked. Can it still be done this way? She really didn't expect it. The clansmen of the Ming family looked at her with contempt and ordered, disperse the wild animals immediately. Otherwise you will be taken to the officials. The entire mountain range is the territory of the Ming family, and the wild animals in the mountains are naturally their property. It is illegal for others to capture wild animals in the mountains without permission. Yin Yin spread her hands innocently. You misunderstood. I didn't catch any wild animals. They followed me voluntarily. Speaking of which, I'm also having a headache. So many wild animals need a lot of food. I can't afford it. Please take them all away. Brother. The man looked at her suspiciously, and then looked at the wild animals of different species behind her. So many wild animals would follow an ordinary person. They didn't believe it, unless the other party also had the means to control the animals. Suddenly, he stared at Xiaohu with a fiery gaze, and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. What is this? It was the first time they had seen a tiger with horns on its head. This is definitely not an ordinary beast. The man wanted to reach out and touch it. The tiger roared and bared its teeth at him. Its sharp teeth were cold, and its golden eyes stared at the man in front of it unkindly, as if it would pounce and bite off the other's neck in the next second. As soon as it moved, the beasts behind it moved one after another. Their hair stood on end. Their eyes were fierce, and they roared at the few people, posing an attacking posture. Hundreds of beasts roared at the same time, and the few people stepped back in fear. Roar. A suppressed roar came from behind. The hearts of the few people trembled, and they turned back immediately. They saw that the beast that originally belonged to their partner was actually roaring at them, as if it was ready to attack them at any time. Marshal, what are you doing? Overlord, I am Ming Cheng. Why are you attacking me? The few people looked at their partners in disbelief. They were obviously their most sincere partners, so how could they be hostile to them? They took out the flute and played it. However, it had no effect. Not to mention the wild beasts on Xiaohu's side. Even the wild beasts they tamed themselves did not react. For a moment, all the wild beasts present stared at the few people with covetous eyes. As long as Xiaohu gave an order, they would tear them to pieces. The Ming family members were so scared that they dared not move. The beast-controlling skills they were proud of were useless. Just like a tiger without claws and teeth. Without any killing power. We are Ming family members. If you kill us, you will definitely be hunted down by the Ming family. One of them moved out of the family. However, as long as you let us go, the Ming family will not pursue anything today. Saving their lives was the most important thing. So they had the idea of retreating. Yin Yin patted Xiaohu's big head. It roared, and all the beasts stopped attacking. Even the other beasts. Several people looked at Xiaohu. Their eyes kept changing, and there was a glimmer of greed in their eyes. Friend, it was all a misunderstanding before. May I ask your name? They tried to get close to Yin Yin. Yin Yin. They stayed in the mountains all year round, and didn't know the other party's identity. Miss Yin, it was our fault before. Please forgive us if we offended you. I don't know where you are going. It's getting late. Why don't you stay at Ming's house for a night? Is it okay? Sorry to bother you. Yin Yin didn't refuse the other party's invitation even though she knew they had bad intentions. Of course. But Ming's house here is not very big. So many beasts may not be able to live there. Can we let them stay in the mountains? Miss Yin, don't worry. We will take care of their food. At the end, the other party added another sentence. Yin Yin nodded to show her understanding. Then I'll trouble you. The few people smiled, and the hypocrisy and fierceness in their eyes flashed. So Yin Yin led a few people and a tiger to follow the Ming family into the Ming family's base in the mountains. As for Xiaohu's younger brothers, they stayed 10 miles away from the Ming family's base. The Ming family's base is a small villa located halfway up the mountain. There are less than 100 people in the villa, including servants, and there are about 40 wild beasts, mostly tigers and wild wolves. Yin Yin looked at the villa curiously, and from time to time, she was amazed at the luxury and exquisiteness of the villa. When she saw the gilded objects, she would touch them, like a countryman who had never seen the world. The Ming family members who accompanied her showed a touch of contempt in their eyes, and their vigilance against Yin Yin was lowered by another level. In his opinion, the powerful one is the tiger next to her. I don't know what kind of shit luck the other party had, and he actually let such a powerful tiger recognize its master. As long as she is killed, then the tiger can recognize its master again. Having a tiger that can command all beasts is definitely a great help for the masters. Taming wild beasts will not be so difficult in the future, and the success rate will be greatly improved. Just thinking about it makes him hot all over, and he wants to catch this tiger immediately. Chapter 436. Money is never too much. Yin Yin ignored the vague murderous aura emanating from the other party and the fiery eyes toward Xiaohu, pretending to be very interested in money, hoping that they could bribe him. She had no pressure to sell Xiaohu again. Xiao Hu, thank you. They were placed in a yard. It seemed that there was no one outside the yard, but it was actually heavily guarded. Have you changed your mind? Rui asked. Their plan was not like this at the beginning. Yan Yan blinked and lowered her voice. I want to make some extra money. She never had too much money. Rui did not expect this answer, and was stunned for a moment. Are you short of money? She nodded seriously. Yes. Rui pursed his lips and did not ask. Yan Yan continued to talk about her plan. They have an idea about Xiao Hu. Instead of letting them rob him, it is better to spend money to buy him. Roar. Xiao Hu rolled his eyes and came again. I'll give you apples as a reward. Roar. It wagged its tail, indicating that it should be sold, and it would be better to sell it for more money so that it can eat more apples. Yin Yin took out the jade pendant again. Do you think they will spend money to buy it back? Yes. Roy answered affirmatively. Because they have made up their minds to do it. They will pay no matter how much money they are offered. That's right. So I will blackmail them. No. Bargain with them. Although they were invited to be guests. Let alone snacks. Not even a pot of tea was served. I guess they are discussing how to deal with him, in order to prevent her from summoning other beasts. Yin Yin estimated that they would do it at night to avoid more trouble. She thought for a moment, then walked around the yard with the jade pendant, occasionally raising it above her head to observe the sun. The tiger followed behind her, and when she took a step, it took a step. When she looked up at the jade pendant, it raised its big head and followed suit. Yin Yin rolled her eyes, asked the tiger to open its wings, and then sat on it, letting it fly around in the air. Not long after the man and the tiger landed, someone from the famous family came. This time, an old man in his 60s came, followed by two young men. The old man had white hair, kind eyes, a rosy face, and was full of energy. When he arrived at the yard, he took 2 quick steps and spoke with a smile. Miss Yin, I'm sorry. Something happened in the clan, and we are short of manpower for the time being. So I neglected the guests. He apologized first, and then asked the servants to bring tea and snacks. Yin Yin smiled gently and said softly, It's okay. I don't know what happened to the nobles. If it's convenient, can you tell us and see if we can help? The old man's eyes flashed with a gleam, and his expression became cautious. He just met and wanted to help. He didn't know if the other party was really innocent or had other intentions in coming to Mingjia. Originally, he just made up an excuse. But since she asked, he would try it. Hey. The old man sighed melancholy. It's fate that we met. Since Miss Yin asked, I will tell you. The court wants to use troops against foreign countries. Mingjia was named to go to the battlefield because of the beast control. Many young people in the family don't have companion beasts. But the emperor's order cannot be violated. Isn't it coming to Yambuguo Mountain to capture wild beasts? But how can wild beasts be tamed so easily? It takes as short as half a year, or as long as 1 or 2 years, to make them fight as partners. Seeing that the time stipulated by the court is coming, the family is very worried about it. Yin Yin frowned and showed concern. I see. It's hard for you. However, this is your Yin state's business. I can't interfere. The old man raised his eyelids and glanced at the tiger beside her. If we can be as lucky as the girl and have a powerful companion beast, then the children of the family can quickly tame the wild beast. There was envy and desire in his words. Yin Yin smiled and touched the big head of the tiger. I feel very lucky too. The old man's face froze, not knowing whether she really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. Just now, Miss Yin said, aren't you a native? He planned to find out the other party's background first. If he really has no background, then don't blame them for being cruel. Yin Yin shook her head slightly. I am from the Great Zhou. What did Miss Yin do in Yin State? Looking for relatives. Roy answered before Yin Yin could speak. Yin Yin looked at Roy and thought, what are you talking about? Oh, Miss Yin has relatives in Yin State? I don't know their names and where they are from. We can help you find them. The old man touched his beard and smiled reluctantly. He was not afraid that she had acquaintances in Yin State, but he was afraid that the other party would know her whereabouts. If that was the case, then we had to consider the place of action. At least it would not be okay in Mingjia Villa. The Ming family is in a difficult situation now, and they must not be impeached again. Yin Yin didn't say anything. Rui spoke up very consciously. Her ancestors were not from the Great Zhou, but were said to be from the state of Yin. To avoid the enemy, they hid their surnames and changed their names to Yin. Now they are looking for relatives based on the jade pendant left by her father. Yin Yin secretly gave Rui a thumbs up. His ability to make up lies was almost catching up with her. The old man didn't know what he was thinking of. And his heart moved. What jade pendant? Can you show it to me? Yin Yin took out the jade pendant and handed it to the other party. Looking at the jade pendant, the old man was very excited. It turned out to be the Qilin jade pendant that the family had recorded. How did you get this jade pendant? He held the jade pendant tightly and asked excitedly. This time, Rui didn't need to answer. Yin Yin had already figured it out. My father left it to me. How did your father get the jade pendant? My grandfather left it to my father. How did your grandfather get the jade pendant? Of course my grandfather's father left it to him. Old man, what's your great-grandfather's name? Do you remember it? Yin Yin shook her head. My father said that he only remembered that my great-grandfather was from Yin State, and the jade pendant was a symbol of his identity. So I came to Yin State to find my relatives. The old man stroked the jade pendant and looked at her carefully. Could it be that she was really the descendant of my great-grandfather? My great-grandfather, who was also the head of the Ming family, suddenly disappeared. The Ming family searched all over Dian, but couldn't find him. It turned out that he went to the Zhou. And Yin Yan's appearance is really similar to that of my great-grandfather. Look at the Beast King beside her. How can an ordinary person cultivate it? Even he can't. But if it was the head of the Ming family, or the best head of the Ming family, then it would be possible. He believed in Yin Yan's identity again. Miss Yin, I would like to ask you a question. How did you tame this tiger? Yin Yan looked a little confused. I didn't tame the tiger. And since I saw it, it has been so powerful. I see. Look at the horns on its head. How can a tiger have horns? Thinking about the Qilin pearl that disappeared with it, the old man can basically be sure that this Beast King is the work of a famous artist. Chapter 437 Xiuhu's appearance fee is very expensive. Miss Yin, besides this jade pendant, did your great-grandfather leave any other items? For example, a bead? The old man continued to ask. My parents died early, so I don't know. Your parents are dead? I originally wanted to send someone to find them. Yin Yin lowered her head dejectedly. Her expression became sad. The drought in Dezhou lasted for more than 3 years, and many people died in the village. And my parents didn't escape. Before my father died, he gave me the jade pendant and asked me to come to Yin State to find my relatives. Yes, the old man just remembered that many people died in Dezhou because of the drought, and it was difficult for ordinary people to survive this disaster. Alas, fate is so cruel. If we had known that my great-grandfather still had descendants in Dezhou, we would have taken you back earlier and avoided this disaster. What? Yin Yin opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. Old man, you just said the descendant of my great-grandfather? Are you my relative? While she was speaking, her eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. She stared at him with her big watery eyes, wanting an answer. Yes, your great-grandfather is my great-grandfather, the former head of the Ming family. You have suffered so much for so many years. Child. The old man looked at her lovingly, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa. Child. Both of them tried their best to act out the scene of recognizing their relatives, and then pretended to cry. There were 2 young men behind the old man, one with doubts in his eyes, and the other with complicated eyes and bad intentions. Wait for the old man to take people away. Yin Yin drank a cup of tea to moisten her throat, and then asked Rui, why do you want me to recognize my relatives? Rui, don't you want money? The master's family has more money. Yin Yin, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Rui. You are still thoughtful. The jade pendant won't make much money if it is sold. However, if I had known that I would have to recognize my relatives, I would have changed my name. The people here may not know her name, but the master's family must know it. No need. Your identity will only make them more valued. That's right. But if the plan needs to change, it will take more time. And we need to give a notice to General Wang. No need. After Xiaohu evolves, he can take the beast away without leaving a trace and won't alarm them. It won't matter if I find more money for 1 or 2 days. Yin Yin looked at him suspiciously. She didn't expect that he had thought it through. She thought he didn't care about these things. Rui turned his head away, his ears slightly red. Let's talk about the old man. He led people back to the front yard and called the family members to a meeting. He repeated Yin Yan's rhetoric to everyone. focusing on Xiu, a beast king that none of them could cultivate. Uncle, is the jade pendant real? A middle-aged man asked. The old man nodded seriously. It's real. Is Yin Yin really a descendant of my great-grandfather's lineage? Not sure. And it doesn't matter. Not important. Uncle, do you mean to continue the previous plan? No. The old man shook his head slightly. Recognizing relatives is not important to us. But it is important enough for Yin Yin, the little girl. After hearing this, everyone understood what he meant. Whether it was to kill it or bring it back to the master's house. The goal did not change. And what they valued was always the tiger. The middle-aged man continued to ask, Uncle, do you want to notify the family? I'm worried that people from my great-grandfather's lineage will intervene. The old man shook his head. It's not too late to talk about it after we get the tiger. Nephew, I understand. An old woman spoke up. Brother, could this Yin Yin be the famous Princess Jiaha of the Great Zhou? Princess Jiaha? We've heard about it too. It's said that this person is valued by the immortals, and has a magical supermarket with many things we've never seen before. I've also heard that she will send a magical card that can be used to buy food. It was because of her appearance that the food crisis in the Great Zhou was resolved. If these rumors are true, Uncle, it's better to win this person over. It's a pity to kill her. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. The old man waved his hand, and the hall became quiet. The two countries are cooperating. If this person is really Princess Jiaha of the Great Zhou, then she cannot be killed, whether she is a descendant of my great-grandfather or not. Since she is under the banner of looking for relatives, let's follow her wishes and take what we want. In addition, send someone to inform the head of the family to prepare for the reception. Because of Princess Yin Yin's identity, the old man had to pay attention to her and no longer treat her as a dispensable attitude. At the same time, it confirmed her claim that she was a descendant of a famous family. The next morning, the old man came again. Ask her how she slept last night, and ask her to point out any shortcomings in the hospitality, as if this is her own home. Yin Yin naturally said anything was fine. Miss Yin, since you are the descendant of my great-grandfather, I will call you Yin Yin, and you can call me second uncle. Getting close starts with addressing. Okay, second uncle, I have relatives again. So good. Yin Yin sighed with joy. The old man tried to ask, Yin Yin, are you the Princess Jiaha of the Great Zhou? Yes. I recognize the emperor as my adoptive father. Then are you married? Yes. The man is the eldest son of the Ning family. When I was framed and exiled, it was Ning Yuan who saved me. And then I fell in love with him at first sight. Can you tell second uncle about your life before you and your father? Okay. Yin Yin naturally couldn't talk about the original owner's life, because it was too miserable and would be exposed. So she made up a story. For example, life was poor. Her father was in poor health, and he often went to the doctor, which resulted in no money at home and only 2 meals a day. Their family used to have several pets, including tigers, wolves, and wild dogs, all of which were her former playmates. Until the drought came, they were released back to the mountains. As the old man listened, he couldn't help but sigh. You are indeed a famous family. Even if your father doesn't have the skills to tame beasts, he can tame wild beasts. Yin Yin thought. Is this the point? Didn't you hear me say I was poor? Selective deafness. The old man looked at the tiger lying on the ground and asked, Yin Yin, the family is in trouble now. I hope you can help. Sorry, second uncle, I don't have money. She refused directly. The old man's mouth twitched. Who asked you for money? But the other party's words made him think of a way. Yin Yin, you misunderstood. I don't need money. But I want to borrow your little tiger to help tame dozens of wild beasts and serve as a companion beast for the younger generation of the family. No, don't worry. I won't ask you for help in vain. How about 1,000 taels of silver for one wild beast? Not impossible. Yin Yin changed her tone and counted on her fingers. 1,000 taels for one wild beast. Dozens of wild beasts are tens of thousands of taels. Not a lot of money. Ah, isn't that much? The old man frowned, thinking she was a little greedy. Yin Yin gave him an example. Back in Pancheng, the young city lord asked Xiaohu for help, and the other party offered 100,000 taels. In less than 5 days, Xiaohu earned himself 100,000 taels of food. Second uncle, Xiaohu not only eats a lot, but also very expensive. So tens of thousands of taels are really not a lot. Chapter 438 Hand over the money and the tiger. The old man didn't know whether what she said was true or not. But 100,000 taels was too much. Even if the Ming family was not short of money, they would not do business like this. Yen, the Ming family is in a difficult situation now. Do you think you can give me a discount? Yen was a little embarrassed. Second uncle. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. If I give a discount, wouldn't it make the family owe me a favor? Not right. Not right. How about this? If you don't have money, you can use objects to pay. There is also a daily calculation. How about 20,000 taels of silver a day? The old man thought it was feasible. If it was calculated by day, it would probably take only a few days. Didn't you see that the wild beasts were subdued by the other party as soon as they met? Even the wild beasts they tamed could rebel in an instant. Which shows how powerful this beast king is. Okay. Calculate by day. By the way, I heard that you have a very powerful supermarket. Right? This is to ask for some benefits for the family. Since they are going to fall out with the Ming family, Yen will naturally not give the membership cards. Yes. Second uncle. How many membership cards can be given to the family? I'm sorry. Second uncle. The number of membership cards is limited, and only 20 can be issued each year, except for the envoys of the three kingdoms. The others are given to the great show. Otherwise, how do you think I got the title of princess? However, I can keep the share for the family next year. The old man looked at her with a smile, neither believing nor disbelieving. Yen had an open and above-board expression. No matter how you look at it. I said no. No. Niece, can Xiaohu go with me first? The other party asked another question. No. I will let you go if you see the money. Finally, the old man left with dissatisfaction. Yen ate melons leisurely, waiting for them to deliver money. At noon, a young man came to deliver money and told her that family members should help each other instead of haggling over everything. Yen nodded seriously. Then why are you haggling over such a small amount of money? This sentence made the young man speechless, and he led Xiaohu away with a dark face. It was not until noon the next day, when the other party delivered money, that they sent Xiaohu back. It really didn't waste a minute or a second. They gave money and wanted to borrow Xiaohu again. But Yen refused. You let Xiaohu work all day. What do you think of him? Even if he's an animal, he can rest for half a day. But we paid him. Didn't you say that brothers should settle accounts clearly? How funny! If you weren't from the Ming family, if you weren't my relatives, I wouldn't lend Xiaohu out even if it was 100,000 taels, let alone 20,000 taels. The man was defeated by her shamelessness. It was obviously she who had negotiated the terms without the family at the beginning. And she also set the price. Okay. They did what she said and talked about business. How come they are now ignoring their family ties? Yen raised her chin and started to drive people away. You can go now. Xiaohu won't be lent out. This won't do. The man was anxious. The elders and others were thinking about stockpiling more beasts for the family. Why do you go back on your word? Xiaohu is mine. I can lend it to you if I want to. And I cannot lend it to you if I don't want to. We will pay for it. No. You? What do you mean by me? Xiaohu is my best friend. You bully it so much. And you don't allow me to stand up for it? Goodbye. I won't see you off. Yen snorted and took Xiaohu back to the room. As expected, only women and villains are difficult to raise. The man stamped his feet and went to ask his second uncle for advice. Back in the room, Xiaohu kept rubbing his big head against her and acting like a spoiled child. Yen took the opportunity to pinch the little horn on its head. Xiaohu pouted in grievance, but did not avoid it. Roar. It was exhausted this day and needed food. Thank you for your hard work. But the food will wait. Roar. Why? You will know in a while. Not long after, the old man came over, bringing a lot of meat, all for Xiaohu. As soon as they met, the old man apologized. Time was really urgent, so they would hurry up to find suitable companion animals for the family members. It was their fault for not letting Xiaohu have a good rest. These foods were to apologize to Xiaohu. At the same time, they also gave Yen a box of jewelry, hoping that she would understand their difficulties and stop being angry. Yen looked at the jewelry in the box. Not only was the workmanship rough, but it was also not beautiful. It should be a reward for the servants. Fortunately, most of them were made of gold, so she accepted it reluctantly. Seeing that she accepted the things, the old man showed a kind smile on his face. Yan Yan, do you think it is possible to lend Xiaohu to the family for another 2 days? Don't worry. I have already told them to let Xiaohu rest. Second uncle, this is not something I can decide. You have to ask Xiaohu. When the old man heard that he was going to ask Xiaohu, he looked embarrassed for a moment. Although Xiaohu was the beast king, he was also a beast. Asking a beast for its opinion would naturally make him feel unhappy. However, he also knew that before Xiaohu recognized his master again, he couldn't show his dissatisfaction. He put on a friendly smile, pointed at the pile of meat behind him, and said to Xiaohu, Xiaohu, we did something wrong before. Can we use these foods to apologize to you? Roar. Xiaohu turned his head away with disdain. Don't think of bribing him with such a small thing. The old man's face froze for a moment. And then he said patiently, what do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to prepare it. Roar. Xiaohu growled at Yan Yan. Yan Yan translated. Second uncle, Xiaohu wants to eat a kind of fruit. What kind of fruit? Where can I buy it? I sell it exclusively here. One fruit costs 100,000 taels of silver. What? The old man couldn't help but exclaimed. Even if the fruit is made of gold, it won't cost 10,000 taels of silver. Why is your fruit so expensive? Could it be a fairy fruit? Uncle guessed right. It is a fairy fruit. I sold it to the 3 kingdoms for 100,000 taels per piece. Uncle can ask if you don't believe me. She does business with absolute conscience and doesn't drive up prices. Envoy of the 3 kingdoms, hee. The old man's expression is hard to describe. If you spend money to buy it, you will be a sucker. If you don't buy it, you have already said what you just said. Besides, they are not only using Xiaohu now, but also planning to take it for themselves in the future. Now is the time to win favor. So you can't let her down. As for whether she is lying, the old man is not worried. Because as she said, he will know once he checks. Moreover, since she wants to recognize her relatives, it will not be good for her to blackmail the famous family. However, he still had to bargain. Yan Yan, we are all family. Can this fruit be cheaper? Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely give you a discount. So how about 80,000 taels for one fruit? Yan Yan looked at him with an expression that said I am easy to talk to. It is already very cheap. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. Can it be cheaper? Yan Yan's smile on his face was a little bit unable to hold. Uncle, do you think this fairy fruit is cabbage? It is only bought by the family. If it were someone else, let alone 100,000 taels, I would not sell it even for more. Chapter 439 Like. The old man thought. Who just said that it would be sold to the envoys of the 3 kingdoms for 100,000 taels. Now he said he would not sell it. So, you have the final say. Second uncle understands. But the family is indeed in trouble now. So, after the war, I will give you 100,000 taels per piece. How about that? Write an IOU first. And as for when to pay it back, that's up to him. Yan Yan naturally had no objection. Okay, that one is 50,000 taels. But Xiaohu needs to eat 2 fairy fruits a day. The old man wanted to curse at this time. So it's still 100,000 taels a day. The fruit is yours. The tiger is yours. But in the end, the family has to pay for it. It's really a good calculation. He still underestimated her. Okay. But the family doesn't have much money in the villa. Yan Yan interrupted him. Then wait until you bring the money. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Old man. Although the family is in trouble, we can still get 100,000 taels. He changed his tone and made a note of her in his heart. Just wait. Sooner or later, he will make her vomit everything she ate. An hour later, Yan Yan received 100,000 taels of silver notes. Xiaohu ate the apple and went back to work. 2 days later, Yan Yan didn't have to do anything every day, and she had an income of more than 300,000 taels. I didn't expect that one day Xiaohu would be able to make so much money. For this great contributor, she naturally treated him with good food and drink. The main family of the famous family also sent news, asking them to send people to the main family. Yanbugua mountain range is the fief of the famous family. And the main family is naturally not far from here. Like the great Zhou, the famous family in the capital is just one of them. and the main force is on the thief's side. It is already June, and summer has arrived. Today is a sunny day, with the sun shining brightly, making people sweat profusely. The leaves of trees and weeds on the roadside are also drooping, and they are lifeless. A small group of people left the mountains and headed for the big city. Yin Yin sat in the carriage and sent a message to Ning Yuan, asking him about the situation there. He and Abu had followed the army to the famous family a long time ago. But because the famous family agreed to send troops, they had not taken action. During this time, Abu was cultivating insects. Even if the famous family sent troops, who could guarantee that they would not turn against them before the war? So Ning Yuan meant to control all the beasts they domesticated, so that when the time came, there would be no need to worry about them turning against them or making any small moves. Yin Yin thought this was a good idea. If the famous family of Yin State sent troops, she would not touch those beasts for the time being. It was just right to lend them the beasts that accompanied them to fight against the heavenly palace. She said something to Xiao Hu, and then Xiao Hu flew away to bring the younger brothers, who stayed in the mountains and forests. The escorting family saw Xiao Hu leaving and hurriedly drove forward to ask the reason. If the Beast King disappeared, why did they go back? Don't worry, nephew. I asked Xiao Hu to gather his younger brothers. The middle-aged man who was called the nephew twitched his mouth. He was obviously more than 10 years older than her, but he was younger than her. Yen, aunt, why did you ask Xiao Hu to gather his younger brothers? The middle-aged man was very embarrassed, but he still had to call people. Didn't the family say that they were going to send troops? It's just right to let Xiao Hu's younger brothers help fight. Ah? So that's the case. He really didn't expect her to think about the family. I am a member of the family after all. Isn't it my duty to contribute to the family? Nephew? Yes, aunt. The middle-aged man felt less awkward when he called her aunt again. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, the man went to the old man and recounted what had just happened. The old man stroked his beard and thought about it. If she was sincere, it would definitely be a great help to the family. Go back and tell the head of the family in advance and ask him to send someone to take care of these beasts. Whether she is sincere or not, so many beasts will be wasted. When the fight comes, let them fight in the front. I know. Second grandfather. The man left the team and hurried on his way. In the group, Ning Yuan was still telling her to think about him all the time, not to flirt with other women, and stay away from Rui. He also said that he would go to find her soon. Listening to his nagging, Yin Yin laughed happily and couldn't help teasing him in the group. Ning Yuan was able to interact with her at first, but he was still shy. Later, he couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Wait and see how I deal with you when I get back. I will keep you from coming out of bed for 5 days." And then he ran away. Yin Yin smiled and thought, who is afraid of who? I don't believe your legs won't be weak in 5 days. Rui, who was sitting opposite, turned around. He pursed his lips tightly and looked much colder. In the evening, the convoy stopped to rest. Yin Yin helped Rui get off the car. The evening breeze blew away a lot of the heat of the day. There was a small river beside the woods. The river water was gurgling, reflecting the sunset, and the waves were sparkling. Huh? Yin Yin took a deep breath and felt refreshed. There are fish, Rui on the side suddenly said. Yin Yin looked carefully and saw a small fish swimming over. It's too small. But do you want to go fishing? No. I have a fishing rod and fishing gear. Yin Yin took out the fishing tools, a small stool, and a small coffee table with snacks and fruits on it. Rui didn't want to swallow the words in his mouth, so let her do it. The old man looked at Yin Yin and saw so many things out of thin air. His eyes sparkled, and he had to keep her. The two began to fish, and Yin Yin wanted to compete with him to see who could catch more. After half an hour, the sun had set and the sky gradually darkened. There were already dozens of fish in the bucket next to Rui, and the fish couldn't swim away. On the other hand, Yin Yin had only a thumb-sized fish swimming in the bucket alone. She was so angry that she threw the fishing rod away. It's too bullying. The same bait, the same fishing rod. Why don't they come to me? Rui pursed his lips and chuckled, pushed the bucket towards her, and said softly, "All for you." No, Yin Yin snorted. She didn't want charity. She rolled her eyes, took out an ordinary fruit, cut it into small pieces, and hung it on the hook. Even if it was an ordinary fruit, the energy contained in it was enough for the fish to fight for it. In less than half an hour, There were dozens of fish in the bucket. Although they were not big, Yin Yin was already very satisfied. Look! I caught more than you. Proud? Proud? Without any sense of shame for cheating. Well, you won. Rui pretended not to know that she cheated. And the smile was always on his face. The coldness on his body faded. And the whole person looked much softer. Yin Yin naturally didn't feel embarrassed. Anyway, she won. Let's have grilled fish tonight. I'll grill it. Okay. Rui responded softly, with his mouth curled up. In a good mood. In front of the fire, Yin Yin was busy grilling fish. Rui sat quietly on the side, the firelight shining on him, adding a bit of warmth. Not far away, the old man watched the interaction between the two and guessed Rui's identity. A blind man. But his movements are not restricted. That must be not simple. Find an opportunity to test his skills. Chapter 440. What do you think of the Heavenly Palace? Soon the fish was grilled, and Yin Yin handed him one. Secret sauce? Try it. Okay. Rui took it, and the aroma of the fish entered his nose before he ate it, making him swallow his saliva. He took a bite, and it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Spicy and salty. A sauce he had never tasted before. He ate 10 small fish in one breath before stopping. Compared with his good appetite, Yin Yin only ate 2, and arranged grilled chicken wings and grilled chicken legs for herself. Do you want chicken wings? No. Okay. I'll continue to grill fish for you. Yin Yin gave up the idea of asking him to change his taste. After dinner, the two walked along the river, with the half-moon reflected in the water, rippling with layers of light. Neither of them spoke, walking quietly, with the continuous chirping of cicadas and occasional frog calls in their ears, welcoming the arrival of summer in their own way. Suddenly, Rui stopped. Yin Yin looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? He was silent for a moment, then asked, Have you thought about your future life? Future life? Yin Yin looked into the distance, slightly lost in thought. She really hadn't thought about it. Or rather, influenced by the alien world. She was not used to imagining the future. Future life? I hope there is no heavenly palace. No natural disasters. And then I can travel with Ning Yuan and the children. Without worries. And I will be very satisfied. No heavenly palace? Rui murmured to himself. Yin Yin, what do you think of the heavenly palace? In fact, whether it is above the court or exists independently, it has nothing to do with ordinary people. But it should not enslave the people, bring down natural disasters at will, and even treat people as non-human beings. What's the difference between this and keeping people as animals? If there is a villain, then the heavenly palace is the biggest villain and must be defeated. The more she talked, the angrier she got. Whether it was the medicine man or planting the seeds of the Goo King in the human body. Was this something a human could do? There was also the drought in the Great Zhou dynasty, which killed hundreds of thousands of people in 3 years. A plague also caused the death of nearly 1 million people. That's 1 million lives. This is still known. It is said that the heavenly palace has existed for hundreds of years. How many people have been captured and used as medicine men over the years? No one has counted. But it is definitely not a small number. Villain? Rui repeated softly. Yes. It is a villain. Without the existence of the heavenly palace, so many people would not have died. Then, how do you define human existence? This question made her stunned for a moment. What does it mean to define human existence? I don't quite understand. How do you define human beings? Do you divide them into good and bad people? Or do you want to say that without the heavenly palace, many people will die? No. For example, the fish I just ate is defined as food. It is natural for humans to eat them. Right? Yin Yin nodded. Yes, that's right. Rui continued. From a human perspective, I think this is fine. But from a fish perspective? Do you think humans are hateful? If a man-eating species appears, I do think it's terrible and must be eliminated. She agreed. But do you think fish can eliminate humans? Wait. The objects of your question are not equal. One is an animal and the other is a human. How can an animal eliminate humans? Yes. Then do you think humans can eliminate the heavenly palace? This is not a question. Yin Yin wanted to refute his words, but stopped halfway, and then looked at the people around her with a serious expression. Rui, what do you want to say? Or, what are you going to do? Persuade me to give up against the heavenly palace? He shook his head slightly and said meaningfully, I just think it's unnecessary. Just like humans will not eat fish to extinction. The Heavenly Palace will not let humans go extinct. How can you compare humans to fish? Is there any difference? He asked back in confusion. Yin Yin suddenly understood the question he just asked. The definition of humans. Comparing humans to fish. Is he indifferent and ruthless? Or has he reached a state of transcendence and equality of all beings? She couldn't understand. Looking at his eyes gradually becoming complicated. Yin Yin couldn't help but take 2 steps back, trying to distance herself from him. Ah! Suddenly, her feet slipped and she fell into the river. Be careful. Rui immediately grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. The two looked at each other. Yin Yin was so shocked that her jaw dropped, and her eyes widened. Oh my god! She is not clean. After coming to her senses, she pushed the man away and ran away. Rui pursed his lips slightly, and her fragrance was still lingering on them. It was not until the second half of the night that Xiaohu and his brothers caught up. Yin Yin lay on the tree, and did not return to the carriage, because she did not know how to face Rui. It was just an accident, and Rui saved her out of kindness. So she could not blame him. So she could only hide, and hope that he would forget what happened before. Also, Ning Yuan must not know about this. Otherwise she would be miserable. She didn't come down from the tree until the tiger came back. Roar! The tiger landed beside her, and folded its wings. Thank you for your hard work, tiger. Yin Yin handed it an apple. Roar! It wasn't hard. The tiger ate the apple happily. There were nearly 200 little brothers following this time. And the ground was shaking when they ran. And the family members got up to check. Rui also came out of the carriage. Yin Yin looked at him a little guilty, then retracted her gaze, and pretended that he was not there. The corners of Rui's mouth drooped down, and there was a hint of coldness on his body. There was still a day and a half of journey to go, and Rui wanted to talk to her several times. But Yin Yin always deliberately avoided him, which made him feel more and more cold. When it was time to eat, she didn't ask him what he wanted to eat, and it was even more impossible to cook for him. He directly refused the food said by others. Everyone didn't understand what happened between the two of them. Not only did they not ride in the same carriage, but they didn't say a word all day. Did they quarrel or have a conflict? Although they were curious, they didn't ask. Yin Yin, who was 8 feet away, saw Rui refusing to eat and exuding coldness. She scratched her head. Could he be angry with her? If she was suddenly kissed and the other party didn't explain or apologize, she would be unhappy. What's more, he was trying to save her, so she did owe him an apology. Thinking of this, she took a fish from the supermarket and went to the river to deal with it, preparing to cook fish soup. Rui stood by the car and waited for a while. When she didn't come, he pursed his lips tightly, and his unhappiness was completely written on his face. Suddenly, a wolf howled behind him, and then a wild wolf as tall as a man pounced on him. Rui, who was unhappy, raised his foot directly. Bang! The wild wolf hit the tree heavily. Crack! Boom! The tree broke directly and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The Ming family rushed over after hearing the noise. They were dumbfounded when they saw the wolf turned into a puddle of mud, and the tree that was almost as thick as a person broken in half. Chapter 441. Just don't hide from him. Especially the old man. He felt a chill rising from his body. He didn't expect this blind man to be so powerful. No wonder Yin Yin dared to come to Yin State to find her relatives with only 4 guards. It turned out that this person was her reliance. It seems that the subsequent plan should be cautious. By the river, Yin Yin was scraping fish scales, and she dropped the fish and flew over when she heard the noise. Rui glanced in her direction, then turned around and got on the carriage. Yin Yan's concerned words came to her lips and swallowed them back. She asked the old man what happened. The old man couldn't say that the wild wolf was sent by them to test the blind man. He just said that a wild wolf came from nowhere and attacked Rui. Although he didn't say it, Yin Yin could probably guess the reason. She went to find Xiaohu and asked him to stay with Rui. Although they had tried it out and knew how powerful Rui was, they would not do it casually. But just in case. After all, Rui could not see it. What if he was hurt by negligence? Xiaohu shook his tail to show that it was okay, and then lay down beside the carriage. Yin Yin patted its big head with relief and continued to deal with the fish. Half an hour later, Rui was resting in the carriage, and suddenly the curtain was lifted. And then a person came in. He also smelled the strong smell of fish. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked. But he quickly suppressed it, and tried to keep a straight face. Yen Yen secretly looked at his face, and then said attentively, "Rui, you must be hungry. I made fish soup. You should eat it quickly." Not hungry. He tried to suppress the corners of his mouth, and replied indifferently. Yen Yen pursed his lips. He took the initiative to show his goodwill. But he was still unhappy. As if he was at a disadvantage. Well, he was indeed at a disadvantage. How can I not be hungry after not eating for a day? Humph. What does it have to do with you whether I eat or not? Don't you want to stay away from me? No way. Yen Yen cried out. I just feel sorry for you and embarrassed to appear in front of you. Well, Rui, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Okay? She apologized solemnly. Rui was stunned for a moment. So that's it. She didn't hate him. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the coldness on his body dissipated a lot. I'm not angry. I know you didn't mean it. Yin Yan's eyes lit up, and her tone was much more cheerful. Then let's pretend that what happened before didn't happen, and we are still good friends. Okay? Rui, didn't it happen? It's better than her hiding from me. Yeah. He nodded. Then come and eat. I specially cooked fish soup for you. Try it and see if it tastes good? Yin Yen poured a bowl of fish soup and handed it to him. Rui took a sip, and it was delicious. How is it? Delicious. Then drink more. You haven't eaten for a day. Who do you blame? Blame me. It's my fault. I apologize. I'll make whatever you want tomorrow. Braised fish. Sweet and sour fish. Steamed fish. You're arguing with fish. Are you sure you weren't a cat in your previous life? The misunderstanding was resolved, and the two returned to their previous state, tacitly forgetting everything that happened before. After walking for another half a day, they arrived at the city of Beast King City, where the headquarters of the Ming family was located. The second in command of the Ming family went out of the city to greet Yin Yen. Of course, the other party's eyes were mostly on Xiao Hu. When he saw the horns on the tiger's head, and the tuft of flame-like hair between his eyebrows, he seemed a little excited. He was also polite to Yen Yen. After a few pleasantries, they were welcomed into the city. As for the younger brother brought by the tiger, he was placed at a zoo outside the city by a famous family, where there were many untamed wild animals. After entering the city, Yin Yen found that there were many wild animals on the street. To be precise, they were tamed wild animals. They would not attack humans, and pedestrians on the roadside were not afraid of these wild animals. She even saw a tiger with a basket hanging around its neck, buying fruit at a fruit stall. The vendor was used to it, pointing to the fruits on the stall and asking the tiger which ones he wanted to buy. The tiger pointed at 2 kinds of fruit with his paw. The vendor put the fruit into the basket while reciting the number, until the tiger growled and signaled that it was enough, and then stopped. Then, the other party took out a string of copper coins from the basket, counted dozens of them, and put the rest back into the basket. Yen Yen was stunned. She didn't expect that tigers could be used in this way. And this is not an isolated case. Along the way, we often see wild animals carrying baskets or bags. Not all people are standing in front of the stalls to buy things. This can also be regarded as a landscape in the city. As we were walking, there was a commotion in front of us. Get out of the way, everyone! Someone shouted loudly, and pedestrians on the road hid to both sides. Soon, the person who shouted ran to the convoy. Seeing that it was someone coming, he hurriedly shouted, "Second master, please take people to get out of the way quickly. The eldest lady will be here soon." Ming Yuri frowned slightly. Didn't you say not to let her run to the street? What if she hits someone? The Ming family has a rule that wild beasts are not allowed to run in the city, let alone hurt people. The other party is in trouble. They are just servants. How can they control where the eldest lady goes? Ming Yuri also knew that it was useless to say them, and quickly asked his men to pull the carriage to the side. As soon as the carriage pulled to the side, a big bear ran over from a distance. A girl was riding on the back of the bear. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in red, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a bright and brilliant smile. She rode the wild bear unscrupulously on the street, and laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Second uncle, second uncle. The girl saw Ming family Yuri and waved to him. Ming Yuri smiled and nodded. Although he was not happy about his eldest brother's daughter, he would not show it on his face. In the car, Rui suddenly said, "This bear is not simple." Yin Yin looked carefully. If she was not mistaken, this bear should be evolving into a monster, whether it was in the villa or in the city. She had not seen any beasts that could evolve. It's really not simple. This girl should be very favored. Roar. Xiaohu snorted at her in dissatisfaction. It was just a bear. How could it be not simple? The blood pressure was released instantly. Roar. The wild bear that had just run over felt the crisis, stopped immediately, and roared. The girl hugged the wild bear's head tightly, to avoid being thrown off. She looked at the companion beast that suddenly entered the attack state, and asked with concern, "Overlord, what's wrong?" Roar. The wild bear roared at the carriage again, and the hair on his body exploded, and the ferocity of the beast was aroused. "You said there is a beast inside that makes you feel dangerous?" Roar. The wild bear bared its teeth at the carriage, ready to attack at any time. The girl patted its head to calm it down, and then pointed the carriage with the whip in her hand. "Everyone in the carriage, whether human or animal, come out for me." Mr. Ming had to stand up. "Jure. Don't be rude. There are guests of the Ming family in the carriage." The girl raised her chin and said coquettishly, "I don't care what guests they are. They made my overlord uncomfortable. They must come down and apologize." Mr. Ming's face couldn't help but darken. "Don't make trouble. The other party was invited by your father, and it is very important to the family, especially the tiger. If he guessed correctly, it would be a great opportunity for the Ming family." Chapter 442. Just kill him. Why think so much? Second uncle. Don't use my father to pressure me. Let's wait and see. The girl snorted disdainfully, then patted the big bear under her. "Ba Wang, let's go back to the mansion. Don't worry. I will definitely make the decision for you." Yin Yin thought they would fight, but the other party left after saying something harsh. She felt a little regretful, mainly because it was rare to encounter a beast that was fast evolving and could resist blood suppression. She wanted Xiaohu to try this wild bear. Ming Yuri came to apologize and pointed out the girl's identity. The jewel in the palm of the head of the Ming family, Princess Duanro, was very favored in the Ming family, which cultivated her willful character. Except for her parents, no one in the Ming family could control her. Princess Duanro? Yin Yin thought about the other party's style of doing things just now, which had nothing to do with the word Duanro. Ming Yuri. The wild bear that Princess Duanro rides looks quite strange to me. Did she tame it herself? That bear is actually the family head's companion animal. But my eldest brother gave it to Jure because she likes it. This shows how favored the other party is. Oh, so I wonder if I can have my own companion animal after entering the Ming family. Yin Yin tried. Ming Yuri pointed at Xiaohu and asked in confusion, "Don't you already have one?" Xiaohu was raised by my father. I actually want to raise a wild beast myself, mainly because I feel a sense of accomplishment when I tame it myself. She almost said it out loud. I want to learn to tame beasts. How could Ming Yuri not understand her idea? But those who are not members of the Ming family's main family cannot learn to tame beasts. Besides, the identity of this person has yet to be verified, and we cannot determine that she is a descendant of the great-grandfather's lineage just by a jade pendant. However, we cannot refuse directly. Regarding learning beast control, the head of the family and the elders must agree. Generally, if you have made great contributions to the family, you can apply to learn. What is contribution? She needs to think about it herself, and he can't say too much for the time being. But one thing is that as long as she hands over the little tiger, she can definitely learn it. This depends on her own understanding. Yin Yin nodded thoughtfully and stopped asking. They continued on their way. After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, they arrived at Ming Mansion. Because wild beasts need to be raised, the mansion is very large, covering an area of nearly 200 acres. It is divided into 4 areas: east, west, south and north. Each area is a 5-story house plus 5-story east and west cross courtyards, as well as a large garden. Ming Mansion occupies 1/3 of the northern city area, which shows how big it is. Except for the Imperial Palace. It is the first time that Yin Yin has seen such a magnificent mansion, which is more than twice as large as her princess mansion. They did not enter from the main gate, but went around to the west gate. After walking for a while, they arrived at the courtyard where they rested. Along the way, Yin Yin looked at the Ming family through the curtain. It was so big. It must have a lot of money. She had to sigh again that Rui's method was good. The second Master Ming settled them down and sent someone to serve them, then left to find the eldest brother directly. When he arrived at the eldest brother's side, he saw Zhuo was also there, probably to complain. Seeing his younger brother coming, the head of the Ming family touched his daughter's little head and said with a smile, "Dad knows you have been wronged. Let's bear it first. Okay? After finding out the identity of the other party, Dad will make a decision for you." "Okay. Go play." The girl pouted, not satisfied with the answer. "I won't leave. I want to listen." She wanted to see what was so great about that woman that even her father gave in. "It's up to you," the head of the Ming family said helplessly. When he looked at his younger brother, his expression became serious, and the previous pampering and tolerance disappeared. "Second brother, what is the origin of the other party? Has the tiger beside her completed its evolution? I learned from my second uncle that Yin Yin is Princess Jia of the Great Zhou. This time she brought several guards to Yin State to find her relatives. The jade pendant in her hand is the lost Jilin jade pendant." At this point, his expression became serious. "Brother, I found another problem." "What problem?" "The tiger beside her has horns and a tuft of flame-shaped hair between her eyebrows." "Growing horns? Flames?" The head of the Ming family suddenly opened his eyes wide and raised his voice unconsciously. "You mean the Qilin Pearl?" Ming Eri nodded and said affirmatively. "The Qilin Pearl disappeared with the great-great-grandfather. Didn't the family suspect that the Qilin Pearl was in the great-great-grandfather at that time? If it wasn't the Qilin Pearl, how can we explain that a tiger would grow horns? And the shape of the flame between its eyebrows is very similar to the Beast King in the painting. There can't be so many coincidences. Therefore, the Qilin Pearl must be in the body of that tiger. Their Ming family once had a Beast King. Except for the white hair. It looks 80% similar to the Qilin. And the Beast King has a tuft of flame-shaped hair between his eyebrows, which is exactly the same as that of the tiger." The head of the Ming family pondered for a moment and raised his own question. "If the Qilin Pearl is in its body, why are there only two similar places?" Master Ming thought for a moment and gave another answer that was not really an answer. "Maybe it's been too long. The energy of the Qilin Pearl is probably weakened. By the way, Uncle Ming said that the tiger has wings and can fly. Maybe it used most of its energy to evolve wings, which resulted in only two similarities with Qilin. It's not impossible." Master Ming felt that his brother's speculation was reasonable. The girl on the side couldn't listen anymore and expressed her own opinion. "Dad? Uncle Ming? Why do you think so much? Just catch the tiger and check it. If the Qilin Pearl is really in its body, take it out. It's just right for my overlord." Hearing his daughter's opinion, Master Ming immediately smiled. Zhuo is still smart. Dad is overthinking. There is a straightforward method. Why bother thinking so much? Huh? The praised girl raised her chin proudly. Master Ming's expression was a little hard to describe, and he had to remind him out loud. "Brother, according to Uncle Air's investigation, that blind man is very powerful. Kill him if you can, but lead him away if you can't. No matter how powerful he is, can he withstand the siege of 100 people? In his opinion, it is not a problem. What about Yin Yin? She is very likely a descendant of the great-grandfather's lineage." The head of the Ming family thought for a while and said, "I will deal with her. From now on, block the news that she came to the Ming family, and don't let the people of the great-grandfather's lineage know." "Okay. I got it." Although Master Ming Air felt that something was wrong, he would not disobey his brother's order. As for the Dou, there is no need to worry. It's just a princess. In addition, the two countries are cooperating. Dezhou can't fall out with Dian because of a princess. They began to plan how to deal with Yin Yin and Xiao Hu. During the day, Yin Yin stayed in the yard honestly, occasionally talking to the servants and asking about the information of the Ming family. For example, who is in the mansion? Are they each in charge, responsible for their own expenses? Or are they all responsible for the family? Chapter 443. The plan is in progress. At night, Yin Yin went out to scout the area and find out the location of the other party's warehouse to facilitate the later action. After the day's investigation, she knew that there were a total of 5 families living in the mansion, all of whom were from the family head, and each family had its own small warehouse. She didn't come back until the second half of the night. She found out where the Ming family hid their money, and just waited until the day before she left to buy them at the bottom. After returning, Yin Yan's face was full of smiles. There were more than 7 million taels of gold, silver and silver notes alone. If you count the items inside, the value is tens of millions of taels. Haha. She made it. The next day, she thought the head of the Ming family would meet her. But she waited in vain. Not only did he not come, but even the second master Ming did not come. Yin Yan pinched her chin and frowned slightly. It is said that with Xiaohu here, they can't sit still. I think something is wrong. She looked at the people around her. Rui, do you think they are planning something? If you are worried, go check it out at night. Yeah. I have a bad feeling. Maybe I am too worried. Rui, don't act alone during this time at Mingjia. She was afraid that the other party would attack Rui. Yeah. Rui responded softly. Roar. The little tiger basking in the sun nearby roared at her. Yin Yan came over to stroke its fur. I know you are powerful, but it is not the time to take action. During this time, you should follow Rui and protect him. Understand? Roar. The little tiger patted her with its tail to show that it understood. Although it felt that the other party did not need its protection at all. It would do it as long as she said it. It already regarded Yin Yan as its second master, and her status was even higher than Abu. It was not until the evening that Ming Yuri appeared and invited her and Rui to have dinner together. Yin Yan wanted to bring Xiaohu with her, but was stopped by Ming Yuri. The reason was that Zhuer's tyrant was also there, and he was afraid of a conflict between the two sides. Yin Yan thought about it and agreed. She left a few apples for Xiaohu and 2 guards, and then went to the banquet with Rui. The banquet was already prepared in the dining hall. In addition to the head of the Ming family, there were 2 middle-aged men and Princess Duanro Mingzhu. There was a big bear lying next to Mingzhu, which was her companion beast tyrant. Seeing her coming, the head of the Ming family stood up to greet her. Yin Yan. Right? Sure enough. You are a bit similar to my cousins. It seems that you should be a descendant of my great-great-grandfather's lineage. As soon as they met, he gave a positive answer. One to stabilize the other party's heart, and the other to bring them closer. Meet the head of the Ming family. The other party was polite, so she had to be polite too. Since we are a family, I will call you my cousin, and you can call me my cousin. Then I will obey your orders. My cousin. Haha. Okay. Come and sit down. Let's have a family reunion dinner. The head of the Ming family asked her to sit next to him. The second master of the Ming family asked Rui to sit next to him. In this way, there was a second master of the Ming family between the two. Yin Yan winked at the guards who followed her, and the two understood and stood behind Rui. Seeing the guards beside her, the head of the Ming family asked with a smile. Cousin, I heard that you were named a princess by the emperor of the Great Zhou. Right? Yin Yan smiled and replied. Yes, I had some adventures, and happened to help my father solve the food crisis. So my father adopted me as his adopted daughter. Not only gave me a guard army, but also 2 provinces as fiefdoms. 2 provinces as fiefdoms? You're just bragging. The girl rolled her eyes. Her words were full of sourness. Zhuer, don't be rude to your aunt. The head of the Ming family deliberately scolded her with a stern face, and then said to Yin Yan, Did the emperor of the Great Zhou really give you so many fiefs? Yes. The 2 northwestern provinces are my fiefs. What a coincidence. 1/3 of the Yanhua mountain range belongs to me, which is almost the same as the Ming family. Yin Yan looked at Ming Zhuer provocatively after saying this. I wonder if my niece has any fiefs. Ming Zhuer snorted disdainfully. What are you proud of? It's just a fief. If I want it, the emperor uncle will definitely give it to me. Yin Yan nodded in agreement. My niece is right. I hope it's a fief in the Tama River area. After hearing this, Ming Zhuer asked in confusion. Why is it Tama River? Can't other places be used? The Tama River is a beautiful and rich place, surrounded by 3 provinces, and is also the main source of income for the Yin state. It is not impossible to ask for it as a fief, but it is very difficult. Yin Yan gave her a bright smile and spoke gently. Because a county by the Tama River is my fiefdom. I hope my niece's fiefdom is also nearby, so that we can visit each other often. Mingzhu rolled her eyes with disdain. Haha. You are really bragging without thinking. Who do you think you are? How can our country have your fiefdom? You are dreaming. Yin Yan blinked innocently. I am not bragging. If you don't believe me, you can ask Prince Su of your country. Impossible. Mingzhu was not calm anymore. Although she said she didn't believe it, She understood that when the other party mentioned Prince Su, it was basically the fact. But why? Even she doesn't have a fief. Why does a foreigner like her have a fief in her country? Are the Emperor and Prince Su stupid? It's too abominable. The other people in the Ming family became serious. And the head of the Ming family was even more thoughtful, wondering whether to change the plan and save her life. At the same time, he also understood why Yin Yin wanted to stimulate Zhuer and say all this. It seems that she should have realized that this meal was not delicious. So she increased her bargaining chips. This girl is not stupid. No wonder she dared to come to Yin State alone. Did she rely on Prince Su? If it is true, it would be a bit difficult. Yin Yin felt that the stimulation was not enough, and continued. By the way, not only Yin State, but also Qin State and Shi State have my fief. Do you want to be my neighbor? Niece? What? Ming Zhuer was shocked and stood up. The person next to him was startled and accidentally touched the wine glass at hand, which happened to be scattered on Rui's clothes. Pa! The wine glass fell to the ground and broke into pieces. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Ming Yuri hurried to smooth things over. Zhuer, why are you so impetuous? You've soiled the guest's clothes. Ming Zhuer curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Isn't it just one piece of clothing? I'll compensate him with 100 pieces. Okay. Zhuer, is this a problem with the clothes? Okay. Uncle Air, stop preaching. I'll take him to change one. Okay. As she spoke, Ming Zhuer came over and was about to grab Rui's arm. Rui dodged to the side and avoided her touch. Huh? How can you see my movements? Are you pretending to be blind? Zhuer, be careful with your words. Ming's master frowned and reprimanded her in a low voice. Ming Zhuer moved her mouth to refute. But after receiving her father's warning look, she had to give up. Okay. I was wrong. Okay. Hey. I'll take you to change clothes. Rui refused coldly. No need. No. You have to change. Otherwise my father and my second uncle will scold me again, nagging me endlessly. It's so annoying. Chapter 444. He flirts with Zhuer. What do you think we should do? The head of the Ming family looked at his daughter helplessly and dotingly, not caring at all that she said he was annoying. Yin Yin was about to speak when the second master of Ming spoke. Mr. Rui, come with me to change clothes. My eldest brother will talk to my cousin about some family matters, such as the skills of controlling beasts. It's better not to have outsiders present at this time. Then I'm sorry. Rui didn't refuse. Yin Yin called him worriedly. Rui. He turned around and looked at her position, gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Cousin. It's in the next room. But it will take some time to find a set of clothes for Mr. Rui to wear. Okay. You two follow Rui, since it was next door. Plus Rui's skills. Yin Yin was not so worried, but still sent the guards over. Yes, Your Highness. The two guards followed Rui and isolated Ming Zhuer from the outside, not letting anyone touch him. TSK. Ming Zhuer snorted in dissatisfaction and turned away. After Rui left, the head of the Ming family introduced the two people around him to Yin Yin. Cousin. These two are descendants of the great-grandfather's lineage. This is the third uncle, and this is the fifth uncle. The two middle-aged men nodded to her in a friendly manner. After wandering around all night, how could she not know whether there were descendants of the great-grandfather's lineage in the mansion? However, she still called the third uncle and the fifth uncle calmly. Cousin, I heard from my second brother that you want to learn beast control. Right? The head of the Ming family asked directly. Yin Yin's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Cousin, can I learn? The head of the Ming family looked at her and said, I really want you to learn. But this won't convince everyone. The Ming family has family rules. Only the head of the family can learn to control beasts. Although the great-grandfather was the head of the family. That was a long time ago. Of course, it's not that you can't learn it. As long as you make a significant contribution to the family, you can apply to learn to control beasts. As he said, he pointed to the two people next to him. Uncle San solved the family crisis back then. And Uncle Wu doubled the family's fiefdom and earned tens of millions of family property for the family. Both of them have made great contributions. With the unanimous consent of the family elders, they learned to control beasts. And at the same time, they were allowed to pass on the skills of controlling beasts to their next generation of heirs. They are from your great-grandfather's lineage. And they are also the best examples. If you want to learn, then take them as examples. Yin Yin certainly understood what the other party meant. She frowned slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Cousin, I also want to contribute to the family. But I don't have the ability, and I don't have that much money. Is there any other way? The head of the Ming family was very satisfied with her self-awareness, and said with a smile. Doesn't my cousin have a beast king by her side? Are you willing to hand it over to the family? If she agrees, then the subsequent plan doesn't need to be implemented. Little tiger? Yin Yin shook her head uncertainly. It was raised by my father, and followed my father's wishes to protect me. To be honest, I'm not sure if it will listen to others. I can't control it. It doesn't matter, as long as my cousin is willing to hand it over to the family. As for how to tame it, it's the family's business. The other party felt that there was a chance, and continued to persuade him. One more thing. The family will not treat Xiuhu badly. Its future life will be better than before. There will be someone to serve it. It can eat whatever it wants. Its status will be second only to me, the head of the family. Do you really want to eat whatever you want? Yin Yan's eyes suddenly lit up and stared at him. I think my second uncle and cousin have said that Xiuhu likes to eat fairy fruit. One fruit costs 100,000 taels of silver. If my cousin can guarantee that Xiuhu eats 5 every day, I think he will definitely be willing to listen to my cousin. Hearing that one fruit costs 100,000 taels, and he eats 5 a day, the head of the Ming family twitched his mouth. 500,000 taels a day. That's 15 million taels a month. The family's money is not enough for it to eat for 3 months. Damn. No matter how rich the family is, it can't stand it eating like this. Looking at Yin Yan's shining eyes when talking about money, and the information about her greed for money, the head of the Ming family has reason to suspect that she did it on purpose. Is she really here to recognize her relatives? Are you sure she is not here to blackmail? Cousin, there are so many people in the family who need to be paid. And there are so many wild beasts to raise. Money is already tight. Let alone 500,000 taels a day. We can't even take out 50,000 taels a day. He cried poor. Can you provide the family with 1,000 taels of fairy fruit each? Don't worry. The family will not let you pay in vain. I can make the decision that all the resources of the great-grandfather's lineage will be inherited by you. At the same time, I promise that your descendants can learn beast-controlling skills without the authorization of the family. Yin Yin pouted slightly, looking like the family is very stingy. The old face of the head of the Ming family blushed. And at the same time, a resentment rose in his heart. For whom was he dealing with her? He wanted to save her life, so he was dealing with her. Otherwise, he would have directly ordered to do it. Except for a few people. Others didn't know the use of energy fruit at all, let alone that if they ate it frequently, it would most likely awaken people's superpowers and allow wild beasts to evolve into demon beasts. If the head of the Ming family knew, he would not have the idea of killing her, and would definitely worship her as an ancestor. Clang! There was a loud noise from the side room. Yin Yan's eyes were stern, and she stood up immediately and disappeared in the room in an instant. The head of the Ming family was stunned at first. Then his face changed drastically, and he cursed in his heart. Damn! Who sent the news that she had to use both hands and feet to climb trees? I thought she only knew some mediocre kung fu. But who knew that her skills were so good that he disappeared in the room without seeing how the other party moved? Damn! Even martial arts masters can't do this. Right? The veins in the head of the Ming family's eyebrows jumped, and he felt that he was going to be in trouble. The plan is suspended. Hurry up and stop them. As he said, he ran out. The other two followed closely behind. When they arrived at the side room, they saw Ming Zhuer sitting on a chair crying in grievance. Her clothes were disheveled, and her hair was messy. Ming Yiri was attacking Rui, while 2 guards were dealing with a big bear. Seeing that there was only 1 person and 1 bear, Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. Stop it! She shouted angrily, and the powerful pressure went straight to the big bear. Roar! The big bear fell to the ground out of instinctive fear. The 2 guards freed their hands and stopped Ming Yiri's attack. Seeing Yin Yan's arrival, Ming Yiri stopped, his face full of anger. Cousin, you came at the right time. Your friend flirted with Zhuer. What do you think about this matter? Seeing Ming Zhuer's appearance, Yin Yin had guessed what happened. But now she laughed after hearing what Ming Yiri said. Her smile annoyed Master Ming Yiri. Cousin, don't you believe it? I saw it with my own eyes. Yin Yan's lips curled slightly. If you say that my niece flirted with Rui, I believe it. On the contrary. I'm sorry. I can't believe it. Chapter 445 Fake News Misled Me. Rui is the kind of person who is indifferent to everything and doesn't care about anything. Not to mention that Mingjur is not a great beauty. Even if she is, Rui will not have any bad intentions. I can't say why. She just believes it so firmly. What are you talking about? Ming Eri was furious. How could you, a girl, wrong him with such a thing? Does she not want a reputation? Woo woo. Mingjur cried aggrievedly. I was worried that he couldn't see it, so I kindly helped him change his clothes. But he actually touched me. Woo woo. Second uncle, you have to make the decision for me. Don't worry. Jur. Second uncle will get justice for you. At this time, the head of the Ming family walked in. Ming Eri told his eldest brother what happened before, and then expressed his attitude. Brother, Shuer is the apple of the eye of the Ming family. She cannot be bullied for no reason. You must give Shuer an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, the world will think that our Ming family women are easy to bully. The head of the Ming family looked at the wrong girl. His face darkened, and he looked at Yin Yin and the others with a hint of anger in his eyes. Cousin, since this person is your friend, then cousin will give you a face. But if you can't give Jura a satisfactory explanation, then I will have someone break his hands and feet as a punishment. Yin Yin still can't see that this is a play they directed and acted by themselves. She is a fool. Is the target Xiuhu? Ming family head. It's okay to hand Xiaohu over to the family, but you shouldn't use this method. She curled her lips slightly and pulled out a sneer. Ming Zhu's frivolous behavior scared my friend. I demand that the Ming family must give me and Rui a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I will solve this matter in my own way. You are so presumptuous. Ming Eri was so angry that he pointed at her nose and cursed. The thief cried thief. This is the first time I have seen it. The victim actually apologized to the perpetrator. Ha! It's really funny. Shameless to the extreme. As he spoke, Ming Eri was amused by the other party's shamelessness. Are you planning to turn against the Ming family just now? If so, we don't have to consider the blood relationship. Someone, come here. There was a deafening shout outside. Without looking, you can tell that the yard was surrounded. Roar. Then, there were the roars of various beasts. Yin Yan's eyes were cold. It seemed that they were going to take action instead of dealing with her, no matter what identity she threw out. The other party had no scruples. It also showed from the side that they had someone backing them up. That is, the Heavenly Palace. Wait a minute. The head of the Ming family spoke. And he was afraid. The move Yin Yin showed before made him feel uneasy. We are all family. There is no need to make things awkward. Cousin, Zhuer just wants an apology, and this matter will be over. How about that? He stepped forward to smooth things over. Ming Eri looked at his elder brother in confusion. Why was he different from what he said before? Ming family master gave him a cryptic look, then shook his head slightly, telling him not to act rashly. Rui suddenly reached out and held Yin Yin's hand. Yin Yin turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? I didn't. Rui said 3 words briefly. Yin Yin smiled lightly and said softly, Of course I know you didn't. She pinched his palm to reassure him. Rui said nothing and left everything to her. Although the two spoke in low voices, everyone in the room heard it clearly. The 3 people's faces turned black. Why are they determined to go against the Ming family? Ming Zhuer looked at her father, who was still hesitating, and then looked at the overlord, who was lying on the ground and unable to move. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. She was determined to get the Qiling Pearl. Thinking of this, she burst into tears. Dad, it's fine if the other party doesn't admit to flirting with me, but he actually slandered me in return. Woohoo! My reputation is ruined. I won't live anymore. As he said, he stood up and rushed towards the pillar. The head of the Ming family was so scared that his heart almost jumped out, and he stepped forward and stopped her. Zhuer, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Woohoo! I'm too ashamed to see anyone. Dad, don't stop me. Let me die. Forget it. Forget it. The head of the Ming family couldn't bear to see his daughter cry. He waved his hand helplessly, and then helped his daughter out of the room. Ming Eri understood that his eldest brother was going to continue his plan. At this point, there was no need to hold back. But I didn't know how Xiuhu was doing. He dealt with it as quickly as possible, and then brought people to support. In his opinion, Rui and 2 guards were not as powerful as a tiger. As for Yin Yin, anyone could deal with her. And she was not in his eyes at all. As soon as the head of the Ming family left, someone rushed in with a sword and a beast, surrounding the 4 people. There were dozens of people in the yard to ensure that the people in the house were killed, and there would be no future troubles. The Ming family was different from other families because of the beast control. It was easier for the children of the Ming family to learn martial arts, and they basically knew some kung fu. Adding the guards, the combat power of nearly 100 people was more than enough. In addition, the Ming family also dispatched soldiers to surround the Ming family mansion in order to root out the problem. No one could be allowed to leave. Otherwise the Great Zhou or Prince Su would know about it, and the Ming family would be in trouble. Yin Yin said to the people around her, "Rui, you step back. You two are responsible for protecting Rui, and I will take care of these people." The trouble started with her, so she would solve it. Such a small number of people and beasts were not enough for her to fight with all her strength. However, the 2 countries were cooperating, and the Ming family was a family of yin. If she killed them, she was afraid that it would affect the cooperation between the 2 countries, so she would break their hands and feet. She made up her mind, moved her hands and feet, and narrowed her eyes indifferently. The next second, she rushed over. The second Master Ming was originally disdainful in his heart. He really thought he was so powerful. And he left everything to you? Who knew that the next second, the other party took action, and the people on their side couldn't even defend themselves, let alone fight back. So they were broken by the other party and kicked out. Ah! Ah! The screams in the house were one after another, followed by the wailing of wild animals. Ming Yuri's scalp was numb, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Damn! Is this still a human? Wait! Who said that she had to use both hands and feet to climb up the tree? This is pure nonsense. Okay. Outside. Don't rush in. Prepare bows and arrows and long-range attacks. Ah! Ming Yuri screamed, then flew out and hit the window heavily, breaking it. He felt powerless and fearful, not to mention the nearly 100 people they prepared. Even if there were hundreds more, they would be in vain. Only when facing Yin Yin, you can know her horror. When facing Rui, although he was suppressed, he could at least fight a few moves. But when facing Yin Yin, he was just abused. At this time, Ming Yuri only prayed that Xiuhu didn't succeed. Otherwise, the Ming family would suffer. At the same time, he blamed his elder brother in his heart. At the beginning, his elder brother wanted to win over the other party, but he changed his mind because of Zhuer's words. Even if you spoil your children, you can't spoil them like this. Chapter 446. Something happened to Xiuhu. After this matter is over, he must persuade his elder brother that there should be a limit to spoiling children. Otherwise, not only bad things will happen, but also disasters will be brought to the family. In a few breaths, Yin Yin dealt with the people and beasts in the house. More than a dozen people plus more than a dozen beasts. Their hands and feet were broken by her, and they could only lie on the ground wailing, losing their fighting power. Next is the outside. They will use bows and arrows. Rui, you stay inside and don't come out. I'll go clean it up. Be careful, Rui instructed. The 2 guards looked admiring and proud. Their prince was still so powerful. Awesome. Yin Yin smiled confidently. Don't worry. Such a small number of people is not enough for me to warm up. She opened the energy shield, then took a step, and the next second, she was outside the door. Come out. Shoot. Someone shouted from the outside. And then countless arrows flew over. Bang. 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 The arrows were bounced off by the energy shield. What kind of magic is this? Everyone dropped their jaws in shock. It was the first time they saw such a strange situation, which was beyond their cognition. Yin Yin had a sneer on her lips. Have you finished shooting arrows? Then it's my turn. Roar. Suddenly, a painful roar came from the west. Yin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and that bad feeling came over her again. Xiaohu. Roar. This time the roar was much weaker. Yin Yan's hands and feet were instantly cold, and the whole person couldn't help shaking. Xiaohu was saying goodbye to her. Unconsciously, her eyes were filled with tears, and an unspeakable sadness buried her. Yin Yin, go and take a look quickly. Leave this to me. Rui came over. His tone was unusually serious. Well, be careful. Yin Yin didn't have time to say anything more, and hurried to the yard where they lived. When she flew into the air, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Then, a cruel scene appeared in front of her. There was no complete person in the yard, and the limbs were scattered all over the ground. The wounds were all bitten by wild beasts. Dozens of wild beasts lay on the ground and dared not move. Xiuhu lay on the ground with a bloody hole in his abdomen. Seeing the miserable state of Xiuhu, Yin Yan's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and she fell beside it in a flash, putting her hand on its abdomen. The healing technique outputted the maximum energy. Roar. A tiger saw her touching the body of the Beast King and roared at her. Yin Yan swept a sharp look over, and the other party immediately shrank his neck and dared not make a sound. The other beasts also lay on the ground honestly. This person was as cruel as the previous one, and they couldn't beat him. Soon the wound on the abdomen healed, but Yin Yan still didn't feel the vitality in its body. So she hurriedly took out the apple juice and poured it into its mouth. However, the juice flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Plop! Yin Yan's panicked hands trembled, and the cup fell to the ground. The apple juice was scattered all over the floor, and the rich vitality emanated, forming a sharp contrast with the lack of vitality in the tiger's body. The breath was gone. The inner elixir was gone. The horns on the head were gone, and the flame shape between the eyebrows disappeared. Don't worry. There is still a way. Yin Yan muttered to herself to stabilize her emotions, and told herself to stay calm. She took out the energy crystal and put it into its mouth. The crystal melted in her mouth, and she was happy. But after waiting for a while, there was still no vitality in the tiger's body. 5 crystals entered the tiger's mouth in succession, and Yin Yan's hope was shattered bit by bit. Tears dripped down her cheeks and fell on it. She clenched her fists tightly. Her joints turned white, and strong anger, hatred, and murderous intent intertwined to form a powerful evil spirit. The surrounding beasts trembled, their heads pressed against the ground, fearing that the other party would kill them in the next second. Master! Yin Yan gritted her teeth, and her murderous intent was rampant. I want you to be buried with me. She said it word by word, which was also her oath. After a year of getting along, she no longer regarded the tiger as just a beast. Later, after it evolved into a demon beast, they could communicate with each other, and she regarded it as a member of this family. And the tiger was particularly well-behaved and obedient, making it difficult for her not to spoil him. Her love for the tiger was no less than that of the 3 children. Seeing that she gave it energy fruit to eat casually, you can know how much she cares about it. Now, Xiuhu's departure dealt her a heavy blow, and the pain was unbearable for her. At this moment, she had only one thought: revenge. Keep an eye on it. If I come back and find that it has lost a hair, I will cut you into pieces. The words were said to the surrounding beasts. Dozens of beasts whimpered, their heads pounding like garlic. A gust of wind blew, and Yin Yan started her killing feast. At this time of the day, everyone was ready to go to sleep, but they also knew that something was going to happen tonight. So everyone stayed up and waited for news. As a result, they waited for Ashura. Yin Yan didn't ask about the other party's identity at all. As long as they were in the mansion, she would kill them. When she thought of Xiuhu, who had lost his breath, her heart was in pain. At this moment, only killing can make her heart less painful. Ah! The screams lingered over the Ming mansion for a long time. The head of the Ming family was coaxing his daughter, and promised to give her the Qilin pearl tomorrow, which was considered coaxing her. He was about to send his daughter back to the yard, but as soon as he went out, he saw a person standing in the yard like a star of evil. The coldness and murderous intent in his eyes made the 2 tremble in their hearts, and they couldn't help trembling all over. Cousin, what are you doing here? The head of the Ming family asked with fear. Kill you. Her words were without any warmth, like a wooden man, with a blank expression. The next second, the person appeared behind the head of the Ming family, and the energy blade in his hand dissipated, and the blood on it dripped onto the ground. The head of the Ming family only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then he felt pain in his neck. He raised his hand and touched it, and his hands were full of warm blood. You. He fell down with a plop before he could finish a complete sentence, and died. Ah! The sudden scene frightened Mingjur so much that she turned pale and screamed. In her eyes, her father was the most powerful person, but she didn't expect that the other party would die after just one encounter. The desire to survive made her brain unusually clear, and she ran. However, before she ran 2 steps, Yin Yan appeared in front of her. She raised her hand and touched her neck. her eyes wide open with desire. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to. Plop. Until she was dead. She didn't understand why it happened. Yin Yin didn't even look at them. A gust of wind passed, and she disappeared in the yard, continuing her revenge. The Ming family included servants, hundreds of people, and nearly 100 wild beasts. In less than half an hour, only a few people were killed by Yin Yin. She didn't let go of the old, the weak, women, and children. Now she has been blinded by hatred, and she only wants to kill people. Wow! The cry of a baby sounded in her ears. Yin Yin's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. She looked at the young woman lying on the bed, her unwilling death, and the baby beside her. Her lost sanity slowly recovered. Chapter 447. There is still a faint chance of survival. She glanced at the baby and left the room. The strong smell of blood outside lingered in her nose, and the corpses everywhere stimulated Yin Yan's nerves. She looked at her hands, which were still pure white, but in fact they were already stained with blood. She didn't expect that one day she would kill ordinary people. People from famous families deserve to die, but not everyone deserves to die. Yin Yin returned to the yard in silence. Dozens of wild beasts surrounded the little tiger in the middle, blocking the wind for it, fearing that the wind would blow off a hair on its body. Seeing Yin Yin coming back, they scattered and hid far away. Although they did not leave the yard, the tragic screams, the last wailing of their companions, and the lingering smell of blood all showed that this was an evil star, and they dared not provoke it at all. Looking at the little tiger on the ground, Yin Yin was sad from the heart, and her eyes were stained with sadness. Gently combing its fur, she wished it could rub its big head against her, pat her legs with its tail, and act like a spoiled child like before, staring at her with its big bell-like eyes and asking for food. "I'm sorry," she choked up. Tears welled up in her eyes, unable to hold them back, and then turned into tears and slid down. "It's not your fault." Rui's voice came from behind. Yin Yin cried and shook her head. "If I hadn't insisted on coming to Mingjia, Xiu wouldn't have gotten into trouble. If I hadn't been careless and didn't take Mingjia seriously, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault." She blamed herself very much and felt that she had harmed Xiu. Rui came to her side and gently put his arm around her shoulders. "Cry if you are sad. I am still here." He stopped trying to persuade her. She needed to vent her sadness at this time. Otherwise it would be bad for her health if she was depressed. "Woo woo." Yin Yin hugged him, no longer suppressing herself, and cried softly. The hand around her shoulder tightened slightly, as if protecting a treasure, wanting to cherish it but not daring to use force. "Rui, remember? Don't be emotional. This is your father's last advice to you. Rui, I will let your master accompany you. If you can't do it, just leave it to your master. Rui, your father believes in you. You will be an excellent messenger of God and the pride of our Rosier family. Rui, love is the god of death and the nemesis of our family. Remember not to try it." The exhortations and warnings his father gave him before he left appeared in front of him again. The most common thing he said was that he should not be emotional. Love did make him hesitate and indecisive, but it also made him experience emotions he had never experienced before. But even so, he did not forget his mission. If he was the one who lost himself, it should be his teacher. However, he should also thank him for his repeated obstruction, which prevented him from leaving this world early and thus met her, although she had someone she loved. These were not a problem. He understood that their identities were so different that it was impossible for them to be together. Moreover, liking her was his own business, which had nothing to do with her, and she didn't need to know. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to ask the teacher for a solution. After crying for a long time, Yin Yin's emotions gradually stabilized. Rui gently wiped her red eyes with a handkerchief, and his movements were cautious. If he could see his eyes at this time, he would definitely be full of heartache. Yin Yin was a little embarrassed. Although he couldn't see it, crying was too embarrassing. "I'll do it myself." She wanted to take the handkerchief, but Rui's hand gently dodged. "I'll do it." He continued to wipe the tears from her face. Yin Yin's face was slightly red. She didn't say anything, but let him do it. Now she really needed someone to rely on, so let her be willful for once. The two were very close, so she smelled the blood on his body and found that many places on his clothes were torn. "Your injuries? Healed? Let me see." Although I knew that his body healed quickly, I still checked it. As he said, all the wounds were healed, but his vitality was less, which showed that healing so many wounds was also very consuming. Yin Yin handed him an apple. Rui took it and put it in his arms, and then helped her wipe her face. Slowly, carefully, full of patience, Yin Yin felt cherished and warmed her heart. Rui. Yes. What kind of girl do you like? I'll introduce you to one. Rui originally wanted to say someone like you, but she changed her mind when she said I'll introduce you to one. I don't like any. Do you like boys? Yin Yan's eyes widened instantly. Rui paused, and said in a somewhat cold tone, I don't like anyone. Why? No reason. I like one person. As he said that, he put away the handkerchief and distanced the two of them. Yin Yin scratched her head in confusion. They were chatting happily. Why was he unhappy? It's so lonely to be alone. Or you can live in the princess's mansion in the future. Let's talk about it later. Rui didn't say whether to go or not. Okay. Let's leave here first. I'll take Xiuhu away. The living creatures can't be put in the package, but the dead ones can be put in. Yin Yin silently chanted take. Huh? Looking at Xiuhu still on the ground. She blinked in confusion. Try again. Xiuhu still can't be taken in. Yin Yan's eyes were full of doubts. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly checked Xiaohu's body again. There was still no breathing. No vitality. She found an extremely weak vitality fluctuation at the center of Xiuhu's eyebrows, which would be easily overlooked if it wasn't carefully checked. Yin Yin rubbed her hands excitedly, trying not to curl up the corners of her mouth. After calming down, she focused her attention on the center of Xiuhu's eyebrows. Looking carefully in its huge sea of consciousness, she finally found a golden light spot smaller than a sesame seed, and the vitality energy was emitted by this light spot. Thank God. Yin Yin cried with joy. She smiled and bent down to hug it. After so long, Xiuhu's body temperature has not changed much, which means that it is not dead yet. What's wrong? Rui asked after hearing her crying and laughing. Yin Yin wiped her tears and grinned at him. Xiuhu is still alive. It is not dead. Woo woo. Isn't this a happy thing? Why are you crying? Rui complained, but his thumb gently wiped away the tears from her eyes. Don't cry. I feel bad. Well, don't cry. Although Xiuhu still has a faint vitality, its breathing and heartbeat are gone. It is not out of danger yet. Yin Yin sniffed, and her eyes washed by tears were particularly bright and clear. Let's find a place to rest first, and then I'll try the crystal and energy fruit to see if it works. If it doesn't work, we can only go to Abu. He must have a way. Rui nodded gently. Okay, I'll listen to you. At this time, the two guards, who had thoroughly cleaned up the Ming family, came back with swords in their hands, covered in blood. Chapter 448, Where the Qilin Pearl Went. Meet your highness. The two knelt on one knee. Get up. I'm glad you're all right. Let's leave Ming family now. Your highness. Wait a moment. The outside is surrounded by the army. The two of us will go to clean it up. No. Don't clash with Diane's army. She was still worried that it would affect the cooperation of the four countries. And dealing with Tiantian was the main thing. For the bloodbath of Ming family, she had to give the other party an explanation. Take Xiaohu and Rui to the west gate to wait for me first. Okay. Your highness. Yin Yin took out 3 coats, asked them to change, and then went to rob. The property of Ming family could not be let go. Xiuhu didn't know how many energy crystals he needed, so it was just right to use their money to pay for it. When collecting money, she deliberately looked for Xiuhu's inner elixir, but didn't find it. With just a few people in Ming family, and the beasts that didn't dare to attack Xiuhu, it was impossible to hurt Xiuhu. There must be people from Tiantian behind them. No wonder the famous family dared to take action. They had something to rely on. Tiantian. She remembered this grudge. It took less than a quarter of an hour for Yin Yin to arrive at the west gate. Yin Yin opened the gate directly. The army outside saw someone coming out and immediately stood ready. The torch illuminated everything around, and the swords and knives glowed coldly. Yin Yin took out a token from her arms. This is the token of Prince Su. Do you recognize it? The leading general stepped forward cautiously and took a look from a distance. It was indeed the token of Prince Su, and it was a token in person. I have seen Prince Su. His expression changed, and he immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. The soldiers behind him knelt down and saluted. Who is Prince Su? Not only is he the emperor's brother, But he is also the supreme commander of the great Yin army, the immediate superior of every soldier, and he needs to obey his orders. His personal token is like seeing him in person. Not only that, he can also mobilize the army, and his power is very great. The general muttered in his heart, "What is this person's identity? And he actually has the personal token of Prince Su? Also, what is the Ming family doing? Can they offend such a person? Isn't this harming them?" He blamed the Ming family in his heart. Yin Yin didn't expect that the token was so useful. "Get up." A group of people stood up and put away their weapons at the same time, and no longer fought. "I don't know what this general's name is. My surname is Gao. You can just call me Xiao Gao." The other party's attitude and tone have completely changed. No longer as tense as before. "Then I will replace you, General Xiao Gao. I have some unpleasantness with the Ming family." As he said, Yin Yin handed the other party a stack of silver bills. "This is 100,000 taels. Please, General Xiao Gao, take people to clean up Ming Mansion. Bury what needs to be buried and wash what needs to be washed." "Ah?" The other party didn't react for a while. Yin Yin stuffed the money into his hand and left with people. General Xiao Gao was stunned for a long time, and only came back to his senses after the people walked away. He looked at the money in his hand, and then thought about what the other party had just said. And it seemed that he came back to his senses. They were originally invited to deal with her, but now the other party appeared safely, with neat hair and neat clothes. So it was clear who had the problem. Sure enough, when he led people into Ming Mansion, he finally understood what the other party said. Bury what should be buried and wash what should be washed. After all, the Ming family is a family of Yin state, and they also hold official positions and have feasts. The current prince is also born to a daughter of the Ming family. The main family was suddenly destroyed, and no one survived except wild beasts. Such a big thing must be reported. While reporting to the court, General Gao also sent a separate document to Prince Su. As for the Ming Mansion, of course, those who should be buried, and those who should be cleaned. After all, they have been paid. As for Yin Yin, he said people to follow and monitor from a distance to prevent the court from questioning, and he would not even know where the person was at that time. Besides, Yin Yin did not stay in an inn. After dawn, she bought a private house and concentrated on treating Xiao Hu. She fed 5 more crystal stones, and the light spot in Xiao Hu's mind became as big as sesame seeds. And then it stopped growing, and the excess energy accumulated in his body. Then it was Xiao Hu's heart. She used a day and night of healing magic, and finally restored his heartbeat. And at the same time, he had a weak breath. "Who?" She breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart was relieved. She finally survived. Rui handed over a bowl of ginseng soup at the right time, so that she could moisten her throat after working hard for a day and a night. Yin Yin gave him a grateful look and drank the soup. "What are you going to do next?" Rui asked. "The incident with Ming family was an accident, and I need to meet Prince Su. Are you worried about affecting the cooperation between the two countries?" "Yes. There was no clause in the original agreement to exterminate the entire Ming family. After all, we have to consider the crown prince of Yin. So I need to explain it and make compensation. It just so happens that the money looted from Ming family needs to be converted into money for the supermarket." After hearing what she said, Rui understood. They should not pursue the tens of millions of goods anymore. And the fact that the main family of Ming family no longer exists may not be a bad thing for the royal family of Yin. "I hope so. I will go to the army tomorrow. It will take about 4 days to go back and forth. During this time, Xiaohu will be in your care. It's not that she won't take Xiaohu with her, but she has to arrive before the other party gets the news. So she has to hurry up." Rui nodded gently. "Don't worry. I will take good care of it. Here, you can contact through the member group in the future." Yin Yin finally gave out the membership card. It also represents trust in him. Rui took it, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and then carefully put the card away. Yin Yin left him 10 apples and asked him to feed 2 to Xiaohu every day. Before leaving, she gave the token to Rui, asking him to ask the army to help in case of trouble. She also left 1,000,000 taels of silver notes. If they really invited people, they couldn't let them go in vain. Finally, she asked 2 guards to take good care of Xiaohu and Rui, and Yin Yin left. She didn't ride a horse. The speed of the horse was not as fast as her flying. After rushing for a long time, she met a soldier delivering a letter. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be sent to Prince Su. You can tell what it says without reading the content. Fortunately, she thought of explaining it in person and making amends. Otherwise, the other party would be furious after receiving the letter. Night fell quickly. Two people stood on the roof of the house. One of them wore a black dress and a dark green headband over his eyes. One of them had white hair and a childlike face, wearing a Taoist robe, and looked like an immortal. It was Kiguzi and Rui. Did they leave? Kiguzi asked. Yes, Rui responded softly. Shioguzi raised his eyebrows in confusion. I don't understand. Why do you want me to take the Qiling pearl back? Didn't he give this thing to Mingjiao a long time ago? Rui didn't intend to explain it to him. You don't need to understand. Shioguzi. Okay. What do you want me for? Teacher. Oh, you actually called me teacher. Is the sun rising from the west? Shioguzi was startled and looked very surprised. Chapter 449 Untitled. This chapter has been revised. Please read it again. He counted on his fingers. How long have you not called me teacher? Let me count. 100 years. 200 years. TSK. You are not right today. Do you have something to ask me? Rui sulked his face, ignored his ridicule, and spoke coldly. Teacher, I want to know about the birth of the Arab god. Arab god? Akaguzi's face became serious. He didn't expect that the question he wanted to ask was this. Why are you asking this? Unless you find someone who can fuse your blood, I won't be able to tell you. Wait, have you found that person? He opened his mouth in shock. More shocked than when he called himself teacher. Rui didn't answer, but his silence was a kind of recognition. Akaguzi thought of something, and his expression became complicated. That person can't be Yin Yin? I thought he would still be silent. But he nodded and said him. As expected, Kiguzi suddenly felt that it was hard to describe. It took your father more than 10,000 years to find this person. And you have only been there for more than 1,000 years. TSK. Are you ready to be a father? In his eyes, Rui is still a child. Be a father? Rui has a strange feeling. He can't say what it is. Anyway, he doesn't hate it. Seeing that he was thinking seriously, Kiguzi was a little worried and had to remind him. Although your life is long, there are only so many divine sources. If you hand over half of the divine sources, it will affect your future tasks. You should understand why your father gave the task to you. Because traveling through time and space is already difficult for him. He persuaded him earnestly. Give it up. You are still young. There is no rush to keep the Arab god. Even if you wait for 10,000 years, it is not too long. By then, you will have accumulated enough merits and resources, and you can have a good position in the family. Rui knew that he was really thinking about him, but he had made up his mind. Teacher, you just need to tell me about the birth of the Arab god. Shioguzi sighed. This kid has been stubborn since he was a child. He knew that he could not convince him. Then only, feeling the murderous aura flashing across him, Rui's tone suddenly turned cold. Teacher, don't think about touching her. Otherwise I don't mind sending you back first. You traitor. Shioguzi glared at him fiercely. For a woman he had known for a short time, he actually wanted to attack him. What a traitor. Forget it. She will die the moment she gives birth to the child anyway. There is no need for him to fall out with him. What I know about the god's heir is similar to what the family records say. Do you still want to know? Rui glanced at him and said word by word. How to keep the mother alive. What? Kiguzi couldn't help shouting. If there hadn't been a barrier around, the people around would have been alarmed. What did you just say? He asked uncertainly. Rui didn't repeat it, and Kiguzi's heart sank. Oh no. He was actually moved. Rui, didn't your father warn you? You must never be moved. I told you. His two short words made Kiguzi feel that he didn't care, or that he didn't think being moved was that scary. Don't you know that everyone in the family who fell in love died? Without exception. Shioguzi began to regret why he was dawdling and why he had to trip him up. If he had completed the task and left earlier, he would not have met Yin Yin, let alone fallen in love. If something happened to him, how would he explain to his father? Unexpectedly, the fusion of the Gu King would bring such a big side effect. Not only was he forcibly stripped of his divine source, but his consciousness was also disturbed by the will of the world. If he had known this, he would not have done it. But he didn't know it earlier. Is this fate? Rui didn't answer. He had heard about the tribe, But he didn't think it was related to love, but personal desire. And his love was rational. He didn't think of possessing her or staying with her forever. On the contrary, he hoped that she could be with the person she loved, as long as she was happy. Seeing his stubborn look, Shioguzi really wanted to wake him up. How old are you? There is still a long time to come. Why are you so depressed? Teacher, I am very rational. When the child is 10 years old, I will take him away. I have never thought of disturbing her life. What do you mean? Loving her is my own business. Rui's words were firm and resolute. I have never thought of letting her leave with me. She has her own life to live. And I will not let her know that I love her. He will bury this feeling in his heart. He will be content with having a child with him and her, and will not ask for more. Kiguzi was stunned. He didn't expect him to be so open-minded. Or his view on love is different from others. Are you willing to give up? Rui shook his head slightly and said lightly. It's not about giving up or not. And I'm a step late. I don't want to destroy the happiness she wants. Love is not possession for me. Hee hee. How old are you? You're so old. You're almost a saint. Shioguzi sighed. But he was not as worried as before. Before, those people just wanted to change the lifespan of their other half. But how could ordinary people break the limit of life? This is the rule of the world. Humans with a lifespan of only 100 years can make such a fuss. If their life limit is really broken, it would be strange if they don't destroy the world. Because of this, the family members who want to break the limit have to pay a very high price. Not only did they fail, but in the end no one escaped the punishment of God and both died. This is why Rui's father always told him not to be emotional. No wonder you asked me to take out the Qilin Pearl. So this is your plan. Shioguzi finally understood why he made this move. Rui asked. Teacher, does my idea work? Kiguzi shook his head. It works, but it's not enough. Then what do I need to do? Rui asked hurriedly. Kiguzi looked at him strangely. It was rare to see him anxious. The energy of the Qilin Pearl is not enough to support the growth of the child. It also needs twice the same energy. You don't have to worry about this. Yin Yan's energy fruit can solve this problem. Then what? Then it needs the energy of someone as powerful as her. Can Ning Yuan? Kiguzi was surprised. The first person he thought of was Ning Yuan instead of himself. As he said, his love is not possession. This made him feel a little relieved, and he didn't worry that he was lying to himself. Ning Yuan is still a little short. But it will be different if the seed wakes up. When mentioning the seed, Rui's face darkened slightly. If the seed awakens, he won't live long. Right? If he dies? What about Yin Yan? Kiguzi replied. That's better. You have a chance. It's okay to stay in this world for another 100 years. Chapter 450. You want me to kill Ning Yuan? Rui was silent again. Kiguzi carefully observed his expression to see what he would choose. If he chose to stay, he would kill Yin Yan at all costs. As soon as this idea came out, all kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind, all of which were good for Yin Yan. And she was Xiao Dan's mother. If he killed her, what would happen to his apprentice? As soon as the thought came out, Kiguzi realized that his thoughts were affected again. He smiled bitterly. He was becoming more and more like a human being. This was not a good sign. Rui already had the answer, but did not tell him. In addition to the previous two conditions, what else is needed to save her life? Kiguzi was very curious. What are you going to do? Teacher will know in the future. The implication is that I will not tell you. Kiguzi sighed helplessly. Okay. Forget it. As for other conditions, there is another key point, which requires the bearer to have a strong soul, because the child will be baptized by the divine light at the moment of birth. This is also why the mother will die after giving birth. In addition to bearing the child, the remaining vitality is given to the child to receive the majestic energy to strengthen the divine source. And the soul is given to the child to awaken the ability to travel through time and space. The last point is very important. Traveling through time and space is a necessary skill for their clan. Rui thought of his mother whom he had never met, and a touch of sadness emerged in his heart. So, the mother is just a container? How unfortunate they are to be chosen. Kiguzi didn't think so. It is their honor to be chosen. And it is a supreme honor to be able to bear the air of God. Even if you sacrifice your life for this? Yes, Kiguzi said affirmatively. Ordinary people's lives are only 100 years long. It is a supreme merit to be able to use them to give birth to a descendant of God. At this point, Kiguzi looked at him seriously. Rui, Don't forget that you are a member of the God's Messenger clan, not a human being. Your mission is sacred and great. Don't think from the perspective of an ant. This is an insult to the God's Messenger clan. Do you understand? Well, I understand. Teacher, Rui responded softly. Seeing that he was so obedient, Kiguzi's eyes became gentle, and he patted his shoulder gently. Rui, you are still young. It is normal that you can't figure out some things. The teacher will guide you. Your father handed you over to me, and I will be responsible for you. Rui nodded and said nothing more. Kiguzi saw that he didn't ask how to strengthen the soul, thinking that he had figured it out, and nodded with satisfaction. We have been in this world for quite a while, so we must speed up. I will take care of Ning Yuan. As long as we can cultivate a suitable alien species, half of the mission will be completed. The rest can be completed in less than 3 years. Teacher, I think you may be going in the wrong direction. Guzi was stunned for a moment and asked, which aspect do you mean? No matter how powerful Ning Yuan is, he is still a human being. You have failed in your attempt. I don't think the probability of using Ning Yuan will increase much. In comparison, I think Abu is more suitable. After all, you still don't want Ning Yuan to get into trouble? He felt that he had seen through his thoughts. But Rui shook his head. No. What the teacher said before enlightened me. I suddenly felt that my love was too cheap. I am a member of the God's Messenger clan. How can an ant-like human be worthy of me? It is the supreme honor for her to help me give birth to a God's heir. Yes. Yes. I am very happy that you think so. Kiguzi smiled. And the young man was teachable. Rui continued. Even so, she is the woman I loved after all, and I will not allow anyone to touch her again. So, Kiguzi guessed. So you want me to kill Ning Yuan? Yes. Rui nodded and said faintly. Take out his heart, and use it as the nutrient for the Goo King. Kiguzi thought about it, and felt that his apprentice's method was feasible. At the beginning, I made some changes to his heart, and gathered the blood essence of the gold dragon and the silver dragon. It must have merged after such a long time. As long as I have his heart, it is more appropriate to use Abu to cultivate it. At the beginning, in order to prevent the fusion of the 2 drops of blood from being affected, he not only weakened the ability of the gold dragon in Abu's body and made it sleep, but also did not let go of the silver dragon in his body, making it fall into a deep sleep. He has put a lot of effort into this. Isn't this the day he's been waiting for? Once Ning Yuan dies, you can stay with Yen Yen, but I still want to remind you not to think of taking her away. Teacher, don't worry. I won't. That's good. Guzi chose to believe him and changed the plan. They are on their way to Chi State. Since the plan needs to be changed, Yen Yen can't meet them. I'll intercept them, and you can hold them back. Well, I'll try my best. Okay. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Wait. Teacher, please give me the Qilin Pearl. Rui reached out to him. Guzi didn't think much and took out a red and white pearl from his arms. That tiger is not simple. After the inner elixir merged, it actually took up half of the energy of the Qilin Pearl. It's just a pity. He shook his head and handed the pearl to him. Rui took it and put it in his arms. Before leaving, Guzi reminded him, because of Yen Yen, you spared the tiger's life. I can understand, but I don't agree. The divine power should not be wasted like this. Thank you, teacher. Thank you for discovering the abnormality, but not taking out the divine power. Haha. It's rare to hear you say thank you. I won't pursue this matter, but it won't happen again. Guzi left in a good mood. Rui was the only one left on the roof. After a long time, his figure dissipated and turned into a light spot. In a special space, light spots gathered, and Rui appeared in it. He came to the side of a stunning man and took out the Qilin Pearl. The other party opened his mouth, and the Qilin Pearl entered his mouth. Then, Rui put his hand on his head, and a strong golden light entered his body. His breath instantly weakened a lot. That's about it, he murmured to himself. Rui's identity must disappear, and he couldn't be equated with the master of the heavenly palace. I just don't know if she will cry for him if he dies? He thought she could cry for him, but he felt sorry for her crying. Rui retracted his hand, and then turned into a light spot and disappeared in space. Let's talk about Yen Yen. She rushed for a day and stopped to rest. Tomorrow we will reach the main force. Yen, Zhou, they are responsible for the Tianshan Palace and another address of the Tianshu Palace. The Tianshu Palace is in the mountains, located in the Yin state. And the Tianshin Palace is at the junction of the Qi state and the Yin state. She ate something and then chatted with Ning Yuan. She asked about the situation over there, and then told him to be cautious, especially beware of the people of the Heavenly Palace. Then she told him about Xiaohu. Ning Yuan didn't expect Xiaohu to almost get into trouble. With Xiaohu's ability, there must be people from the Heavenly Palace behind him. Chapter 451 Life and Death Tribulation. Employee Group. Yin Yin, Xiaohu is still sleeping. Can you help me ask Abu? Is there any way? Ning Yuan, wait a minute. I will ask. After a while, Ning Yuan replied. Ning Yuan, Abu said that under normal circumstances, even if the inner elixir is gone, he will not die. He should have woken up long ago after using so many crystals and energy fruits. Did Xiaohu have anything else? Yin Yin, I remember. The Qilin Pearl. Ning Yuan, what Qilin Pearl? Yin Yin, I will pull you into another group. Abu only has a purchasing card. So Yin Yin went to the purchasing group and pulled Ning Yuan in. Purchasing group. Abu, Auntie. What is Xiaohu's situation now? Yin Yin, let me tell you. We crossed the Yanbu Mountains through an underground river and arrived at Yin State. A Qilin Pearl was found in the underground river. Xiaohu ate it and then evolved into a Qilin. Originally, it became very similar to a Qilin, but it was suddenly interrupted by a golden light. In the end, only a pair of horns grew out, and there was a tuft of flame-shaped hair between the eyebrows. There was no other change. Abu was silent for a long time before replying. Abu, Auntie, tell me about Xiaohu's condition after losing his inner elixir. Yin Yin, I found that Xiaohu had no breath, no vitality in his body, a hole in his abdomen, and his inner elixir was gone. But there was no injury to other parts of his body. I found a light spot smaller than a sesame seed in its sea of consciousness. The light spot exuded a weak vitality. I fed it 10 energy crystals and a large amount of energy juice, and its heartbeat recovered and it breathed. However, Xiaohu did not show any signs of waking up. Abu, Auntie, I think I know what happened. Yin Yin, what happened? Ning Yuan, what happened? Abu, the Qilin Pearl absorbed the energy in Xiaohu's body and most of his soul. Yin Yin, we shouldn't let him eat the Qilin Pearl. Right? Abu, I heard from my father that the famous family once had a Qilin Pearl, from which they learned the beast-controlling skills and had a Beast King. The shape of the Beast King is very similar to that of a Qilin. This is the normal evolutionary state of eating the Qilin Pearl. Ning Yuan, Abu, you mean that the golden light interrupted Xiaohu's evolution, which led to its energy and soul being absorbed by the Qilin Pearl? Abu, yes. Only this reason can explain why Xiaohu died after losing his inner elixir. In fact, without the light spot in Xiaohu's mind, it was already dead. After reading Abu's explanation, Yin Yin blamed herself. Why didn't she stop Xiaohu from eating the Qilin Pearl? Ning Yuan, Yinner, don't blame yourself. This all looks too much like a trap. Abu, Aunt, what Uncle said is very right. The Qilin Pearl is a conspiracy against Xiaohu. Xiaohu's evolution was interrupted for the energy and soul in his body. If it hadn't happened, no one would know that all this was a conspiracy. Even if I was there, I would not stop Xiaohu from eating the Qilin Pearl. Moreover, Xiaohu has already evolved. It is not dangerous for it to eat the Qilin Pearl. It can also make it evolve again and become more powerful. There is no reason to stop it. Abu and Ning Yuan comforted her together and stopped her from blaming herself. This kind of thing is impossible to prevent. Yin Yin didn't say anything. Ning Yuan was not very relieved. Ning Yuan, Abu, do you have any way to wake Xiaohu up? Abu, there is a way. As for energy, I have my aunt here, so it is not lacking. As for soul, I have the golden dragon here, and 1 drop of blood can make up for most of its lost soul. Ning Yuan, that's good. Yin Yin, Abu, can Xiaohu become the same as before? Abu, it can't condense the inner elixir. It will be like when you first met it. There is another point that Abu didn't say. Even if Xiaohu is the same as in the forest, its lifespan has been affected. If Xiaohu can live for 20 years before evolution, it can only live for 10 years now. And Xiaohu has lived for 5 years. In other words, it can only live for another 5 years. He is also sad, but he can't show it. Otherwise Auntie will be even more sad and blame herself. This is not Annie's fault at all. Ning Yuan, who was standing by, knew that his words were not true by looking at his expression. Abu, tell your uncle the truth. What will happen to Xiuhu? Abu pursed his lips slightly, hesitated, and told him about its lifespan. Ning Yuan looked heavy, with an indelible sadness between his eyebrows. He patted the child's tender shoulders, comforting him and comforting himself. Xiuhu has lived with them for so long, and they have long regarded him as a member of the family. If they say they are not sad after such a thing happened, it would be a lie to say that they are sad. However, he thought Yinner should be the saddest one at this time. Abu, don't tell your aunt about Xiuhu's lifespan. Abu nodded. I understand. Uncle. Yan, on the other hand, was in a much better mood after hearing that Xiuhu would recover. When the supermarket task is completed, there will definitely be a reward of crystal source. Give Xiuhu a portion at that time. I believe it will definitely be able to condense the demon pill again. Yin, how is the situation over there? Be sure to be careful of the heavenly palace. Ning Yuan, the Ming family's affairs have been settled. Abu and I are on our way to Qi State. Yin, when will you arrive at the agreed location? Ning Yuan, 5 days later. They have to bypass the mountains, so it will take some time. Yin calculated that she would have to go back after finishing the affairs here, and she would not be able to take Rui and Xiaohu with her by then. Adding it all together, it would take about 10 days to reach the agreed location. She talked to Ning Yuan and Abu for a while, and then closed the chat group. Then she opened the member group and asked about the children's situation. Xiaodan, Mom, my brother and I are fine, but I miss my parents, brother Abu and Xiaohu. When can you come back? Yin, not sure yet, but I will be back in a month at the latest. She didn't mention Xiaohu's affairs, because she didn't want the children to be frightened. Xiaoyong, Mom, you didn't encounter any difficult problems, did you? Yin, no. My parents are so powerful, and there are troops with us, so nothing will happen. Xiaoyong, what about Xiuhu? Yin's eyes jumped, forgetting that Xiaodan had the ability to predict. She was thinking about how to fool around, when Xiaodan sent another message. Xiaodan, Mom, I saw that Xiuhu was injured, but his life was not in danger. The implication was, don't be perfunctory with us. Yin, Xiuhu was injured, but it's not serious, and Abu and your father are coming to join us. Xiaodan, I read a fortune. Xiaohu will turn danger into safety. After hearing what Mother said, there is no need to worry. Yin felt more at ease after hearing her daughter's words, which meant that Xiaohu would be fine in the future, which was great. Xiaodan, however. Mother, I also read a fortune for you and Dad will have an accident within 5 days. This time it's a big deal, and I didn't calculate the solution. Yin's heart immediately lifted when she heard it. Yin, daughter, what did you calculate? Xiaodan, life and death. Yin's face suddenly became solemn. Did they encounter people from the heavenly palace on their way here? Chapter 452. I feel like I gave too much. The only one who can beat Ning Yuan, besides Zhou Guzi, is the mysterious Hall Master. Xiaodan, Mom, this is not a life and death calamity for one person. Yin, is Abu going to get into trouble? Xiaodan, brother Abu is fine, but this is a large-scale life and death calamity, with at least 100 deaths, and my dad is among them. Yin felt dizzy and almost fell down. Xiaoyong, Mom, Xiaodan has one more thing to say. My dad's life and death calamity is not a complete dead end. The solution she sees is a heart. Yin, heart? What does that mean? She has no clue. Xiaodan, I don't know either. Anyway, that's what the hexagram shows. Mom, you and Dad should be careful. I will tell the hexagram for you every day and contact you once there is new news. After closing the member group, Yin felt extremely heavy. She didn't dare to imagine what she would do if Ning Yuan got into trouble. She didn't even dare to think about it, because as soon as she thought about it, she would feel suffocated and have difficulty breathing. She immediately contacted Ning Yuan and told him not to go to Qi, but to come to Yin. The two met at Luosha Mountain, a branch of Yanbugwo Mountain. At the same time, she told him to tell her immediately if he encountered any danger. Ning Yuan did not ask why, and changed direction directly. She did not rest, and continued to travel after eating several apples in a row, while maximizing her energy output, and arrived at the military camp of the Yin army in the middle of the night. Yin Yin did not ask anyone to report, but went directly into the military camp and found the commander's tent. The tent was brightly lit, and many people gathered together to discuss how to deal with the two palaces. Otherwise, we will deal with Tianshu Palace, and let Dezhou deal with Tianxian Palace. Are our hundreds of thousands of troops afraid of his small Tianshu Palace? No. The messenger of the heavenly palace can defeat 10,000 troops alone. This is not just talk. I suggest that the troops be divided into two groups. One group will surround the Tianshu Palace but not attack it. The other group will deal with the Tianxian Palace together with the Great Zhou. General Zhou's method is good. Of course, she can also join in. After the Tianxian Palace is dealt with, we can attack the Tianshu Palace together. After all, the poisonous insects in the Tianshu Palace are hard to defend against. I agree with General He's method. Princess Jia has trained 4 masters for the Great Zhou to deal with the messengers of the Heavenly Palace. In addition, Princess Jia and her husband, that is 6 super masters, and the soldiers of the Great Zhou can reduce a lot of casualties. Our country does not have them. So what's wrong with following the Great Zhou? In order to reduce the casualties of the soldiers, I don't feel ashamed. What Lao Ming said makes sense. I support acting together with the Great Zhou. What's wrong with showing weakness? As long as the soldiers can return safely, it's fine. I'm afraid that our Great Yin soldiers will be accused of greed. Are you afraid of death? Just say it. Are the messengers of the Heavenly Palace ordinary people? There is nothing wrong with being a coward. Anyway, I don't agree with attacking the Tianshu Palace alone. I don't agree either. Soldiers are flesh and blood. Why should we go head-to-head with the messengers of the Heavenly Palace, who have no pain, and can heal quickly? I'm afraid that if we become the younger brother of the Great Zhou this time, we will not be able to raise our heads in diplomacy in the future? Everyone expressed their opinions at once. Most of them suggested acting together with the Great Zhou, and a small number of them felt that the national prestige should not be lost. At this time, a female voice came from outside. Is Prince Su here? Princess Jia of the Great Zhou wants to see you. Who's here? It seems to be Princess Jia. Why is she here so late? Yes. Shouldn't she go to Ming family? Quiet. Prince Su, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his hand, and the tent immediately became quiet. You should retreat and rest first, and discuss the specific plan tomorrow. Yes. A dozen people saluted, and then left the big tent. A young and beautiful woman stood outside, with heroic spirit between her eyebrows. Some people knew Yin Yin, but they didn't expect that she was really Princess Jia of Dezhou. Your Highness Princess Jia, Prince Su invites you in. A soldier came forward to invite people. Yin Yin stepped into the big tent. Prince Su stood up to greet him. He originally wanted to say a few polite words, but seeing the other party's serious eyes, he asked directly, Princess Jia, is there anything wrong? Yin Yin nodded. There was a little accident. Ming family wanted to kill me in order to monopolize Xiuhu beside me. I was very angry at the time. I didn't stop and killed all the people in the main family of Ming family, she said while observing the other party's expression. What? When Prince Su heard that everyone in the main family of Ming family had been killed, he shouted in shock. His expression was shocked at first, then complicated, and then angry and dissatisfied. Yin Yin had a clue in her mind, and hurriedly said, It's not my fault. I kindly asked Xiuhu to help Ming family tame wild beasts and increase their fighting power, who knew that they coveted Xiaohu as the beast king. So they colluded with the people of Tiandian to kill me. Seeing that the other party was skeptical, she continued, Prince Su could ask the soldiers stationed outside Ming Mansion at that time about this matter. They were invited by Ming family to kill me. Fortunately, I am good at fighting and can avoid the layers of siege. But my partner Xiuhu did not escape. He was seriously injured and almost died. He is still in a coma now. Prince Su thought about the virtue of the head of the Ming family, and with the support of the Heavenly Palace, it was possible that they would kill and rob. Moreover, Princess Jia was able to survive because she was capable. If it were someone else, the Ming family would have succeeded long ago. It was just that they didn't expect to run into a tough guy this time. Was it their own fault? Although he understood it in his heart, he still had to speak for the Ming family. Princess Jia, if this matter is really as you said, then it is indeed the fault of the Ming family. However, even so, it is not necessary to kill all the people of the head of the Ming family. Right? You know, the maternal family of the current prince is the Ming family. Isn't it a slap in the face of the prince and the royal family by doing this? Even if I understand your approach, can the prince and the emperor understand it? Very good. It's time to negotiate the terms so quickly. Faster than she thought. Which also shows that the death of the head of the Ming family doesn't matter much. 10 million in supplies. Yin Yan stretched out a finger. What? Prince Su opened his mouth wide, thinking he had heard it wrong. Yin Yan added more money, and held up another finger. 20 million. No more. And I can help attack Tianshu Palace and reduce the losses of Yin State. How about it? Okay. Deal. Prince Su immediately made the decision, fearing that the other party would regret it. In fact, he was ready to agree when the other party said 10 million. The destruction of the main family of Ming family has only benefits and no harm for the royal family. They can just support obedient side branches and make Ming family completely the backbone of the royal family. The most important point is that the royal family has coveted Ming family's beast control skills for more than 1 or 2 years. And this is an opportunity. Yin Yan's mouth twitched, feeling that she gave too much. Prince Su, adopt the advice of General Zhou. I have something to do in the next few days, and cannot take action for the time being. Okay. Find an open space now. I will put down the supplies. Now? He looked at the sky. It was already late. Chapter 453. Any hesitation is his fault. Yin Yan nodded. Right now? I'm in a hurry. By the way, 20 million in supplies is too much. I will first put in 10 million in supplies. The remaining 10 million should continue to be used for food or exchange for cement, glass, etc. You decide. I will put it in again after finding a place. Prince Su thought for a while and said, Princess Jia, can you exchange it for 5 million in food and 5 million in bulletproof vests? The rest can be dealt with after the Battle of Tiandian. Although their army has many people, they originally brought food and grass. So 10 million in food can't be eaten up. At that time, some people will have to be allocated to escort the food and grass. So, it is better to change it into bulletproof vests. Yin Yan frowned in embarrassment. Prince Su, it's not that I don't want to change the bulletproof vest, but the number of bulletproof vests is not large. You know, a special ore is needed to make bulletproof vests. And that ore is very rare and cannot be mass-produced. I understand. I am willing to buy a set of bulletproof vests that are impervious to water and fire for 10,000 taels of silver. 100 sets are enough. And the rest can be replaced with ordinary bulletproof vests. He would be satisfied if he could buy 100 sets of that special bulletproof vest. Yin Yan seemed to be thinking in embarrassment. In fact, 100 sets were not a problem. And the price had increased by hundreds of times. So she was still very tempted. Prince Su kept waiting and did not urge her, whether it was a special bulletproof vest or an ordinary one. They were all national strategic materials, and would not be sold to foreign countries at all. If the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty had not sent 2 pieces to each country, he would not have known that there was such a powerful equipment. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the second life of the soldiers. The most important thing is that this thing can be mass-produced, and he has been coveting it for a long time. Now that he has this opportunity, how can he not seize it? Yin Yan thought for a long time before speaking. Prince Su, I can provide 100 special bulletproof vests. But there is a condition. The other party's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke. You say, your country should have special mineral resources different from Dezhou. I hope your country can provide this kind of mineral. I will not take it for nothing, but purchase it at the market price. At the same time, I can sell 1 special bulletproof vest for every 10 stones. Okay. Deal. Prince Su agreed immediately without hesitation. The gap between Dezhou and the other 3 countries is getting bigger and bigger. Now there is finally an opportunity to shorten the distance between the two. Naturally, he is happy. To put it bluntly, the other 2 countries have not yet had this opportunity. He has to say in his heart that the people of the famous family died well and made contributions to the country. When their people imitate the bulletproof vests, it is also time to take the initiative. Princess Jia, I wonder if you will accept this ordinary or just trade 10 stones for 1 ordinary bulletproof vest. He still wanted to fight for it. Ordinary bulletproof vests are not only light, but also more defensive than armor. They can be worn by soldiers, at least to arm the vanguard first. Yin Yan thought about it for a while and agreed, and then gave the other party 2 procurement cards to collect minerals. Then, she took out 100 special bulletproof vests, which cost 1 million taels. and then ordinary bulletproof vests, which were sold at a high price of 500 taels each, and sold 8,000 pieces. Finally, 5 million taels of supplies were put in. After all these things were done, only an hour had passed. Yin Yin was ready to leave. Prince Su kept her. Princess Jia, you must be tired after traveling all night. It will be dawn in another hour. Why don't you rest in the barracks and eat something when it's dawn? It won't be too late to leave. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Su. But I do have something important to do. Goodbye. After saying that, Yin Yin clasped her fists and disappeared on the spot. Prince Su sighed. He was both envious and worried. Envy that Dezhou had such a powerful figure, when the heavenly palace was really overthrown. As long as this person was there, Dezhou would be the boss in the future. What he was worried about was that after the heavenly palace was overthrown, Dezhou would go back on its word. What if they attacked them? With this person's skills of coming and going without a trace, it would be as easy as taking the other party's head out of a bag. How could he not be afraid? But what could they do? If they cooperated, they would be allies. Dezhou would be too embarrassed to attack the three countries if it had any face. Without cooperation, who can guarantee that the confrontation between Dezhou and Tian Temple will fail? No matter how powerful the master of Tian Temple is, they have never seen him take action. What they can see are those messengers and the angels of the branch temples. I used to think that these people were awesome. But compared with Yin Yin, they are just like a small witch meeting a big witch. Not at the same level. Okay. It is said that she has destroyed 2 branch temples by herself. Whether this rumor is true or not, at least it shows that people from other branches are not her opponents. The most important thing is that the other party can also cultivate people as powerful as her. Even if Dezhou is not as good as Tian Temple now. What about in the future? If there are 10 or even 100 people like Yin Yin in the future, can they still not beat Tian Temple? By that time, when the heavenly palace is overthrown, and the 3 countries have not contributed anything, wouldn't the Great Zhou have a reason and excuse to attack them? One more thing. The current Great Zhou is not very strong yet, and the distance between them is not too big. At this time, cooperation is like sending charcoal in the snow. Since ancient times, it is easy to add icing on the cake, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. They would rather risk damage to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake in the end. Look! The superpowers that Yin Yin has trained for the 3 countries. And then look at the bulletproof vest in his tent. Isn't the effect of sending charcoal in the snow coming out? Prince Su thought of the Ming family again. He bowed in the direction of the Ming family, thanking them for their confused minds, greed and ignorance. Thank you. The 10 million supplies behind cannot be taken in vain. He thought about writing a letter to his brother, telling him about today's events and the transaction of bulletproof vests, and then attach 10 bulletproof vests and a procurement card. As for the Ming family's affairs, he didn't need to say anything, and his brother knew how to deal with it. After writing the letter, he sent his confidant to lead a team back to the capital to deliver the letter. As for Yin Yin, after leaving the military camp, she took up the map, determined the direction and started to hurry. From here to Luoxia Mountain. At her speed, it will take 2 days. On the way, she continued to rush non-stop, resting once every half a day, and only resting for half an hour each time. And then talked to Ning Yuan, and the two confirmed each other's location. Ning Yuan was riding a horse. Because Abu was there, he couldn't rush like Yin Yin, so the speed was not fast. Fortunately, they will reach Luoxia Mountain the day after tomorrow. Although Yin Yin didn't say what happened, Ning Yuan felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Especially Yin Yin always reminded him to be careful and pay attention to the people of Tiandian. He vaguely guessed that the people of Tiandian would probably ambush them. Closing the chat group, Ning Yuan fed apples to the 2 horses. Otherwise, they would not be able to make it to Luoxia Mountain. Then he and Abu each replenished their energy, so that they were always in the peak state of combat effectiveness. Chapter 454 is here. Fortunately, Yin Yin gave him a lot of apples before they parted, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough to eat. The horses have been eating energy fruits these days, and have become smarter. Even if they are not tied, they will not run. And their speed has increased a lot. Uncle, Abu frowned tightly, feeling uneasy. I always feel that something is going to happen. Should we change the road? Unless we cross a few mountains. This road is the shortest. And I am also worried that your aunt is in danger. So I want to rush there as soon as possible. Yin Yin is worried about him. And he is also worried about her. And wants to be by her side immediately. Abu, you go to sleep quickly. And we will continue our journey in 2 hours. Okay, uncle. You go to sleep too. Because there is an insect warning. They don't need to keep watch. Ning Yuan slept very deeply this time. And didn't wake up until he felt blinded. Why is it so late? The sun was actually high. And he slept for more than 2 hours. But 5 hours. Abu. Abu? Ning Yuan wanted to wake Abu up. But when he turned around, he was not around. The 2 horses were still there. But Abu was nowhere to be seen. His first feeling was that something had happened. No wonder Abu didn't wake him up after 2 hours. Also, even if he slept normally, he didn't sleep for more than 4 hours. Not to mention in the wild. So, he was tampered with. So he slept for so long. And didn't even know that Abu had an accident? I always thought that it would be himself or Yinner who had an accident. But I didn't expect it would be Abu. Ning Yuan blamed himself for being careless. He was going to send a message to Yan Yin to discuss how to find Abu. He guessed that it was the Tiandian who did it. As for Abu's whereabouts, he had no clue. So he could only go to the nearest Tianshu temple to see. At this time, there was a bird cry above his head. Ning Yuan looked up and saw a note falling from the sky. He caught the note, which said, "If you want to save people, come to Duanju Valley. It's them." Ning Yuan was full of anger, and he wanted to tear the people of Tian Temple into pieces. At this time, the purchasing group prompted that there was a new message. He retracted his thoughts and opened it. Purchasing group. Yin Yin, I still have half a day to reach the Luoxia Mountain. Where are you now? Ning Yuan, Yinner. Abu was captured by the people of Tianshu Temple. Yin Yin, they captured Abu? It shouldn't be. Didn't Xiaobian say that Abu was fine? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Yin Yin, are they going to threaten you with Abu? Ning Yuan, I don't know. I just received a note. They asked me to go to Duanju Valley. I suspect it is another address of Tianshu Temple. Yin Yin hurriedly took out the map, found the location of Duanju Valley, and actually wanted to go back. Moreover, Ning Yuan happened to pass through Duanju Valley on his way to Luoxia Mountain, so he could reach there in half a day. On the contrary, it is far away from him, and it will take at least a day to cross the mountains and ridges. Wait, isn't the other address of Tianshu Hall Imingju a mountain? The Yin state has already found out, so they will give opinions on whether to surround or attack Tianshu Hall. Of course, it is not ruled out that Tianshu Hall has 3 strongholds. Purchasing group. Yin Yin, Abu didn't send a message. He should be in a coma. Since they let you go, they won't do anything to him during this period. So don't worry. We will face it together when I get there. Ning Yuan, if their target is me, why did they capture Abu instead of me? This is what he couldn't figure out. Let alone catching him. Killing him is not a problem. Yin Yin, maybe I'm overthinking. But I have to take Xiudan's words to heart. Ning Yuan, my daughter predicted that something would happen to me? No wonder she's always worried about him. Yin Yin told him that Abu would be fine, but he would have a life and death crisis. That's why she thought it was a trap for Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, so that's the case. I know. He also took it seriously. Although he didn't understand why the Heavenly Palace didn't attack him directly. There must be a reason. And he shouldn't take it lightly. Yin Yin, you have to wait for me to enter the Broken Valley together. I have to climb many mountains, so it will take a day. The location of the Broken Valley is surrounded by mountains, so her speed is destined not to be much faster. Ning Yuan, okay. I'll wait for you. The two agreed to meet in the Broken Valley at this time tomorrow. Yin Yin repeatedly told him to wait for her, and not to go there early. Yinner's advice and worry made Ning Yuan feel warm in his heart. Although he was not afraid of death, he was reluctant to die and leave her. He would cherish this life even more. After eating a simple meal, Ning Yuan turned around and started to hurry on, riding a horse, and deliberately slowing down his pace. He only traveled half the way in half a day. He went to bed early at night and rested, and was not alert to his surroundings. The next morning, in a daze, he heard the sound of birds. Ning Yuan opened his eyes, and a note fell accurately on him. If you can't get to the Broken Valley in an hour, then collect Abu's body. His expression became solemn. It seems that the other party has noticed his intention. He can't delay any longer. Otherwise Abu will be in danger. Thinking of this, He sent a message to Yenner, saying that he would go over to check the situation first, and then try to delay the time. Yin traveled all night without any rest time, and the energy juice never stopped. If it was a straight line distance, she would reach the Broken Valley in less than half a day. But the problem is that there are countless mountains in such a short distance, and her flying height is not enough to reach the top of the mountain. So she has to travel in a parabolic way. When she received Ning Yuan's message, she stopped on a tree and took a short rest. Looking at the message inside, Yin Yan's mood was also heavy. The worst situation has occurred. She looked at the highest mountain in the distance and had an idea. Purchasing group. Yin Yan, you go. I will be there soon. Ning Yuan, according to the distance, you should need 2 or 3 hours. Yin Yan, I have little time to rest on the road. And I saw a very high mountain. Jumping from it can save a lot of time. No need to climb so many mountains. Ning Yuan, then you should be careful. Yin Yan, don't worry. I'm good at cliff jumping. Ning Yuan. Suddenly the atmosphere was not so tense. After closing the chat group, Ning Yuan let the horse go, and no longer walked along the mountain road, but directly crossed the peaks. Otherwise, he would not be able to arrive in an hour. Although he didn't fly, his speed was not slower than flying. The thunder ability naturally enhanced his speed, which is the benefit of the mutant ability. Standing on the top of the mountain again, a huge valley appeared in front of him. Ning Yuan took a breath slightly, and then took out the apple to replenish energy. After a while, he jumped up, and a flash of lightning passed through the mountain. In the valley, a man came to report. Mr. Chiu, people will be here soon. Chiu Guzi nodded slightly. You take people to intercept Yin Yan, and I will take care of Ning Yuan. Yes, Mr. Chiu. The man also knew that Yin Yan was powerful, so he left with 100 people, each with a gun in his hand. Chapter 455, Heartfelt. Kiguzi glanced at the person in the blood pool, although he still had a smile on his face. His eyes were extremely indifferent, without any pity or sympathy. It was as if the relationship between him and Abu, like a master and apprentice, did not exist before. Here it comes. Lightning came from far away, accompanied by a roar. In a breath, the person came close. Kiguzi smiled slightly and spoke leisurely. This time it's on time. Ning Yuan glanced at him, and then his eyes moved to the blood pool next to him. Abu floated in the blood. His eyes closed and his brows furrowed. Even in a coma, it can be seen that he is very uncomfortable. On his chest, a golden pattern flickered. Kiguzi said with a smile, whether the person is safe or not depends on you. Ning Yuan turned his head and looked at him sternly. What do you want me to do? I am a fair person. One life for another. I don't understand. If you want my life, why didn't you do it that night? I slept so deeply. It should be easy for you to kill me. Right? Kiguzi nodded. It is indeed easy. Ning Yuan frowned slightly and asked in confusion. If that's the case, why do you bother to threaten me with Abu? Kiguzi did not explain it to him, but asked in return. Yes. Then why do we bother? Ning Yuan frowned and looked at Abu in the blood pool and the pattern on his chest. Although he didn't know why they did this. This should be the answer. Kiguzi looked at him with a smile, ignoring the anger and hatred in his eyes. In fact, you were the person I chose at the beginning, and I also put a lot of effort into you. What do you mean? Ning Yuan asked, stalling for time. Chiu Guzi smiled meaningfully, as if he saw his intention, but he did not expose it, but explained it to him. There is an important link missing from our plan. For this reason, I cultivated a lot of seeds, but unfortunately I have never found a suitable person. Until Fengqiu saw you, I detected a special energy from your body, and I knew that the opportunity had finally come. Ning Yuan thought, it should be his ability. Chiu Guzi continued, I used 3 methods of life breaking, regeneration, and rebirth to fool you, just to let you choose the new treatment, so that I can do something in your body. Then, I led you to find the Gu King. Ning Yuan suddenly interrupted him. So, the Gu King can cure my disease. Is it also false? Chiu Guzi had a look of teachable child. Ning Yuan looked solemn. He didn't expect it was all fake. After being together for so long, it seems that nothing the other party said or did was true. Then what about the fortune-telling knowledge you taught Xiaodin? Chiu Guzi smiled slightly and said, I won't lie when I accept a disciple. Ning Yuan didn't know whether what he said was true or not. But he still asked Xiaodan to abandon everything he learned after returning, so as not to be used by the other party. Since the Gu King's healing is fake, what do you want to do with me? Don't worry. Although the Gu King can't cure your disease, the blood of the golden dragon plus the silver dragon, as well as the energy in your body, can awaken and evolve the seed, giving birth to a new Gu King. The new forces cultivated by the two Gu Kings will surely break the shackles of this world. Ning Yuan was a little confused by his words. Isn't there only one Gu King? And why create an existence that breaks the shackles of the world? I will only answer you one question. If the bloodline shackles are broken, there can be multiple Gu Kings. As for why such an existence was created, he did not explain. Since your target is me, why did you change your mind? Ning Yuan continued to ask, and at the same time glanced at the blood pool. The target they transferred to should be Abu. Xiaoguzi smiled mysteriously. Because someone wants you to die. You must die, he immediately asked. Who is it? Xiaoguzi did not answer him, but looked at the blood pool. The golden pattern on Abu's chest had stabilized and would not disappear. The time has come. Do you want to take out your heart yourself? Or should I do it? At the same time, gunshots were heard faintly in the distance. Ning Yuan's heart moved, knowing that Yenner had come. He only needed to delay for a while. As long as Yenner arrived, she could save Abu. Xiaoguzi naturally saw what he meant and suddenly made a move. Ning Yuan moved and dodged. And then a purple lightning struck down. Crack. A big pit was struck where Xiaoguzi was before, and smoke was coming out of the pit. A lot of the grass around was burnt. With a faint smell of burnt, Ning Yuan turned his head to look at a big tree on the left. And another lightning struck down. Crack. The big tree was split in the middle. And then a big fire started. Xiaoguzi, who stood on the top of the tree again, took out a small golden bell from his arms. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, and his expression became solemn. He knew that he had been controlled by the bell. Although Yenner said that as long as he was an employee of the supermarket, he would not be controlled again, he still couldn't feel at ease. Xiaoguzi shook the bell, and the bell didn't make any sound. But the next second, Ning Yuan covered his head in pain. He curled his lips slightly and said faintly, "Who said the bell can't be used? As long as it's not an order, it's fine." Ning Yuan felt a splitting headache, as if something was about to come out, and the pain made him want to split his head. Xiaoguzi looked confused for a moment. Why did he have a headache? Shouldn't it be a heartache? Suddenly, he felt a strong energy approaching. He didn't have time to think. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Yuan and reached out directly to his heart. The pain in his heart exceeded the headache. Ning Yuan came back to his senses and looked at his chest. Then he watched a hand withdraw from his heart, and the other party held a fresh heart in his hand. Is this his heart? Suddenly, he looked into the distance and tried to raise the corners of his mouth. He wanted to reach out to her, but his hand was so heavy that he couldn't lift it. Yenner. Ning Yuan murmured his lover's name, closed his eyes unwillingly, and fell behind him. No! The shrill and desperate cry cut through the sky. When Ning Yuan was about to hug the earth, Yen caught him. Tears had already blurred her vision. Looking at his empty heart, Yen trembled all over, and her mouth trembled and couldn't say a word. Only tears flowed like a flood, and she was filled with despair and dead silence. She finally understood why some people committed suicide for love. Because the death of the person they loved most would make people lose the courage and motivation to live. Ah! Yen looked up to the sky and howled, and the desperate and shrill voice resounded throughout the valley. She looked at him affectionately, and a dagger appeared in her hand. Captain, wait for me. Yen raised the dagger in her hand with determination and stabbed it hard at the heart. Chapter 456 Fighting. Xiaoguzi narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though she was someone who could fuse divine blood, he did not stop her. In his opinion, it was better for her to die than to live. No! Rui suddenly appeared and grabbed her hand tightly. His strength was surprisingly great, and the dagger could not go any further. At the heart, blood had already stained a large area of clothes red. His heart tightened. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise she would be in trouble. Yen did not even look at him, and said indifferently, "Let go. Calm down. Ning Yuan is not dead yet." Rui knew that she was determined to die, so he got to the point directly. What? Yen looked up at him, her pupils trembling slightly. Rui explained, The seed is in his mind. So he will not die immediately without a heart. Just like Chioguzi, who was standing aside, immediately realized something was wrong after hearing this. He quickly checked the heart in his hand. And sure enough, there was no seed in it. Since there is no heart, why did Rui ask him to take out Ningyuan's heart? Could it be? He looked at Rui with complicated eyes. Could it be that he had been lying to him from the beginning? However, since it has come to this, Ningyuan must die. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist, and the heart in his hand burst instantly. Yin Yan's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and she wanted to cut Chioguzi into pieces. Rui was worried that she would be impulsive. So he quickly said, "Calm down. It doesn't matter if the heart is gone. I have a way. First, take Chioguzi's heart out." Rui. Chioguzi couldn't help but shout at him. He was really his good disciple. And he actually wanted to kill his master. Okay. At the same time, Yin Yan responded. Then, she took out more than 20 energy crystals and ate them all at once. She wanted to forcefully upgrade her superpowers. A huge amount of energy exploded in her body. She groaned and instantly turned into a bloody person. Yin Yan endured the pain of the energy exploding and guided the energy into the sea of consciousness. The sea-like energy quickly surrounded the superpower core. Looking at Yin Yan, who was not afraid of death, and the blood and tears in the corners of her eyes, Rui felt sore and numb in his heart. It turns out that love is still painful. The fingertips gently touched the blood at the corner of her mouth, and then put it into her mouth. Chioguzi's eyes were complicated, and he couldn't understand him. If he loved her so much, why did he save Ningyuan? Although he hadn't experienced it, he also knew that love was selfish and unique. No one didn't want to completely possess the lover. Why was it different when it came to him? Or, this was not love. He suddenly had some expectations, and wanted to know what Rui would do in the end. Looking at Yin Yan again, white energy suddenly exploded in her body, and the large and small wounds on her body healed instantly. Then, the white light turned into golden light, and her blood was purified instantly. Rui suddenly felt the fluctuation of the divine source in his body. He stared at her in a daze. If he could see his eyes, he would definitely see his surprise and shock. There was also a hint of joy. The energy in her body could resonate with the divine source, which meant that his plan was feasible. Yin Yan slowly opened her eyes, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. She looked up at Chioguzi, and a strong murderous intent burst out in her eyes. The next moment, the person disappeared from the spot. Chioguzi felt that she was locked in by the murderous intent, and she also expected that she was going to take action. When she moved, she flashed away. Yin Yan followed closely behind, vowing to kill him. Chioguzi didn't dare to be careless. Yin Yan was much stronger than before. If he wasn't careful, he would die here. The two figures were as fast as a beam of light. Two beams of light flashed in the sky. The naked eye couldn't keep up with their speed, let alone the process of the two fighting. A moment later, the two stood on the top of the tree at the same time, looking at each other. Chioguzi's clothes were a little damaged, and Yin Yan's mouth was bleeding. She broke through by force. Her energy was originally unstable. The best thing was not to use energy and consolidate for a period of time. She was just the opposite. She used a lot of energy, which made the energy core unstable, triggered the energy riot in her body, and suffered internal injuries. Although she had the upper hand in the previous confrontation, her family knew her own business. If she couldn't kill Chioguzi as soon as possible, let alone save Ningyuan, she and Rui would also be killed. Moreover, Chioguzi was more powerful than she thought. It seemed that the other party was hiding his weakness before. It seems that we have to show some real skills. Chioguzi moved his shoulders, and then a pair of golden wings grew out of his back. And at the same time, a silver mark appeared between his eyebrows. Yin Yan felt that the energy in his body was more than twice as strong as before. Her eyes were gloomy, and her expression was solemn. Let's give it a try. She looked at the people below and begged, Rui, I will seriously injure him in a while, but I will also lose my fighting power. Ningyuan is in your hands. Hearing that she would be injured, Rui's heart moved. Yin Yan, let Chioguzi go to me. Yin Yan shook her head. No, Ningyuan is in your hands. She asked again that he needed to save his strength to save people. Rui understood and nodded gently. He felt sour in his heart. Is this the devotion of love? He envied him. A strong golden light suddenly burst out from Yin Yan. She raised her hands and looked up at the sky. The sun above her head suddenly cast a strong light, and she was instantly like a little sun. High-level supernatural powers can communicate with the power of nature. Shioguzi's expression became serious, and the feathers behind him scattered into a golden ball to wrap herself up. Rui looked at the person above and felt the light on her body. Although it was still far from the source of God, it was an opportunity. The next second, Yin Yin made a move, and the people couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling light, including her. The whole valley was wrapped in strong light, as if the sun suddenly came, dazzling, hot, and was about to burn everything to ashes. The messengers watching not far away wailed in pain, and even several angels did not escape the fate of being purified. There were also wailing sounds from insects, birds and animals. In the whole valley, almost all creatures were controlled by Tian Shu Hall. As long as the heart is not pure, it will be purified by the light energy. Without exception, the light-related supernatural power, especially the horror after being able to communicate with the power of nature, is highlighted. Of course, Rui, Ningyuan, and Abu were not exposed to the light, as if the light had consciousness and avoided the three people. Rui shot out a golden light, covering the blood pool. The strong light lasted for about a cup of tea, and the light began to weaken. The valley appeared again. Some vegetation disappeared, but some vegetation became more colorful and grew more lush. The originally lively valley was dead silent, without even the sound of insects. Two figures fell from midair. Rui moved his figure and caught the person, because Yin Yin's energy was severely overdrawn. The level she had just been promoted to was reduced. At the same time, she was also injured internally. She was very weak at this time, and could fall into a coma at any time. Yin Yin forced herself to be energetic and looked at Rui, her eyes full of trust and expectation. Rui knew what she was worried about. Leave the rest to me. I promise that when you wake up, Ning Yuan will be fine. Thank you. Thank you. After struggling to say thank you, Yin Yin finally fainted. Chapter 457 The Process of Crossing. Rui carefully placed her beside Ning Yuan, gently combing her hair on her forehead. Her pale face and bloodless lips made him feel a little pain in his heart. He leaned over and kissed her between her eyebrows. Turning around again, he had come to Shioguzi. Shioguzi coughed twice, a little embarrassed. In fact, most of the energy was blocked by the golden feather. Even if the divine source in his body was gone, he would not be afraid of these light energies. But he was not afraid. But the silver dragon in his body was afraid. So he used the golden feather to wrap himself up. There was a little divine source attached to the golden feather. There was no way, because he had merged with the silver dragon, he could be affected by this world. So the divine source in his body was excluded. So he had to use this method. Who knew Yin Yin was so powerful? The golden light lasted for so long. And later, the silver dragon was inevitably affected. Shioguzi looked at Rui, and was about to ask him what he was going to do. Suddenly he felt a pain in his heart. He lowered his head, and a hand withdrew from his chest, holding a fresh heart. Why? He didn't understand. Didn't you say you wanted to kill Ning Yuan? Teacher, Rui said softly. Well, please go back. What? Shioguzi asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a destructive energy came from his mind. Shioguzi opened his eyes wide, and knew what he meant by going back. Rui, your father asked me to see. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into a golden light spot and disappeared. The distant center of the universe. On the pure white bed, a blond man sat up. He rubbed his eyebrows and shook his head with a bitter smile. This bastard actually attacked me. Let's see how he will deal with him when he comes back. Evil disciple. Hey, it seems that Rui didn't tell me the truth. I hope this kid doesn't do anything stupid. If he really brought the child back in 10 years as he said, why didn't he let him watch? It's obviously a lie. And the words about killing Ning Yuan are also false. The purpose should be to awaken the seed in Ning Yuan's body, so as to play the role of nourishing energy for the child. Shioguzi connected what happened during this period and thought about it carefully. Rui should have made various preparations to ensure that Yin Yin survived. I always feel that Rui must do something else. But he can't let him know. Then it should be something that will harm his body. Hey. He sighed again. Love is really a harmful thing. He regretted listening to Rui and not killing Yin Yin. If Rui really had an accident, how would he explain to his father? The most annoying thing was that the source of God in that world was stripped away. And he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. And he was powerless to stop that bastard. Countless facts have proved that love is the god of death. And he will never touch it in his life. Hey. Now I have to go to Rui's father to explain, and see how to deal with it. God's punishment. No matter how powerful they are, they can't escape the punishment. As he said, his body turned into a golden light, and disappeared in the room. I am Yin Yan's dream dividing line. The explosion sounded, and the dazzling white light drowned her. Yin Yan didn't even have time to feel the pain, and her body disappeared. I thought I would die like this. But who knew that my soul would be absorbed by the superpower core? No matter how powerful her superpower core is, it is difficult to survive the explosion of destruction. Yin Yan, who was in the soul state, had already felt the rapid loss of superpower core energy, first from level 3 to level 2, and then to level 1. Just when she thought she could not escape the fate of death, a purple energy wrapped around her superpower core. Captain? Feeling the care and warmth in the energy. She must be Ning Yuan. Then, a black hole appeared in front of her, and Yin Yan was sucked in before she had time to think about it. There was also a purple superpower core with her. After entering the black hole, she felt like riding a roller coaster, bumping up and down, and seemed to have hit something, and the purple energy around her gradually weakened. Later, her consciousness gradually blurred. Crack. In the blur, she seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Then a white light appeared in front of her, and she completely lost consciousness, waking up from the dream. Yin Yan slowly opened her eyes still a little dazed, looking at the roof, recalling everything in the dream. Tears involuntarily slid down from the corners of her eyes. It was indeed the captain who protected her, so that she could safely cross over. The last shattering sound should be his superpower core cracking. Captain? Thinking of Ning Yuan's situation in reality, Yin Yan immediately sat up and regained her clarity. She jumped directly off the bed and ran out of the room. Rui? Yin Yan shouted. I'm here. His voice came from a distance. Yin Yan subconsciously wanted to fly up, but she didn't know that the energy in her body was empty, and her meridians were damaged, which was worse than her physical condition when she just crossed over. Although the superpowers had not been downgraded, the superpower core was full of cracks and could break at any time. Is this the price of a forced breakthrough? Yin Yan took out a large glass of juice and drank it, allowing the energy to nourish the superpower core and meridians. She could not use superpowers, so she ran. She quickly left the yard and followed the previous sound to the place where she had fought with Chioguzi before. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning. Rui wiped the blood on his hands. There were 2 people lying in the blood pool. One Abu, and the other Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan's chest wound had healed, and his chest rose and fell with his breathing. Yin Yan was choked with excitement. He was really alive. It was great. Rui walked over and bowed his head slightly. Why don't you wear shoes? Ah? Yin Yan was stunned for a moment, looked down, and said with a little embarrassment, I forgot in a hurry. By the way, is Ning Yuan okay? Wait a minute. Rui did not answer her, but flew away. Yin Yan blinked. What happened? After a while, the person came back with a pair of shoes in his hand. Rui squatted down. No. He ignored her words, lifted her feet directly, then took out a towel and wiped them gently, and then helped her put on the shoes. Yin Yan blushed slightly, and swallowed back her refusal. After helping her put on the shoes, Rui stood up and whispered to her, You are not as healthy as before. You must pay special attention, and you are not allowed to go barefoot in the future. Oh, I know. Yin Yan responded in a daze. Rui continued to instruct her. Also, you are not allowed to use energy in the future. I wrote a recipe for medicinal food, and the ingredients are ready. It's on the table. You must remember to eat one every day for a month. Remember? Okay. Yin Yan looked at Rui, who suddenly nagged, and felt a little strange. Before she asked anything, Rui talked about Ning Yuan's situation. His heart has recovered, and the seed in his body has awakened and turned into a Gu King, the 3rd mutant Gu King. If nothing goes wrong, he will wake up in the afternoon. Thank you, Rui. Yin Yan thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for him, Ning Yuan would definitely be in trouble. Rui shook his head slightly and pointed at Abu. Chapter 458 Wake Up. Change. Rui shook his head slightly and pointed at Abu. I used half of the blood of the golden dragon. He will enter a weak period. You only need to give the golden dragon one energy fruit every day. Don't give more. Too much tonic will hurt its foundation. I see. Will it affect Abu's body? It will definitely affect it. But as the golden dragon recovers, the impact will disappear. That's good. Yin Yin was relieved. And he stopped in the middle of his words. Yin Yin asked, "What else?" Rui shook his head. Nothing else. Yin Yin did not ask any more questions. Looking at the two people in the blood pool, she asked, "Can they move to another place?" "Wait until they wake up. The blood pool is conducive to the energy recovery of the Goo King." Ahem. Rui suddenly coughed twice. Yin Yan's heart couldn't help but lift up. "Are you okay? I see you don't look very good." "No problem. I consumed some energy, and I will make up for it after 2 days of rest." He acted very casually. "Here is for you." Yin Yin took out a glass of apple juice, in order to reassure her. Rui did not refuse. "I'll go and cook you some medicinal food. You stay here and watch them. Or I'll do it myself. You have a good rest." "It's okay." Rui refused directly, gave her a reassuring smile, and then flew away. As he saved Ning Yuan, Yin Yin no longer had the last bit of suspicion about him. As for why he came here, she didn't want to ask any more. As for his life experience, whether he remembered it or forgot it, it didn't matter. From now on, she is his relative. Watching him leave, Yin Yin stayed by the blood pool, looking at Ning Yuan and Abu. Ning Yuan's chest wound is healed, and there is almost no scar. His face is also rosy, and his breath is gradually getting stronger. Thank God. She sighed, and the stone in her heart finally fell. Looking at Abu again, there is no pattern on his chest. His skin has become white, and his face is bloodless. The chubby little face that was originally raised is gone, and the whole person has lost a lot of weight. Fortunately, his vitality is still relatively strong, and his breath is not weak. That's good. Both of them are fine. And Shioguzi is also dead. This is the best result. Stay here for 2 days. Everyone will recover a little, and then go back to the city to pick up Xiu, and then return to Beijing. As for the palace master, she has to take care of her body, repair the superpower core, stabilize the level, and then make plans. Shioguzi alone is difficult for her to deal with. Not to mention the mysterious palace master. At least, he won't act alone. Yin Yin sent a message to the two children. When Xiaodan said that his father's life and death crisis had passed, she finally felt relieved. At noon, Rui came over with a lunch box. The lunch box was opened, and inside was the prepared food, braised fish, and fish soup. He took out a jade jar. I thought about it. I have to travel next. I probably won't have time to make medicinal food, so I made them all into pills. 1 a day. He handed it to her. Yin Yin was grateful. Thank you, Rui. You are so thoughtful. The box was slightly cool to the touch, with a delicate texture and pure white. It was obviously made of top-quality jade. Yin Yin opened the lid and poured out a pill. The pill was light yellow, the size of a glass ball, and exuded a faint smell. She couldn't tell what the smell was. It seemed to be a floral, medicinal, or fruity scent, but it also seemed to be none of them. And she even seemed to smell the smell of sunshine. Without worrying about the smell, she put the pill into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and then turned into a stream of cool energy that flowed into her body and began to warm her meridians. In just a cup of tea, her meridians no longer ached, and she felt comfortable all over, and she felt a lot more relaxed. She was puzzled for a moment, and realized that this comfort actually came from the spirit. So, can this pill also warm the spirit or the soul? Yin Yin looked at him, and wanted to know what materials he used, which must be very precious. Before she asked, Rui said, "Let's eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." "Okay." Looking at the single and double bowls and chopsticks, she asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first." "Okay. Take this." Yin Yin handed him another large glass of juice, hoping that he would get better soon. Rui took it and turned away. This time he didn't use Qigong, but walked slowly towards the residential area. Looking at his frivolous steps, Yin Yin felt bad. Although he said it was easy to save Ning Yuan, she knew it must be difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have consumed so much energy. Looking at the food in front of her, she suddenly remembered that when she first met him, He also made fish soup. At that time, she was full of vigilance against him, and didn't trust this person at all. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, she became the lifesaver of the two. Yin Yin smiled and shook her head. Fate is really amazing. Next, she stayed by the blood pool to watch over the two. The sun slowly moved westward, and the sunset appeared on the horizon. The person in the blood pool finally opened his eyes slowly under her anxious gaze. Ning Yuan? Yin Yin shouted in surprise. Ning Yuan floated quietly on the water, looking at the sky, motionless. Yin Yin hurriedly fished him out, then helped him wipe and put on clothes. Ning Yuan, how do you feel now? Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. I was really scared this time. Fortunately, Rui was here. Otherwise you would be in danger. She kept talking, and Ning Yuan didn't say a word throughout the whole process. And even his expression didn't change. Yin Yin also noticed his abnormality, but she didn't worry too much. After experiencing his life and death, her requirements were already very low, just asking him to stay alive. As for amnesia, it's not like she hasn't experienced it before. She helped him sit down, then took out a comb to comb his hair. After a simple bun, Yin Yin squatted down, holding his face with both hands, her eyes gentle and affectionate. Ning Yuan, do you still remember who I am? Ning Yuan stared blankly at one place, like a puppet, without any response, but letting her manipulate him. Yin Yan's eyes sank slightly, and she began to check his body. The first change was that the superpower core in his sea of consciousness disappeared, but the energy in his body was still strong. The second change was that his heart had its own consciousness, blocking her probing energy outside, and she felt the majestic energy from his heart. Her intuition told her that Ning Yuan's superpower level had broken through. Or it could be said that he had recovered to a high level. Is this the heart replacing the superpower core? This was the first time she had seen this situation. In the other world, no matter it was an alien species, a superpower, or a monster, there was no heart to store energy. There was another thing to worry about. Ning Yuan had the Gu King in his body. Would he be like Abu in the future? The Gu King was taken out, and he was implicated. The Gu King died, and he was implicated. The two lived and died together. Chapter 459. Rui passed away. When she thought of such a thing accompanying the captain through life and death, she pouted slightly, and was unhappy. Let's go. Let's let Rui help you take a look. I didn't find anything special in his mind, but his condition was abnormal at first glance, and it was probably related to the heart. Yin Yin put a little energy on Abu, and once he woke up, he would know. In the past, she could make an energy shield for Abu, but now it's not okay. She took Ning Yuan's hand and went to find Rui. Just halfway there, she saw a figure in front of her fell to the ground from a distance. Yin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't care about not being able to use her superpowers, and she appeared beside him in a flash. Rui? She held the man gently in her arms, looking at the blood at the corner of his mouth, her voice trembling a little. She didn't know what she was afraid of. The breath was extremely weak, and the vitality dissipated. Dissipated? Yin Yin couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Only those who are about to die will lose their vitality. How could this happen? Unconsciously, her voice was choked. You were injured so badly. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Tears blurred her eyes. She bit her lips tightly, blaming him for not taking care of his body? Looking at the cup next to her, the juice inside was not less, and the bad feeling in Yin Yan's heart became stronger and stronger. I don't believe it. She took the bottle and poured the juice into his mouth. A glass of juice was quickly finished. She wiped the corner of his mouth with her sleeve and waited. Not long after, the vitality became stronger. It began to dissipate. Why not? Yin Yin did not give up and took out the juice again, repeated 3 or 4 times. Finally, she collapsed and hugged Rui. Suddenly she thought of something, and she immediately checked his body. Sure enough, Yin Yan's eyes trembled violently, and she was shocked beyond words. The heart. It was indeed the heart that was gone. Only in this way, life could not be saved. At this moment, she understood everything. Rui to save Ning Yuan. Woo-woo. She couldn't help it anymore. Burst into tears. This was not what she wanted. No. Don't cry. Rui? A weak voice came from her ears. Yin Yan looked at the person in her arms with surprise, curled her lips, and couldn't help feeling a little wronged. Why do you do this? If I had known it was a life for a life, I wouldn't agree. I want to save Ning Yuan. But not with your life. You are equally important to me. Do you know? You actually took your own heart with your own hands. You idiot. Why do you do this? Woo woo. Yen yen. Well, I'm here. She wiped her tears and looked at him with tears. How can I save you? Can I give you my heart? Rui shook his head with difficulty, pulling a smile from the corner of his mouth. I just don't want you to get into trouble. You have to be well. I can't bear to see you go with him. So I'd rather be the one who dies. Tears flowed down. Yin Yin bit her lips to prevent herself from crying out loud. Don't cry. It's uncomfortable. He tried to raise his hand to wipe her tears, but he used up all his strength and could only raise his hand a little. Yin Yin held his hand and put it on her face. It felt cold and wet. It turns out that heartache has nothing to do with having a heart or not. The thumb gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. But the tears could not be wiped away, no matter how hard she wiped them. Yen. Yes. I'm here. Burn me and bury me in the place where we first met. Yes. She responded softly, her voice choking and unable to speak. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. What? Yin Yin put her ear close to his ear, trying to hear his words clearly. The hand on her cheek suddenly fell down. Yin Yan's heart skipped a beat. Then, Rui's breath and vitality disappeared. She stared at the person in her arms in a daze, her mind blank. Then, the scenes of the two people getting along emerged one by one. From the beginning, Rui treated her very well and regarded her as a friend. It was because of his identity that she had been on guard against him. Even if she left him behind, she had the intention of using him and wanted him to help her deal with the heavenly palace. The real trust in him was that he helped her save Ning Yuan. But she didn't expect that he would use his own life to save her. Such trust is too heavy. She regretted why she didn't trust him earlier and accept him. Why didn't she ask him how to save people? If she had known this, she would rather go with Ning Yuan than want this heavy grace of saving her life. She didn't know how long it had been. And she didn't know how long she had been kneeling. She couldn't cry anymore. A bright silver moon in the sky covered the night with a layer of silver gauze. Suddenly, Yin Yin looked up at the sky. A silver-white figure stood not far away. And it was unknown how long he had been there. With the silver moon as the background, he exuded a faint golden light. At this time, he looked more like an immortal who was not in touch with the world. Are you here to kill us? Then do it. Her voice was a little hoarse. Her eyes were calm, without any emotion. Hatred, anger, fear. She just looked at the person in the distance. The other party took a light step and appeared not far in front of her the next second. A layer of golden light under his feet supported him, giving people a soft feeling, as if the soul could be soothed. Yin Yin was sure that she didn't have this feeling when she first met him. Pity before the action? Whatever. Even in her prime, she might not be his opponent. Not to mention that she couldn't use her superpowers now. Like a useless person. Can you meet one request of mine before the action? Say. Bury the three of us together. She couldn't send him back, so she and Ning Yuan would accompany him. Be a companion on the road, so he wouldn't be lonely. No. The person refused. Yen Yen smiled. She was stupid, actually asking the other party. If you can't, forget it. Go ahead and do it. Although she has only been through the time travel for a year, she has already gained a lot by marrying the captain and dying with him. She has no regrets. This time, she should really die. I wonder if she will see her parents in heaven. She misses them. After waiting for a while, seeing that the other party hadn't made a move, Yin Yen looked at him suspiciously. Meaning, what was he waiting for? Killing. The other party looked at her with a pair of golden eyes, and had no intention of making a move at all. Yin Yen frowned slightly. What are you waiting for? I won't make a move. What do you mean? Literally. Yin Yen recalled the scene on the day of the wedding. Although he came, he didn't make a move throughout the whole process. Just defending. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. And then she chose the most unlikely answer. Do you mean you can't make a move? The other party didn't answer, which was considered as a default. I see. But why? Why can't he do it? And who said he can't do it? No comment. Yen Yen. Since you can't do it, what are you doing here? Anyway, she won't commit suicide. Let's make a deal. What deal? Chapter 460 Deal. My plan lacks a link. Ning Yuan is the person I chose. I will give you 3 months. Come to the Heavenly Palace in 3 months, and fight Ning Yuan to decide the winner. If you win, I will give up the plan and leave here. If you lose, Ning Yuan must stay in the Heavenly Palace. And you must provide energy fruit for free. Yin Yan listened to the other party's proposal, and grasped a key point. Leave here? You are really not from here? The other party glanced at her, and did not explain her doubts. Although he did not admit it, Yin Yan felt that her guess was almost right. For the deal, she put forward her own requirements. You must tell me what the plan you said is. Otherwise I can't agree. The other party said indifferently. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions. If you agree, you will live for 3 months. If you don't agree, you will die now. Yin Yan did not doubt his words. Although he could not take action, his men could. At this time, any angel who came could easily kill her. In other words, she not only had no right to negotiate conditions, but also had no right to refuse. Okay, I agree. The next second, someone appeared beside Ning Yuan, and Yin Yan's heart was instantly lifted. But she could do nothing but watch the other person fly into the air with someone. 3 months later, someone will come to pick you up. After the words fell, the person disappeared in midair. Puff! Yin Yan frowned in pain, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then slowly fell to the ground. Unconscious. A golden light flashed in the sky, and the person came back again. Just as he was about to come down, he suddenly looked up in the direction of the blood pool, and then disappeared again. Not long after, a young man in shorts staggered over, seeing the person lying on the ground. His face changed with fear, and he ran forward. Yin Yan didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she woke up again, it was already night. She felt a burning sensation in her internal organs, and the meridians that had been repaired broke again. At the same time, she had a splitting headache and was mentally exhausted. Auntie, you finally woke up. The boy's voice was surprised, and sobs came from the side. Yin Yan turned her head slightly, and a boy of 15 or 16 was looking at her with tears in his eyes. He was wearing clothes that were too big, and his body was thin. There was no blood on his face, and he could vaguely see the shadow of Abu. Abu? She spoke uncertainly. Auntie, it's me. Abu leaned his head on her shoulder and rubbed it dependently, just like he acted like a spoiled child with her before. Yin Yan looked at Abu, who had grown up suddenly, and guessed that it should be the influence of Rui's words. Abu, has the golden dragon in your body entered maturity? He nodded. Yes. And the golden dragon is very weak, losing nearly half of its energy. This is also the reason for his physical changes. Don't worry. Auntie will help you to replenish your body later. As she said, Yin Yan struggled to get up. Abu hurriedly helped her sit up. Auntie, where is Uncle? Auntie has come. So Uncle can't not come. But he didn't see his uncle, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. When Ning Yuan was mentioned, Yin Yan's eyes darkened, and the whole body was filled with sadness. Abu's heart skipped a beat. Couldn't something really happen? His eyes instantly turned red, and he blamed himself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been arrested, Uncle wouldn't have been in trouble, and Auntie wouldn't have been injured. It has nothing to do with you. Yin Yan wiped the tears from his eyes distressfully. Their target is Ning Yuan. But it was he who caused the Jin Long to enter maturity. Which made you become like this? Abu immediately shook his head, and said seriously and sincerely, No. I am willing to exchange my life for my uncle's life. Good boy. Yin Yan hugged him, and patted his back gently. Abu, Ning Yuan was captured by the Heavenly Palace. This news must be kept secret. I will. Auntie, how can we save Uncle? In 3 months, I will go to the Heavenly Palace to ask for people. Don't worry. I will definitely bring your uncle back then. Yeah. I believe Auntie. Abu was not so panicked, as long as his uncle was not dead. And he believed that with his auntie's ability, she could definitely do it. Yin Yan took out 2 glasses of juice, and she and Abu each drank one to replenish the energy in their bodies. After drinking the juice, she felt much better. Abu, when did you wake up? How long have I been unconscious? I woke up 3 days ago. When I arrived, my aunt had just vomited blood and had been unconscious for a while. I checked the place and didn't find anyone from the Heavenly Palace, so I stayed here. He was also very weak and couldn't take anyone away. What about Rui? He died? And I buried him. Yin Yan's eyes flashed with sadness. And then she stood up. Take me to see it. The two came to the backyard and saw a small grave. Abu also put up a wooden sign with Rui's name and the date of death on it. Looking at the grave in front of her, Yin Yan was overwhelmed with emotions. So many things happened in one day. First, Ning Yuan's heart was taken away, and he almost died. Then, he was finally saved but lost consciousness. What she didn't expect was that Rui would sacrifice himself. In addition to Ning Yuan, this was the second person who was willing to do this for her. It was no longer shocking. In this way, he occupied a place in her heart. In this life, she could never repay his kindness. In order to fulfill his last wish, Yin Yan dug out his body again. The body was not rotten. As if it was asleep, she carried the man out, wiped the dirt on his face with a handkerchief, and then changed his clothes. The fire burned fiercely and quickly engulfed the man. After returning, Yin Yan was not in a good mood. After the two of them had a simple meal, they helped Abu check his body and then let him go to rest. She sat on the roof and stared into the distance in a daze, until the sky turned white. She slowly got up, and the haze and sadness around her dissipated. She had to cheer up. Xiaohu needed her. Her family was waiting for her to go back. Ning Yuan was waiting for her to save him. She couldn't complain or lose her will. The most important point was that she was fighting Ning Yuan. As long as she could stabilize her level within 3 months, she would be sure to win. I just hope that the palace master would keep his word. 3 days later, the two walked out of the mountains. Yin Yan fed the two tigers an apple each, and then waved goodbye to them. This was why the two walked out so quickly after a few days of travel. Arriving at a nearby town, Yin Yan hired a carriage and headed for the bee city. At her previous speed, she could get there in a day and a half. But now it took her 3 days to get to the bee city. Arriving at the city gate, Yin Yan got off the car to register. When the other party heard her name, he was stunned at first, and then immediately ran to call someone. Yin Yan's eyes sank slightly, and her expression was serious. Are they going to fight again? Soon a small team came, led by Captain Xiaogao, who had met her once before. Chapter 461, Imperial Decree for Conferring a Title. Your Highness. The other party dismounted and saluted, with a respectful and enthusiastic attitude. Captain Xiaogao, I didn't expect to meet you again. I have been waiting for your highness here. Oh! Why? Yin Yan asked in confusion. Could it be that the famous family in the capital wanted to hold her accountable? I have been ordered to welcome you. At this point, he lowered his voice. The imperial edict came from the capital, and it is said to be the imperial edict for conferring a title. Conferring? Yin Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, and really hadn't thought of this possibility. Please follow me to the city lord's mansion. The decree officer is waiting in the mansion. Captain Xiaogao requested. You lead the way. Yin Yan did not refuse, wanting to see how the Emperor of Dian would deal with the affairs of the famous family. It has been more than 10 days since she left the bee city, and the city is still bustling. People are doing what they should do, as if the disappearance of the famous family has no effect on him. The only change was that there were no wild animals on the streets. Only a few cats or dogs kept as pets could be seen sporadically. I wonder if those wild animals returned to the forest or were taken away. Soon they arrived at the city lord's mansion. Everyone in the mansion stood at the door to greet them. There were 2 people dressed as eunuchs in the crowd. It was the first time they met. Everyone exchanged a few polite words, then entered the mansion, and the edict officer began to read the imperial edict. Yin Yan did not kneel, but half squatted to listen to the edict. This was the etiquette second only to the great ceremony. After all, she was a princess of the great Zhou, and it was impossible for her to kneel before the emperor of another country. The general meaning of the imperial edict was that she donated such a large amount of supplies, and the emperor was very happy. He praised her for her kindness and compassion for the world, and canonized her as Princess Minru, and renamed the Bee City to Min City, and gave her as a fief. Yin Yan felt that this imperial edict was probably related to Prince Su. It seemed that the matter of destroying the head of the Ming family was over, and there was no need to worry about affecting the cooperation between the 2 countries. After receiving the imperial edict, everyone began to congratulate her. Yin Yan took out 10,000 taels of silver as a reward and gave it to the official who announced the edict. For such a good thing of conferring a title, the official who announced the edict must be rewarded. The other party accepted it with a smile, thinking that this person was really generous. No wonder he donated 10 million materials to the court at once. As for the fiefdom of Yin state, Yin would not interfere. Just let the city lord manage it as he did before. As for taxes, half of it was given to the people of the city in her name every year, and the other half was handed over to the treasury, leaving nothing for herself. An hour later, Yin and Abu left the city lord's mansion and went to the farmhouse they had bought before. Seeing that Her Royal Highness the Princess had returned safely, the two breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of their hearts. If Her Royal Highness had any accident, they would only die to apologize. It was clearly agreed that he would be back in 4 days, but he would be gone for 10 days. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. If His Highness had not issued a death order to let them watch Xiaohu, they would have gone to find someone long ago. Yin brought 4 guards. 2 of them died, and there were 2 left. Xiaohu was still unconscious, but fortunately his vitality continued. Abu carefully examined Xiaohu's body and confirmed that his soul was damaged. Auntie, Xiaohu may need to sleep for a while. Before, he could take the essence of the golden dragon, but now it is not okay because the golden dragon is too weak. Yin naturally understood. Don't worry. Wait until your body is well. Let Xiaohu sleep for a while. Abu and Xiaohu are equally important to her. Yin asked the guards to prepare the vehicle, and after lunch, they set off without staying overnight in the city. Although this is her fiefdom, she does not feel safe entering the mountains. At least Abu can control the beasts, which is relatively safer. Finally, she realized again the state of the first month after crossing over, being cautious and vigilant at all times. When she first crossed over, she had superpowers, but the level was very low, and there was no fruit to restore. Her own and her children's health was not good, so she did not dare to use superpowers at will. So many things, even if they were not pleasing to the eye, had to be endured. Of course, necessary demonstrations and winning people's hearts still required some superpowers. Want to ask why? It's not because of weakness. Without matching strength, you can only admit defeat. This is an eternal truth. Dania also asked her why she tolerated the Song family. The first reason was that she didn't want the 2 children to know that their mother killed their relatives. Since she is a mother, she has to take the responsibility of education. How can she kill people just because she doesn't like them? What's more, they are blood relatives, and the correct 3 views should be established for them. Second, the people who fled the famine were either from the same village or the next village. They were all related for 3 generations, and she was an outsider. If she really killed Mrs. Song's family, she and her 2 children would be in danger all the time and would be excluded. It can't be ruled out that they will unite to deal with her, rather than going against these people, being cold-blooded and ruthless. She prefers to win them over, just like the wild beasts that can't cross the mountains. With them, at least she has some sense of security. At least she doesn't have to worry about being attacked at night. Her confidence has always been her special ability. Even the supermarket has to stand aside. Of course, she can also be transferred back to the supermarket in the palace. But she can't leave Abu, Xiaohu and others behind. Rui's departure made her cherish the people around her even more. Unconsciously, she has already had ties in this world. At noon, the 4 of them left the city. When the city lord and Xiaogao got the news and rushed to the city gate, they could no longer see each other's shadow. This person is really as she said, not caring about anything. However, this is a good thing for them. Several people sighed, then returned to the city, and each went back to submit a memorial to their master. On the way, a guard was on the road, and a guard followed the carriage on horseback. Your Highness, are you not waiting for Master Rui? The guard who drove the carriage hesitated again and asked his own questions. Speaking of Rui, Yin asked, why did he leave? And what did he tell you before he left? 3 days after you left, Master Rui suddenly became uneasy, and then went out for a long time. When he came back, he said that you were in danger, and then handed the token to his subordinates. And he left. Speaking of this, the guard paused, and his tone became uncertain. Your Highness, didn't you meet Master Rui? Did he lie? Did he cheat? Yes. Rui Although she had accepted the reality, it was still difficult for her to say the word death. Abu glanced at the sad ant and said sensibly, Master Rui died in the confrontation with the heavenly palace. The guard's originally angry expression immediately turned into sadness and guilt. I'm sorry. I just suspected him. Yin Yin shook her head slightly, not blaming him. She didn't believe Rui before. The car was quiet for a while, and no one spoke. The sound of horse hooves was particularly loud. After a while, the guard driving the car spoke again. Your Highness, please bring your guards with you when you travel in the future. Although I don't know the details. Even a powerful man like Master Rui died, which shows how dangerous it was before. Even if they can't win, at least they can buy time for your Highness to leave. Chapter 462 An Unexpected Encounter. The safety of His Highness is the most important, so he has to make suggestions despite the risk of being punished. Yin Yin understood his intentions, but just smiled and said nothing. It's not that she dislikes them, but if they really go against the Heavenly Palace, 500 guards will be useless, and she can't let them go to die. Your Highness. Seeing that His Highness did not agree, the guards asked persistently, with the momentum of not giving up until he agreed. Defeated by his persistence, Yin Yin stroked her forehead and had to agree. The guard's face was happy, and he was about to smile with a smile, but suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, this is from Master Rui, and I asked you to pass it on. He handed over a small box the size of a palm. Yin Yin opened the box and found a piece of paper inside. I thought it was a letter, but it turned out to be a painting. The person in the painting was exactly her, and the painting was very similar. Yin Yin stared at the portrait in a daze, her nose slightly sour, and her eyes became moist. Abu quietly moved to the side of the ant, looked at the person in the painting, and turned his eyes. Would ordinary friends draw each other's portraits? It seems that Mr. Rui has other ideas about the ant. Looking at the ant's current state, he was glad that the person was gone. Otherwise his uncle would be in danger. Thinking of this, he decided to try not to mention Mr. Rui in the future, so that the ant would forget him as soon as possible. They walked and stopped on the road, and were not in a hurry to get going. It took 4 days to enter the mountains. Fortunately, not long after entering the forest, Abu attracted several tigers and big bears. The big bear carried the little tiger, and the tiger carried them, and set off towards the original cave. On the way, Abu learned that the group of younger brothers who were taken in by the little tiger had run back to the mountains, after the original Ming family's main family was gone. It didn't take long for the court to bring new Ming family members to keep them in captivity. These beasts will not obey humans, and they all ran away in a swarm. Then they ran back to the Yanbuguo Mountains. Some of them came from the territory of the Great Zhou, and these returned through the Dark River and continued to dominate their own territory. Some of them were originally beasts from the Yin state. Some of them left, and some stayed at the entrance of the cave, wondering when the Beast King would summon them again. This is why Abu was able to find tigers and big bears on the outskirts of the mountains. When I arrived at the cave, I saw a lot of beasts. They saw that the little tiger was injured and unconscious, and they roared, expressing their sadness and anger. There were also many beasts who wanted to avenge the Beast King. The relationship between animals is so pure. Even if they only get along for a few days, they recognize the eldest brother, and he will always be their eldest brother. Yin Yin envied and moved by their relationship. Feed them some water mixed with juice to thank them for protecting the little tiger. The beasts wanted to follow them, but Yin Yin disagreed. The forest is their best home. After entering the cave, they walked along the underground river for another 4 days before reaching the other side of the cave, which is also in the territory of the Yanbu mountain range. The rest of the journey was smooth and safe. After walking for another 2 days, they encountered an army in the forest. Your Highness. Seeing his master, Lin Hai hurried over with his men. A group of people knelt down, and Lin Hai cried with joy. I finally found your Highness. Yin Yin helped him up and asked, why are you here? She only told her uncle, and didn't tell anyone else. Lin Hai wiped his eyes, and said excitedly, it was Lord Song Xian who said that your Highness was in trouble, and asked us to go into the forest to look for your Highness. Is it cousin Song Xian? Yin Yin didn't expect it to be him. She just told her uncle about some changes, and planned to return to Beijing early. As for what happened, she didn't say it. Not even about the famous family. How did her uncle know that she was in danger? How long have you been out? After receiving the news from Lord Song Xian, I led the people to set off. It took us 3 days to get to the foot of the mountain, because we were afraid that the troops were not enough. We only divided into 5 groups to look for your Highness. Today is the 3rd day. If Lord Song hadn't spent 2 days on the road, they could have set off earlier. Moreover, Lord Song said that your highness was in danger, so they didn't dare to disperse their troops. Otherwise it would be faster to search with 200 people in a team. Divide the troops into 5 groups? Yin Yan looked at the people present. Nearly 2,000 people, which means that all 20,000 people are mobilized. You recruited 20,000 people so quickly? Yes. Everyone is willing to join the army. And there are 10,000 reservists. Reserves do not need to be organized, but they can be replaced on the battlefield when a war really breaks out. As for the treatment, it is only slightly less than the regular army. Almost the same as the regular army. Thank you for your hard work. Is there a way to notify others? We have an agreement that once someone finds you, they will notify everyone through a signal flare, and the others will leave the forest and wait outside. Lin Hai asked his men to send a signal flare, and then brought a stretcher over to carry her away. Yin Yan waved her hand to refuse. She was not yet at the point where she could not walk. Lin Hai looked at the others, and then set his sights on Xiaohu. Yin Yan understood what he meant. But Xiaohu was so heavy, and the mountain road was difficult to walk on. So it would be better to let the wild bear carry him. Well, Lin Hai had to put away the stretcher. After walking for an hour, they met another team. They were very close to the signal point, so they rushed over. On the way, they met 2 more teams. Lin Hai asked one of the teams to leave the mountains first and go outside to make arrangements. Nearly 20,000 people gathered together to travel, and the scene was quite spectacular. The front team was responsible for opening the way, and the back team was responsible for filling the rear. When the team walked over, a wide road appeared. When it was time to rest, so many people used to catch wild game or eat wild fruits to fill their stomachs. With her around, she would naturally not let them go hungry for a meal. Rice, steamed buns, meat, and vegetables were all arranged. Even when they slept at night, there were no insects to disturb them. Do you believe it? There were no mosquitoes in the summer, and they didn't need to light mugwort for fumigation. As expected, Her Royal Highness the Princess is like a fairy descending from the earth. Before, when we were looking for someone, everyone was tense. Now that we have found someone, we have eaten well and relaxed. Everyone is talking and laughing, just like on vacation in the forest. 3 days later, we finally got out of the forest, and the carriage had been prepared outside. Yin Yin also saw Song Xian and Song Erniu. Cousin Xian. Erniu. Why are you here? Miss, I'm glad you're okay. I was scared to death. I haven't eaten or slept well these days. If I hadn't walked slowly and was afraid of dragging down the team, I would definitely go in to find you together. Erniu's eyes were full of tears as soon as he came up. He had a circle of bubbles at the corners of his mouth, a pair of dark circles under his eyes, a tired look, wrinkled clothes, and a circle of stubble on his chin. Looking at such a sloppy Erniu, Yin Yin couldn't help laughing. You are still worried about me. Look at yourself. What have you become? Then he handed him an apple. He was in a bad physical condition now, and he hadn't had a good rest for at least a week. And the big blisters around my mouth are painful just looking at them. Chapter 463 What Happened in the Capital. This chapter has been modified. Sorry. I forgot a setting before. Now I will change it. As long as the young lady is safe, I am willing to lie down and can't move. Song Ernia smiled and accidentally pulled the bubble at the corner of his mouth, which made him grimace in pain. Okay. Eat the apple quickly, and then go back to the car to sleep. If something happens to him, how can he explain to Uncle Song's family? Hee hee. Thank you, young lady. He took the apple flatteringly, took a bite carefully, and his heart was full of joy. This is the fairy fruit that cures everyone. At the beginning, 2 fairy fruits cured the plague of hundreds of people. It was all false to say that he didn't want to eat it. Besides, it seems that the eldest brother became so powerful because he ate a few fairy fruits. He was extremely envious. I thought there was no chance. But who knew that happiness came so unexpectedly? Others looked at Song Ernie with envy. This is the difference between confidants and subordinates. When someone calls her Miss instead of Your Highness, their relationship becomes extraordinary. She dares to joke and smile, flatters her, and is full of flattery. Even so, His Highness is not disgusted, but smiles. Oh, this is the difference. Not to mention that others are envious. Even Lin Hai and Xiao Jia are envious. Song Xian came over and bowed. Meet Princess Jia. Yin Yin helped him and said, Brother Xian, we are not outsiders. So let's skip these false formalities. She never looked down on him because he was born out of wedlock. Nor did she feel that she was superior because she became a princess. As long as he was her uncle's child, she would still call him cousin. Song Xian was slightly startled, and his eyes were filled with warmth. Jiahe, it's not safe here. Let's go into the city early. Yin Yin intuitively felt that something had happened. So she said okay, and got on the carriage. Abu and Xiaohu went to another carriage, and Yin Yin and Song Xian went to the same carriage. The large group of people set off in a mighty manner. When they got into the carriage, Yin Yin asked her doubts. Cousin Xian, did something happen? Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong didn't tell her. Maybe they didn't know. Or they were hiding it from her. Uncle didn't say anything. Didn't he want her to worry? Song Xian's originally gentle face turned serious. Something happened. My father wanted to inform you. But he guessed that you were in danger and trouble. So he didn't tell you to avoid distracting you. What happened? Your Majesty was assassinated. And all the famous families defected and joined the Heavenly Palace. In just 2 sentences, Yin Yan's expression became solemn. And it was indeed a big deal. Didn't Ning Yuan and Abu say they controlled the companion beasts of the Ming family? Speaking of this, Song Xian sighed slightly. That's why they defected. Beast control is the foundation of their existence. Now their companion beasts suddenly hurt them. Which means that the companion beasts are no longer safe and cannot be fully trusted. Which is equivalent to the beast control being abolished. The skills they rely on for survival are abolished. The Ming family is angry and sent people to assassinate His Majesty. You also know that Mingyi has been in the palace for many years and has her own power in secret. So His Majesty was caught off guard and was injured. How is His Majesty's injury? Song Xian lowered his head slightly and lowered his voice. The other party poisoned him, and he is still in a coma. Yin Yin frowned tightly. This shouldn't be the case. His Majesty should be immune to all poisons. So many apples are not eaten in vain. She couldn't figure it out. Unless the other party's poison was very strong. Song Xian observed her expression and couldn't help but worry. Jiahe, can't you cure it? Yin Yin shook her head slightly. I don't know. I have to check it out to be sure. That's good. Can you return to Beijing now? This sentence shows that he knows about the supermarket headquarters. And it should be told to him by his uncle. Yin Yin looked embarrassed. I need to rest for a few days. It's not that she doesn't want to save. But she is powerless. She said she wanted to rest. But she didn't say anything else. But Song Xian understood instantly that she was injured. And it was very serious. On the day of the wedding, even if she overdrew her energy, she could recover in one night. But this time she actually said she wanted to rest for a few days. Plus, the few days of crossing the mountains. At least half a month of rest. Which is enough to show the seriousness of the problem. Thinking about it again, Ning Yuan, who should have been with her, disappeared. And Song Xian's heart sank little by little. It seems that he has experienced a fierce battle. So Xie Yuan. No wonder Jiahe's eyes and expressions are full of indelible sadness. Even if she is smiling, it will make people feel sad. He dare not think about it anymore. On the rest of the journey, Song Xian did not talk. Nor did he mention Ning Yuan's matter, so as not to make Jiahe too sad and worsen her injuries. Yin Yin took a pill and took the time to regulate her breathing and try to recover as soon as possible. If she could use 1/3 of her energy, she would be able to cure the poison of His Majesty. It's a pity that the crystals were eaten up. Although there are still hundreds of times to water. She can only wait until next month to water. Fortunately, there are only a few days left. In addition, a few energy crystals should be left for Xiaohu. I used to think that 10 pills a month was enough. But now, alas, it's not enough. Fortunately, the pills prepared by Rui were also effective. Especially after taking them. Her soul was clear. And after 10 days, she felt that her soul had grown a lot. The speed of returning was much faster. And it took 5 days to reach Liangqiu. During this period, she got 10 crystals. Half for herself and half for Xiaohu. With the crystals and pills, the cracks on the superpower core were much less. And she could use 1/10 of her superpower. With the superpower in hand, she felt confident and safe. At least, at this time. Even if the people from the Heavenly Palace came, she could protect herself. These days, Song Ernie is in a very good state. And the bubbles on his mouth have disappeared. Every day during his rest time, he comes to the young lady to report his work, and then talk about his plans. Don't say it. After 3 months, Song Ernio has really made some achievements. Relying on his status as a princess's servant, Song Ernio is very popular in the 2 northwestern provinces. His business is to buy low and sell high. Although he had a membership card, he still mainly used supermarkets in Panchung. And at the same time, he asked Zhao Fian and those partners to sign an agreement. The people who could go to the supermarket to buy things, except for the people of the city, were resellers. The things in the supermarket were of good quality and low price, and they would definitely be popular in other provinces. Song Ernio was attracted by this piece of fat meat. He went to Zhao Fian in the name of Yan Yin to negotiate, and directly got the lowest price, which was 20% lower than others, and then added 20% to the market price, making a profit of 40%. This profit is not low. In less than 3 months, he made more than 200,000 taels. This is the amount after sharing with others. Of course, even if it is shared, he still takes the lion's share, because if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be able to get the goods at a low price. If it weren't for the princess's name, the sales would not be so smooth. Therefore, he took the lion's share, and other partners had no objection. As soon as he settled in his house, Song Ernio asked people to carry boxes of silver to give the money to the young lady. Miss, this is 230,000 taels of silver. I made a total of 238,600 taels, and I kept 8,600 taels for myself. I plan to expand my business, so I will have to entertain and give gifts. He was very frank about the silver he withheld. Chapter 464 entitled, Yin Yin glanced at the silver and didn't take it. Ernio, I want you to be a quartermaster. Will you do it? What does a quartermaster do? Can I be an official? Song Ernio pointed at himself. He was just an ordinary person, a mud-legged farmer. The official position I am going to set up will be responsible for the army's supplies and equipment. Can't you make money? 2/3 of the money earned in the future will be used for the army, and 1/3 will be given to my sister-in-law for management. If you want to spend money, go directly to my sister-in-law to apply. The money was given to Ernia's wife because he was afraid that he would mess around outside, and it also gave Ernia's wife a sense of security. Song Ernio didn't care about this at all, and his attention was on the official position. Miss, it's not difficult to make money, as long as someone has goods. But can I be an official? He was actually quite tempted. Which man would not want to be an official? Otherwise, he would just refuse directly. Just make money, and tell me how much you take. The money was earned by him, even if it was under her name, so he would not care how much he took. But he must keep an account. Song Ernio immediately patted his chest and promised. Miss, don't worry. I will definitely do it well. Ernio, may not be good at other things, but I can make money. Since the eldest brother followed the young lady, it would be a lie to say that he was not envious. He often thought about his own way out. He wanted to stay with the young lady, but he also knew his character. He was not as upright as the eldest brother, and he was timid and afraid of things. It was easy to cause trouble for the young lady, so this idea was buried all the time, and he never told anyone except his wife, until he came to Liangqiu and entered the mine. He seemed to have found the direction of his life, especially when dealing with so many merchants later. He was like a fish in water. He thought about being the lady's money bag. He didn't make much, but at least he could help the lady guard the fiefdom of the 2 provinces. Now, he has been appreciated by the lady for his ability to make money. He knows that his elder brother, elder sister-in-law, father and mother, and even his eldest niece have official positions in the princess's mansion. Even if the rank is not high, it is still an official. Finally, he is also an official. Song Ernio was so happy that he ran out to show off the next day. Yan Yan didn't say anything after knowing it, believing that Ernio had a sense of propriety. Then, she pulled Song Daniu into member group 3, and the 2 brothers could contact each other if there was anything in the future. Then Song Ernio began to show off in front of his brother. Ding ding dang 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 message notification sound. Yan Yan took a look and turned off the message reminder, so he missed the message from Song Daniu perfectly. Song Ernio thought the lady saw it, so he didn't remind her specially. Yan Yan planned to stay in Liangqiu City for 2 days, and visit the army, give a speech, and make suggestions. By the way, improve the welfare benefits, set up a military medical department, and recruit a large number of doctors to apply. Those who are selected will be regular military doctors. At the same time, recruit apprentices and train doctors. There is a pharmacy on the second floor of the supermarket. She directly opened the Chinese medicine part to Song Ernu, which is a backup. Once the purchased medicinal materials are not enough, there is no need to worry about the lack of medicine. She also stipulated that if the direct relatives of soldiers are sick, they can come to the military medical department for treatment. The consultation fee is not charged, and the medicine fee is halved. If there is no money, it can be deducted from the military salary of the person concerned, to ensure that the treatment is first and the payment is made later. When this rule came out, everyone was excited and burst into tears, and they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to His Highness. Except for the leadership, most of the soldiers who can serve in the army are farmers from villages and towns. None of them have wealthy families. In fact, once someone in the family is sick, it will definitely make things worse. Even if you sell everything you have, you may not be able to afford the treatment. Even if you ask the village doctor to see it, it will be difficult. Minor illnesses will pass if you endure it, and major illnesses will also pass if you endure it. Now, everyone in the army supports the large-scale establishment of a military medical department, and actively helps recruit people and find apprentices. Lin Hai thinks His Highness is smart. Now, no one will think of quitting, and they will even work hard to train so as not to be eliminated. Then, Yin Yin appointed Song Ernia as the quartermaster, a 6th-rank official. Although the rank is not high, the power is great. All kinds of resources needed to establish a military medical department must be applied from him. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. Even Lin Hai, who is at the level of a general, is polite when he sees Song Ernu, calling him brother. Later, Yin Yin asked Song Ernia to buy 10,000 acres of land from her, the Lord, in the name of the army, and cultivate the land with the 10,000 reservists. She also opened the farm tools on the second floor to him, so that he could use the farm tools to farm and save manpower. It was also stipulated that the retired soldiers over the age of 40, the injured, and those who could not fight in the army should also retire and help the army farm. When there are more people in the future, the planting area can be expanded, or other livelihoods can be made to accommodate retired personnel. To put it bluntly, after joining, as long as they do not break the law and discipline, they will dedicate their youth to the country, and the country will provide them with old age and see them to the end. Then, there are food, life and other aspects, all of which are asked one by one, and welfare is increased. Food and clothing cannot be fooled, and rice, flour, grain and oil must be distributed to everyone during festivals. After she left, the soldiers were all numb and shed tears of happiness. I never knew that being a soldier would be treated so well. They now have only one idea: to defend the prince's fiefdom with their lives to repay the prince's grace. When they go back and tell their families, the news will spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In less than half a month, both provinces will know about it. Many families want to send their children to the barracks. The profession of soldier has instantly become popular. Unfortunately, her army has only 20,000 people, and even the reserve has a maximum of 10,000, which is also full. If you want to come in, wait until someone retires, or the court expands the establishment. After Yin Yin reformed the army, she followed Song Xian to the mining area the next day, mainly want to see cassiterite. There will be a war recently, and bulletproof vests are very important. So Song Xian came to Mount Zion again after the new year, mainly responsible for digging cassiterite. Unfortunately, the output of cassiterite is not high. Cassiterite is mainly found between two types of mines. It is not found in other places, and the amount is not large. The two stood at the edge of the mine, and Song Xian introduced it. In front of them were baskets of cassiterite. It takes a whole day to dig just a small basket, and this area has basically been dug out. Below are stones, and on both sides are copper and tin mines, with only a small layer in the middle. Yin Yin picked up a piece of cassiterite and squeezed it. It was softer than stone, but much more flexible, and would not break easily. Is the copper and tin mines next to each other only here on Mount Zion? There are a few places in the south, but none as close as here on Mount Zion. The court has sent people to survey, and no cassiterite has been found yet. Yin Yin thought for a while and said, Cousin Xian, in fact, other ores, especially those associated ores, can be sold to supermarkets. I will see if there are any substitutes to replace cassiterite. Although there is no suitable one now, it does not mean there will be no in the future. Chapter 465 New materials appear. Song Xian nodded slightly. Well, I have already told them. Your Majesty is very concerned about this matter. At this point, he paused and lowered his voice. Your Majesty has also sent people to other countries and tribes to search secretly. You should pay more attention to your side. I understand. Once a suitable mineral is found, I will tell your Majesty as soon as possible. Why do it secretly? Because bulletproof vests are too important. Once they are discovered by other countries, it is considered good to be able to buy them at a high price. I am afraid that they will not sell them, but use them to negotiate conditions. No one wants the army of other countries to be armed to the teeth. Yin Yan looked at the mine in the distance and moved in her heart. Cousin, is it safe inside? Song Xian knew what she meant and did not say whether it was safe or not. The court has done everything it can, and His Majesty attaches great importance to the safety of the mine. Yin Yan understood what he meant. Not to mention the current production conditions. Even in modern society, there will be problems. Song Xian added. Jiahe, you don't have to worry. Since the excavation of Mount Zion, there has been no major accident. Although the support inside is made of wood, the mortise and tenon structure is still very strong. As long as there is no large-scale earthquake or a collapse caused by digging into an underground river, nothing will happen. Yin Yan thought about it, and it was right. The low production conditions did not mean that the ancient people's technology was not good. Think about the buildings that have stood for hundreds of years, and you will know how amazing the ancient architects were. I worry too much. Brother Xian, can I go in and take a look? Yin Yan suddenly had a whim and wanted to see what was going on inside. It's dirty and dark inside. Why are you going in? Song Xian disagreed. As a princess, how could she go to such a place? Just take a look outside. I'm just curious. This is the truth. I'm really curious. Okay. Just take a look near the cave entrance. Song Xian led the way. When they arrived at the entrance of the mine, Yin Yan found that the entrance was supported by wood and looked quite solid. Song Xian helped her walk down the steps slowly, and oil lamps were lit on both sides of the cave. After walking for a while, the earth cave turned into a stone cave, and there were fewer supporting wood. The mining place is still below. This depth is all stone. There is no. Song Xian introduced as he walked. The location of the red cassiterite is relatively deep, about 3 or 4 feet underground, and only about 1 foot below. It is difficult to dig deeper. Fortunately, this line is still relatively long. After walking for a while, Song Xian stopped. The air here began to become a little thin. Okay, let's stop here. Yin Yan touched the cave wall, which was slightly cool and damp. She felt something that hurt her hand. White light flashed in her hand, and she saw a red stone. The stone was not big. Part of it was embedded in the cracks of the stone, and part of it was exposed outside. The part exposed outside was the size of a soybean. Dark red stones are still rare. Yin Yan's heart moved, and she took out the stone and handed it to the warehouse. I found a piece of red sand, and I am now evaluating it. Please wait. Evaluation? This is the first time. Her intuition told her that this red sand was not simple. After a minute, the supermarket gave a recycling price. Chawusha material. Weight 200 grams. Purchase price 2,000 taels. Do you want to trade? Yin Yan found a problem. It was the first time she found a suffix behind an item. Although stone is a material, what about other ores? What about wood? Aren't these materials? Why didn't the supermarket give a suffix? There is a problem. A big problem. She didn't reply to the supermarket, but continued to look for the stone wall. Jiahe, what are you looking for? Song Xian asked, puzzled. A dark red stone, found one. Not far away. Another one was seen on the stone wall. Yin Yan took it out and let her cousin take a look. This one is a little smaller. Probably about 100 grams. Song Xian took it in his hand and looked at it, frowning in confusion. Is this thing useful? I remember there were quite a few in the slag, but because they were too small, I didn't pay attention to them. Yin Yan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Cousin Xian, do you mean? Are there a lot of these things? He shook his head slightly. Not a lot. But a lot was found in this stage of the stone. But not in other stages. That is, they are attached to the stone. Before Yan Yan could say anything, the supermarket reminded again. Chiwu sand material. Weight 200 grams. Purchase price 2,000 taels. Do you want to trade? Yan Yan's heart moved. And she refused. No trade. The price is negotiable. This was the first time that the supermarket was so humane. As if afraid that she would not trade. Yan Yan replied calmly. 20% premium? I won't trade. No. The premium can be between 0.5 times and 1 times. Oh! The premium is so much. The sun is rising from the west. Didn't they say that if it exceeds 20%, the transaction will be suspended? Suddenly, she thought of something. I am not short of money. I want to trade with other things. Please state your conditions. The supermarket will evaluate whether to accept them. Energy crystal. 1 pound of Chiwu sand in exchange for 1 energy crystal. Please wait. Yan Yan pinched her chin and wondered why the supermarket was abnormal. And what exactly is this Chiwu sand? Why is it so valuable? Why is there a suffix? If the supermarket can accept her conditions, does it mean that Chiwu sand is as precious as energy crystal? You know, energy crystal can stimulate a person's superpowers and give people special energy, which is very important. And Chiwu sand is just a piece of stone. Wait. Yan Yan suddenly thought of something. If her guess is right, then she can understand why the supermarket cares so much about this thing. The wait is long. But Yan Yan has confidence instead. The longer the time, the more likely the conditions are to be met. Seeing her in deep thought, Song Xian did not disturb her, but stood quietly aside. After a while, the supermarket made some noise. Based on the conditions you gave and the value of Chiwu sand, the supermarket gave the final purchase price. 5 caddies of Chiwu sand can be exchanged for 1 energy crystal. May I ask if you agree with this trading model? 5 caddies for 1. Yan Yan was very satisfied with this price, which was beyond her expectation. She didn't know what this thing was used for. It might be very important. But for her, the energy crystal was more important at this stage. As long as she had the crystal, she could do a lot of things. Agree. A new template has been created. Chiwu sand material. Grade 1. Minimum purchase unit, 5 caddies. Each transaction must be in multiples. After saying this, the supermarket went silent. Yan Yan was basically sure that the supermarket could really connect to other worlds. And Chiwu sand should be something from a higher level world, such as cultivation, which could explain why it had a suffix behind it. Another point can prove that energy crystals are very important and even rare in low-level worlds. But in those high-level worlds, are they the same as spirit stones? Maybe it is their universal currency. Chapter 466. Yan Yan put away her guesses and said to the people around her, Brother Xian, gather everyone immediately. Song Xian had a vague guess, but was still a little uncertain. Are you sure you want to gather everyone? The people in the several mining areas add up to tens of thousands of people. Yan Yan nodded very seriously. Brother Xian, this kind of stone is very important to me. Let everyone put down their work immediately and focus on finding Chiwu sand. I will give 10 taels of silver for 1 caddy. Wait. It's okay to let everyone dig the stone. But isn't 10 taels of silver too much for 1 caddy? Their monthly salary is not even 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. And this is their job. No. This is extra work. I will pay separately. Yan Yan has her own considerations and must pay separately. Brother Xian, find someone you can trust. I will get him a purchasing card and buy Chiwu sand for a long time. 1 caddy is 10 taels of silver. After returning to the capital, I will ask His Majesty for an imperial decree. Once someone finds Chiwu sand in the mining area, the reward will be different according to the output. It is no problem to be conferred a title of nobility. Even the rewards for promotion and advancement have come out. And Song Xian has to face the small stone in his hand. You know, when the red tin stone appeared, the court was so happy and concerned about it. But what about Yan Yan? It's optional to care about this kind of thing. Look at the Chiwu sand that she attaches so much importance to now. It must be more important. At least hundreds of times more important than the red tin stone. Song Xian hesitated, but still asked the doubts in his heart. Jiahe, can this thing make more powerful protective gear? Yan Yan shook her head slightly, her eyes shining with light. It's not comparable to a bulletproof vest. It's a strategic level existence. Cousin Xian will know the details later. It can't be said now. Song Xian stopped asking and called his men over to let them do their work. Within an hour, The workers came one after another, and lined up according to different mining areas. Lin Hai brought 2,000 soldiers to maintain order. And Song Ernia also ran over after hearing the news. During the time they were waiting, they found a lot of red sand outside the cave. Most of them were found in stones. And a small part was found in the sand. The largest one was the size of a glass bead, in an oval shape. And the smallest one was the size of a mung bean. Add up to 10 pounds. Not much has been mined so far. There is only a section of stone in the mine, which is about 5 or 6 meters long, including the width and height. It is only about 20 cubic meters. She believes that there must be more around. But their original target was the red cassiterite below. And these 20 cubic meters were just for the purpose of opening the way. If the target is changed to Chiwu sand, even if there is only such a small area between the two mines, more can be mined. The manager of each mining area is telling the workers what they are going to do, and then showing them the Chiwu sand. Not many people have seen this thing, and most of them are miners responsible for mining cassiterite. We are assigned to Area 2 in the northwest mining area. We will not dig a mine this time, so we need to clear the soil on top first. Considering this reason, the rule of our mining area is that the Chiwu sand dug is directly handed in. And finally the weight is unified, and the money received is divided equally. So, whether it is cleaning the soil layer or transporting stones, it is the same. There is no such thing as more or less. Another thing, don't be lazy. 1 pound of red-black sand costs 10 taels of silver. As long as everyone works hard, it's okay for each person to get dozens of taels of silver. Did you hear that? I heard it. Manager Zhang. Don't worry. The workers shouted at the top of their lungs. And everyone was very excited, rubbing their hands, ready to work hard. At this time, they were looking forward to more of this kind of stone, making money, and working all day and night without getting tired. The speeches in other mining areas were similar. They were worried about fighting, so they also adopted a unified distribution system. Of course, it is inevitable that some people will do more, and some will do less. But it is better than conflict. Song said that once a conflict occurs, the qualification for mining will be revoked. So, they all took a safe approach. Yin Yin admired this third cousin very much. She only thought about using money to motivate everyone at the beginning, and ignored this problem. Who doesn't want to save energy to work after the soil layer is cleaned? Everyone knows that the red sand is in the stone layer. But the question is, who will do the work ahead? The unified distribution method was thought up by the managers themselves. Song Xian said in one sentence that those who delay the progress will be fined, and those who have conflicts will be directly disqualified. All that should be said has been said, and all that should be said has been said. The managers have repeatedly warned that fighting is not allowed. If it causes other brothers to not make money, they will be the sinners of the entire mining area. Then they came to the area of their own mining area and started working. Shovels, and hoes were used one after another, and carts and carriages pulled out carts of soil. Everyone divided the work in detail and worked hard. Not long after, Xiaojia came over. Your Highness, the stone pestle has been found. A total of more than 100 kilograms have been found. He took 2,000 people to look for the slag before, and brought back 3 baskets of dark red small stones in the baskets. The smallest one was not much bigger than a sesame seed, and they did not let go. Looking at so much red sand, Yin Yin calculated that it could be exchanged for more than 20 energy crystals, which was equivalent to watering for 5 months. It was simply too good. She collected all 3 baskets of stones. And then, there were 25 more crystals in the package. Looking at so many crystals, Yin Yin felt that the trip to Liangqiu was really worth it. In half an hour, the soil layer of more than 100 meters long, more than 20 meters wide, and 4 or 5 meters deep was cleared, revealing the rocks. The sound of ding-dong echoed in the mountains. Because the red sand is very small, the stones mined have to be screened 4 or 5 times and broken into small pieces, for fear of missing a single one. Song Ernia was responsible for logistics, providing water and food for everyone, and invited several doctors from the city. Mining is inevitable to get injured. He also transferred dozens of tents from the military camp, and everyone took turns to rest, so as to ensure progress. Yin Yin thought about it, and added fruit juice to the water to ensure everyone's physical strength. Seeing the baskets of red-black sand being mined, she couldn't close her mouth. When cultivating superpowers, she can finally let go, and don't have to be stingy. Superpowers must be cultivated. In case she has any problems, she must leave a team for the Emperor to ensure the stability of the great show. The alliance relationship is unstable. And there is also the Tian Palace. As long as the Palace Master really doesn't take action with this group of superpowers, he really doesn't fear those messengers. How can the potential stimulated by drugs compare to superpowers with superpowers? Soon the sun moved west, and baskets of red-black sand were carried over. Yin Yin collected them one by one, and there was an accountant on the side. After an area was collected, she took the money on the spot and asked her cousin Song Xian to give the money directly to the workers and settle it on a daily basis. He also asked Ernie to prepare a rich dinner, and white steamed buns and meat were absolutely necessary. Chapter 467, So She Likes This. Nearly 10,000 people, each with 50 taels of silver, looked at the silver in their hands and couldn't believe it. In less than a day, they actually earned the money that could only be earned in 7 or 8 years. For a while, people cheered, cried with joy, and shouted to go to work. The whole mine was bustling and enthusiastic. Yin Yin was also very happy, although she didn't know how many were left to be dug out. She was grinning from ear to ear with 10,000 crystals in her bag. That's right. 10,000. About 10,000 cubic meters of stone were mined today, and 50,000 kilograms of Chiwu sand were collected. In some places, the Chiwu sand was very dense, and even the largest one was as big as a ping-pong ball. In some places, it was less, and the stones were broken into pieces. Even those smaller than sesame seeds were picked up, but they still didn't make up 1 kilogram. On average, 1 cubic meter has 5 kilograms of Chiwu sand. You have to know that 1 cubic meter of stone weighs thousands of kilograms, and 5 kilograms of Chiwu sand is not much. Not far away, a man in white stood on the treetops, silently watching the people below. He didn't know why he came here. Maybe he was worried. Speaking of which, he didn't know what he was worried about. Was he worried that she wouldn't take the pills on time? Was he worried that she would be sad and depressed? Was he worried that He was afraid of a lot of things, but he couldn't say them specifically, so he couldn't control himself and came. When he saw her bright and cheerful smile, he felt that he was worrying too much. Chiwusha? He thought of the things that his teacher used to cultivate silver dragons 200 years ago, and it seemed that he had thrown them here. So she likes this. His golden eyes were stained with a faint smile, and then turned into a light spot and disappeared. The person who was immersed in joy suddenly felt something in her heart. She looked up in a certain direction. There was nothing but the red clouds in the sky. She shook her head and felt that she was too sensitive. If there was really someone there, how could she escape her perception? Her supernatural core was completely healed, and her realm was stabilized. The credit was the crystal stone. She used more than 30 of them, more than she took when she broke through. The energy in her body was sufficient, and she could release her perception. However, although the supernatural core was healed, she still took a pill. This was Rei's intention. Even if her body was healed, she would finish it on time. After dinner, everyone took turns to rest. One person worked for 2 hours and then took turns. Everyone was full of energy. They thought it was because they ate too well and were stimulated by so much money. They didn't feel tired, so they worked all night, in order to avoid missing something at night. The gravel was not transported away, but piled aside, ready to go through it again tomorrow. Everyone was awake. Yin Yin was also watching. Song Xian went to the tent to rest. He couldn't hold on any longer, although Song Ernie was sleepy. How could he rest if the lady didn't rest? He still served diligently. Yin Yin was worried that he couldn't bear it, so she gave him an apple. In return, Song Ernie flattered her. Yin Yin felt very comfortable listening to it. No wonder everyone likes to hear flattery. It really makes people feel comfortable. Okay. I don't know where you learned this flattering skill. Song Ernie patted his chest and said proudly, There's no need to learn this. Everything I said is from the bottom of my heart. Yin Yin glanced at him lightly. I think it's a waste of talent to let you be a quartermaster. When he heard that he was going to be promoted, Song Ernie immediately licked his face and moved forward with a smile. Miss, what do you think I am suitable for? I will do it. I am your dog. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Yin Yin snorted. That's what you said. How about the eunuch? The eunuch is good. Wait. The eunuch seems to be the eunuch. Right? Song Ernie thought of something, and his legs couldn't help shaking. He almost didn't sit down. Yen Yen smiled and nodded. Yes. It's the eunuch. Do you want to do it? Well, I think the quartermaster is pretty good. Song Ernia took 2 steps back in embarrassment, and the smile on his face could not be maintained. Yen Yen wanted to tease him, but Song Ernia suddenly took 2 steps forward and knelt down with a plop, with a serious look on his face that he had never had before. Miss, I have always said that I am your most loyal dog. How can a dog disobey its master? I am willing to be a eunuch. But can I divorce my wife? I don't want to implicate her. Also, I hope that the conditions promised by Miss before will not change. That is, 1/3 of the money I earn will be given to her. After saying this, with a resolute and tragic look, he bowed his head. Yen Yen was shocked by his words. I really didn't expect him to have such a bloody man's side. It seems that I underestimated him. Get up. She personally helped him up, her face full of relief. Brother Ernie, you make me look at you in a new light. The word Brother Ernie made him scratch his head embarrassedly. Miss, I am embarrassed. You can just call me Ernie. Also, do you agree? Yen Yen shook her head. Song Ernie's eyes darkened. A little regretful, but he didn't blame the young lady. Before he could figure out what to do, Yen Yen spoke. If I agree to divorce you and my sister-in-law, will my sister-in-law forgive me? No. I will. Don't worry. I was just teasing you before. Who knew you would take it seriously? This guy didn't even think about it. Even if he was not loyal, as long as his brother was there, he would not do such a thing. What? Fake? Song Ernia suddenly felt like he had survived a disaster, and suddenly felt that being a man was really good. Of course it's fake. If I let you become a eunuch, my sister-in-law will definitely not let me go. However, she changed her tone. If you dare to do something to let my sister-in-law down, I will let you come to my side as the chief steward. Song Ernia was so scared that he promised again and again. No, I will never do anything to let her down, even if I kill myself. In the future, apart from his own wife, he won't even look at sows. Damn. It's too dangerous. It's better to make money. It's the safest. After the threat, Song Ernia didn't dare to have any thoughts. Even if he became rich and even had a title, he didn't dare to have any second thoughts about his wife. Miss, you really scared me just now. I thought I couldn't be a man anymore. The danger was gone. Song Ernie returned to his previous appearance, complaining to the young lady with a flattering face, and planned to ask for some benefits. Yen Yen rolled her eyes. Who knows that you are so smart at ordinary times? How could you suddenly be stupid? Even if I don't see your loyalty, I still care about the thoughts of your elder brother, your parents. You still blame me? It's obviously you who don't trust me as a young lady. She turned the tables, seeing that the benefits were about to be lost. Song Ernie immediately stood up straight, with a serious and sincere attitude. I never take the lady's words as a joke. The lady's words are orders to me. Ernie, there is no truth or falsehood. Even if I am killed, I will not hesitate. Okay. I was wrong. Okay. What do you want? As soon as she compromised, Song Ernie immediately smiled flatteringly. Hee hee. Miss, can you give me another energy fruit? I want to take it back for their mothers to taste. Chapter 468. It's rare that you think about your family, so I'll give you one each. Yen Yen took out 5 apples. Miss, there's one more. Song Ernie said there were too many, but his hands were very real. He took the hem of his clothes and put it in his pocket, grinning so hard that only his teeth could be seen. Yen Yen rolled her eyes at him. If there are too many, I'll take it back. No, not too many. Song Ernie hugged the apple in his arms and grinned. He was very happy, not only because his family could eat such precious fruits, but more importantly, the attitude of the young lady was more important than anything else. The night passed quickly with the tinkling music. When the sun came out, the miners had been working for an hour. The area adjacent to the mining area is about 300 or 400 meters long. Yesterday, 200 meters were dug in one day and one night, and it is 30 meters wide. We will continue to look forward today. After yesterday's confirmation, the red crow sand is concentrated in the middle, about 10 meters wide. Going outward, it will gradually become less, and no one can be found beyond 25 meters. So they set the width to 25 meters, which is 8 feet. The length has not been determined yet. Maybe it is 400 meters. Maybe it will be longer. We will know after digging. In the morning, Yin Yin collected what she dug last night and harvested more than 5,000 crystals. She is very rich now. Thinking about how to cultivate superpowers, including a few third-level superpowers. At the third level, you can already fly in the air. And you must find someone who is absolutely loyal. She will leave this headache to the Emperor and her uncle. Now that her body is better, she wants to go back to see the Emperor's situation. It is convenient for her to go back. Just teleport to the headquarters. But what about Abu and Xiuhu? Because the crystals were no longer needed. The Golden Dragon and Abu recovered after one night. And Xiaohu also woke up this morning. Although Xiaohu woke up, he could not communicate with her without obstacles like before. He became the same as when they first met, and could only communicate with Abu. And his IQ also regressed a lot. Although Yin felt sorry, it was good that he could wake up. As for the demon pill, she would wait for the reward from the supermarket. Abu was very happy because the crystals did not affect Xiuhu's lifespan. As long as it was alive, it was not so important whether it could become a demon beast. At noon, Yin found Song Xian. Brother Xian, I have to go back to Beijing to see the Emperor's situation first. You can help me watch this. She changed the transaction template to be dominated by her, which was equivalent to an intermediary. The Chiwisha would be delivered to her through the warehouse first. She would give the other party money, and then she would trade with the supermarket. So, even if she was not present, she could still purchase the Chiwisha. When Song Xian heard that she was going back, he asked hurriedly, "Are you well?" Yin nodded slightly. "Okay, cousin Xian. Chiwisha is very important." She emphasized it again. Song Xian's guess was vaguely confirmed. If this mineral can accelerate Yin Yan's recovery, or replenish energy, it is indeed incomparable to red cassiterite. No wonder she attaches so much importance to it, and spends millions to acquire it. Don't worry, Jiahe. I will pay special attention to it. Her strength means that the great Zhou will be strong, and the Song family will be prosperous. Of course, he knows the importance. And Xiuhu and Abu, cousin Xian, please find someone you can trust to send them back. And I will also let Xujia lead a team to escort them. Leave it to me, Jiahe. Your Majesty, thank you for your trouble. It's my duty. Yin arranged everything and returned to the capital. After the young lady left, Song Ernie remembered one thing. The young lady didn't seem to say how to arrange his brother and the two children. Yes, Song Dania was on the way to Liangqiu with Xiaodan and Xiaoyong. Xiaodan calculated that her mother was injured. Although her life was not in danger, the two were still worried. They waited in the capital for 10 days. But she didn't come back. They asked in the group, and the reply was always that everything was fine, and she would be back soon. Announced good news, but not bad news. Xiaoyong couldn't wait any longer. So he asked Dania to take people to Liangqiu. Xiaodan wanted to follow after knowing it. Dania was also worried about the young lady. So he left the capital with a team of people, calculating the distance. They should arrive tomorrow. Unfortunately, Yin didn't see the message, and the two children didn't say anything. So they missed it. As for Yin, she appeared directly in the supermarket next to the Imperial Study. Although Ning Yuan was not there, the supermarket was still open and guarded by guards. Suddenly, they heard a noise on the second floor and looked up. Unexpectedly, they saw Princess Jiahe. Several people were stunned. Didn't this person go to the front line? One of them came forward with excitement. Your Highness, you are finally back. Yin recognized him. He was a member of the Dragon Guards. It seemed that he was waiting for her here. His Majesty has ordered that you come to see him as soon as you return. The fact that the Emperor was in a coma was a secret, except for the Dragon Guards and a few important confidants. No one else knew about it, especially when the 4 countries were preparing to mobilize troops. The news could not be spread. Yin nodded and let him lead the way. Originally thought that she would go to the Emperor's bedroom, but the other party took her to the Imperial Study. When he arrived at the door of the palace, the man stopped. Your Majesty, Princess Jiahe wants to see you. Come in. Tianxin's voice came from inside. A trace of doubt flashed in Yin's eyes. And then the door of the palace opened, and she saw at a glance that the person sitting on the dragon throne was the Emperor. What's going on? Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly felt that there was no energy fluctuation on the other party. Although the Emperor had not awakened his superpowers, he had a lot of energy in his body. She understood. It was fake. or it was a false appearance for outsiders. Seeing that the person who walked in was really Jiahe, the person on the dragon throne, was excited to stand up. Just halfway up, he sat up again and continued to review the memorials with a brush. Jiahe has worked hard all the way. Go to the back to rest first. Okay, father. I won't disturb you. Yin bowed and followed the dragon guards to the back. After entering the room, he came to the back of the bed, then pushed open a wall, and the stairs leading to the underground appeared. Yin sensed that the emperor was indeed inside. Long Wuwei led the way in front, and she followed behind and entered the secret room. The emperor lay on the bed with a peaceful look, ruddy complexion, and even breathing. If he was not poisoned and unconscious, he would have thought he was asleep. Hearing the movement, Tianyu, who was standing by, looked up. Then his eyes lit up, and he immediately came over. Princess Jiahe, you are finally back. Yin nodded slightly, came closer, and asked while taking the pulse. How did your majesty get infected? Can you tell me in detail? Yes. That day your majesty was discussing the use of troops against the branch palace with the two families of the Song King. And suddenly a group of men in black broke in, shouting that they wanted to avenge the Ming family. But they were quickly dealt with. Your majesty and your subordinates didn't take them seriously. And then they neglected it. Yin heart moved, and she thought of a possibility. Did they use goo? Tianyu nodded with an unpleasant expression. Yes. There is a kind of red worm in their blood. When we found it, your majesty had already been infected. Chapter 469. How about giving him a beating? Why did his majesty get the only one who got hit? Wait. Could it be that Mingyi had already done something to his majesty? When she said that, looking at Tianyu's expression, Yin's heart felt cold. Mingyi is indeed not simple. I thought she was in love. But she deceived everyone. Her target is actually the great Zhou? Tianyu remained silent, agreeing with her guess. Yin thought of Princess Anha and the emperor. They were so innocent. They were obviously the golden boy and jade girl that everyone envied. Because of Mingyi, a woman, their lives turned into a tragedy. She couldn't help but want to curse. After carefully examining the emperor, Yin looked extremely solemn. Tianyu's heart was lifted, and he asked worriedly, Princess Jiahe, is there nothing you can do? She shook her head slightly. I can't find any problem. Your majesty's body looks normal, just like he's asleep. And I didn't find any poisonous insects in your body. Did I guess wrong? Your majesty was poisoned by a poisonous insect? Tianyu was a little uncertain. This diagnosis was the same as that of other imperial doctors. But if not, how do you explain that your majesty slept for so many days? If it weren't for the fruit you left to replenish energy, your majesty wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. There are many kinds of poisonous insects, and not all poisonous insects are left in the body. Then what should your majesty do? Tianyu's eyes became complicated. If it really doesn't work, you can only ask for peace with the heavenly palace. He is the dragon guard, and his duty is the safety of your majesty. Other things have nothing to do with him. Soliciting peace with the heavenly palace means that the great Zhou betrayed the alliance first. And if things go wrong, it will be attacked by the three countries together. Yin disagreed. Don't forget, we still have Abu. As long as it is a poison, there is nothing he can't cure. Speaking of Abu, Tianyu's eyes flickered slightly, hesitated, and spoke. In fact, we have tried it with Abu's blood. It didn't work. Tried it? How do you have Abu's blood? Her eyes flashed coldly, staring at him seriously, asking for an explanation. Seeing that she was angry, Tianyu hurriedly explained. Princess Jiahe misunderstood. The blood was given by Abu voluntarily, and it was originally intended to be used by Master Yuan. But there was no chance. Your Majesty's situation is special now, so I decided to use half of it for your Majesty. Hearing that it was Abu's own will, Yin's coldness was reduced a little. But she was angry and distressed about Abu's hiding things from her. She was angry that he didn't take care of his body. But the silly child was so sensible, which made her distressed. Tianyu had been carefully observing her expression, and secretly relieved when he saw that she didn't pursue the issue of blood. In fact, His Majesty coerced and bribed Abu, and he didn't allow Abu to tell anyone else. It would be best if Her Royal Highness the Princess didn't ask any more questions. I won't pursue this matter, but you are not allowed to find Abu alone in the future. And you are not allowed to let him do anything. Otherwise don't blame me for turning hostile. she warned them in a stern tone. Tianyu quickly assured. No. Absolutely not. Anyway, he wouldn't do anything. And as for whether His Majesty could do it, he couldn't control it. But these couldn't be said. Now she had to coax this person. Whether His Majesty could wake up or not depended on her. Yin Yin thought for a while and said, I will discuss His Majesty's situation with Abu. There is really no way to consider whether to make peace with Tiantian or compromise with Mingjia. Listen to the arrangements of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a backbone came. Otherwise, they had no choice but to seek peace. And none of the imperial doctors could be used. Next, Yin Yin sent a message to Abu, asking him about the emperor's situation. Abu replied quickly. Purchasing group. Abu, Auntie. It should be the wish-fulfilling goo. After being infected with the goo, people will fall into a dream. Yin Yin, can you make your wish come true by making people dream? Abu, yes. In fact, it is to stimulate people's brains and make them fall into a dream and can't extricate themselves. Yin Yin, then why didn't I find the goo worm? Abu, it's dead. This kind of goo worm parasitizes in sweet blood. Once it leaves, it will be attracted to a specific person and has only a few minutes of life, which is very short. I see. No wonder she couldn't find it. Yin Yin, is there any way to wake up His Majesty? Abu, the golden dragon can. But His Majesty has been sleeping for a long time. Once it exceeds 15 days, he will never wake up again. 15 days? Yin Yin calculated that it seemed to be 12 days since Lin Hai and his men got the news and found her, and then went to Liangqiu. She stayed in Liangqiu for 2 more days. Tianyu. How many days has His Majesty been in a coma today? It's not more than 15 days. Right? To reply to Your Highness. Today is exactly the 15th day. Oh my God. How can it be such a coincidence? Yin Yin couldn't help but curse the national quintessence. It really is the 15th day. Tianyu asked in confusion. What's wrong with Your Highness? Is there anything wrong with 15 days? Yin Yin had no choice but to repeat Abu's words again. The faces of the dragon guards present changed. And Tianyu's always icy face became even more flustered. Will he not wake up after 15 days? Hurry up and prepare a vehicle. No. It's too late. The other party looked at Yin Yin, knelt down and begged. Princess, please take His Majesty to the nearest Tianquan Palace. Only you can save His Majesty. He regretted it so much. If he had known this, he would have taken His Majesty to the Tian Palace on the first day instead of wasting so much time. It's a pity that he didn't know it earlier. Yin Yin was also embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to. With my speed, even if I'm faster, I can't reach Tianquan Palace in 1 day. And it's still unknown whether the people in Tianquan Palace can save His Majesty. What should I do? Are we going to watch His Majesty get into trouble? Tianyu was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he was full of anger. Yin Yin was also anxious. Even if she came back a day earlier, she might still be able to get there. Looking at the person sleeping peacefully on the bed, there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. What's so beautiful? If she continues to be beautiful, she won't wake up. She really wanted to wake him up. Wait. Beat him to wake him up? She thought she could give it a try. Can His Majesty be awakened by external stimulation? Tianyu shook his head. We tried acupuncture, but it didn't work. Acupuncture doesn't stimulate enough. You have to do this. She gestured with her fist. Tianyu's mouth twitched. Was he going to beat His Majesty? He was so brave. But what if it worked? He hesitated and looked at her expectantly. How about you try it? Princess? Yin Yin waved her hands quickly. This is my father. If I beat him, it would be unfilial. No. No. You should do it. Tianyu shook his head immediately. I am a subordinate. If a subordinate beats his master, it would be disrespectful. No. No. You should do it. Princess. It's okay. When my father wakes up, I will plead for you. When His Majesty wakes up, I will also testify for His Majesty. Why are you so slow? Do you want to save him? Yin Yin put her hands on her hips and deliberately frowned. Tianyu still couldn't do it. Although he was also a member of the royal family, he was taught to be loyal to his master since childhood. If he really had a reason to do it to his master, that would be the most dangerous. This precedent must not be broken. Chapter 470 Choice. Your Highness, you don't know that as His Majesty's secret guard, No matter what the purpose is. You can't attack the master. If you still force me, then I can only kill myself. As he said, he took out a dagger and put it on his neck. Several other people also took out daggers and put them on their necks. With a firm look, showing their attitude, Yin Yang gritted her teeth in anger. I'm afraid of you. I'll do it. Put down the knife quickly. Why are you so desperate? Isn't it just hitting someone? She will do it. Yin Yang rolled up her sleeves, looking heroic. But when she really got to the bed, she was scared again. This is not only her adoptive father, but also the current emperor. Tianyu on the side was afraid that she would back down. So he quickly cheered her up. Your Highness, time is running out. You can do it. Come on. Come on. The others said in unison. Yin Yang gave them a contemptuous look, then looked at the person on the bed. When she saw the corner of his mouth curled up, she couldn't help but get angry. Bang. One punch. No reaction. Continue. Anyway, she hit him. So she let go of her hands and feet and hit the fleshy parts of his body. The dragon guards covered their eyes, not daring to look, for fear that they would not be able to help but hit Princess Jia. After a set of combined punches, the person on the bed was already bruised and swollen. But there was still no sign of waking up. And even a smile was hanging on the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, is this method feasible? A dragon guard couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but question it. Yin Yang looked at the smile on the emperor's face, and was unhappy when someone bumped into her. She glanced at the other person unhappily. How about leaving it to you? No. No. That's not what I meant. The man waved his hands repeatedly. If he had a solution, could he wait for more than 10 days? Tianyu glanced at him lightly, and told him to shut up. Then he said to Yin Yang, Princess, don't listen to his nonsense. I think this method is good. Otherwise, you can use more force? Even if he vomits blood. As long as he wakes up. It's fine. I can't care about that anymore. Yin Yang had the same idea. This time, each of her punches was added with energy to stimulate the emperor's nerves. While she was hitting, her hand suddenly stopped in midair. Yin Yang looked at the person on the bed carefully, not sure if she was dazzled. Did your majesty frown just now? Tianyu stepped forward immediately after hearing this, and carefully observed your majesty's expression. To be honest, it is not easy to see subtle expressions from a face that was beaten black and blue. He really didn't see it. But he couldn't say that. I didn't see your majesty frown. But your majesty's mouth corners are not curled up. It should still be effective. Others, your majesty's face is swollen like a bun. Can you still tell whether the corners of his mouth are curled up? However, with Tianyu's words, Yin Yang felt that she should be right. It seems to work. This time she put one hand on the other's head and continued to beat with the other hand. After a few more punches, she stopped. Tianyu also noticed that the expression of the person on the bed changed slightly. Your majesty seems to feel pain. Well, I found that your majesty's sea of consciousness has changed. It's obviously a good thing. But Yin Yang became serious instead. Tianyu's heart was lifted up, and he swallowed nervously. Your Highness, His Majesty, is he still himself? This is what Tianyu wanted to ask. Whether it was Prince Jing, Princess Anha, or Song Feng who had turned into a hairy man. They were not the same people as before. I was afraid that His Majesty would become a different person when he woke up. Yin Yang shook her head slightly. I don't know either. I found a very small red energy in His Majesty's sea of consciousness. As His Majesty's body was stimulated, the red energy was slowly growing. Before, this energy did not exist, which was why she stopped. After hearing this, Tianyu's eyes lit up, thinking of the 4 people she had trained. Could it be that a special energy was awakened? Compared to his optimism, Yin Yang was not happy. If it were before, I would think that it was about to awaken the supernatural power. But Ning Yuan's situation made me have to think more. Then, she told the other party about the red energy and seeds in Ning Yuan's sea of consciousness. Now, Tianyu also frowned in worry. Your Highness, what should we do? If we continue, His Majesty may be controlled by others. If we don't continue, His Majesty will never wake up. This is really a dilemma. Yin Yang was also worried. One of the dragon guards asked in confusion. Isn't there another possibility? Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, blessed with great fortune. Why can't it be awakening superpowers? What if it's a seed? Another person asked. The other person replied. Even if it's a seed. Can it be worse than the current situation? This sentence made Yin Yin and Tianyu wake up. Yes. Even if it's a seed. Can it be worse than the current situation? Wake him up first. Yin Yin's previous worries were swept away. And then she took out 2 energy crystals. Whether it was a seed or not, she had to speed up the condensation of energy. As soon as the energy crystal appeared, Tianyu and the others stared at it, and couldn't move their eyes away. This is the instinctive desire for energy. Yin Yin didn't ignore their gazes. She didn't lack crystals, and they were very loyal. So she put them on the training list. But these are all things for the future. The most urgent thing is the person in front of her, who is still in a beautiful dream. At the entrance of the crystal, Yin Yin guided the huge and pure energy to the sea of consciousness of His Majesty. Time passed bit by bit. It is not easy to form a superpower core, or to do it quickly. And she has to control the energy carefully. Otherwise His Majesty's body can't accommodate so much energy. And one may explode and die. She is not like at the beginning, because the superpower level has not recovered. She has to hold the crystal in her hand and absorb it bit by bit. Now her superpower is at the highest level. And absorbing the energy of a few crystals is not a big deal. If His Majesty fails to awaken his superpower, she can just take the energy back. The clock ticked by the side. As time passed, the expressions of Tianyu and the others changed from expectation to anxiety. Finally, around 7 o'clock in the evening, Yin Yin took her hand back and smiled. Tianyu saw this and felt relieved. Your Highness, is that the good result? Yin Yin smiled and nodded. The good news is that the superpower awakens, not the energy of the seed. That's great. Several people almost jumped up excitedly. Tianyu held his hand tightly, his eyes slightly red. After more than 10 days of anxiety, he finally got good news. Your Highness, since His Majesty is fine, why hasn't he woken up yet? It seems that 15 days have passed at this time? It was the Dragon Guard who had so many questions again. Tianyu glared at him, wondering if he would speak. The other party shrank his neck. Did he say something wrong? Why did the leader look like he was going to eat him? Yin Yin explained. Your Majesty's failure to wake up has nothing to do with the previous poison. But the formation of the supernatural core is also very exhausting. Your Majesty is tired, and he will probably wake up in 2 hours. That's good. Princess, please accept our greetings. Tianyu knelt on one knee. Others followed suit and bowed deeply. Saving His Majesty is saving them. The Dragon Guards are both secret guards and death warriors. A new emperor means new ministers. And this is not just about the king and ministers, but also about the Dragon Guards. Chapter 471, there is a big news. When Yin Yin returned to the princess's mansion, she found that Xiao Yong and Xiao Dan were missing. The 2 children actually went to Liangqiu City with Dainyu. She immediately opened the group chat and prepared to criticize the 2 children for acting first and asking for permission later. As a result, Xiao Yong said, Mom, why did you go back to the capital? Didn't Uncle Dainyu tell you that we are going to Liangqiu? Did he? Yin Yin remembered that she had not finished reading the group message of the Dainyu brothers. Looking through the chat records, as expected, Dainyu mentioned it. He only said it when he was about to arrive in Liangqiu, which was also said in advance. In addition, the children were worried about her, so Yin Yin could not say anything to criticize. Yin Yin, will you arrive tomorrow? Xiao Yong, I have arrived and am now at Uncle Ernie's house. Xiao Dan, Mom, how did Brother Abu suddenly grow up? I also want to grow up. Yin Yin, something happened to Abu. The golden dragon in his body unexpectedly entered the mature stage. Xiao Dan, it's amazing. It turns out that it can be like this. Xiaoyong, what about the impact? Yin Yin, giving up natural growth. People will definitely have an impact if they grow up suddenly. But Mother has helped Abu adjust his body. Xiaoyong, what about the future? If he continues to be affected by the Gu King, he will have to consider whether Abu is suitable for his sister. Yin Yin, I don't know about the future. But if he doesn't grow up, he won't grow up in the future. Xiaoyong, Mother knows what you are worried about. But Abu became like this to save your father. Xiaoyong, I know. I will repay him, even if it costs my life. But Mother, this is a different matter. Yin Yin, what are you going to do? Xiaoyong, let's wait and see. After all, it's still early. Yin Yin, okay. Mother will listen to your opinion on this matter. Xiaoyong can make half of the decisions in this family. and she will listen to his opinions. Xiaodan, mother. Brother. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Xiaoyong, nothing. Yin Yin, nothing. The two of them tacitly stopped talking about this topic. Yin Yin, mother has something to do, and can't go to pick you up. You can come back with Abu and Xiaohu when the time comes. Xiaoyong, mother. Where is dad? Although Abu and Xiaohu both had some problems, they both came back well. Right? Then where is his father? He asked Abu. But Abu didn't say. Yin Yin, your father has something to do. Xiaoyong, really? He obviously didn't believe it. With dad's personality, he will definitely stay with mom. Unless he has no choice. Yin Yin originally wanted to hide it from the two children. But Xiaoyong was too smart. Xiaoyong, mom. When Xiaodan was calculating the calamity of life and death, I had a premonition. Right. Yin Yin, it's not what you think. Didn't I say before that Abu became like this to save your father? In fact, there was another person who sacrificed himself to save your father. Xiaoyong, that Rui? When mentioning Rui, Yin Yin felt a flash of sadness in her heart. Yin Yin, he gave his heart to Ning Yuan. I see. No wonder Abu didn't let him mention this person in front of his mother. It turns out there is this relationship. But fortunately, the person is dead and will not pose a threat to dad. Xiaoyong, mom. Where is my father now? Yin Yin, he lost his self-awareness and was taken away by the master of the heavenly palace. Xiaoyong, then what? The other party would not take people away for no reason. They must be looking for something. He felt that his mother was hiding something from him. Yin Yin, nothing can be hidden from you. They said there was a plan that needed Ning Yuan's participation. Xiaoyong, so what? What is mother going to do? He wanted his mother to give up. No one was more important than his mother. But he also knew that this was impossible. Yin Yin, of course. To save people. When the four countries have flattened all the branches of the heavenly palace, and then the four countries' armies will join together. Follow them to attack the heavenly palace and let them release the people. Xiaoyong, as long as mother doesn't plan to act alone, it's fine. Yin Yin felt a little uneasy. As if the child knew her plan. The 3-month deadline. The first month will soon pass. And there are still 2 months left. Originally, she wanted to help the four countries attack the branches. But the crystal stones suddenly became sufficient. So she gave up this plan and wanted to leave more people for Dezhou, so that the people she trained could help. As for saving people, of course she would go alone. If she wins, others don't need to go. If she loses, others don't need to go. Anyway, she can't beat the palace master. Everything depends on whether the other party is trustworthy. Very passive. But there is no way. The strength does not allow it. She did not talk about this topic with the children. And after giving them a few instructions, she closed the chat group. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Miss, are you asleep? No. Uncle Song. Come in. Originally, Yin Yin wanted to call the other party uncle. But Uncle Song disagreed. Miss had no relationship with the Song family for a long time. And it was inappropriate to call him uncle. But the young lady could call him by his name. Or Old Song. But the young lady disagreed. In the end, the two of them took a step back and called him Uncle Song. The door opened, and Uncle Song walked in steadily, holding a stack of visiting cards and invitations in his hands. Miss, these are the cards sent by various families in the capital. According to your previous arrangements, they have all been rejected. Although they have been rejected, if Miss wants to see someone, so the cards are sent over. He can arrange the next schedule. Yin Yin took it and put it on the table. Not in a hurry to read it. Uncle Song, has anything happened in the capital during this period? Yes. The famous family betrayed the country, and the people of the main family ran away early. The court only arrested some people from the branch family. The emperor has issued a warrant for arrest. The heads of the famous family are more valuable than those bandits. Catch one, and you will have no worries about food and clothing for a few years. Catch a pair, and you will have no worries about food and clothing for more than 10 years. Catch more than 5 people, and you will have no worries about food and clothing for a lifetime. Because not only will you be paid, but you will also get an official position. In the past 2 years, the number of bounty hunters is estimated to double. By the way, it also involves the 5 major families of Han, Yin, Xiao, Nandong, and Xia, as well as the upstart Xia family of that year. Yin Yin became interested when she heard this. This is a big news. Uncle Song. Tell me. What's going on? It is said that a daughter of a family is sought after by hundreds of families. This is most appropriate for Princess Anha. Princess Anha was very popular back then. 9 of the top 10 families sought her, including the Ning, Wang, Zhao, and Ming families. Not to mention those families that are not ranked. Everyone is waiting for Princess Jiahe to come of age. But who knows that the 5th prince got there first? And an imperial edict abruptly cut off the thoughts of all the young masters. The children of those big families were not convinced. And Ning Ji, the young master of the Ning family, even fought with the 5th prince for this. Yeah. And then, Yin Yan's eyes flashed with light. Unexpectedly, it was related to Ning Yuan's mother. It was indeed a big news. Uncle Song continued. Some of the children of those families gave up, such as the Ning family, the Ming family, and the Qiao family. Some are still very persistent, such as the Han family, the Xia family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, the Yin family, and the Nandong family. They often get together to discuss what to do to invalidate the imperial edict. So the young master of the Xia family came up with a solution. Let Princess Anha take the initiative to cancel the engagement? No. Chapter 472. Really awesome. No. They want to have Princess Anha together. In this way, they don't believe that the 5th prince will not give up Anha. Damn it. Yin Yan couldn't help cursing. Is this a F***king idea that people came up with? Did they all agree? No. The young master of the Wang family got angry and left on the spot, saying that he was ashamed to be associated with them. The 2 young masters of the Han and Yin families were somewhat tempted, but did not express their opinions. As for the Zhao and Nandong families, they said that this method would not work. With Princess Anha's temperament, she would definitely commit suicide afterwards. When they separated, later, the 2 young masters of the Nandong and Zhao families told others about this matter. Who did they tell? Young Master Nandong told young Master Ming, and young Master Zhao told the eldest son of the Song family, who is now Marquis Song. Yin Yin asked in confusion. What does Ningji have to do with this? Then why did Ningji marry Princess and he in the end? Miss, please listen to me, and I will tell you slowly. Although the Ming family betrayed the country, the eldest young master of the Ming family is really this. Uncle Song gave a thumbs up. It was rare for him to praise someone, and he was a member of the Ming family. Uncle Song, please tell me quickly, what did the young master of the Ming family do? Yin Yin felt itchy and urged. The young master of the Ming family was very angry when he heard about the dirty thoughts of the few people. And then he found the young masters of the Ning and Qiao families. The 3 of them discussed what to do. They couldn't just watch any get into trouble. They all had similar ideas, whether they could marry the woman they loved or not. They all hoped that she could live a good life. Besides, the 5th prince at that time had the greatest hope of becoming the crown prince. So there was nothing wrong with Princess and he marrying the 5th prince. This is also the reason why they withdrew from the beginning. But they didn't expect that someone would secretly harm he. And the 3 of them would definitely not agree. At first, they discussed telling the 5th prince about this matter. But suddenly there was news that the 5th prince had a quarrel with he. And then he returned to the Song family crying. Young Master Ning suddenly felt that the 5th prince was not a good match either. He would bully he by relying on his status. He felt that he would be better off marrying any of the 3 of them than marrying the 5th prince. So the 3 of them replanned and planned to increase the conflict between the 2, so that Princess and he would give up on the 5th prince and take the initiative to cancel the engagement. Then young Master Ming used his sister to make her aggravate the misunderstanding between the 2. Is that all? If that's all, then young Master Ming is just like this. How could he be praised as a real man by Uncle Song? We don't know the specific plan. But Princess and he did cancel the engagement with the 5th prince and then married young Master Ning. The next part is exciting. Miss, do you know the saying that the male descendants of the Han family do not live long? Yin Yin nodded. I heard that the male descendants of the Han family are not prosperous. They either die young or are sick if they survive. Also, the Xia family's men's love for men and women actually started from Master Xia Ning's father. Wait, could it be that the men of the Han family died early? And the Xia family's what? All of this was done by the young master of the famous family. Oh my god! What did she hear? If it's true, then this young master of the famous family is really a ruthless person. Uncle Song nodded calmly. Not only that, The people in the current head of the Yin family are not the biological children of the old head of the family. It is said that they are the illegitimate offspring of the former head of the family's wife and several servants. Also, the young master of the Wang family broke his leg while riding a horse and could not serve as an official in the court. The Wang family was originally a family of warriors with no brains. They finally produced a smart one. But he was disabled. The young master of the Zhao family was bedridden. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhao family and the Song family had arranged a marriage, the current head of the Zhao family would have been replaced long ago. Yin Yin opened her mouth wide. This was a complete capture of all those people at the beginning. Awesome. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected of the Ming family, they were all so crazy. By the way, did he plan for Nangong Fenger to become the queen? Speaking of which, only the Nangong family was fine. And they became royal relatives. Not right. If it was really him, why did he make trouble for his sister? Uncle Song shook his head. I don't know about this. The young master of the Ming family disappeared not long after Princess Anha passed away. Some people said he committed suicide for love. Some said he was crazy. And some said he was murdered. Anyway, there are all kinds of things. That's a pity. Yin Yin sighed. If this person is still alive, he will definitely be stunning and decisive. At least not inferior to Ning Ji. It's a pity. But fortunately he is gone. Miss, you don't know that after this incident, the big families were furious and asked the emperor to give an explanation. The famous family ran away. If they didn't run away, they would definitely be torn apart by the big families. It's endless. If it's really talked about, no matter whether it's face or inside, they will be torn apart, no matter whether they are angry or indignant. They can only use trouble to divert everyone's attention. Yes, especially the Xia family, the Han family, and the Yin family. They are so angry because a woman has harmed 2 generations of them. Speaking of the Yin family, Yin Yan couldn't help but sneer. Mrs. Yin has been cheating on her for several years. What does this have to do with others? Uncle Song agreed. That's right. Everyone says so. Even if she was forced at the beginning. What happened later? The other party gave birth to 3 children in a row. But they are all bastards. Yin Yin suddenly thought of someone. What about Yin Yu? What about the Song family's marriage? Don't worry, miss. It's a coincidence that Master Yin Yu was adopted from a side branch. Because it was not announced to the public. No one knew about it. Moreover, when the scandal of the Yin family was exposed, Master Yin Yu was recommended by the side branch to be the head of the family. Not bad. Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Song Jinner was not affected. By the way, what does the Xia family have to do with this? It is said that at that time, Xia Yanghe was still a minor official who was not valued. He accidentally overheard the conversation between Master Ming and the others. So he stood up and asked for benefits. Otherwise he would tell the 5th prince that they wanted to destroy his marriage with Princess Anha. This statement has no basis. But later the other party became very close to Master Ning Ji. His wife was originally from the side branch of the Han family. Not long after, she was taken care of by the eldest lady of the Han family, and became a daughter of the main branch. Even when Princess Anha and Ning, not long after Master Ji got married, he was favored by the emperor, and became the heir of the Xia family from an unappreciated bastard. Therefore, everyone said that Xia Yanghe was lucky in this matter. In the next few years, Xia Yanghe was promoted step by step, and was also granted the title of Marquis. The Xia family also became a new noble, and had close contacts with the Song family and Ning family. If the Xia family was not so small, the whole family would probably be comparable to the Zhou family. Uncle Song sighed. This is the case of one person's success, and the whole family's success. Yin Yin thought of the later execution of the entire Xia family. If the rise of the Xia family was really because of the threat to several major families, then it was foreseeable that it would be destroyed. Chapter 473 How was this big melon dug out? Uncle Song continued. Later, the Xia family was executed for treason. In fact, many people did not believe it. There was not even a public trial. They were all confused when the decree came down. And the Han family was the executor. Everyone did not understand before. But now that the past has been exposed, everyone says that the destruction of the Xia family is the retribution for blackmailing others. Maybe Yin Yin knew why the Xia family was destroyed. The emperor told her. But now I understand why Xia Yanghe knew Ning Yuan's life experience. It seems that he was a participant from the beginning. Think about the Han family, Xia family, Yin family, Wang family, Zhao family. These big families have been retaliated, let alone a small Xia family. For the young master of the famous family and Ningxi, Xia Yanho probably doesn't even meet their eyes, and can be killed at will. Let the other party get everything they want, and then kill him. There will be more pleasure of revenge. Of course, these were just her guesses. I never thought that Princess Anha would be so charming. And I never thought that among her many suitors, there would be someone so awesome that he had cheated several big families. Miss, do you think the young master from the famous family is dead? Uncle Song asked curiously. He had the same thoughts as most people, hoping that the other party was not dead. Yin Yin thought for a while and shook her head slightly. I don't think he is dead. If the famous family hadn't been in trouble, his calculated methods would not have been exposed. How could such a powerful person be killed? It is impossible to commit suicide for love. The other party gives people the impression that he is very smart. How could an extremely calm person commit suicide for love? I don't think he's dead. I just don't know where he went. Maybe not in the Great Zhou. Yin Yin didn't know why. But when she thought of Princess and he who appeared at the wedding, a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. Could it be that she was in the heavenly palace? It seemed that even Ningxi didn't know that Princess and his body was missing. Thinking about it, it was really possible. Yin Yin flipped through the post and saw Zhao Jinger's name, and then took it out. Uncle Song saw this and gossiped again. This young lady of the Han family is not having a good life. What's going on? It is said that the fuse for such a big thing to be exposed was this young lady of the Han family. It seems that the eldest young master of the Han family has a problem with his health. He secretly saw many doctors, but it didn't work. The other party thought of using a folk remedy. So he found a Taoist nun. The Taoist nun said that the Han family was cursed. If the curse is not lifted, the Han family will not only not have male offspring in the future, but even children. Then a coffin was found at the bottom of the lake of the Han family. Coffin? Yin Yin was shocked. Yes, the coffin is a woman from a famous family. She married the previous head of the Han family. She had a difficult delivery and died. Wait, isn't the old lady of the Han family still here? If she remembered correctly, the last birthday banquet she attended was the old lady of the Han family's 70th birthday. Uncle Song had already found out all this. It's like this. The woman from the famous family is a co-wife. The Han couple had been married for many years without having children. The wife of the Han family asked someone to calculate, and then asked for a concubine's daughter from the famous family. Not long after the woman entered the house, she became pregnant. Coincidentally, the other party was only 2 months pregnant when Mrs. Han was also diagnosed with pregnancy. Yin Yin smelled a melodramatic smell. Normally, at this point in the plot, something like the cat replacing the prince would appear. Is the eldest master of the Han family the biological child of Mrs. Han? Uncle Song shook his head helplessly. There are many people who have the same guess as the young lady. But the old man and the eldest master of the Han family are both dead. It has been so long since the incident. Unless the parties are still alive, or Mrs. Han tells the truth, we can only assume that the other party is the biological child. Why is the body of the woman from the famous family buried in the water? I asked about this. It is said that the people invited by Mrs. Han have to bury the concubine and her stillborn child in the water in order to ensure the prosperity of the Han family. At the same time, 8 lakes of different sizes must be built to form the Bagua Formation. Is this the reason why the Han family has so many lakes? Yes, everyone believed it. Who knew that after so many years, the coffin of the concubine was found, and there was no baby's body in it? Could it be that the child is not dead? Not a difficult birth? Yin Yin imagined a bloody plot. Then the eldest master of the Han family was born to a woman from a famous family. Everyone said so, but Mrs. Han refused to admit it and fainted. The eldest young master of the Han family could not accept this fact for a while and fainted. Just when everyone thought that the matter would be over, the matter was somehow known by the Ming family in the dungeon. Coincidentally, the woman from the Ming family was the aunt of the current head of the Ming family branch. The other party was extremely angry and cursed the Han family for being worthless. Not only did they harm his aunt, but they also suppressed her in the water with the Bagua Formation, and she would never be reborn. Is this something a human can do? It's right that all the men in the Han family died, and the eldest young master was really wise and brave, etc. So she accidentally told the story of the young master of the Ming family plotting against the Han family. Then the incident of more than 20 years ago was implicated. And the Han family was not the only one who suffered. Uncle Song felt that if the Ming family had not been in trouble, they would definitely not be done with the Han family. And the two families might even break up. Yin Yin was also sighing. Did Xia Jinger hit the jackpot? However, why did she feel that it was not so easy for the other party to marry into the Han family as Xiao Jingham? Is this incident in the water definitely not arranged? Only the parties involved know the details best. And she can only guess. But it does not prevent her from eating melons. Miss, do you want to see Miss Zhao? Uncle Song asked. Yin Yin thought of the loyalty poison that Abu mentioned. And she wanted to try whether she could ask something from Xia Jinger. Uncle Song, please ask her to come to the mansion in 3 days. And arrange it around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, miss. Uncle Song looked a little excited. This is the power of gossip. Yin Yin didn't sleep well at night. She was waiting for someone from the palace. As a result, it was not until the next morning when she had breakfast that someone came to invite her to the palace. The sedan chair of the palace stopped directly outside the princess's mansion. Within an hour, most people would know that Princess Jiahe was back. Yin Yin came to the imperial study. The person sitting on it looked haggard and looked unhappy. She winked at Tianyu. Did you betray me? Before leaving yesterday, she had healed the wound from the fight. Tianyu shook his head slightly. He didn't. Yin Yin, is it because of the famous family? Does the emperor still have illusions about the famous family? I have seen the emperor. May the emperor be safe and sound. It's Jiahe. The emperor raised his head. His eyebrows were filled with sorrow. And the smile on his face was very forced. Yin Yin asked calmly. Father, what's wrong with you? Are you upset because of the betrayal of the famous family? The emperor shook his head. And his emotions were relatively calm when talking about the famous family. I was actually prepared for the rebellion of those traitors. Rather than saying that they were forced to betray the country, it is better to say that this is what I hope for. Chapter 474 New Superpower equals Daydream. Letting the Ming family deal with the Heavenly Palace is a precursor to dealing with the Ming family. He could not tolerate the Ming family at all. So it was reasonable for the Ming family to betray the country. And why should he be sad? Since it has nothing to do with the Ming family. Why are you so sad and depressed? Father? The emperor hesitated. Jiahe, does Abu have a similar gu? Yin Yin said immediately after hearing it. Father, this matter has nothing to do with Abu. I can guarantee it. No. Jiahe, you misunderstood. What I mean is... The emperor looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Yin Yin came to her senses and asked if there was a dream come true gu. Since it was not a blame. It was. Her face darkened instantly. And she looked at the person on the dragon throne speechlessly. Father, do you think it's fun? If I come back 1 day later, you really won't wake up. Such a dangerous thing. But you still want to try it. Is it reliable? The emperor pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. I don't mean that. What do you mean? Tell me. I want to hear it. She stared with dissatisfaction. Isn't this nonsense? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say it. The emperor was really afraid that she would be angry. Mainly because he was not justified. That's more like it. She was no longer stern. Father, what superpowers have you awakened? Ah? Superpowers? I don't know. He felt regretful when he woke up. Always thinking about going back to sleep. And then continuing the previous beautiful dream. And didn't pay attention to the changes in his body at all. Yin Yin rolled her eyes. How persistent she was. She was reluctant to wake up from a dream. The emperor felt guilty and hurried to check his body. Not long after, a layer of white light appeared in front of him. And he? The emperor suddenly stood up and stared at the white light in front of him. Several people in the palace, including Yin Yin, immediately surrounded the emperor and looked around. And he? Is it really you? The emperor stared at the picture in front of him and wanted to touch the person in the picture. But in the eyes of Yin Yin and others, the emperor had hallucinations and shouted in heat to the air. The picture lasted for a few seconds. The emperor sat down tiredly, staring unwillingly at the gradually dissipating picture, wanting to maintain it. But the energy in his body was not enough. Yin Yin seemed to understand what was going on. Could it be the same as Xiaodan's ability? Father, is your ability also prediction? The emperor shook his head slightly. His eyes became soft and affectionate. I don't know. But I just saw Anha. She was sitting in the pavilion by the lake. The large lotus in the lake made her look extremely beautiful. Especially her gentle eyes. Wait. Father. Yin Yin found the problem. Didn't Princess Anha lose consciousness and her eyes became dull? Are you sure the person you saw had a bright look? The Emperor nodded affirmatively. Anha in the picture has the same expression and eyes as ordinary people. This made her uncertain. Isn't it a prediction? It can't be a daydream. As soon as she finished speaking, she found that the Emperor was staring at her with resentment. She smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Father, why don't you try someone else? For example, the Queen, or other princes and princesses. Okay. He also wanted to know what his special ability was, and whether the scene he saw within he was real or just his imagination. This time, he silently thought of Nandong Fonger in his heart. But there was no response. He silently thought of the two children. But there was still no response. Yin Yin was afraid that he didn't have enough energy in his body. So he gave him a glass of juice and tried again. But it still didn't work. Father, please try Princess Anha again. Change to Princess Anha. A white light soon appeared in front of the Emperor's eyes. And then the picture appeared. Yes, it's the same picture as before, with a large area of lotus flowers. Anha feeding the fish. As if someone called her. She turned her head, and there was a happy and bright smile on her face. There was sourness in his words, and he didn't know who came to make Anha so happy, so angry. The picture disappeared quickly, and the Emperor was not in a good mood, and his whole body was full of sour water. Looking at the Emperor who looked like a young boy, Yin Yin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Who doesn't have a young man's love? When she secretly liked the captain, she was also like this. When she saw the captain treat other women better, she would secretly be jealous and angry. Then she deliberately gave the captain a look. Her face was not a face. Her nose was not a nose. Until he coaxed her to be happy, she would let it go. The captain of the other world, who is powerful, gentle and kind, handsome, and has a strong background, is not the object of admiration of many people? There are definitely no fewer people who like him than Princess Anha. Realizing that he had lost his composure, the Emperor blushed and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. I have tried, but I can only see the pictures about Anha. As for whether it is a prediction, I don't know. Yin Yin thought for a while and mentioned someone. Father, please try Ning Yuan. Speaking of Xie Yuan, why didn't he come with you? I haven't seen this child for almost a month, and I miss him a lot. In the dream, the three of them lived happily. Although he was not there in reality, it was okay to have Xiao Yuan accompany him. He is still in Liangqiu. I found a special mineral. Oh, what mineral? The Emperor became interested. Yin Yin changed the subject. Father, please try to see Ning Yuan first. I will report other things to you later. The Emperor nodded. Testing ability is still more important. He concentrated and silently thought of Xiao Yuan in his heart. The white light appeared longer than before. But the picture did appear. Huh? Why is it still the lotus pond? Why is Xiao Yuan within he? It seems that this is not predicting the future. The Emperor was a little discouraged. He thought his ability was very powerful. But it turned out to be a daydream. What's the use of this? Comfort his lovesickness? Or fulfill his dream? Yin Yan's heart was lifted. She knew better than anyone where Ning Yuan was. So was His Majesty's ability a reproduction of the real situation? At present, only those who were closest to him could see it, which should be related to the low level of his ability. If the level was higher, could he also see others? She suddenly shuddered and thought of a situation. No, she could not upgrade the Emperor's ability no matter what. Unless she had a way to block it. It would be absolutely impossible. Jiahe, what's wrong with you? The Emperor found that her expression was a little wrong. Yin Yin came back to her senses and waved her hands. Father, I'm fine. I just didn't expect your ability to be a dream. Ah, I didn't expect it either. The Emperor sighed. It seems I can't help much. Father, you are the Emperor. Whether it's fighting or prediction, you don't need to do it yourself. So it doesn't matter whether you have good abilities or not. That's true. But I also want to experience the feeling of flying. As long as you practice well, you can do it sooner or later. Flying has nothing to do with any abilities. Yin Yin made a promise. But she was determined not to give the crystal to the Emperor. Chapter 475. So he is the son of the enemy? Hearing her say this, The emperor was quite happy, and then asked about the ore. Jiahe, is there anything special about the ore you found? Yin Yin wanted to slap herself at this moment. Why did she mention the ore for no reason? So she had to deceive the emperor again. Replying to the emperor, the newly discovered ore is called Chawusha, which can be exchanged for energy fruit in the supermarket. In the future, energy fruit will not be limited. Really? This is indeed good news. Yes. So I can train a few more superpowers. At the same time, I can upgrade the level of the previous 4 people and make them no weaker than the angel. Even if I really can't beat the heavenly palace later, I don't have to worry about the other 3 countries attacking in return. The emperor was very happy after hearing this. This was indeed his biggest concern. Good. Great. Jiahe, you are the lucky star of the great show. With you, I can resist 1,000,000 troops. Yin Yin accepted the compliment a little embarrassedly, and then glanced at the person next to him. Father, can you let them awaken their powers as well? She wanted to focus on training a few people. The emperor naturally had no objection, as the dragon guards were the most loyal to him. Jiahe, if possible, upgrade Tianyu and the others' levels as well. Okay, father. Just what she wanted. After the important things were said, the topic about Ning Yuan was successfully skipped, and Yin Yin began to gossip, mainly out of curiosity. Father, more than 20 years ago, a young master from a famous family took over several big families. Do you know about it? What do you mean by taking over several big families? The emperor was stunned. As soon as he woke up, he kept thinking about continuing to dream, and he was in no mood to ask about anything else. Tianyu stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, you were unconscious when the incident happened. This is what happened. He told the whole story. Yin Yin found that there were some information that outsiders could not get. For example, the late emperor, the emperor at that time, knew about the things that the young master of the Ming family did. He even added fuel to the fire, and helped the young master of the Ming family deal with several major families. I found a piece of information from the secret manuscript of the previous leader. The late emperor had an agreement with the other party. The late emperor helped him deal with several major families, and the young master of Ming had to agree to 3 conditions. First, he was not allowed to serve as an official in the court for life. Second, he was not allowed to succeed the head of the Ming family. Third, he had to find a way to let the 5th prince inherit the throne. These 3 conditions show that the late emperor valued and feared this person. It was because of his value that he did not let him serve as an official in the court, fearing that his son, the current emperor, would not be able to play with the other party, because a woman did such a crazy thing. It was also one of the reasons why the late emperor insisted on letting Princess Anha die. Tianyu said these words without hesitation. As the late emperor expected, after Princess Anha died, the young master of the Ming family really disappeared. The emperor remained silent. His expression became more solemn, and his eyes were filled with sadness. He had convinced himself before that Anha's death was caused by Mingyi, and was a threat from the heavenly palace. But now he had to face the reality that the person who wanted Anha to die was actually his father. Why? Doesn't the emperor deserve love? If so, why did he agree to his request for marriage? Why didn't he stop him? In this way, Anha would not die. Compared to having her, which was equivalent to killing her, he would rather she marry someone else, watch her smile from afar, live happily, and not provoke her. It was hard for him to accept that the tragedy of his life was caused by his beloved father. He laughed at himself. He wanted to avenge but he turned out to be the son of her enemy. How ironic. How could he tell Xiao Yuan? Tianyu couldn't bear to see him blaming himself and was sad. So he stepped forward to persuade him. Your Majesty, you are also innocent and a victim. Tianqin smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I hadn't pursued nothing would have happened. Tianyu disagreed. A gentleman is a good match for a beautiful lady. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Why can't you? That being said, the price he paid for his pursuit was too high. He couldn't help but think of a sentence his teacher said back then. The love of an emperor is different from that of an ordinary person. Love can make people strong or weak. If you can't be strong enough to fight the whole world, giving up may not be a bad choice. It turned out that the teacher had hinted at him at that time. He was full of vigor and thought that he could be that powerful person and protect Anhe well. It was ridiculous. He couldn't even fight against his father, let alone the whole world. He was really funny. But he was unwilling to accept it. Why? Can't the emperor really have love? Facing the emperor's questioning, Tianyu recalled the history of the royal family. It is said that the first founding emperor of the Great Zhou betrayed his lover to have the opportunity to fight for the world. I don't know whether it is true or not. But after several generations, it seems that no concubine is the emperor's true love. He shook his head, not knowing how to answer the emperor. The emperor is the supreme ruler, the most noble person in the world. How can he not be worthy of love? Looking at the extremely sad person, Yin Yan felt bad. It is more difficult to accept to have, and then lose than to have never had. She is now preparing to go through this process. If she cannot bring Ning Yuan back in 2 months, she would rather die with him than experience the pain of separation. Also, if the picture that your majesty saw before is a realistic restoration, then Princess Anha should have regained consciousness. Then can she help your majesty achieve his wish? The other party wants her energy fruit, so she has the capital to negotiate conditions. Yin Yan was calculating in her heart. But she didn't tell the emperor, because the outcome was still undecided. And it was still unknown whether she could come back alive. The emperor was in a bad mood, so Yin Yan had to withdraw. Originally, he wanted to ask if Xia Jinger's matter was arranged by him, but it ended up in vain. Tianyu sent her out of the palace without speaking all the way until he reached the palace gate. Your Highness, although I don't know what happened to Master Yuan, you should be with him well, which is the greatest comfort to His Majesty. Yin Yan stared at him blankly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. She wanted to say yes, but she couldn't control the future. Seeing her hesitation, Tianyu's mind sank slightly, and a fierce light flashed between his eyebrows. Master Yuan is in trouble, right? Yin Yan looked at him fearlessly, with a serious tone and pleading. If I tell you, can you not tell the emperor? Must I hide it from His Majesty? This would be disloyalty to him. Yin Yan shook her head slightly. I'm not sure what His Majesty will do when he hears the news, because Ning Yuan means something different to him. Tianyu's eyes sank, and his tone was slightly cold. Is he gone? No. He's still here. I understand. He was caught by Tianyan. Right? Only this reason would make him hide it from His Majesty. Yin Yan remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Chapter 476, I don't want to think about the title anymore. Tianyu frowned slightly, feeling the complexity of the matter. The 4 countries are cooperating, and Dezhou is still the leader, giving the other party a lot of benefits to persuade the 3 countries to send troops. If Dezhou suddenly withdraws, or even stands on the side of Tianyan, then the problem will be serious. The 3 countries' distrust of Dezhou is secondary, but they are afraid that if they unite, Dezhou will be in danger. After a while, Tianyu nodded slowly and acquiesced to her previous proposal. Is there any way to save people? Yes. The other party has issued a challenge letter to me. The winner will be decided in a battle in 3 months. If I win, Tianyan will disappear. The conditions for winning are indeed tempting. What if you lose? Tianyu asked. If we lose, Ning Yuan and I will join the Heavenly Palace. When the time comes, I will ask the Heavenly Palace to spread the word that we are dead. I understand your intention. How much time is left before the agreement? 2.5 months. Please let me accompany you when the time comes. Okay. Yin Yan agreed without hesitation. Then he asked him to find a group of loyal people. Back to the princess's mansion. She checked that she was sand. In one day, she had another 50,000 kilograms, which was converted into 10,000 crystals. At present, she had more than 20,000 crystals in her hands. She had never been so rich. Yin Yan began to calculate how many people to train. Generally, 1 crystal can awaken a person's superpowers. If you encounter special ones, you need 2. To upgrade to level 2, you need 5 to 10 crystals and dozens of energy fruits. She has not tried the 3rd level superpowers. If it is promoted, it is estimated that more than 20 or more will be needed, because upgrading is a gradual process. If it is achieved in a short period of time, it can only be achieved with crystals. She planned to reserve 50 crystals for the 3rd level. After calculating this way, a level 1 superpower team of 1,000 people would need about 1,500 crystals. A level 2 superpower team of 100 people would also need 1,000 crystals. To train 10 level 3 superpowers, prepare 500 crystals. In addition to the Dragon Guards, she would train several level 3 superpowers. The current candidates are Dainyu, Cousin Song Qing, Uncle Song-yin, and the leader of her guards. As for the other guards, half of them would be selected as loyal and trained as superpowers. In this way, it would take about 4,000 crystals. She would never have dared to think about it before. In the afternoon, she called Jean Lingwei, the leader of the guards. She said that she wanted to train a group of people and asked him to select 300 loyal guards. Jean Lingwei understood what she meant as soon as he heard it and promised to hand in the list tomorrow morning. You are looking for 10 people who are trustworthy and will not betray the great Zhou, regardless of their position. I understand, Your Highness. Please rest assured. The Golden Wing Guard left in high spirits. Those who can become the Royal Guard are generally children of aristocratic families who are not valued, or illegitimate children. Although they come from big families, they are the most loyal to the royal family. Not all children of big families live well, and some live worse than the favored servants. This job will not have much prospects, but it is decent. You will not be called a waste, and you can get your own salary without having to look at other people's faces. Not everyone is like Liu Yu, who can jump from an excluded illegitimate son to a general, and even set up his own business. But now the opportunity has come. Following the right master is very important, and it is also their luck and blessing. At noon the next day, 300 people gathered together. Yin Yin checked their bodies and made sure that there was nothing special in their bodies. As for the identities of these people, she looked at the list. The leader of the guard team deliberately eliminated the people from the Xia family, the Han family, and the Yin family. The selected people were all vigorous, strong, with sharp eyes, and faintly excited. Yin Yin began to speak, and the general meaning was that you are different from others. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, thus arousing their sense of responsibility and mission in their hearts, so that they can defend their country from the bottom of their hearts. When she finished speaking, the 300 people were boiling with heat, and they wished to shed their blood for His Highness and the country, make achievements, and become heroes admired by everyone. After feeding the chicken soup, Yin Yang gave each person a booklet and 2 apples, and asked them to circulate energy according to the method in the booklet. When the energy of the 2 apples was absorbed, they would proceed to the next step. Those who could not absorb all the energy within 2 days would be eliminated. During this period, whether it was the soldiers of the Great Zhou or the ordinary people of the Great Zhou, they all began to eat fruits from supermarkets. For those families who were really in trouble, the court would pay for them, at low prices or for free. The purpose was to strengthen the body and enhance resistance. Even if the plague happened again, half of the people would survive. A drought that swept across the country ended. The people of the Great Zhou were originally going to be reduced by half. But fortunately, the emergence of supermarkets reduced the number of deaths. Even so, the Ministry of Households later counted that the number of people in the country had decreased by nearly 1/3, especially the number of children, which dropped drastically. And many people were injured and could not have children for several years. This means that the country will not have population growth in the next 10 years, and it may even decline. If the Heavenly Palace causes several more plagues, the country will definitely be shaken, which the Emperor will not allow. Therefore, people holding membership cards will be allowed to distribute fruits throughout the country, and they will be included in the assessment of local officials' performance. The Emperor does not ask for the prosperity of the Great Zhou, but he will be satisfied if he can return to the state before the drought. Others have eaten fruits, so the guards in the princess's mansion will not fall behind. The water they drink has diluted energy juice. Regulate their bodies without making a sound. If nothing unexpected happens, these 300 people can absorb the energy within 2 days. Then Tianyu found someone. She went there and came back in the evening. 2 days later, all 300 people passed the test, and Yin Yin took out the crystal stone and watched them absorb it to prevent any unexpected situations. This time it was absorption instead of consumption, so it took 2 days to complete. Among them, more than 270 people awakened their superpowers with 1 crystal stone, and more than 20 people awakened their superpowers after absorbing 2 crystal stones. The previous ones were all auxiliary abilities, mostly strength, speed, perception, vision, and other physical abilities. The abilities of the next 20 people were mainly 5 attributes, with only 2 special abilities. One was wind ability, and the other was healing ability. She decided to upgrade these 20 people by 1 level, especially the healing ability, which is very important in the team. In the palace, 950 out of 1,000 people were qualified. And 50 people had problems with energy circulation. Tianyu did not add the 50 people. These people absorbed crystals in 3 batches. And she helped watch them. It took 10 days for all of them to awaken. Among them, 900 people had auxiliary abilities. 45 people had 5 attributes. And 5 people had special abilities. 1 healing, 1 thunder, 1 wind, and 2 ice. Her and the captain's abilities appeared. But Xiaodan's prediction and Shuyong's ability, that he couldn't tell what it was, did not appear. Chapter 477 Xia Jinger's Request. It seems that awakening a special ability has little to do with one's own will. The Emperor and Shuyong's situation were all accidents. Especially the Emperor's special ability. She felt that it might have something to do with the poison he was infected with. Thinking of Xiaoyong, Yin suddenly felt that the Emperor's special ability might not be useless. When the child comes back, she plans to try it. Maybe the combination is the best way to use the special abilities of both. Calculating the time. They will be back in 2 days. During this period, Xia Jinger has been here. When she saw her again, Yin had the feeling of meeting her for the first time. Her appearance gave people a sense of weakness, helplessness, loneliness and pity. But her eyes were clear and firm, with tenacity in her softness. Yin couldn't help but sigh that as long as she had this tenacity, she could make herself live well no matter where she was. And she would not treat herself badly. The two chatted for a while. And Yin asked her what happened to the Taoist nun. Xia Jinger didn't say anything, but asked the maidservant beside her to leave. And she wanted to talk to the princess in private. The maidservant stood still, raised her chin with a little pride. Young madam, I am ordered by the old lady to serve you every step of the way. So I'm sorry that I can't leave. Xia Jinger's face was slightly gloomy, and her tone was much colder. Chui Lu, I am the young madam of the Han family. You don't listen to me. This is a violation of the superiors. Believe it or not, I beat you to death. And the old lady won't say anything. The little maidservant still raised her chin. Not afraid at all. My master is the old lady. And everything is based on the old lady's words. If the young madam is unhappy because I acted according to the old lady's orders, then I will let you deal with it without any complaints. Xia Jinger's hands were shaking with anger, and she was speechless while pointing at her. Yin glanced at the arrogant little maid and said lazily, the maid of the Han family is really eloquent. This is the first time I have seen such a maid. Princess, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. Xia Jinger smiled apologetically, and when she looked at the little maid, her face had already darkened. Scold her coldly. Kneel down. The little maid was not convinced. Why? I didn't say anything wrong? Xia Jinger slapped the table and scolded. You are still stubborn. You actually committed treason in front of Her Royal Highness the Princess. You are bullying your master, and you say you don't know what you did wrong? I didn't. You said that the old lady is your master. But do you know that the royal family is the master of the entire Han family? You only listen to the old lady. Isn't that not taking the royal family seriously? And you say it's not treason? I am innocent. The big hat was put down, and the little maid was so scared that she knelt down with a plop, crying and shouting for injustice. I didn't mean that. Please understand. Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yin waved her hand and didn't bother with her. Go away. This time the little maid was not arrogant, and she crawled out. Xia Jinger stood up and saluted. Thank you, Princess Jia. You asked me to get rid of the people, not just to talk about the Han family. Right? I can't hide it from you. Princess, I do have a favor to ask. As she spoke, she knelt down, took out a letter from her sleeve, presented it with both hands, and begged, Princess, please give this letter to Han Ju before you leave the capital. Yin frowned slightly, thinking of a similar scene outside the Song Mansion. Now it was the same move again. She was sure it was not as simple as delivering a letter. Xia Jinger, what are you going to do? If you don't tell me, I won't help you. Yin didn't know why she didn't refuse directly but negotiated conditions. Maybe it was because she was too curious about what she was going to do. Isn't this Xia Jinger's cleverness? Xia Jinger bowed respectfully and then spoke. I dare not hide it from your highness. I am going to do something very dangerous. Maybe I will never come back. So I want to explain my affairs. Wait, I don't understand. Even if I want to explain my affairs, shouldn't I find your husband? Young Master Han? Why Han Ju? Could it be that the two of them are pretending to hate each other? But in fact, they are still connected and secretly making secret plans? Xia Jinger shook her head slightly. Her face flushed. It's not what your highness thinks. Hanju and I happened many years ago. Since I left the capital, we have no relationship. If you have to say there is a relationship, then we are enemies. In that case, why write to Hanju? Yin Yin asked curiously. Xia Jinger hesitated and found it difficult to speak. My husband cannot have children due to health reasons. And his health is not good. The Han family will rely on Hanju in the future. I wrote to him to tell him that I will die outside. And then the grudges between us will be written off. I hope he can treat the Han family well, and take my body back to bury it next to my parents. Speaking of this, she paused for a moment, and her eyebrows were filled with grief. Where are my parents' graves? Only Hanju knows. So I have to write to him to beg him. Is that all? Yin Yin always felt that she had other purposes. Just like when she asked her to take a letter to the emperor, saying that it was to plead for her husband Ningyi. But in the end, she became the emperor's person. And she didn't believe that the letter was not a ghost. Xia Jinger looked at her with a frank look, holding the letter in her hand. If you don't believe it, you can open the letter and check it. If I lie, I will punish you. Yin Yin looked at the letter in her hand and retracted her gaze after a moment. Forget it. I believe you. But why don't you let young Master Han pass it on? Xia Jinger shook her head in embarrassment. The Han family is ruled by the old lady. If the letter is handed over to the family husband, it will fall into the hands of the old lady in less than half a day. Okay. The last question. Why do you think I will help you? What's the benefit for me? In her heart, is she so willing to help others? Princess. Xia Jinger kowtowed to the end, and then looked at her sincerely and respectfully. Whether you believe it or not, I will never do anything bad to you. I regard you as my master from the bottom of my heart. Although I don't understand why. This is indeed what I think in my heart. Yin Yin thought to herself. You don't know why. But I know that Abu has cast a spell on you. She nodded to show her belief. Xia Jinger looked a little excited. Thank you, Princess, for your trust. It is because of this unclear idea that I want to entrust such an important matter to you. And only you can make me feel at ease. Yin Yin almost believed it after hearing the flattery. But she also knew that she couldn't ask anything. Looking at the person kneeling on the ground, with a stubborn look and undisguised trust, she couldn't see any calculation. Yin Yin sighed slightly. Who made me a good person? Give me the letter. She wanted to see what Xia Jinger was up to. Thank you, Princess. Xia Jinger handed the letter to Danny's wife, and then kowtowed again. Yin Yin waved her hand. Get up. I have something to ask you, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Your Highness wants to ask about the Han family. Right? She sat down and guessed directly. Chapter 478 Xu Yong's ability. Yes. I want to know. Who instructed you to go to the Han family? Also, the Han family's matter was not accidental. Right? To be honest with you, Your Highness, someone did instruct me to marry into the Han family. But I cannot tell you who it was. As for the Han family's matter, including the information revealed by the famous person in prison, it was not accidental. It was all premeditated. Xia Jinger was straightforward. Yin Yin thought. As expected. Since it was premeditated, what was your purpose? To add more charges to the Ming family? But the young master of the Ming family disappeared long ago. Didn't he? Xia Jinger shook her head slightly. Her eyes became deep. The target is not the Ming family, but the Han family and the Yin family. What do you mean? I can't say too much. I can only tell you, Your Highness, that the world is going to change. Except for the Song family and the Ning family. No family will survive. Speaking of the Ning family, if it weren't for Prime Minister Ning's desperate efforts, the Ning family would have been finished. He sacrificed himself to save the entire family. Seeing her confused look, Xia Jinger was a little envious. Your Highness, you don't actually need to understand these things. Some things are not black and white, right or wrong. You just need to know that after everything is settled, it will be the most beneficial to you and your husband. Yin Yin understood what she said. Someone was paving the way for her and Ning Yuan. It goes without saying who it was. Then she seemed to understand what she said before. The emperor wanted to clean up the court. Or rather clean up the aristocratic families. In order to give Ning Yuan a clean court. A court where he could make the decisions. Thinking of that day, she asked him if he knew what the famous families had done. And he said he didn't know. Humph. He was acting with her. What are you going to do next? Xia Jinger smiled and shook her head. I can't tell you about this. But it won't take long. Seeing that she couldn't get any answers, she changed the question. So, you said you were going to do something dangerous. Is it also related to these things? She nodded slightly. The smile on her face disappeared, and her expression became serious. Yes. This is the deal between me and the other party. I don't understand. If you die, then what conditions he promised you will be useless. No. Some things are more important than life. Seeing that she was going to ask more, Xia Jinger took the initiative to interrupt. Princess, don't ask. I won't tell you. As she said that, she stood up and bowed. Jinger thanks you for your help again. If there is nothing else, I won't disturb you to rest. The implication was that she was leaving. Facing Xia Jinger again, Yin Yin still felt powerless. She clearly felt that she seemed to have grasped something. But the other party refused to say anything, which made her still feel confused. She wanted to ask, but the other party clearly said that he would not say anything. So she had to give up. Forget it. You can leave. Then Jinger will take her leave. Xia Jinger quietly withdrew. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes. And the purpose of this trip was successfully achieved. The next step was to wait. The episode about Xia Jinger was over. And Yin Yin did not pay attention to her. She just helped her deliver the letter before leaving. That day, Xiaohong and his friends came back. And Abu and Xiaohu were also with them. Yin Yin went to the city gate to meet them. Before the car stopped, the two children jumped out and hugged her tightly. Abu followed behind, although he also wanted to hug his aunt and be patted on the head. But he was taller than his aunt, and it was not suitable. Mom, I miss you so much. Xiao Dan hugged her mother and acted like a spoiled child. Yin Yin wanted to scold them for running out without permission. Didn't they know how dangerous it was outside? But looking at her daughter's wet eyes and her sweet words of missing, she couldn't say the word she wanted to scold. Mom, do you miss Xiao Dan? She shook her mother's arm. Yin Yin had to surrender and gently touched her daughter's head. Yes, Mom misses you too. Hee hee. Mom is the best. Little clever ghost. Yin Yin tapped her forehead. The two children had enough of being together and let go of their mother. Yin Yin walked to Abu, gently hugged him in her arms, and patted his shoulder. Abu, thank you for taking care of your younger brothers and sisters. Abu shook his head slightly. I am willing. And Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong are very good and obedient. It's not hard at all. Xiao Dan secretly made a face at Abu. Yin Yin looked over, and her expression changed immediately, revealing a well-behaved smile. The word obedient has nothing to do with these two siblings. Xiao Dan is spoiled by someone, and she is more and more unscrupulous. Xiao Yong, although not noisy, is very opinionated, and Abu listens to him. Mississippi. Dania stepped forward to salute. Yin Yin found that the fluctuations in his body were unusual. Is he going to awaken his superpowers? She had not absorbed crystals for Daniu, but he could awaken his superpowers with a dozen energy fruits. Daniu's talent is not ordinary. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go back to the mansion first. They returned to the princess's mansion soon. Xiaohu also got off the car. It didn't have the spirituality it used to have, but it was still intimate with Yin Yin. Yin Yin gave it a crystal stone casually, and Xiaohu roared softly, then ran away happily with the crystal stone in its mouth. Mom, do you have any more crystals? Xiao Yong asked. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that he could not help at all and wanted to upgrade his ability level. Xiao Dan raised her hand and shouted, I want some too. I want to upgrade my prediction. Everyone has a share. Daniu, you stay too. Seeing that Dania was about to leave, Yin Yin stopped him. Then she gave the three people a guardian and asked them to eat crystals. Not long after, Dania's sea of consciousness formed a superpower core and awakened his superpowers. Yin Yin helped him to regulate his body with the excess energy. It took Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong half a day to upgrade their superpowers with 3 crystals. They had awakened their superpowers for a long time, and they had been eating energy fruits, so they didn't use many crystals to upgrade. Xiao Dan's prediction screen time was extended by 2 times, and the content of the screen was changed from 2 or 3 days to 10 days, which was a great improvement. In combination with divination and calculation, the content and time of the prediction were more accurate. Xiao Yong's superpowers were more abnormal. Yin Yin tried to stab his hand with a knife, but failed after 10 attempts. She had changed 5 daggers. Even Song Yan's uncle and Song Qing came. Song Qing came to see the 2 children because he heard that they were back. Song Yan's uncle came directly after the court session because he heard that she had trained a group of superpowers for the court. The 2 of them stopped her twice, one after the other. The last time they gave up because the emperor came. Why did the emperor come? Because he heard that Yan Yan could awaken superpowers in so many people. So he wanted to see if he could improve himself. The main reason was that the scene of and he was too short. Why did Yan Yan think Xiaoyong's superpowers were abnormal? Because even the emperor could come. And once the emperor came, it meant that her test would end, which meant that Xiaoyong would not be injured again. Still abnormal? She suspected that if the child had enough superpowers, if he continued, meteorites might fall from the sky. Chapter 479. Before leaving. Before, a stone flew over and hit her. After hearing about Xiaoyong's ability, several people were extremely curious. The emperor had to give it a try. There was no other way. Yan Yan gave the child a glass of juice to replenish energy. Before starting, she did not forget to remind the emperor, "Father, you must be careful. Don't fall. Be hit by stones. And don't hurt yourself by mistake." She had experienced all these, but she was blocked by the energy shield, so she didn't get hurt. The emperor said he knew it, but he didn't take it to heart. The first time, the emperor took a knife to stab Xiaoyong's hand, but he lost his balance and almost fell. If she hadn't been quick to hold him, the emperor's knife would have hurt himself. The second time, the emperor sat down to try, and the chair leg suddenly broke. And this time, he fell hard on his buttocks. Tianyu was too late to save people, and even Yan Yan was too late to react. Who would have thought that the chair leg would suddenly break? "Father, are you still going?" Yan Yan asked with a smile after helping the man up. The emperor shook his head. No, I have seen it." He didn't want to make a fool of himself again, but he envied Xiaoyong's ability. Yan Yan didn't dare to tell the emperor that Xiaoyong's ability had another feature. But since the emperor was here, she wanted to try it. So she secretly sent a message to her son. Xiaoyong glanced at his mother, then nodded slightly to her, indicating that it was okay. Yan Yan smiled at the emperor. "Father, can your ability still only be used on 2 people?" "Yes. In the picture, they are already together. But Xie Yuan's expression is a little strange, as if he has no consciousness. Are the mother and son together? It seems that Princess Anna knows Ning Yuan's identity." Yan Yan is more and more suspicious of her previous guess. "Father, can you take another look at what Princess Anna is doing?" "Sure." Although it was a dream scene, the emperor was still willing to see his beloved woman. Soon a layer of white light appeared in front of his eyes. Anha is sewing clothes for Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan sat blankly beside him. Anha put down the clothes and got up and went into the room. He couldn't see the scene in the room. When he came out, Anha was holding a fishing rod and a fish basket in his hand. Is he going fishing? The white light disappeared, and the emperor was a little reluctant. I didn't expect that Anha in the dream would actually fish. Yan Yan slightly widened her eyes and secretly glanced at Xiaoyong. She didn't expect that her guess was right. Xiaoyong also became curious about the emperor's supernatural power, and he actually had an intersection with his supernatural power. It's interesting. The message her mother sent to her before was to let him use his supernatural power to try an idea, wanting to eat the fish caught by Princess Anha. I didn't expect it to really affect people far away, even if the other party fished for his father. He did have the idea of fishing. This is because his ability level is low. I don't know what will happen when it reaches level 3. Xiaoyong thinks that if he can influence other people's thinking, then his ability is not as simple as absolute defense. The emperor didn't know this, and he told the purpose of this trip. "By the way, Jiahe, you have awakened the abilities of so many people. Can you give some energy to your father?" Yan Yan shook her head very seriously, and then lied seriously. "Father, no. Do you know why I have been giving you energy fruits to nourish your body? Because awakening the ability will consume the vitality in the human body. I do this to minimize consumption." "Is that so?" The emperor was skeptical. Yan Yan nodded seriously. "Yes. Didn't you feel that your body was a little sore after waking up?" The emperor moved his shoulders and muttered to himself. "It's true. I thought I slept too long. Especially my face hurts a little. But I can't see anything." Yan Yan touched her nose, and Tianyu behind her lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes. Ahem. She coughed to ease the embarrassment. "Father, You yourself understand it deeply. If you want to have such a powerful ability, you must pay something. Right? The people I found are young, so it will not have a big impact on them if it takes a few days to promote it. But you are different. And you don't need a very powerful ability in your position. Okay. The Emperor was no longer obsessed. If the cost of increasing the screen time was his life, then forget it. After the refusal, he still had to comfort her. Father, don't worry. Eat an energy fruit every day to let the energy of the supernatural power grow naturally. And there will be no impact. When the time is right, the level will naturally increase. Well, I have to do this. Father, there should be a lot of memorials waiting for you to review in the Imperial study. Right? Then do you want to go in and sit for a while? She pointed to the room, gentle and smiling. No. I'd better go back to the palace. When the Emperor left the princess's mansion, he was still a little puzzled. He didn't plan to leave so soon. However, there are indeed many things waiting for him to deal with in the court. Since you are out, let's go back. So, the Emperor went back home. In the princess's mansion, Song Yin watched Yin Yin fooling the Emperor like this, and tapped her forehead unhappily. Naughty. Don't do this anymore. That's the Emperor. Understand? Oh. Yin Yin shrank her neck and smiled flatteringly. You? Song Yin couldn't bear to say anything more about her. Yin Yin smiled and said something else. Uncle, you came at the right time. I plan to let you and Cousin Qing awaken your superpowers. I'll forget it. Just let Song Qing come. Uncle, don't worry. It won't hurt your body. She lowered her voice for the last sentence. Song Yin glared at her helplessly. You are so bold. This is deceiving the Emperor. Do you know? Yin Yin shrugged. It doesn't matter. If you don't say it, then who knows? Song Yin was a little curious. From what you said, you don't want to upgrade His Majesty's superpowers. Why? Yin Yin didn't admit it. How could it be? It's just that His Majesty is too old and it's not suitable. I don't want to. Whatever you say. Okay. Right? Song Yin couldn't see what she meant, but he wouldn't argue with his own children, and even help cover up a little. Well, I'll take sick for 3 days when I go back. Next, Yin Yin helped Uncle Song and Cousin Qing absorb energy crystals. The two of them often took energy fruits before, so it only took half a day to awaken their superpowers. Song Yan's is with superpowers, and Song Qing's is fire superpowers. Since he had superpowers, Song Yin didn't tell her about his plans before coming, and then the two went home happily. At present, only the attribute of Daniel's ability is unknown, and he himself does not know what it is. He tried all aspects of the body, but there was no change. He also tried the 5 attributes and the elemental system, but there was no change. Prediction and defense are not good either. Yin Yin observed his ability core, which was transparent. She suddenly thought of an ability. The space system. Yin Yin asked him to try to communicate with the space with the object in his hand. Chapter 480. Meet an acquaintance on the road. Sure enough, the teacup in Dania's hand disappeared. Dania looked at the space on the membership card, but it was gone. He was surprised and delighted. Miss, it's really a space ability. Try to locate your special space through the teacup when you go back. After locating it, put things in it to see how big the space is, and whether it can hold living things. Okay. Mississippi. Dania was excited as if he had discovered a new continent, and then ran back to try. The next days passed peacefully. Yin Yin upgraded the abilities of 30 guards to become level 2 ability users, and then selected 10 of them to upgrade to level 3 ability users. The same operation was done on the Royal Guard side. The Dragon Guards, Uncle Song, Song Qing, Daniel, and the twins are also level 3 and can fly at low altitudes. Now their goal is to maintain a long-term output of energy to protect special parts of the body. During this period, the Grand Princess summoned her once, but was stopped by Lord Song, who told her not to bother the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess summons also reminded Yin Yin that Abu had to be properly settled. The 4 countries' attack on the Heavenly Palace branch has begun, although Yin Yin did not join. The soldiers she trained participated in the war, which was like adding wings to a tiger, reducing the losses of the 4 countries by half. She also went to Yin State to return the supplies promised to the other party, and help Prince Su's son awaken his supernatural powers, which was considered as compensation for her inability to participate in the war. After all, she had promised it before. The branch halls were all wiped out, and the heavenly palace did not send anyone to support them. And the hall master never appeared, which gave the 4 countries a lot of confidence. Next, the 4 countries planned to rest for half a month, and then gather their forces to attack the main hall of the heavenly palace, so that the heavenly palace would completely disappear from this land. There is one more thing. Ningyuan had been away from the supermarket for more than 3 months, and the materialized supermarket place next to the imperial study had been taken back. This also means that the rules she specified are no longer valid for Ningyuan. This is not good news. Soon, there were still 10 days left before the time agreed with the other party, and Yen Yen was ready to leave the city. She was going to the Tianji Palace to place Rui's ashes. Yen Yen told the children that she was going out for a while, and promised to come back in 20 days. Xiao Dan did not let go until she predicted and deduced for a whole day, and was sure that her mother would come back safely. And then she let her go. Before leaving, Yen Yen only told the truth to Dainu and entrusted the 3 children to him. The time she told the emperor was half a month late. This half month is your time to act. Once you receive the news that I have died in battle, take the children away from the capital immediately and enter the Yanbuguo Mountains as quickly as possible. Stay there for at least 10 years before coming out. Although Dainu didn't understand why he had to hide. Could the emperor turn against him? But he didn't ask, but followed the young lady's arrangement. Also, you can bring all the level 3 superpowers in the mansion. They have been poisoned by Abu, and will not betray Xiaong. When I am gone, Xiaong will be the head of the family. Young lady. Listening to the young lady's arrangements for the funeral, Dainu couldn't help but redden his eyes, and begged with sobs. Do you have to go? Yen Yen smiled with her lips pursed, looking at the distance with a calm expression. You won't understand. He is my hope to survive in this world. If the captain was gone, she would feel that life was meaningless. Dainu understood that his persuasion was useless, and he could only pray, praying that the young lady and the son-in-law could return safely. Before dawn, Yen Yen left the city, and she turned into a beam of light, which no one could detect. Although she was very fast, she still found a town and bought a horse when she got outside. Since she came to this world, she has not taken a good look at this world. She didn't know if there would be another chance in the future, so she planned to travel slowly. It is now early September, and the crops in the fields will mature in a month. After the drought ended, the earth recovered after a few heavy rains. The people took the grain and seeds and returned to their hometowns. The court did not confiscate a pound of grain harvested in June, and the people kept it all. Only half of the grain in October was symbolically collected, and the rest could be kept as food or sold. The existence of the supermarket means that they no longer have to sell grain at a low price, with the various subsidies from the court. If nothing else, they will definitely have a prosperous year in the next 2 years. With the popularity of fruits, people have also discovered the benefits. That is, they are less likely to get sick. You know, one illness can drag down a family. Not getting sick is equivalent to saving money for the family. As for the business of the pharmacy, it is actually not affected much. Even if there are fruits to strengthen the body, some diseases still need to be treated. Moreover, there are fewer patients, which is also what the doctors expect. However, the herbal medicine shops were affected a little at the beginning, but later the court began to purchase herbal medicines at a fair price, so they had no complaints. After the drought, everything was moving in a good direction. 4 days later, she passed by Jinchuan City. Looking at the prosperous Jinchuan City, Yen Yen was filled with emotion. This was the first big city she had traveled through. The sheds outside the city had been cleared. The trees were lush and green, and the grass on both sides had grown a lot taller. It was hard to tell that hundreds of thousands of refugees had lived there. The outermost military camp was gone. At this time, a convoy passed by her and was about to enter the city. Suddenly someone shouted in surprise, "Miss Yen?" Then, the convoy stopped. Yen Yen saw a young man getting out of the car. It was Mr. He, who she hadn't seen for a long time. "Is it really Miss Yen? It's great to see you." Mr. He seemed very excited and couldn't hide his surprise. "Since you were exiled to Mount Zion, my father and I have been worried. We didn't do what we promised you. Later, we sent people to Mount Zion to make arrangements, but we didn't see you there. When we asked the government, they didn't know anything. My father and I have been worried." The prefect and General Lu also asked around, but there was no news about you. It was not until after the new year that my father unexpectedly became an official in the court and learned that you had returned to the capital. Thank God. God bless you to be safe and sound. Good people will have good luck. Yin Yin didn't expect that the He family, who had met her a few times, would do so much for her. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was the first time that a stranger had been so kind to her since she came here. Young master, he smiled embarrassedly, thinking that they should do this. After all, they benefited a lot from each other. By the way, my father sent some gifts after the new year. Thank you for your trust and cultivation. The amulet inside was obtained by my mother after she knelt down and prayed for 49 days in the temple last year. The sachet containing the amulet is not very delicate, but it was sewed by my wife herself. I hope you don't mind it. Our family only hopes that you can be safe and sound. Did you send someone to deliver it to the Song Mansion or the Princess Mansion? She didn't know at all and didn't receive the amulet.